welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning. And we are here, of course, again for PGL's Wallachia season number 2, second day of the group stages. In fact, it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back to another day of Wallachia, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. We had some exciting matches yesterday, of course, with a Swiss format for a group stage. One loss for a lot of whose teams, not the end of the world yet, but they don't have as many second chances. They only have one very safe loss, and then they're on the elimination line. So some of those teams have to start finding wins. Our teams that did get one win are just 2 wins away from just qualifying through if they stay undefeated. So our path towards those playoffs are starting to shape up here, Mikey.
They certainly are, Jonathan. It was an interesting day of Dota 2 action yesterday, of course. We did have the pleasure of seeing a couple teams playing, at least for you and I. And like you said, the more you lose, the less chances you get in this group stage, and things can be pretty rough if you are on the losing end of these games. And thankfully, Jonathan, we do have a recap of what happened in yesterday's games that we can kind of look over, because you and I obviously could not catch every single game, but now we can, Jonathan. What about this?
Yeah, it's been an interesting performance from China overall. I think it's, you know, you and I were watching IG, of course. This one's featuring Azure Ray, maybe a little bit more up and down earlier on. And it's rather interesting to see how teams have adjusted. It feels like this patch wasn't the biggest in the world, but there are still some changes that are worth taking note of. You know, like some heroes getting out of the pool. This one you and I saw, MOUZ up against Apex Genesis. Of course, NA doesn't get that many teams on LAN outside of the top 2, and for Sammy Boy's return on the LAN, a little bit of a rough first series for them up against MOUZ. MOUZ just felt like they were overall just the stronger team. I think maybe some of that adaptation into the new meta is not the best, as you can see. The one thing we do miss about Sammy, very expressive when these matches are going on.
Yeah, he certainly is. That's why we love watching the man. He is very, very expressive indeed throughout all the games he does play, and it is exciting to watch. We did have this as well. This was a bit of a banger of a match here. I believe this went to 90+ minutes between Liga team and, of course, Nouns. And as you can see, Jonathan, what was it, like 5 Divine Rapiers at this stage? Pretty ridiculous match.
Yeah, and I think this is the one that kind of raises some questions here for Nouns overall, right? Like, they stayed together post-TI Shuffle. They've had a consistent rise throughout the past year, and they have a very tough series up against Liga, in the end dropping the series 2-1. So it's kind of concerning for a team like Nouns, where again they've already played this unit for such a long time up against Liga, who have been a little bit more in and out. It's a relatively fresher roster in comparison, and it feels like the adaptations aren't quite there. We are seeing experimentation from Nouns though, like the adaptation of that Bristleback 5 that you love to hate on from Southeast Asia. The ideas are there, and Nouns also try it out. Unfortunately, this time around, it still doesn't pan out for them up against Liga.
No, it certainly doesn't, John, unsurprisingly. Of course, we saw IG versus Alliance. So this was a pretty interesting one, because game 1 looked like it certainly should have been an Alliance win. And of course, we had a couple of issues here and there. You know, there was a denied Aegis accidentally on Alliance's end. You know, game 1 kind of accidentally maybe went the other way, and IG managing to make the win work, but obviously game 2 and 3 did still go Alliance's way, and they did prove to be the better team yesterday. And as you are seeing, they were very happy and also very expressive after their series, John.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance definitely one of the teams to watch out for. The Dandelion stack just looked sick. And this one as well, a fairly interesting one for beastcoast to face up against. And AVULUS, you know, we were saying how impressive Dandelions were. AVULUS was the one to beat them in the original qualifiers to Wallachia. So if Alliance was good, AVULUS is certainly on that same level at the minimum. beastcoast, of course, they've had a lot of experience together as a team as well. Relatively fresh roster as well coming into this one, but AVULUS did manage to close it out in the end. And it's really surprising to see that coming out from our newer, less experienced in a way, European teams. It feels like the region overall, you know, has performed great in LANs, but even the lesser known players and teams are kind of finding their groove here in Wallachia Season 2. So it has a lot of excitement for a lot of underdog story potential for a lot of teams.
Oh, absolutely. That's what we were kind of saying yesterday as well. Like, it's the exciting part about these teams being in this kind of tournament, right? Like, we don't have the usual suspects that we tend to see at LAN, and Personally, for me, it makes it much more exciting because we see so many different ideas with a new sub-patch as well. It makes things even more exciting. And, well, there you go, Jonathan. I mean, there's the highlights for yesterday. Obviously, a lot of action was happening yesterday, but thankfully for us, a lot more action due today as we're yet to get into our game one between two new teams. I mean, I say new. Obviously, one of them is IG, Jonathan. You and I had the pleasure of casting them yesterday. Again, I kind of question how they go today. If I can talk about IG for a second, yesterday was pretty rough. It didn't really feel like they had a game plan. It didn't really feel like they'd adapted to the patch. Mind you, they are up against Apex Genesis, who also had a pretty rough time yesterday. So I dare say IG are still probably looking to be the favorites going into this matchup. And, well, we'll get to see a bit of a schedule as to what's happening on this stream today. Obviously, again, IG versus Apex, followed by Nouns and Infinity, and then Nigma Galaxy against Beast Coast and Team Waska against Na'Vi to finish us off for the day. But as I was on the A stream, in fact, we can bring up that schedule as well, Jonathan. Beautiful. AVULUS versus MOUZ, Heroic versus Azure Ray, Team Falcons versus Alliance, and Tundra Esports against Liga Team to finish us off for the night on the main stream. So you do have two streams you can tune into, of course. But what I was trying to say, John, IG versus Apex Genesis. I actually don't know who the favorite should be. Now, I'm going to take a wild guess and say it still should be IG that are the favorites going to this matchup against Apex. But based off what we saw yesterday, I really can't say that with confidence.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. There were a lot of multiple issues coming out there for IG in the series we were watching. I feel like Apex Genesis, it's going to be a factor of whether or not IG can leverage like their greater experience, maybe their individual skill, their confidence in themselves up against Apex Genesis here. Again, Apex Genesis, it's the players aren't necessarily strangers to LANs, but this is the first time in a while that Apex Genesis and their players have been to a LAN. You know, it's been a while since we've seen Sammy, Wish on hand, Yamson, Fade, and yesterday it felt like there were just some issues in trying to find out some winning lanes. That's what we need to see coming out here now from Apex Genesis, because it felt like laning just wasn't impressive enough from the side of Apex. Mind you, we could say the same thing about IG. It felt like in every game they played, with all the ADs had, with like, say, this Emo Leshrac coming out, IG also couldn't find themselves strong lanes up against the opponents they were playing yesterday. So someone's going to have strong lanes here, surely, coming into this one. I would expect it to be IG, but who knows what NA cooks up sometimes, you know?
Well, this is a point I kind of wanted to bring up as well. I wanted to bring it up yesterday, but I kind of forgot midway because it was a bit of an intense match. But we were talking, you and I in particular, we were talking to some Chinese coaches at, I think it was in Malaysia, and they did say that their teams don't tend to study the new patches very much, especially if there's a LAN right after the patch. So it's pretty interesting, right? Like, I wonder if that's kind of playing a part into, say, why IG just didn't look that great yesterday, is maybe they just weren't completely up to date with the changes that were made in the sub-patch. At least that's what we were told by the coaches of these teams. So you take that how you will. I think it may have played the part, because it really did feel like IG at the very least, they looked a little bit lost yesterday.
That they did, but at the same time, I don't think gameplay-wise the patch changed enough. It just felt like their playstyle never kept up with the evolutions we've seen this past year. At least with this roster, this iteration of IG, it doesn't feel like we're seeing that. You know, like, I think one team to look at again is Alliance. They make very smart gate rotations. They also almost always have a very nice ward placed on their ramp side, expecting that rotation from the safe lane to break that off through the ramp at around 5-6 minutes, right? That tends to be the timing, the early rotation for the pause one. Alliance were always set up. Felt like IG weren't able to play around in the same way. I don't think, again, it's down to like changes on heroes, even changes in items I don't think was really a big factor here for IG's loss yesterday. It felt like we were seeing stuff like Falcon Blade pickup, which I don't think a lot of people are talking about, but it does feel like this item is back. I believe Parker was building this quite often, actually, in his games yesterday. He has been going back into Falcon Blade with the Arcane Boots nerf, and that does feel like the carry replacement for the mana regen once more. Again, it doesn't feel like the patch is the issue. It's just playstyle adjustments. Maybe this iteration's not gelling together as a team as well as they'd like. We'll have to see if they can carry through from NA's finest here, Mike, as this should be a fun one at the very least, considering how chaotic it can be.
Yeah, it certainly is NA's finest here in Apex Genesis. I mean, we've got the boy, we got Sammy Boy. Jonathan doesn't get much finer than that, I'll tell you. And again, you and I had the pleasure of meeting Sammy Boy at TI in Singapore. So, great guy, by the way. I know people love to give this man crap, but he really is a great guy. In fact, he was the one to come up to us and say hello, Jonathan, because you and I, we're idiots, John. We're too shy to say hello to anyone.
Yeah, that we are. It was a fun time seeing good old Sammy Boy. It was a fun time. I remember the first time we tri-casted was for what? NADCL back in the day, and was with Sammy Boy. Or we did one of the NADPCs with Sammy Boy, and that was fun. You know, Sammy's a great guy. We'll see if his greatness shows in the game in his hero pickups. We do have the draft on hand as we're taking a look here. IG do ban out the Enigma and the Alchemist, and the side of Apex Genesis take care of the most contested heroes in this tournament so far. Shadow Demon, Nagasar, an 100% pick ban. So far, it's been present in every game in one way or another as a banner pick. They are both taken care of by Apex. So I do like seeing that. It's a very good reason. Along with a Bristle that has risen in popularity. Again, consistently banned out up there in, I think, top 3 in ban picks overall here at Wallachia Season 2. So at the very least, Apex, they've done their homework coming into this day too.
That they have. I mean, speaking of the Nagasara, and like, I still can't believe in the sub patch they didn't remove that the healing of her song. Like, I just, it's way too powerful. Like, how can you pop song and just everyone gets reset before the fight, you know, kind of resumes? It's just such a ridiculous spell. Speaking of spells, though, IG picking up one of Emo's favorites, if not his favorite hero, in the Invoker.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very interesting pick. Very early pick for IG to first phase Invoker. Maybe laning-wise, you don't really have the most straightforward counters. In fact, no, Apex Genesis just goes straight for the Earth Spirit and try to deal with it on the mid lane. That can be one way. Try to out-tempo it. It's a good silence, a good stun. You get on top of the Invoker and just try to pressure him there. I do worry about down the line. I think this Invoker scales up a little bit too well. You know, the Witchblade build-up with Exhort on hand, giving spell amplification, that DOT just murders you for free. It's a very funny thing to do when you have Elitist on hand. And of course, again, this is an emo special, so we'll have to see what Wish can do in the mid lane with the Earth Spirit, but it's not the most straightforward answer. It certainly can work out. It's just down to whether or not Apex can play around the tempo, and Earth Spirit mid should be able to provide. We have to see them kind of kick up the pace here with the Earth Spirit mid.
We certainly do, John. We certainly do. I imagine, I can only imagine what facet we're going to go for. I mean, I imagine it's probably going to be Stepping Stone, but we'll see. We'll see if they have, you know, something up their sleeves here with this Earth Spirit. Very important to get off to a good start with this hero, of course. You kind of mentioned how active you want to be on the Earth Spirit, but you're definitely not looking to sit there farming all game when you're playing this hero, Sammy. It's the old finger gun. We love you, Sammy. Thank you for that.
He is definitely, he is not a camera-shy person, good old Sammy Boy. That's what we like to see, you know?
For a guy who's not at very many lands, he sure does exuberate quite a lot of confidence, doesn't he, John?
Oh, yeah.
He really does.
That's what you love. That's what you have to love about this guy. Like, yeah. we don't have, look, Dota 2 overall, I mean, sure, gaming's a little bit more popular. Dota 2 is one of the bigger games. But, you know, it's a really nerdy crowd still. We have a lot of players that are just generally shyer. So to have someone just as, not loud, not boisterous, man, not boisterous. You know, it's, I guess confidence is the right word. Confident as Sammy is always good. You know, you need that kind of confidence in the scene. I hope more people start to pick up that confidence like we were seeing from Alliance as well yesterday. Confident pickup here as well for Apex into the Omni Knight that we have seen quite a fair bit more often popping in now as well. Generally a support. It can be a really strong lane dominant support overall. Just good harassment if you can play with it. It's got a lot of healing, of course, good saves up against the Invoker with a Repel. Guardian Angel can be nice as well. It will force a way of getting a Nullify or a Purge on hand somehow. You don't have the Ench or Shadow Demon, so straightforward answers aren't quite there. Securing a pretty nice time for the Omni Knight overall, at the very least.
There's your Beastmaster coming out from IG, and oh, here's the Tinker does make its appearance as well. Yeah, I can't even remember. Did this hero get changed in the sub patch? Do I have to bring up the patch? I think I'll bring up the patch. I'll bring up the patch.
I feel like it was nerfed enough in the last patch that it's just kind of dead. And it's the first pick overall in this tournament. In the qualifiers you and I were watching for other tournaments there, we didn't see that much Tinker coming up either. So this is an interesting idea from IG. Maybe it goes back to your point at the start of our broadcast here, where you were saying, you know, Chinese teams don't tend to adapt to patches. This is certainly a sign of it. I don't know if Tinker is really that great right now as a support.
I will confirm, Tinker did not get touched in the sub-patch that just came by, so it is still the Tinker that we remember being complete trash after the changes. Yeah. Well,
It's
I mean, IG
bad.
must have a plan of some sort. Maybe even just slowing down the tempo by just spamming March of the Machines, right? Like, just making sure Apex can't try to finish the game early, but I don't think Tinker is too good at doing that anymore either.
No, certainly not. It feels like even at his best, Tinker was very reliant on holding onto tier 1s to have that safety net of just shoving away, preventing the push, securing control of your forward jungle for your pause 1, the gate area jungle, and just kind of riding from there. I don't know if that idea still carries through here for IG. You do get the Snapfire and Drow pickups here for Apex Genesis. So, shaping up to be a well-rounded lineup. I feel like Drow is a hero that sometimes got picked up. We saw a little bit of it at the International, not the most popular pause 1. A little bit surprising that's prioritized as well over something like, say, Luna that's still in the pool, as Luna overall feels like a safer bet. The Drow can kick your tempo up quite nicely. Mind you, there's no one that really plays with your aura here. Plays with marksmanship all too well. But your backline jump for IG isn't particularly amazing either. So this Drow should feel nice and safe. You do get the Luna coming out for IG with Apex again, just ignoring it, not banning it, and not picking it. And it's going to be a little bit rough. I think the core is iffier overall. There's some weird trades back and forth that can happen. Luna's much closer range, but she has higher magical damage. The lack of gap close from IG is still a big issue. It almost feels like you're reliant on a blink timing in your Beastmaster to just blink Roar, get on top of Drow, take away the aura, and try to follow through from there. So I'm curious to see if IG can execute on that, because again, there's a lot of backline save here from Apex. Maybe down the line, Earth Spirit Ags, although that's a very long shot still. You've got Omni Knight overall, just to save this Drow already. You've got Cookie to kind of create distance. You've got all sorts of tools here from Apex to create that gap spacing the Drow needs to really shine.
Absolutely. I mean, Drow was buffed, 2 more Agi, 2 more base Agi at the very least for Drow Rangers, so laning stage is going to feel a little bit better. Obviously, hits a little bit harder, a bit more armor. Yeah, not a bad buff. I do like these kind of buffs here to these heroes. I still think Drow is, you know, relatively viable as well in the right kind of drafts. I don't think it's a bad pick per se. In fact, even against the Luna, I actually kind of like it, because you are able to usually separate yourself quite nicely on the Drow Ranger. Mind you, though, they are still up against a Beastmaster, who is going to be pretty good at just jumping in and roaring every time, and it's all going to be up to execution. At the very least, I want to say I don't mind where Apex Genesis has gone with their draft. I just question whether they're going to be able to execute the way they want to.
Yeah, it's just down to whether or not they can play around this tempo from Earth Spirit, really. That's where it all ties back into. I'm curious to see what hero we get for Fade on the offlane to kind of try to match that tempo. Mars is still in the pool. I think that leans decently enough into a Luna. Provide some spacing as well for the Drow, safety net for the arena itself, a landing zone for the Kisses to connect to, and follow through for your Earth Spirit. So if it's not going to be a Mars ban, I would expect it to come out here for Apex on Fade. What else is left? There's maybe Centaur, but that doesn't feel like it covers everything. It does provide an escape route for the Drow. We've seen a little bit more Tide as well. And this, it's a decent enough lane into Luna as well. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not particularly amazing, but certainly playable. I would say out of all those options from the most popular offlane so far, it's probably Mars that would fit in the best here for Apex. Again, if IG do not ban it out.
Oh, they'll ban the Doom. So you do have the Mars option now. assuming IG just don't take it for themselves, but obviously they already have a Beastmaster, so no chance of that really happening. Should just be another support pickup for IG, unless we're looking at something a little bit weird, and they do go for the ET pickup. I was a little bit concerned for Apex because we did see the Husker Pango ban, and I thought maybe they knew something we didn't, but it does end up being a support ET for the final pick here for IG. Now the question is, do Apex want to go for the offlane MOUZ for themselves? Are they going to do something a little bit cheeky with their draft? Only time will tell, Jonathan. I think MOUZ does fit the bill quite nicely, especially against the support like ET, who does want to run you down and just hit you over and over again. That spear is going to be very valuable in those kind of moments.
And it would be. It's either maybe Mars or Centaur. Centaur for disengage. Again, blink follow through to set for the Earth Spirit, or to just follow through from the Earth Spirit when he does roll and connect. Either one kind of works here for Fade. It does look like there's some discussion here from Apex as to what they'd like. They have a lot of reserve time, about a minute to think things out. I think the one thing the ET has here is, again, just some long reach to try to catch out this Drow. You send the Astral Spirit forward, the Drow has to kind of try to play positional there, maybe have to utilize the Force Staff to get out of the Stomp, and it can just remove one tool. Removing one saving tool from the Drow herself can provide, again, easier avenues here for IG to find that punishment on top later on. A great way of softening up these targets as well. We'll go with a Lycan pickup for Apex Genesis. So,
hello. We saw Fade play this in an ADPC, and I'm pretty sure he does a pretty good job on this Lycan. And you know me, John, I'm a real sadist when it comes to heroes. I love Lycan. Now, I loved Lycan with Necro Book 3, obviously, like back in the day, but well, we don't get that anymore, but I still love seeing Lycan coming out. It's a great hero.
I don't know its current state. Honestly, Lycan's very strange from the offlane. It's not a great aura carrier. It's really a DPS kind of guy. Its Ags got nerfed some time ago, so it's not amazing to really bite. Not that you'd want to bite your Drow Ranger anyhow. There's an argument to bite Wish and have him roll around as a wolf. That could be funny, but certainly not Rush Ags anymore for the Lycan. I'm not sure how to feel about this one. On one hand, it does make sense. Howl's going to be quite nice in stopping the push from Zeal and from Fly. Reducing some of that right-click damage can be quite big. On the other hand, just the lack of auras from offlane already feels a little bit awkward. It's just what Lycan achieves nowadays is still split push and damage. It's not team fight. It's not anything else.
If I may intervene a little bit here, Jonathan, you were saying to me that you know, the side of Apex do want to play fast, right? And I think the Lycan might fit that bill, right? Because you do want to play quick with this style of draft. So perhaps that's the idea, right? Maybe just screw the classic offlane aura build up. We just need some dude who can push down objectives really quickly and start allowing us to control the map and just kind of drowning IG out. I don't know if that's the plan here from Apex, Jonathan, but it might just be.
It could be, and I'm curious to see if Apex can at least play to the strengths of their draft. Because if laning goes slow, I think that's where things can go rough very quickly, right? Like, Lycan's gonna need to farm. You know, you're gonna need to just try to shove out waves, use your wolves, scout around. Your Drow is gonna need some build up, and then your Earth Spirit only has supports to rotate you. At least Earth Spirit Snap can still maybe line up for one kill, but you're likely not gonna get any more beyond that. So that's where the challenge lies for Apex. The lanes do have to come out strong. Mind you, again, IG, yeah, after what we saw yesterday, their laning phase also looked really rough when they were playing. So maybe if Apex figures things out, they can try to look for that punishment, try to apply that lane pressure, and just start to get that ball rolling early to get these heroes online a little bit quicker.
I mean, a lot of question marks for me right now with this draft. But again, I'm very excited to see how this one pans out. Game number 1. Between Apex and IG. No early fights to happen. Just an even trade with bounties. 2 for 2. This mid lane is going to be pretty interesting as well. Like, you're going to have the mid ES against the mid Invoker, which it's not the funnest matchup for an Earth Spirit. But at the same time, we've seen how Earth Spirit mids do tend to deal with these kind of matchups. You just end up pushing the lane with Boulder Smash over and over again. And that way you don't really have to lane too much against the Invoker.
yeah, you at least dodge out. You can still get some farm and some EXP, although I would say if Wish is not able to secure enough creeps, again, later timing into Earn Spirit Vessel can feel a little bit rough for the Earth Spirit overall. I don't expect Emo to have too much trouble on mid. The first 2 levels for Invoker may be a little bit rougher, but beyond that, you should be feeling fine. You've got great support rotation potential from Ollie at the very least. Maybe the Tinker rotation not as impactful for Baboka early on. Certainly the Elder Titan can try to get things going for themselves here if need be on the mid lane. And we'll see how much Wish can get done. Emo just looking to get some free range harass. He does have Elitist on hand, so he's going to have some lifesteal sustain once Quas is up, a little bit more damage as well once he's got X Sword up and starts spamming spells around the map. And again, first 2 levels are maybe the opening for Wish. Not going to really try to attempt anything, of course, as he will just smash away in CS, but Emo is not going to be struggling as much as... he shouldn't be struggling as much as we saw him struggle yesterday.
Of course, looking at that top lane as well, like you've got Yamsung and Samson, Yamsun and Samson against Baboka and Zeal. That's a pretty strong lane, like the Drow Omni Knight, not to be underestimated, especially with all the slow potential you do get at level 3 in particular, can be very scary to have to lane against. Mind you, for now, Zeal and Baboka are having a pretty good old time, not really threatened too much at all. But I'd say the level 3 mark is when you start to get a little bit concerned if you are IG in this offlane. As Emo, already being chased here, John. Wish doesn't have any spells off cooldown. Go on.
Yeah, just a little bit of an opportunistic dive from Wish. I feel like it kind of goes both ways up top. Like, at the same time, trying to jump, say, Tinker once he's got Defense Matrix can be a little bit more annoying. Even just the laser for mischances can also be a little bit painful for Yamsun, as you already see him losing most of his HP. He's providing spacing out at the very least to farm. We're still seeing that pressure on mid, with Wish getting a few of those levels up. Level 3 does have a little bit more output, but again, threatening the Invoker at this point, not really going to pan out, and you are already seeing Emo just how far ahead he is. 12-2 already in CS, up against Wish at only 7-0. Not the best feelings in the world being a creep wave behind here for that Earth Spirit.
Well, he really hasn't abused the Boulder Smash too much so far, at the very least. He has been trying to lane. Emo obviously taking full advantage of the fact that he hasn't really been abusing this Q. What about that bottom lane? I mean, you got Fade and Bignum there against Fly and Ollie. It does feel like Fade should be okay to farm, but so should Fly. Like, this is probably one of those lanes where you're not going to see too many kills occurring.
No, I mean, there's maybe some sneaky plays you can do with, like, say, Cookie from a Wolf in the flank, but that's not something you necessarily expect to come out in this kind of lane. You're also giving just additional creeps for Ollie to play with his Astral Spirit, so there's a little bit more for Ollie to kind of right-click away with and try to trade out here. Provide that spacing for Fly. Overall, again, down the line, even the Luna can just clear out these Wolves anyhow, all the minions with the Glaives and just all her damage output. So I don't think it's too concerning at the very least for the laning phase here, unless, again, Bignum can kind of line up some shots, but easier said than done. You're more than comfy enough here for Fly to just build up, and this moderate pace isn't too bad, to be fair, for a Lycan. Again, you're just kind of sitting back, trying to get levels, work slowly towards your Dominator, and Dominator until the level 6 is your early spike. That could lead into a very nice connection down the line.
Mid lane, Wish gonna lose all his mana. Meanwhile, Yamsun and Baboka going out of the top lane. I'm surprised they're not choosing to get active against Baboka here. They're actually trying to get away, and Yamsun's just gonna die. The top lane has felt very defensive from Apex, because they hit a spike with their level 3, but they just do not even try to abuse it.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit interesting, because again, Baboka is just fairly annoying. You just pop March when you're committing onto him with the Drow, and that's enough to kind of zone out and provide him some healing as well. When you do decide to jump Zeal instead, he's a lot tankier, already has the Helm of Iron Will, and does go for the Boar build-up with the Wild Hunt facet on hand. So there's always something to kind of be concerned about in that lane. And in comparison to the minion lane down bot here for Fade, your clearing of the Boars and all of these units isn't as straightforward for good old Sammy. You have to commit a spell, it costs you a little bit more mana, and that just makes it a little bit more uncomfy to try to even out that lane pressure here.
both off-lane heroes as well, going for the Helm of the Dominator build-up. So I imagine Helm of the Overlords to come out, and we're going to have those Zooey kind of games between these two teams. Which is another reason why Apex Genesis may have decided for the Lycan last pick, just to be able to match the Beastmaster. But both sides definitely going for those kind of zoo itemization as top lane. They are going to make the jump onto Baboka now, and it should be a pretty easy kill. Baboka going to go down, Bignum to take the kill. Sammy standing well back by the tier 1 tower, just not feeling like he was too safe.
Yeah, it's a good rotation to get out some activity early on, relieve some of that pressure on Sammy, who's had a little bit of a slower start, especially in comparison to Flyfly. The 1v1 lane for Fade you're giving here is not the best thing in the world for the Lycan. Flyfly is more than happy to, again, just farm away, and that does allow him to get a bit of an early rotation into mid. Baboka is spotted out, though.
A Bignum to be fine. Baboka the one that should be in danger, but a nice stomp from Ollie going to put an end to all of this, and there will be no chase from Apex Genesis. They're going to let him walk away. I mean, Emo was there as well in case they needed it, but it seems like just with the Echo Stump of Ollie, it will be more than enough to not allow Apex to chase.
Yep. Again, you're kind of happy with the game state right now on the side of IG. You relieve potential pressure bot, you're making this lane hellish for Fade solo. He is still keeping up in CS, but Flyfly is just running away with a bot lane already. You're having a great time for Zeal up top, since the sports were forced to rotate into the mid for the rune. So the Beastmaster is still getting his own steady build up into that Dominator, and we do manage to get a swing around here from Ollie. A little bit deep, with a lot of creeps to protect Fade, but already some early poke onto that tier 1 just from Flyfly constantly shoving this wave in.
Well, the thing is, like, IG have won at least 2 out of the 3 lanes, and the last lane being the off lane, which is pretty even so far between the Drow and Beastmaster. But the mid lane and safe lane has been very, very good for IG, though I say that Emo's being jumped as we speak. He may just be going down there. The heals are coming in. Emo trying to survive, but will drop. And that's a very important kill to see here for the side of Apex. So I think Emo is just getting a little bit too far ahead. Ollie still being jumped by Wish as the Magnetize will continue. And that should mean Ollie is set to fall, but he'll try for a stomp. But the Magnetize will get the job done from Wish. A very nice set of kills here in the mid lane for Apex.
And they're starting to play off that momentum that, again, we mentioned in the draft. They do need to tempo themselves around this Earth Spirit. Wish has 2 Earn Chargers off the back of those sets of kills, been reapplying them, is going to have a nice ride now into that Spirit Vessel. And for the Invoker, it does take some time for you to kind of feel good in terms of just your output. Like the Witchblade kind of has to kick in. Still a ways off from that one. Early rotation already to up top here for Flyfly, contesting the stacks. And they will cut Sammy away from this flash farm. Just snag it away, or at least snag some of it away. And apply pressure now onto that top tier 1 as well. Which, again, with a Beastmaster on hand, with the Dominator already up here for Zeal, it shouldn't take too long. Of course, Fade will try to replicate that down bot. Maybe a slightly slower process for him with the Dominator still yet to fly out.
It's just on the courier, but it is certainly slower, and Baboka is going to be able to TP down and just defend the tier 1 tower pretty much on his own. Much of the machine spam can be committed, and when he feels like it, that is. And oh, Fade, he's just going to continue securing farm for now. I mean, the thing with Lycan as well, you are going to have a lot of solo pick-off potential once you do have the Helm of the Dom up, and especially once you have the Helm of the Overlord up. So I don't mind Fade taking maybe a little bit of a slower game as Baboka will get jumped by Wish. Wish has been very active for the last minute or so, and it is certainly paying off, as they will kill off Baboka once again.
Yeah. Nice little pickup again for the Earth Spirit to keep trying to snowball away. However, that does expose mid. Zeal just gets the rotation back in, has the 2 Boars, has 1 Centaur creep. Not going to take too long to just wipe this objective. I don't see a great contest coming out from Apex. Magnetize utilized from Wish for that kill down bot, so they just have to sit back and watch their towers fall. The map control here from IG is still in a very happy spot. And bot's just shoving in, but Baboka's just going to spawn back in, just march it up. And again, this is what Tinker does best. If you can hug onto these tier 1s for long, you're going to be happy.
Mid lane, they might try on to Emo, but Wish has lost all his mana to the EMP. Is now Baboka going to try and go through the twin gates and will make it. Fade popping the shapeshift, but it won't matter. So he had no way to stun up the Tinker. Baboka's actually going to go right back through the twin gates now and get back to defending the tier 1 tower. This mid lane, They'll try to jump Yamsun. Yamsun going to make it a little bit challenging with the rappel up, though it does eventually come off. Still running, but he is underneath vision, so they will land the tornado eventually, and Yamsun will die to Ollie with the Astral Spirit to come in. And so IG, and not to be outdone, I mean, they got those early tier 1 towers. They're getting very active with their ganks, and well, I can't say too much the same for Apex. The Baboka is currently dying to Wolves. He might just be dead, in fact, to Fade, because he can just get the creeps to chase him. Baboka, now completely trapped in the tree line, will go down. But Sammy will also die to Zeal. In the meantime, Emo going to TP down to the bot lane, but the kisses are incoming. Emo, still alive, will try to fight back as Flyfly will also join in. Fade trying to find a way out, but does get put to sleep by Ollie. Emo, though, still dropping low, but now, yeah, he does go down. But Fade will drop to Buddhas. Now here comes Wish. Magnetize out. Flyfly dropping low. Should go down. The block from Ollie on the roll, but it won't matter. Flyfly will drop as now Apex looking for more, and they'll get it. Ollie does drop. And I'll tell you what, I mean, Wish is the one saving grace right now for Apex. Constantly finding all the kills, and he might just have Baboka again. He's a bit low on mana, though. He won't bother.
Yeah, just a tad bit too low. No Magnetize as well to just secure that kill, of course, popping it in the wider team fight. For IG, I mean, it's a costly defense. 4-for-3 trade in favor of Apex. You do manage to, again, get all of that gold onto Witch, so the Spirit Vessel is flying in, but the Tier 1 still stands. I mean, they understand what they have to do with a Stinker, right? Like, holding on to this Tier 1 is paramount, and it does also slow down the pacing of Fade. He can't just invade the jungle as often as he'd want. He can't just hug that area safely. There's always a nice forward teleportation spot here for IG. Inside of Apex, again, losing their own Tier 1's not the best feeling in the world, just less secure in their own jungle, although IG hasn't really ventured too far out just yet, outside of that one movement earlier towards the mid-top jungle area. 5-8 kill lead coming out for Apex, but the game state still feels like it's in a pretty decent spot for IG. You are getting most of your investment on Fade, again, being left solo for the most part down bot, eventually finding that Tier 1 tower, and is very close to that full Helm of the Overlord. So you will have a lot of shenanigans with the Shapeshift coming out now, with a full assembly ready. Fade just keeping it locked until he sees what's on hand here, and does have a stack. There's a bit of a Ancient Black Dragon, if he so wishes, to keep that farm pace up. That is one thing that's highly effective for the Lycan at the very least with his facet. With Pack Leader up, there is a lot of damage that can come online. You just need to find that squishy backline, and your best target is always going to be Baboka. Defensive tools for Baboka, Defense Matrix is not enough to save you. Maybe if you have Warp Flare, you can kind of try to buy yourself space, but the Horde will still try to catch you out. So that's going to be your nice, easy target every time.
I love the smoke immediately off the Helm of the Overlord pickup from Fade. They've been really waiting for this, and it is going to be very scary, because even Emo on the Invoker, like, unless he gets a Ghost Walk off, it's going to be pretty hard to get away from all these units once the Shapeshift has been committed. And, well, they're going to jump in. Ollie does get rolled on by Wish. A nice target to start on. TPs are incoming. I don't know if they really want to take this fight, though. IG, they'll lose Ollie. That's the start. Emo being targeted by this Ancient Black Dragon, but they don't want to dive past the Tier 2 towers, though Wish now getting jumped. He will need some help. They'll jump in and just soak up some of the Sunstrike here for Wish. They'll even pop the Guardian Angel of Yamsun to really ensure he gets out just fine. And that he will. But that's all they really get out of this. No Tier 1 tower, just a kill onto Ollie.
Does force out the Roar and the Eclipse. Massive commitment out from IG as well, and trying to find that opportunity onto Wish. Great patience out from Flyfly and from Zeal, just standing in the high ground, looking for that roll to be casted, stunning him mid-roll. Try to get that control off, but just not enough. Emo's still hanging here.
Oh, that's a very aggressive position for Emo. TP's incoming to help, and Ollie may just save the day, but no, he's still dying to the Spirit Vessel and the Kisses, and now Baboka, who also rotated to help out, will go down. Oh, this is getting very concerning now if you're IG. Things are getting very hot here for Apex, and I mean, they're well within their spike now. This is when you've got to really avoid any fights with this dire team.
And you do just need to dodge out, build up some more on your Luna. Not quite at the end state yet for this hero. You do need some recovery to come out for Zeal. Just the Witchblade alone isn't going to cut it. You have level 1 Exort, not the most spell amp as well, to try to play off of that Witchblade and right-click damage. So you do need time on the side of IG, and this is when Apex needs to kind of just run down. Like they've got early damage lined up from Fade. He's working onto a very fast Nullifier here as well. Just try to take off the defense matrix every time it flies on. It's going to take away some big saves for the side of IG that they're very reliant on at the moment. Again, a bit surprising from IG. Like, after that big scuffle on mid, they should have known. They didn't see anyone low. They popped all their spells. Apex Genesis was still in a very good spot to just continue that push.
Oh, here we go. Fade's doing something a little bit cheeky here with Bignum. Fly being watched by the Wolves. Cookie's going to land. They'll just send the units in, and you can see how much damage they deal. In fact, Fly's just going to TP out. He's all right. If Fade had popped Shapeshift and got the crits off, that could have made all the difference.
Yeah. And Fly just gonna have to watch himself every single time. Again, like you mentioned, Fade is a Lycan specialist. He is scouting nicely with the Wolves and just pressuring onto IG, even with just the summons overall. Fly. Not gonna be feeling safe in that bot jungle. Might even Tinkler's Vision. It's just, again, straight up Wolves here. From the side of Apex, much harder to clear out. IG, for their part, what timings are we looking for? Again, Overlord's been up from Zeal for a while. He does have his...
Zeal, he's going to get dumped. Wish will miss the initial roll, but gets the silence off into the boulder smash, and Zeal, he's dropping. That Spirit Vessel doing a lot of work, as now the kisses do come in. Zeal trying to run, but cannot make it. The defense matrix comes in, and he does get healed up. Just barely, Zeal will make it out. Still, Wish will continue chasing now with the Magnetize still going onto Baboka. He can continue to spread it. And he will try, but he's being controlled up here by Emo. Almost out of mana. Meanwhile, Yamson about to go down, but gets the Guardian Angel off in time. It still will drop as now Wish. He's back in again. What a boulder smash. Wish, he'll take down Emo. And Ollie's in trouble. Ollie will be chased by the Wolves of Fade and does go down. A beautiful reinitiation here from Wish. And Apex again, this is not the time to fight this dire team. They are looking a bit too strong right now.
That they are. They need their defensive tools to be up first on the side of IG. And we're a long ways off from any of that coming online. You've got Vlad's lined up for Zeal. You still have to finish up your 4-staff here on Emo. The Manta is at least done on Fly, but it's just not going to cut it with all of the ways they can angle in and just try to chain control off the back of Wish here. Roche going to be taken out by the side of Apex. Nice, quick, and easy here. No threat from the side of IG, although IG will scout. They are close enough to try to force something, but not looking to commit.
Sammy?
Not quite.
He's got the Aegis on Sammy. I was a little bit afraid we might have seen something a little bit silly happen again because he had the Aegis on the deck for quite a while, but he does pick it up safely. Had to put the item, outside of the backpack for a bit. Not to be outdone though, IG still pushing out multiple lanes here, and obviously this is the way to just ensure that Apex can't really do much with their Aegis, is just keep the lanes pushed in and force them to defend over and over again. For now though, the only lane that's really deep is probably the mid lane, where you are seeing the creeps by the tier 2 tower. Wish will go ahead and take care of it, and I wouldn't blame Apex for just smoking up again. If they have any available, it just seems like the best play they can make right now. Just keep fighting.
And they kind of have to. Again, there's a tipping point where it can get a little bit scary. Like, Wish is just completely taken away once BKBs start to form up, if that's item prioritization here for IG. Your scaling for Drow versus Luna is very interesting. Again, there is range advantage for the Drow, but once someone's top of that Drow, the Luna doesn't feel too bad. Gap closing in, just getting her superior right click, which isn't limited by enemies close by you. They are scouting around though, and again, aggressive positioning still out. They're not going to be able to catch out Baboka this time. But they are sticking as a unit. This is cutting into some efficiency in farming. Again, despite all these kills, and despite the Aegis, they don't really have a net worth lead to speak of on Apex. So it doesn't quite feel like they're getting enough out from this momentum just yet. IG, they're still finding farm overall.
But they are. So the attempt at the gank here from Apex not really going to work out, and IG will be more than happy to just sit back and relax. Fade does have that nullifier up, by the way, so, you know, I would have loved to try and make use of that nullifier immediately, but for now, back to the farm game for the Lycan. I wonder what kind of itemization he's looking for now as well. Like, now that you've got the nullifier up, what's the idea for Fade? Like, do you build into like AC or something like that? You know, just to help out the team a little bit. Maybe just go for a BKB on your own accord if you feel like you need it. Well, it looks like the answer is going to be shards for now.
Yeah, just keep constant wave pressure in. Something that we used to see out from Lycan. The shard pickup does do a lot of work in just ensuring someone's going to have to respond at some point. At the very least, you will still be able to get your Tormentor here on the side of IG. Free shard for Baboka. So the Warp Flare is up for a little bit of save from the chase down. Mind you, again, the Creep Army is not going to care for that. You can only Warp Flare one thing away. So you can still try to burst down this Tinker. He is starting to heal like a ton more though. Holy Lock it up. You've got the double null, which isn't as much int, but still helps in trying to get that lower cooldown reduction here for sure. It's not going to be as silly for the support Tinker with the Nullifier nerf, Null Talisman nerf. It does feel like this is probably the most impacted hero by the Null Talisman change, as it was his free stat right to his full max CD reduction.
Well, that's unfortunate. Not really though. I mean, it is Tinker. Who cares? Nobody cares.
No.
Apex Genesis. Bottom T2 tower to be taken. Update to the question I had previously, by the way. We are seeing Fade build into a BKB into an Assault Cuirass, so nothing's changed too much here with this hero. Meanwhile, on the side of IG, I mean, you are obviously seeing Fly now look to build towards Akanda, so it's the pretty standard Luna build-up that we're used to seeing. Emo trying to go for a BKB of his own now. There is going to be a smoke from Apex Genesis, but also a smoke from IG, and they're going right to the twin gates. Fly's going right through them as well. Oh, Wish comes through! Fly! Oh, the timing! Fly gets big, they'll lose Ollie, but Boka's still trapped here by himself, but Fly's going to come right back through and help out. They'll go after Yamson, they'll secure that kill, but now Baboka still dropping low, tries to heal up and will do so, but the Magnetize still being refreshed by Wish. They'll keep it up on Fly to boot, but it seems like Apex do not want the fight. And IG, they'll lose one, but they'll claim two.
I'm more than happy with that trade. Bignum alone as a solo kill for Fly is a huge boon in gold. Nakonda now just one part away, just lacking that recipe for Fly off the back of that kill. And again, for Apex, just unfortunate timing. It just felt like both sides thought no one was going through the gate. They were just seeing both of them just channel in. And, well, they get the bigger pick-off on the side of IG, unfortunately. Just rough timing. If you had your Snapfire go in first, perhaps, managed to cookie around, managed to maybe Scatter Blast instead of solo dying to Fly, could have been a different story here for Apex. But IG, again, staying in the game. 1k net worth advantage going their way, even though it's 8-14. And that tempo from Apex, since taking Aegis, it has felt like it's slowing down a bit. And at this point, maybe you just kind of wait out this BKB for Fade and the BKB for Wish, as that will force a pretty tough call from Zeal as to who is going to be prioritized through the debuff immunity. That's our only way of really contending with the nuisances coming out here from Apex. It's only Roar. So once double BKBs are up, I think that's when the tempo kicks back in here for Apex for sure. And it's just going to take a little bit more time to get that done. Just need to be a bit patient. Roche still 2 minutes away as well until we see that timer. Should align with that double BKB timing. And that's where the fights start to get interesting. Whether or not you have enough on IG to pierce through the BKBs, whether or not you even have those same BKB timings lined up here for IG is also a very different question entirely, as at the very least Emo should have his BKB, but whether or not Fly manages to find that timing in the next 2 minutes is maybe a bit of a different question, depending if they can pressure him.
Top lane, I mean, they do have an option to go after Emo. Emo not really showing, but Wish knows he's there because he was farming a creep wave, and Wish going to show himself now on a raiding creep wave. So Emo should know to back off, but throws a Rogue Tornado out. Wish gonna pop the Invis rune and run. Meanwhile, Sammy and Yamsun right around the corner, but with the way Emo's playing, you'd assume his team's behind him, and of course Apex, they will retreat. They're not looking for a fight where they're completely blind. And IG, they're just playing the farm game, which is pretty standard with their draft. There's just no reason for them to try and rush this game themselves. So they'll happily continue working towards some more big items. And as you just saw, the Guardian Greaves now fully available on Baboka, which is going to make life even more annoying for Apex now. BKB coming up very soon on Fly. And Apex, yeah, they've kind of come to a complete stop here.
Yeah, again, since taking that Aegis, you just haven't been able to play up-tempo since then. And they're needing to wait for their own BKBs, allowing IG to farm into that same timing. Smoke out now from IG with the double BKBs set to go, or at least the one BKB on Emo more than enough for the Invoker to be a nuisance here.
Wish just picked up his own BKB though, and I don't think they know about it quite yet. Emo will break his smoke, so will Fly, and they'll see the Earth Spirit, but he can always BKB through this if necessary. Still, he'll wait for the repel instead. So that's your initiation, just kind of going down the toilet for IG. They still have some decent vision around that area, but it won't really matter. I think IG are kind of spooked out. And they might just, again, go back to the drawing board. Maybe wait for another day to force a fight. But again, the vision's still there. They can see Sammy Boy as we speak.
Good scouting out by Ollie. I think it's a little bit risky without Ollie.
He found Ollie himself. Ollie not going to be able to survive as the units are right on top and the kisses will come flying in. Though I say he's not able to survive, he's still healing up through this. And it seems like Wish is going to refresh the Magnetize one more time, and that may actually be enough, but not quite. It's this damn Tinker. Not going to allow the death of Ollie.
Defense Matrix is a great spell. Spam it out. That's 2 commitments out. Magnetize down along with Kisses. Not the longest cooldown in Magnetize, a little bit longer on the Kisses, so maybe an opportunity for IG. If this BKB timing for Fly lines up, again, you are already at your own BKB timings for Apex. It's up for Fade, and again, fully up for Wish as well. And only Sammy kind of not going that route. He's been far back enough that it doesn't feel necessary for the Drow anyhow. Roche in a minute and a half. IG already starting to set up in that top area. They do have vision set up now as well. Inside of Apex, I mean, if they want to keep that tempo, they've got to be able to jump in here. Smoke out from IG.
Bit of a shame for IG because it's a slow Roshan timer. So the cooldowns that were expended by Apex, they're going to be back up and ready whenever Roshan is up. In fact, they'll be ready much before that. So Apex almost ready to take a fight again. They'll have Magnetize in a second. Kisses up in 20 seconds or so. They'll reveal themselves in that top creep wave, just trying to force it out. Fly does also reveal himself, but that's not exactly the target you want to jump first, as Wish will get hit by a tornado. Yamsun is behind him, ready to help out, but the roll does get cancelled. Wish is taking a fair bit of damage, and he's almost dead. But he'll survive. Just barely. Roshan's still 30 seconds away. Gets a shield room for himself now before the Roshan. Smoke up from Apex Genesis. They'll run through the river up the top lane. They'll see Fly farming the area, but they, again, don't really want to jump the Luna first. She's a bit of a hard target to burst down with the BKB up. Wrap around the Roshan pit. Roshan up in 3 seconds now. And there's Roshan. Roll in, Wish, he's found Emo. They'll start with the Invoker, and it'll be a great target if they can burst him down. In fact, they'll turn their attention onto Baboka. They want to get rid of that pesky Tinker, and Baboka is down. A great start for Apex. No buyback on Baboka. Eclipse committed from Fly, but on an illusion, and Sammy will hand the tip over. A bit of a bait play for Sammy, and now they can take the fight. Fly, do you really want to stick around? They're going to try and force the fight with the roar out, and now the Chaos Meter to jump in, but Fly pops the BKB. Bignum is down. Sammy is low.
Sammy?
Emo is chasing. Sammy, he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. Sammy is...
Sammy.
well.
Lord.
Well, IG will clean up. Tinker or no Tinker, they'll catch the Drow Ranger, and Sammy will fall. And now Roshan will go the way of IG.
I mean, it's a nice sneaky play from Sammy, a nice sneaky play from Apex overall. That long flank from Fade, stolen smoke, ran in behind the pit, isolating Baboka, was quite nice. It's just that he had to pop Shapeshift very early. BKBs were on from the side of IG at release for Emo up front. You did manage to hold on to your BKB for Fly, and that just allowed to re-engage, right? Like that initial jump in from Wish counteracted by all of the spell debuff immunity, and it just made it challenging for Apex. That's how they've been winning these fights. Like, yes, the physical damage of Fade is nice, the physical output of your Drow is nice, but when it comes down to it, all of this has been off the back of Wish. Rolling in, ensuring the Invoker can't cast any spells. That's not the same fight we saw here.
It was not, no. Now, Ollie's been doing some fantastic work as well, just making it borderline impossible to follow up with these kills with these Echo Stomps. In fact, that last fight where they did pick off Baboka, Ollie just Echo Stomped the Ancient Creep that Fade had, and that just meant Fade couldn't really keep going because the Creep was asleep. A lot of his power just wasn't there, and it allowed the Wolf form and the BKB to run out without too much more action happening for Fade. So very problematic against this this ET rather, the Elder Titan. Ollie's been doing some fantastic work. And now, of course, IG, they'll take a very easy bottom tier 1 tower. And they might just stick around for the tier 2 while they're at it. I do not believe Fly is very afraid.
It's certainly not. Has the BKB off cooldown, has the Manta to save as well from the initial jump in. If you can get that timing right. Still has the Aegis for 3.5 minutes, lots of time left, and no problems here for the side of IG. Only one outer tower left for the side of Apex, in stark contrast to what happened when Apex had Aegis. Right? They opted to just play the farm game, try to hit their own BKB timings. IG were also just working into those BKB timings, and when it comes down to it, you have more ways to deal with debuff immunity on the side of IG, just purely off of just zeal. Right? The roar alone kind of makes it so that it's easier for IG to play into this initial timing. Already forced to use the Fortify on the tier 3, and that leaves an opening for the tier 2 with no fort issues whatsoever, and the re-engage onto the high ground until you take the racks. So we have a lot of time to just do what you want here on the side of IG if they want to siege.
Wish?
You managed to get a split push going with Fade at least.
Looks like they're going to smoke up perhaps here, Apex Genesis. Or they're just remaining grouped up perhaps, but again, I don't think they can afford to play too slow of a game against IG. Fly now has a full Skadi available. T2 tower push is incoming by IG, and keep in mind, Fly has Aegis for another 2 minutes 20 seconds, so plenty of time to go high ground if IG want to try. They'll take the tier 2. Let's wait out the creep wave and see if they want to go again. And the high ground attempt is still relatively scary against Apex Genesis, and Fly decides better of it. He'll go through the bottom lane, where the tier 3 tower is already very low, and now it looks like it's just dead. Roll in. Wish. Oh, nice Manta dodge from Fly. He'll still get kicked back though. Fly running. Vessel is placed on him. Wish continuing to chase, but there's really no backup for him. He needs to get the hell out, but the roar is there. Still will lock down the Earth Spirit. They'll try to help out with the repel. In fact, it's going to be enough. Wish will make it out. They do also halt the push of IG. Wish will continue to refresh the Magnetize the best he can. And all they've lost is the tier 3 tower. They have not lost any barracks quite yet. The issue is IG have reset and they're going again.
Yeah, I mean, you had to pop Kisses, you had to pop Magnetize, even Shapeshift still down for Fade. So you are just free to go for Fly. He didn't have to pop his BKB, you did have to utilize Roar, but not the end of the world. Going through that debuff immunity from Wish to cut off that aggression. They clean up one racks, and Fly, still a minute in the Aegis, will just try to go for another.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't really feel like Sammy's doing any damage here on the Drow Ranger either. Like, every time he hits somebody, it's just not very impressive at all. Multiple hits on Fly, just doing no damage. And, well, at the very least, Fade has been a bit of a nuisance trying to creep skip here with these wolves. He does lose his ancient creep though, sadly. Emo will happily take a plus 250 for himself. It looks like Fade has the idea to just continue creep skipping and making this push as hard as humanly possible for IG. But IG, not to be dissuaded, will go in once again. Flyfly now taking quite a bit of damage here from Sammy, but he will be having his Aegis expire in 1 second, so does choose to back off. And now buys out a Blink instead. So looking for the Swift Blink build-up on the Luna, and that is certainly going to make life a living hell for Sammy, who's probably not going to be able to avoid the Blink Eclipse that will be coming.
Yeah, it's going to be painful for Sammy. I mean, at least he has his Hurricane Pike to try to get out of dodge. So there is that tool, at the very least, maybe a pullback as well down the line here from Wish. But you were saying earlier whether or not Apex have lost their tempo. I feel like since Aegis they have. Like since that Roche fight that they took where they won, had Aegis just opted to farm, that was their key timing. To pressure onto the high ground, pressure these tier 2s, shut down the map, prevent IG from playing efficiently across the map and scaling up. And that timing is kind of out the window with all of these BKBs up. You're at the point where you actually kind of have to bank on Fade and Sammy to just try to out-damage them and play around Guardian Angel and Repel more often than not, which is easier said than done with how IG's been playing this one.
Roll forward, Wish. Oh, that's a bit of an awkward situation now for Wish. I mean, he's looking for some kickback plays, but it's not too easy as an Earth Spirit, and well, even then the kick range is not huge either. Not like you have the Ags up to really get a nice kickoff, but of course IG at a stage now where they understand they're the much stronger team. There is going to be a 5-man smoke though, Apex. They do not really want to force the fight high ground, I do not believe. Maybe looking for a surprise initiation. They'll sneak up from behind. Sammy will stay on the high ground. They'll get some D-wards off here with Bignum. Fade and Wish looking to try and move him from the back. They'll see Flyfly, but he's not an easy target. They'll leave him alone. And it is very hard to know how this initiation's even going to happen from Apex Genesis. So you are at the stage where Flyfly can just turn around with his BKB and just wipe the whole team.
Pretty much. It just kind of boils down to this draft. It's all the pressure in the world on Wish. It's the Earth Spirit that has to do everything to open up these fights for Apex, and we've seen him try. It just feels impossible from the high ground. He will get the kickback now, though.
It's a kickback, but you've got 4 staffs ready whenever. I mean, Babe, he's popped the wolf form. They want to try. This is the fight they're going to give a crack at him, but Boca is dropping and does go down onto Flyfly. They'll try now, but Flyfly running with his BKB. The thing is, it is about to wear off, so Wish will roll in, and Earthsplitter is going to connect on 2. They're still trying, but Emo with the Chaos Meteor, wiping out 2 of them. Sammy's on the run. So is Fade. They are not looking too happy here as Emo continues to chase them down. Lands a tornado on Sammy, but Sammy's looking for the fight back now against Emo, and they'll find him. A couple buybacks committed here by Apex Genesis. The buybacks, they're not going to mean too much, but they have somewhat defended once again.
That they have. A little bit messier than you'd like it to be, considering it costs you 2 buybacks. You get some punishment out onto Emo, who does go a little bit further in comparison to Flyfly and Zeal already on the retreat. Maybe just, again, angling for an opportunistic kill on Sammy, but the save coming out from Yamson's buyback does give enough HP to last through. This is buying time for Apex. Again, we're at the point where you're more reliant now on just outright trying to scale on this Lycan, on this Drow. Damage is starting to pump up now for Sammy, is going for the Daedalus into Butterfly. And once that's up, you can just rip this Luna to shreds, and the range is going to be an issue. But Swift Blink already fully done on Flyfly, so he can't just blink on top and force the Hurricane Pike maybe a little bit quicker than you'd like it to be. You'd like it to be here for yourself and the Drow. 5k lead still standing for IG. Next Roshan in a minute 40. Apex can now set up in that area themselves, so they have the at least the lane shove advantage for the moment. An amp damage rune up for a minute longer here as well, but no one's scouting it out. Smoke out from IG a little bit early here in anticipation of Roshan.
Still a minute and a half away. Roshan not spawning early at all this game. Blink bought out from Yamson, so I suppose he just wants to be able to close the gap if he does need to save his teammates, and well, that's fair enough. Still both sides grouped up. The smoke has not amounted to much quite yet, but they still do have time. Flyfly has plenty of time for the amp damage rune as well, so this could be a devastating fight for Apex to try and take. They will see the amp damage, and that'll allow them to to retreat and just wait that one out, because you certainly don't want to have to fight into that. Now, Roshan's still 45 seconds away from respawning, but Apex, they have a mid lane to try and deal with. And so instead, they are going to be forced to just retreat and defend.
Yeah. Roshan spawn time is going to be daytime as well down bot, so you've got the advantage back on IG's way. No vision setup, but the creep advantage is certainly going to be a bit revealing here for Apex to try to make that jump down. Rosh shouldn't take too long as well once it is up and running. Are seeing still the shove mid from Fade, but you always have Baboka at least to clear out these creep waves, so the Tinker to deal with the Lycan is a very nice solution already. You already have the blink up for Baboka as well. You can just kind of be out of any risky position on that TP and to clear out creep waves. We do see the shove back on that bot lane, and Rosh scan will connect, so they know Roshan is going to be the one, but again, with all the sentries down, the scouting from Fade isn't going to be as effective here.
They're around. Apex, they want to fight. Roshan is up. But there's a refresher shard sitting on that Roshan, as well as the Roshan banner, Aegis, and Cheese. So they do not want to allow it to go for free, and quite frankly, I don't think Apex can really afford to lose this next Roshan. But Baboka's being very annoying, just split pushing the mid lane constantly. If you're going to fight, you're going to have to do it very soon, because this mid lane is going to be hitting your barracks once again in just a moment. Still trying to be very patient about this. We shall start to move in. Smoke from Fade.
Sammy? That's very forward.
Sammy? Oh, he's very far forward, but he does get forced off that. It's Fade. He's going to pop the wolf form. They'll go for a chase, but they're trying onto Zeal. He's not exactly a squishy target here for Fade, so Fade's really out of options. He'll just run around, continuing to look for Baboka, but Baboka is well and truly hidden behind the Roshan pit and protected by IG. It's like 3 bodyguards around Baboka just to ensure he cannot get caught by this Lycan. And I think Apex, they've just given up now on the Roshan attempts.
Yeah.
And they have.
I mean, again, they had a decent enough angle. Sammy takes the shortcut in. Fly is just standing on ramp, and that's enough to just ensure that a lot of their DPS is gone. You get cut off on that lower ramp as well. Position from IG just too clean. It's a rough position for Apex to try to force the movement in. Again, no vision. The new sentries were around. Hard to scout around with the wolves. And they lose their chance. Still a very even game in terms of net worth, but the map stays certainly in IG's favor. When the secondary life back up for Fly, they just need to throw some bodies and try to clear out the last few racks. The melee mid and the entire set up top. Not much left for the side of Apex.
Certainly not. You just gotta hope for a miracle on your high ground. You gotta hope that IG makes some mistakes if you are Apex right now. I mean, Sammy does almost have a butterfly up. Like, he is starting to hit very hard. Also has a Daedalus available on the Drow. The Drow Ranger starting to become somewhat of a problem if she's allowed to just hit people, but that's kind of the issue. Is IG have no intention of allowing him to just stand there and hit you. So now the butterfly up. No buyback available here for Sammy Boy. Smoke up from IG, right behind Fly. Emo's holding onto the refresher and the cheese. So this Invoker could be very, very challenging to deal with this next fight. And we've seen Emo, if he gets the right spells off, it can be quite devastating. Fly, gonna get jumped by Wish. Into the kickback. Fly. Already losing half his HP here to Sammy. Might just lose the Aegis straight off the bat. In fact, there was a crit to come in, but the heals are out. Fly will protect the Aegis, but here comes Fade. He's having none of it. That's the Aegis down. Sammy also almost dies, but he will barely make it out. Onto the Ancient they'll go. Zeal, he's looking for Aurora attempt. The repel was there to save. In comes Fly now with the Eclipse, but no, it's just the Lucid Beam for now. Eclipse eventually committed, but Fly, is he too deep? Fade, he's going to move in. Wish, he was looking for a kickback, but the BKB was still going. So Sammy gonna try, Roland is there, Flyfly in huge trouble right now, needs to continue running. Sammy, he'll turn his attention onto Zill, who's looking for a roll round on the Beastmaster. He'll commit it onto the Earth Spirit, but Zill is down. Emo getting shredded, he'll get the cheese off in time though. Sammy gets blown up by Flyfly. Oh boy. Emo, I think, may have handed the refresher shard over to Flyfly mid-team fight. A secondary eclipse coming out. And in fact, that was the case. Sammy just not anticipating the secondary eclipse, and it does cost him his own life. No buyback available.
Yeah, a lot of sick plays from IG. These Manta dodges from Flyfly perfection, especially as his BKB was ending the first time from that roll-in from Wish, allowing the Flyfly to just stand his ground, get everything he'd need from his Tinker in terms of healing back up. And Apex Genesis, without Sammy, that's a lot of their damage cut off. They at least have Shapeshift ready to go once more, but without that Drow, it does feel like that damage is lacking. It just doesn't take that much time for Flyfly with Alacrity to rip through everything on the high ground, everything in that base.
Yeah, they're going to try with their Snapfire, but there's no chance in hell. GG will be called here by Sammy, and that'll be game one. Going the way of IG is... Well, Apex, you did see a couple moments there where they were starting to look quite strong, but the game indefinitely slows down into the mid-game, and that did kind of cost them here as IG just had infinite space to get this farm up and allow Flyfly to become a huge problem. The game was closer than I would have expected, though, I'll be frank, Jonathan. I was expecting maybe a bit more of a one-sided game from IG, but it still felt relatively close between these two teams.
Yeah, it's much closer than you'd expect. Again, that early tempo was coming out there for Apex. It did feel like they fixed some of their issues in the laning phase. They come out with pretty nice, strong lanes. IG still had maybe a bit of a slower start than you'd like to see coming out. Although at the very least in terms of creep score, they were doing quite fine on IG's end. But this timing coming out from Apex, really off the back of Wish. Him on this Earth Spirit with a Stepping Stone, getting all of these constant reapplies of the Magnetize, ensuring that the chase downs could just keep going on and on and on, did provide all of this early openings out for Apex. It really just went southbound, even before this fight. Like, this fight is the one big fight for IG after that first stages, where it really started to clean up these BKB timings and IG showed up. But really for Apex, it's when they just sat on the first stages anyhow. They just sat still on that big advantage. They didn't pressure the tier 1 top. They didn't pressure any tier 2s. They didn't shut down the map to prevent IG from farming up. Instead, they played their own farm game, trying to work into their own BKB timings, and that just cost them. Right? Like, we saw it in that Roche fight. We see it elsewhere as well. The coordination coming out from IG starting to shine a little bit better in this day. The refresh shard being passed along. The Manta dodges out from Flyfly. Everything just kind of lining up, and Apex, again, this draft just gets so hard to play as the game scales on. I think that was the big issue here. They needed to kind of try to close it out, or at least pressure to close out and shut down the map off the back of that first Aegis, but they just kind of default back to farming. Maybe a symptom of playing in NA for so long. I'm sure they've been scrimming against Europe recently, though, as most NA teams just tend to do that nowadays, but some of those holdovers from what we've seen in the old NA DPC might still kind of hanging in here for Apex.
No, I want to give props here to IG, in particular to Ollie. I think Ollie was doing fantastic work on that Elder Titan. It was a very smart choice to last pick that Elder Titan, I'll say, John, because it really did put an end to the kind of push style that they really wanted to go for. Like, just multiple fights where half your team was just asleep for 5 seconds and there's just not much you could have done. And I do think Ollie probably deserves a standout play here, Jonathan. He was a real nuisance. Very annoying for sure in this game one.
That he was. Like, maybe not showing up in as much in the laning phase really once these fights were breaking out. That Stomp, just having a way of their own way of scouting forward as well here for the side of IG. Like, kind of the same idea that Fade was doing with his Wolves. You can kind of toss that Spirit around, check if anyone's in the tree line. And that kind of lined up as well for that bot Roche fight. They got a little bit of a poke early on, so they had a general idea to position their IG for Flyfly to hold that ramp position. And just, heads up plays overall from Ollie, but the rest of IG as well just played spectacularly in that first match.
Yeah, they certainly did. We'll head off to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between IG and Apex Genesis.
The Wallachia magic has come into the studio and has mixed up 3 spells, and I'm here with Supreme to decipher these codes and find out which 3 spells are hidden inside this one description. Supreme, we're going to give you a description of a spell, but it's actually 3 spells merged into one, and you've got to tell me what it is. So, to start with, we've got the Fog is Coming. Creates a cloud anywhere on the map which reveals a zombie that chases down any hero that casts a spell in the vicinity of the cloud formation and damage them based on the mana they used to cast their spells. So, immediately, do you get any ideas on what spells could be in there?
I think it has to be like Ricky Smoke Screen maybe for the cloud.
Okay, that makes sense.
Maybe Underlord would be for the global part.
Okay, interesting.
And
anywhere on the map, yeah.
Damage based on mana has to be anti-mage ulti.
Anti-mage ulti. All right, well, we can have a look at the icon as well.
Okay.
Which, does that give you any help at all?
Doesn't help much.
It doesn't, does it? Maybe some colors in there or something? No? Okay, so you're sticking with
I'm sticking with my
those 3?
answer.
All right, let's have a look. Tombstone, Netherward, and Nimbus. So,
Close.
I mean, yeah, sort of close, never mind. Let's go on to the next one. Curse of the Cheap Fish Oil. And keep in mind, I don't think the titles have anything to do with the descriptions.
Okay.
Slam your fish onto the ground, reducing enemy movement speed by 30%, granting you true sight and splattering each enemy in a 500 AoE for 4 seconds, having them suffer the effects of your fish skin. If trees are in the area, enemies are slowed for 7% per tree and cursed by the old gods.
Okay, so it has to be Fury and Sharp.
Yep.
One of
Curse
them,
the
I
Old
think.
Growth. Yeah, that seems like a good guess.
The fish part, I would guess the Lion Hex.
The Lion Hex, interesting. Okay, shall we have a look at the icon and just see if that gives us any...
Yeah. Okay, the icons don't really help.
They don't, do
So-
they? They don't look pretty either. So, you think you've gone with Curse of the Old Growth, Hex from Lion.
And
you need
second
one
spell,
more.
I mean the last spell, I would say Sladder Stun maybe?
Sladder
it's AoE stun.
Okay,
Also-
alright, Slithering Crush. Let's have a look. We have Nosedive from Viper, Curse of the Old Growth, there you go, got one, and Fish Bait.
Okay, I got one. I'm improving now.
Yes, yeah, 1 out of 3, let's go. By the end of this, we'll be flying. Let's get the next one up. 1-star Uber. Opens 2 portals, I think we know that, which instantaneously swaps positions of heroes that enter them with each other. After entering the portal, heroes' positions are marked, and after several seconds, they return to the position they started in. Enemy units take damage when swapped, and allies gain a damage barrier after channeling the portal for 3.5 seconds.
Okay, so I think it's gonna be Underlord ulti again.
Yep,
I
think
don't
you
know
might
the
be
name,
right.
sorry. Underlord ulti, then I would say Vengeful Spirit ulti as well, then the swap.
Another swap, yep.
And the last one, maybe the X Mark?
Perfect! 3 out of 3! We got there in the end. Good job, Supreme.
I won.
You won. Yes, congratulations. Well done, Supreme. And that's going to do it for Spell Entangle, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft between IG and Apex Genesis, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, Game 1 goes the way of IG. Game 2 is a bit of a mystery, but we do have a draft incoming, so tell me what you'd like to see changed up here, at least from Apex Genesis.
I feel like they had a good idea in the last game, actually. They played it really up-tempo. They managed to play off the back of Wish's Earth Spirit quite nicely. They just let on the break a little bit too early, right after Aegis #1. It gave way too much recovery space for the side of IG, considering that game wasn't a massive net worth advantage anyway for Apex Genesis. IG was still finding space to farm up. They were still getting their split push going. They had a Luna Beastmaster that could still take objectives very fast, and they were actually ahead in terms of map state for a long time on the side of IG. It felt like Apex, while they were finding the aggression, couldn't really get the commitment onto the towers in the same way that I think they would have really loved to see. So I think it's just kind of cleaning up their ideas in the mid to late game. I think the idea to slow it down a little bit just really cost them in the end. It just provided that crucial BKB timings that they were looking for on the side of IG and just allowed them to start going a little bit crazy, especially on Emo. Once he had his BKB, he was more willing to just walk up and start these fights for the team.
No, absolutely was. Emo doing some fantastic work on the Invoker the last game around. And I mean, I can't say I'm too shocked by that. Again, he does enjoy himself some Invoker. And it does actually warrant a respect ban this draft round from Apex Genesis. So not too interested in seeing the Emo Invoker again, which I certainly agree with that kind of respect ban. IG, they're just going to go straight for a Timbersaw first pick, which is not too surprising. Hero does still feel very, very strong right now. Apex Genesis, what's the priority? What do they want first?
And there's still a lot of big offlanes if they want to kind of go for that route very early on for Fade. It does feel like he does kind of just get priority in the end. We'll go to Shadow Fiend early on. So maybe going for a safe lane SF once more here for good old Sammy. Leaning into the Timbersaw is quite nice. You do have a lot of magic damage on hand. Heck, you have a lot of physical as well. Considering the way that reactive armor nowadays scales up, it's a little bit slower, so there is a little bit more play, especially once that Presence of the Dork Lord is up here for your safe lane SF. Almost all of them now going for the minus armor facet as well, where you get the additional minus armor per kill for a duration. So there is snowball potential here for Apex to kind of play off of. I like that as a response to the Tim straight up. Like, again, laning-wise, you have magical damage, you have some right-click damage as well by level, say, 4 or 5, and you can just pressure that lane into the Timbersaw quite nicely. I'm curious what they take for Yamsen, actually, to really enable this SF lane down the line. We do see, again, the rest of the bans, nothing too strange in the first phase there for Apex with Shadow Demon Naga and the Invoker. They took care of the Bristle and the Luna, so they are taking care of some of the more popular pos ones. Luna certainly probably the top tier carry at the moment, as you know, we saw a little bit at TI. We saw a lot more post nerfs to Mirana and to Wind Ranger, and none of those heroes even getting priority in ban nowadays. See what Apex does to kind of tie into SF. Like, maybe you want something that can just run forward. You don't have the option for Clockwork or Tusk. There is still the option for Ench. Could be one way to get that done. A little bit surprised it's been left in the pool, and they will pick that up for themselves here in Apex.
They certainly will. IG. Probably some supports to come out here. See what they want to prioritize with this style of draft. It's plenty available. It just depends on what they want. The Ench really doesn't reveal much. I mean, I was kind of surprised to see a first pick SF coming out from Apex Genesis, but so maybe just not willing to reveal too much yet, as we are going to see the Nixus Asin pick up for IG, which is not a bad pick at all, especially against the SF. Very, very annoying for the SF to try and deal with a Vendetta Nyx. Have the CM come out to boot, and that's a combination we see quite a lot with the Timber Nyx. The Mana Aura, it does help you quite a lot, especially when you are just trying to mind flare creeps in the jungle.
And it does provide some steady team fight coming out here as well. One great way to just kill off this Enchantress early on. You don't care for Untouchable on the Crystal Maiden. You can always just pop your ultimate. Not the most popular support, but it has been popping up here and there. in, again, these kinds of drafts with heroes that don't necessarily have the best base mana regen and do spam out a lot of spells. Gonna be a lot of utility here for IG. On the side of Apex, go back into the Dark Willow. So we've got our Enchantress Dark Willow support duo online, and we've got the Magnus coming out here, more than likely for Fade on the off lane. An interesting pick early on. I mean, it does tie in some really good team fight into the SF, right? Like RP plus Requiem can be quite nice. Back-to-back sort of disables coming in there with a lot of nuking potential. SF will enjoy base damage increase. Again, going for physical carry can work out. IG go into the Dusa. All right. It comes out again.
It comes out again, Jonathan. You and I, we saw it yesterday. I do believe it worked yesterday as well, did it not? Though it was a,
I want to say...
I'm looking it up. You and I, we have a horrible memory.
Yeah, it's 100% win rate so far from 2 picks.
Okay.
So it has worked. And to be fair, there's nothing here that really nukes down that fast on the side of Apex. That Mana Shield is going to be doing a lot of work. You've got the CM on hand to already give you a little bit more mana as well, to kind of offset, I guess, not having the best of times with Arcanes. As yesterday, I believe we saw Power Treads do so with double null as well. So again, just foregoing Arcanes even on a hero that really enjoys Arcanes like Medusa. It does make sense. Again, lack of burst here on the side of Apex. A lot of damage to block on the Mana Shield. You've got the front line already with the Timbersaw. You have really good chain hold here from the side of IG, just from the CM Medusa lane. Right, like Nova, Blast, and Bite. It's going to be nice to line up for the Gorgon's Grasp. And you can just kind of run down, even early on, maybe level 2. You already have decent enough kill threat here for the side of IG.
They certainly do. A crazy kind of draft again from these two teams. Like, we see another Medusa, we see a Magnus pick out of nowhere. Magnus was not touched in the recent sub-patch, and I believe neither was Medusa. Interesting. Again, this is what... Oh, Medusa was touched, excuse me. I'll kind of correct myself there, Jonathan.
Yeah.
It wasn't a big change, though. Just a Blink Dagger change.
Yeah. What solutions are there for Apex on mid? Assuming, again, a Fade Magnus coming in here, as it does look like they are, just covering for the Dusa on IG's bans, taking care of AM, and as much as that hero is dead, can work up against a Dusa pick. Took care of the Earth Spirit as well. Can you play with a cheeky Pugna mid for Apex Genesis? I don't know if Pugna Core is back. I know to an extent Pugna is back, with how often they've kind of touched him up a little bit, especially in the Facet side.
Yeah, it's a weird. Like, the Pugna mid sounds interesting. Like, it won't happen, and in my mind, I also know this won't happen. But for some reason, in my mind, I was just like, "Well, Sammy Boy plays Pure, does he not? Well, maybe we could see a Phantom Lancer coming out, but even that's not gonna like against the draft of IG. I just don't see it. It's just." But you never know though, because it's Apex Genesis. We don't get to see these boys very often, so it's hard to know what they're gonna draft. I don't think it's a good PL game anyway, but you get my point, John. It's one way to deal with the mana pool.
Yeah, it would be. You do have enough AoE clear with that Quap pickup now as well for IG, though. And they already had coverage with the Timbersaw, so it's very unlikely.
It's not a good pick. Yeah.
But it is a very Sammy Boy pick. I will agree on that.
Jonathan.
It's very much...
What if we just do safe lane SF, mid line? Think about it. Mid core line.
Mid line against Quaps... It's kind of painful. I've played that way too many times. out of the fact that I first pick Lion and my pubs say I don't want mid. I'm like, oh, fine. Then I have to play Lion mid without Essence Eater. The one time you'd probably want that. It is not amazing, I would say. You are likely to just run SF safe anyhow.
For the sake of the viewers, obviously I'm being highly sarcastic with the mid line pick, Jonathan. I didn't require the analysis on that point. You go on.
Look, mana drain is nice. It's not nice if you invest it as a core just to do that. Like, its main point is just to drain the Dusa in a team fight. Like, Earth Spike Hex, and then get your shard and drain away. And like, it's not great. The Void Spirit is what they'll go for here on Apex. Okay. I mean, there is some good wombo combo again from the side of Apex. I mean, the Dusa overall, like, we said the last time we saw it, in some fights you could just try to ignore it. And after Stone Gaze, you retreat, you come back in, kill everyone else. The Deuce is not likely to burst you down until like a late game scenario, so you should be able to manage. And I think they have the lineup to kind of play that style here on Apex. They have great damage overall. They have, even the supports have good output, with the Terrorize coming out from Bignum, with the Impetus shots from Yamsen. There's some good tempo that they can play around here on the side of Apex. For the side of IG, this looks like it looks like a much more straightforward draft, to be fair. Maybe not in terms of, say, the Wombo Combo team fight. Certainly a lot better here for the side of Apex, with a threat of RP, the Ags timing for a Void Spirit, the Requiem on top, but I just feel like considering the tempo that you could play around here for IG, their draft just feels a little bit easier to execute. You know, you're not relying on multi-man RP, you're not relying on a great Requiem to set you up. You just kind of need to, early on, run around, get level 6 in Baboka, hunt down some softer targets, buy space out, get your Quap into the point where she can start joining these fights along with Zeal with Akaya timing, and just apply pressure. I think if you can't play around your cooldowns and leverage this stronger 5v5 you have on Apex, IG can just kind of sit back and try to scale up. It still gets challenging into RP, but a Deuce late game with no easy solution can get a little bit scary.
Well, let's see how it pans out, Jonathan. We do have Game 2 now officially underway between these two teams. Let's see if Apex Genesis can force us to a Game 3 or whether we're going to see another 2-0 victory. You already kind of mentioned this before Game 1, but you don't really want to be the team that has 2 losses and no wins, because it does not put you in a very good standing in the group stages. And your third loss is basically just a guaranteed out. So, not a good position to be in if you do end up getting 2-0'd here for either side. And at least IG won't be getting 2-0'd, but they could get 2-1 if Apex find a way in this game too. Still, I do like the draft of IG a lot better, I might add. I don't have much faith in what Apex has drafted for themselves, but we'll see. As Emo, he does break his smoke in the mid lane, so a bit of an obvious smoke rotation incoming, and Apex Genesis, they're going to smoke up as 4 as well. Fade and Flyfly both going to have their smokes broken, but Flyfly's in a very awkward position. Brambles is going to lock him in for a little bit. They'll start to get to work, but they have a low ground disadvantage on Apex, so they're looking to try and run. Wish will turn back around for a Resonant Pulse, and does manage to get away with that extra shield. So there will be no first blood to be drawn. So Fade will stick around to try and steal a bounty room, but he doesn't have anything like Skewer. Of course, Flyfly will pick it up, but they are still going to try for a kill onto Ollie. And they might just have him. Ollie will go down. Fade with the first blood as they continue on to Flyfly, who's very low on mana now. Fade's going to try and create some distance between him and the Medusa, and he's getting there. Shockwave out. Flyfly now completely out of mana. He will get Fade, but Bignum still in the chase. Has a Brambles in 1 second. We'll throw it out. It will land, but Flyfly. 5 HP. 5 HP he'll survive on. He's alright.
Oh, that's still a favorable trade for Apex. You get first blood up on Fade. He gets a little bit more of a boon coming into that lane. You are holding back the Deuce as well to walk all the way back to base to regen before heading into the CS. So he's missing out on just one entire wave of creeps. Not going to be the best of starts here for good old Flyfly. We'll see how it shapes up down the line, but really good aggression early on from the side of Apex, panning out. And that call to just bully out Flyfly certainly does make things a little bit more hellish here for IG. Still taking a look at that top lane. Of course, you did see a little bit of a kerfuffle from Baboka trying to sneak around in the back. A rather interesting time here for our Ench. We saw the stats come out on the draft, 0% win rate for Apex, as we saw this here yesterday. If you remember yesterday, Yamsen was going all in on Spellbound. He has gone back for Overprotective Wisps in this game. So he is just going back to what we see maybe a little bit more often, just that durability to tank through some hits, the ability to just trade favorably and try to provide spacing for good old Sammy here. Now, laning-wise, the SF should be in a very happy spot. Initial levels for the Timbersaw into this matchup doesn't feel great. And even into later levels of the SF, the threat of Raises, the higher levels in presence of the Dork Lord, can still make short work of Zeal. So it's not the easiest time to be a Timbersaw in here.
No, it certainly isn't. He'll be okay though. The creep wave is right by his tier 1 tower. This thing's still going relatively smoothly for both sides. So Baboka's going to go for a big creep pool as well, and does get it behind his tier 1 tower. Wish, in the meantime, in the mid lane, has been very good at landing these Aether Remnants onto Emo and just being an absolute nuisance with this harassment from the Void Spirit, but Emo's not really struggling too much. He's still having a great old time on the Queen of Pain. Wish trying to establish some dominance here in the mid lane, but Emo does have the bottle up, so the regen can continue to come in. The thing for Wish, though, is he's kind of, apart from the CS, harass-wise, he's pretty uncontested. Like, Emo can't really do too much in the way of harassing this Void Spirit out.
Yeah, but you're kind of all right with that as a Queen of Pain. Your trailing blow is fine every time he comes in with Scream of Pain anyhow. You're finding your CS, you're shoving out the wave a little bit quicker on Emo's side. The all maybe boils down to a little bit of rune control. If you can deny the first water rune, or the next set of water runes coming in, take one away from Emo, that can start to open up the lane a little bit more here for Wish, if they can get that rotation out.
Ollie going to go down again. Fade able to pick up another kill for himself on this Magnus, as now they'll try onto Fly. Skewer is not available, but they are just getting rid of some of that mana on Fly, and well, this is not proven to be the easiest of lanes for this Medusa. It may get a little bit easier as he does get the levels up on the Mystic Snake, but for now, his life is constantly at risk with his mana being that low, and you can certainly see Bignum and Fade definitely trying to set up on the Medusa once the CM is down.
Yeah, I like that aggression from Apex. Again, they have a great read as to what they have to get done. Just bully out this Deuce as much as possible in the lane. Double null is up for Fly, so there's some mana sustain kicking in. And Bignum is pretty low into Ollie as he respawns in and manages to get that Frostbite off. Still, the repositional plays, the easy alignment here for connecting into that skewer back for Fade is, I think, a remarkable lane.
Yamson's trying to be very annoying here, landing a blood grenade on Emo, trying to chase him down for another impetus, but Baboka putting a stop to it, as now Yamson the one in danger, and Baboka's got him. Now the level 1 Mind Flare proving to be just enough to kill off Yamson with all the damage Baboka had already done. So a nice pick up here for the Nyx Assassin. Still, Emo is gradually having a much more challenging time against Wish, who is continuing to out-harass him. But nonetheless, Emo is alive.
And he is sustaining true as best as he can on that mid. It's a little bit rougher. You've got the level advantage up now for Wish down bot.
A bit of a jump in. Fade's going to be fine. Bignum was taking a fair bit of harass. In fact, the Frostbite is going to land, and well, he'll Fairy Fire up. He'll try to run. One more hit will do it, and then in fact they've got it with the Blood Grenade DPS. So a nice little pick up now for Ollie. Of course, Fade not in a position he could have helped out, as he just did not have Skewer off cooldown.
Just a little bit of back and forth. Not the biggest kill to find. Certainly something that helps out just a tad bit and getting some EXP onto Fly. And, quite nice to get on the Deuce to try to keep scaling up. Still, the lanes for Apex Genesis, again, looking pretty sharp here in game number 2. A little bit slower for Fly bot. He's still finding CS. You have a solo lane for the SF versus Timbersaw, which does work out for the SF quite nicely. Yamson, though?
Yamson in a spot of danger. Looks like he'll be okay. Emo's going to be ultra cautious now, because Wish is about to hit level 6. And he's going to do it right before Emo does. Once that level 6 is up, he might just have himself a quap kill. If he does make the immediate jump, he just needs to land an Aether Remnant. In fact, he's going to jump in now, but Emo will be okay as Ollie has rotated over to ensure he does not go down. And now, no Wish! Oh, hands up, waves him goodbye. They predicted that kind of play from Wish as soon as he hit level 6. And that's a big miss for Wish, because you really wanted to secure that kill at that level 6 mark.
He did. Unfortunately, he jumps in. The supports were still on hand, especially since they did kind of see Baboka playing tag earlier on there with Yamson. They should have known the Nyx was around the area. Man Burn is up with Mind Flare. Not enough to really sustain. Now Sammy's in danger.
That's a very strong rotation from IG. Just recognizing Sammy Boy was alone, they'll make the rotation up and Zil will easily pick up a kill now on the Timbersaw. Scary times for Apex. Again, they miss the Void Spirit timing in the mid lane. They lose Sammy Boy now on the SF. Yamson's dying in the meantime to Emo, who does land the Sonic Wave, and that'll be another kill now to IG. It just really starts to feel like they've gotten off to a fantastic start here for the Radi.
That they have. A bit slower in the initial parts of the laning phase. Again, that aggression we were seeing from Apex down bot was lining up and kind of netting them kills, but Now with all of these rotations being forced around, Fly has breathing room. The 1v1 again for Sammy up top was nice, but with that timely kill for Emo, he has the space to just pressure top. They even find that top tier 1 off the back of this Quap just showing up into that lane. A 62 start for IG, a 2k lead very early on, and Apex. This draft again is pretty up-tempo. You've got an SF that comes online very quick. We are seeing Sammy go back for the Falcon Blade that, again, a lot of carries are going to look at. Ollie being poked at mid.
He is, Ollie. It's a frostbite off. In fact, he is set up again for Wish, I think. Wish? Oh, Wish playing a bit too aggressive here.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Loses the belt of strength as well to make matters worse. Oh, it's such a shame too, because he was off to such a strong start, but now he's 1 level behind Emo. Probably will get 2 levels behind very soon, as they have found Yamsun as well. And Yamsun really trying to help out with the XP here for the Quap, though. A nice RP from Fade to set up. But Boca and Emo both gone. Fade salvaging the mid lane.
And he does. Just great reads out from Fade. Great use of the RP. Saw Boboka trying to break that up with a Spike Carapace, maybe just a little bit too early. Linger duration is, the stun duration is not long enough to really cut off that combination and provide the angle out there for Emo. And that does even it out a little bit. Big kills for Fade, but they know RP's down and they can commit onto Fade now.
Oh, Fade's gone a bit too far. Wish is trying to join in. Organ's grasp out. They've almost got rid of all the mana of Fly, but he gets the Stone Gaze off in time. Wish gets frostbitten, trying to survive the Stone Gaze, will just jump back out. So they did get rid of all the mana of Fly, but they just did not have enough bodies or spells to throw to get the job done. And well, of course, Ollie with the freezing clutch is zoning the matters now. No, not again.
Oh.
Not again. Third death for Wish. And it's always Boboka catching him too. Yeah, just one impel lands and he just gets blown up every time.
Yeah, and that's some great timing for Emo. As the full day gone up, gets that rotation out, gets a decent enough reveal, can now really just cast his spells without too much concern on the Quap. With that little bit of spell lifesteal you have on hand with Masochist, you just get the free amp damage without any real cost here for Emo. And while all that is happening, again, Zeal is just left uncontested up top on his Timbersaw, still constantly pressuring onto that tier 1. It's been a slower game for Sammy in terms of farming up on this SF. Not really able to try to play around early, would say to right-click. Boboka scouting nicely here.
He is, Sammy, not having the greatest of games thus far, as he will get caught out. He will try and find a way out of this. He's got some teammates incoming. In fact, Sammy now going to turn onto Zeal. They'll turn their attention onto Boboka instead, because Zeal is already out. So Boboka going to try and buy himself some time and space to maybe TP away, but Fade is right on his tail. A nice impel is going to land. Boboka trying for the TP play out, but Fade does have an RP. And will commit it immediately, handing a free kill over to Sammy, who desperately needs it right now.
Yeah, it's a costly kill. I think you're not too upset again on IG. RP is down once more on Fade on single target. That's a minute 40 that you have here as an opening for the side of IG, without having to be concerned about that teamfight combination from the side of Apex. It doesn't land him the kill on Sammy. He is, again, happy enough to get a bonus kill, a little bit more Necromastery to stack up, more damage on himself to speed up that farm. But you are freeing up the map. Boboka buys space for literally every lane to just farm. Bot Fly's just poking in slowly onto the tier 1. This Dusa set to get a really good timing onto the Manta style. And then can start to, we saw what Fly did last game with his Manta, just dodging around. Same thing can kind of come out here if he's quick enough once more. Good old Fly. It cuts off the initiation of Wish as well. Although Apex will try to punish this. Amp damage rune in the bottle for Wish in the smoke.
Boboka, look at this. He's right behind Fade. He's going to jump in. This could be a bit of a bait for Fade, though, as he's getting jumped. There's not enough damage yet as Ollie going to go down, and now Fly, a bit of a sitting duck. He'll get the Stone Gaze off. He'll try to run back towards his tier 1 tower, and looks like he may have just made it. Now, Wish does have an Astral Step charge to use, and they will get Boboka as well. Sammy picking up a double kill now. So both supports dropping, but every other core is able to successfully retreat. And even Zeal deciding just not really worth sticking around here to defend this tier 1 tower anymore. We'll just leave. And IG losing to. It's not a bad fight at all for Apex.
And again, you kind of want to feed off these support kills. You're getting a little bit more of a boon for Sammy. Again, extra Necromastery with every kill he gets. So he's stacking up a little bit more damage as he stays alive. As long as he stays alive, he will just keep scaling up there. The game does even out off the back of those kills, and the tower, less than 1k lead, or around 1k lead coming out here for IG. You are top net worth right now on good old Sammy, so that farm scaling is starting to take shape for that early timing for the SF. There has been room for Emo to just play mid, but not really able to, you know, threaten a siege by all himself here on the Quap. Is just looking for a poke response back. Still a long ways off until you're very happy here on IG anyhow in terms of items. You do have this early Atos up on Zeal, so they can try to pin down Wish a little bit easier here.
Nemo confidently standing there, hitting the tier 1 tower. The Boca, they're all going to rush in. They've got a run of Atos out to lock down Wish, and Wish is just getting annihilated, but they do get saved here by Sammy with the Requiem. Emo is down. Zeal trying to run, also gets taken out. A beautiful setup here by the SF is now an RP, also catching the CM. That's going to be a third death for IG. And Apex Genesis now can afford to look for that mid-tier 1 tower.
They were just ready for that sort of play. They had to commit very far on the side of IG. Damage just not good enough. Going for the Atos first means that Zeal's burst potential without the Kaya isn't as high. And Wish, I mean, he just lasts long enough. Sammy with a good read on that Requiem. Again, another Necromastery stack, 24 total. Almost pretty much just permanent amp damage rune on himself. And all you can do on IG is just farm. You know, they are trying to get these connections with their mid, but you just aren't ready to burst yet on Zeal, and Flyfly's really not ready to show up in any engagement just yet.
They trying to look for a skill back play on the Quap, but not going to get it. Sammy Boy now at the top of the net worth board on the SF, feeling a lot better about himself. Things is maybe getting a little bit more intimidating for IG. Dropping the ball a little bit in these last engagements. Looks like Yamson's going to show himself down at bottom lane, so maybe Baboka could look for a setup, but it looks like Baboka wants to switch up through the top lane, through the Twin Gate. You haven't really seen Baboka be too greedy with the jungle creeps either. Like, he hasn't really bothered to try and maximize mind flaring creeps. He's been more so interested in just setting up ganks for his team. So the Dagon build-up is a lot slower than you would once anticipate.
And it is. I do feel that it does align with what the team wants to achieve. Again, you kind of want to play up-tempo with the Quap. They were trying to do that early. It's falling a little bit flat at this point, and Apex are looking for a smoke. RP in 10 seconds here.
Don't miss that on Emo. A nice blink away from the Quap, and Fade. We'll have to look for another attempt at the Queen of Pain later on. Apex, I do believe Apex can afford to play a slower game as well. Like, the SF does tend to scale pretty well, and you do still have a Void Spirit Magnus on your side as well that can do the exact same. There will be a timing where Flyfly still won't really be ready to fight, but Apex will definitely be ready to go, and Flyfly still looking like he has at least another 10 minutes of farming to really feel confident on this Medusa. So he's going for the Butterfly build-up up next.
I'd say at that point you're pretty happy for Flyfly. And it just depends on how well his jungle's defended for that timing. They've got some pretty massive stacks in the triangle. No forward vision from the side of Apex. So a little bit more flash farm to hit that timing earlier on the Medusa. Starting to line up. The Kaya as well for Zeal, not too far off. And it's at that point where your burst damage should start to align. Right? Last time around, again, without the Kaya, with just the Atos, just not enough coming out from Emo. This time around, with the Kaya up on Zeal, again, maybe you can start to consider bursting down Wish if he is left alone. And the issue is right now, Apex, again, playing as a unit, sticking his tree on the mid, looking again.
Oh, nice RP. They've got Emo this time around, right into the brambles, and I'll Fade. If it doesn't work out the first time, you just try again, and eventually Emo does get caught with his pants down by that tier 2 mid tower. A nice play from Apex.
Nice play. A big solo pick-off to find. Unfortunate that they don't try to commit onto objectives. And it's actually, again, the side of IG being very efficient across the map. All spread out, all farming. So, again, they're finding pick-offs. They just need to translate this into a little bit more. Maybe if they can find Zeal somehow here.
Zeal, Terrorize going to be committed here. And we'll move in with Sammy as well. Zeal not looking too tanky at the moment as he does get bursted down by Sammy once again. Oh, this SF, I mean, he's had a lot of kills being handed his way. I feel like Sammy's starting to become a huge problem. So they do end up finding Yamson at the very least down a bottom lane, but that's not exactly an equivalent trade.
Certainly not. The SF living true and getting all of these kills, it is a massive issue. You've got 5 extra Necromastery on top. You've got plus 114 damage. Quite a fair bit. You've got the maxed out Presence of the Dark Lord. And it just snowballs from there. You know, Sammy has some protective play now with a Hurricane Pipe done. I'm going for the full Manta next, just lacking the recipe. And for the side of IG, again, it's still a waiting game on just getting Fly online. Mind you, considering that Fly hasn't had the same kill participation, he is within striking distance of Sammy's gold. About 1,000 gold apart between these cores. All the other cores rather evenly farmed, actually. So this net worth differential is just down to mostly Sammy. Still.
Fade. Gonna run into Baboka. No RP for this fight for another 10 seconds at least as Baboka actually makes it out for now, barely surviving. Fade's the one to go down. Not a great start for Apex Genesis, but a fantastic start for IG. They will at least get Wish out of there. Now, Fade again just did not have the RP ready when they first initiated that fight, and it's a bit of a shame for him. Just can't guarantee the easy kill onto Baboka.
It's a pretty massive kill on an attempt for Nyx. IG, that punishment, it does set them apart a little bit more. It slows down this Magnus, who has been taking point with Wish. Again, buying space out for Sammy to scale up on this SF. And their critical timings are starting to come to a peak. Now, their itemization's pretty lined up. Maybe the next big spike is, say, the Ags timing on Wish and Fade. Double Ags timing, the Horn Toss, plus the silence coming out from the Resonant Pulse can disrupt these fights to a very high extent, especially since nothing defensive is really coming out yet. On IG, you only have the Yules on Emo. I suppose you have the Manta on Fly, but again, he's not going to be showing up to that exposed position anytime soon. 11 to 12, still a relatively even game. Kind of reminiscent of game 1 with this early tempo from Apex. Just a little bit more scaling on hand. They do have RP again. And try to smoke off the back of this for Fade.
But they will. They'll run through the Radiant Triangle here, Apex Genesis. Problem is, the only target they're going to perhaps find is Ollie. Not exactly what you want, but Ollie is in position to break the smoke to ensure that Fly does remain protected, and in fact, they won't even get the CM. So very nice positioning from Ollie to just block the entrance to those side Ancients. And of course, Apex Genesis, I mean, they will at least get back into the Radiant Triangle and take a double stack of Ancients themselves here for Sammy. But they do miss out on the kill they were really looking for, which is a bit of a shame.
And it is. They're trying to play out her mentor on IG, but Boka is going to heal up. Barely. Won't get through fine, and he does get his reward in the end. And free Nick Shard can be nice with a Vendetta break. Maybe simplifying that jump onto the SF, if that is the one they'd want to go for, or even just killing off the Amson a bit faster. Not a high priority target, though, on that Enchantress. Again, a 3k lead coming out for IG. I don't think this is too worrying for Apex. Like you said, they do scale up, I think, as the game scales on. It's more on the fact that you have RP versus their own debuff Pierce here on IG, which is Stone Gaze. And RP does feel faster. It lines up for burst place a little bit quicker. The counterplay in Stone Gaze can be annoying, though, if the Deuce does pop it before the RP comes on, and you do commit as Stone Gaze is still running. There's some back and forth play on both sides in that sense. I'm keen on seeing how far Apex decides to keep this tempo, because again, IG for their part, they're not lagging behind at all in farm. Butterfly now flying out for Fly. So he's going to be hitting like a truck. He's got some missed chances as well that Sammy isn't going to be ready to really deal with. And that should provide a lot more effective HP here for Fly. Overall, just a little bit harder to burst down. You've got the Shiva's timing lining up for Emo. Already has the Veil. Just needs the Plate Mail and the Recipe, which is fairly costly. It's going to take a little bit more time there. The Lotus Orb coming out for Zeal next as well. And we'll have a little bit of a smoke around here. 4-man smoke coming out from Apex, from the mid. Could get a good flank in.
Certainly could. A smoke-on-smoke situation now between these two teams.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Apex, they will run the opposite way. They'll get back into that Radiant jungle. Or Fly is frontlining. He'll have his smoke broken against Wish, so both will see each other. T1 mid tower will get taken out here by IG, so nice little freebie. Seems like Apex are pinging the bottom tier 2 tower, and they do have a siege creep still standing, so they could certainly just go ahead and try to clean this up. But Glyph will be forced. IG doing the exact same thing up at top lane. Mind you, they don't have a siege creep, but they don't really need it here with Fly and Emo. They'll just get it done the old-fashioned way, and it seems like both teams will have the gentleman's agreement to just trade tier 2 towers.
Yeah. It's clearing out. I'm a little bit surprised Sammy went for Shadow Ray's damage over Presence Aura affecting buildings. Again, it doesn't feel like damage is really a concern. Perhaps when that Dusa joins in, just makes it a little bit easier to burn through some extra mana with that additional Shadow Ray's damage, but it does slow down that push pace, which feels like you are in a good position to leverage as Apex. Still, with a tier 2 bot cleared out, Roshan at daytime position, you have a nice opportunity to try to snag away the Aegis. And the side of IG aren't in position to contest this one. Still all the way up north, still forcing in top. They should know something else is happening on the map with no response. And Roche will just go for free. So again, very reminiscent in game 1 here, Mike, where Apex Genesis has a strong start. IG's just slightly behind in kills. They are still ahead in net worth, and first Aegis goes the way the side of Apex. Now what I want to see is just more done with this first Aegis. You know, pressure onto more tier 2, shut down the map. Some aggressive movement out. They can't afford to just sit back and farm as we saw in game 1.
Oh, Yamson's gonna die. Nice little setup from Baboka. I mean, the thing is as well, like if you're IG, even with the Aegis up on Apex, you might just be thinking that you've got a really strong high ground defense with this Medusa, even against the mag, and you may just feel like you can just kind of wait out the Aegis timer anyway. We'll see what Apex can get done with it. May end up just being a farming Aegis because Sammy, he does get the BKB up now. It's just on the in the stash on the courier. We'll bring it over. IG, are they going to try and defend the mid tier 2? It seems like the answer is probably going to be a resounding no. It's like Fade does also have the Horn Toss now available on the Magnus, so more utility now on Fade. Jump in, Baboka, feeling a little bit spicy, does pop the Spike Carapace, but is in pretty big trouble. Is now a big Sonic Wave from Emo. Oh, and Fade's the one to go down. Baboka setting up a very nice bait for his side. This Fade will drop, and Apex really can't afford to force a fight without the mag. Baboka's still having a look around for more. So will Zil. Sammy. Oh no! He doesn't get the force up to the low ground, but he'll still run away. Instead, they'll focus onto Wish instead. Baboka does go down. Fly's rushing in to try and find himself a target. He'll focus on Sammy, but Sammy will just take down Ollie. Now the Terrorize coming in from Bignum, connecting onto the Medusa. It seems like IG do need a retreat. Even without the Magnus available, Apex Genesis, they still have a crap ton of damage. And sadly for IG, Fly really doesn't yet.
No, not quite. Even with a butterfly up again, it's a lot of EHP. You saw how little damage he was taking from that full commitment of Apex, but the output just isn't there. And he's going for more stats before ending to buff up his damage as well. Going for the Scotty. Coming up next, it can tie in quite nicely with his Venomous Volley facet. The additional slow, every 5 attacks is going to feel great. So you will just cut off anyone from just running away, but again, damage issues still abound here for Fly. They're ultra reliant on Emo and Zeal. And the issue for Zeal is he's not the tankiest. He's going back for his Ags now. That barrier going to play a large part in him frontlining for the team. But until that's up, doesn't feel like they can really take a sustained fight. Not against Sammy, who has yet to die since getting all of these Necromastery stacks. 26 now up on him. 6 bonus. Basically amp damage rune up on this SF constantly.
Very good. Apex, they were thinking about trying to force the tier 2 top tower, but it's still kind of intimidating. Fate is coming to rejoin the team.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oof.
It's Oh, Flyfly loses his courier. That's a bit of a shame. That was his Eye of Skadi that was completed. But now down for 3 minutes, and lines immediately drawn out by Sammy through the top lane. They know the Skadi's down. They want to go. There's also no buyback on Flyfly now. He spent all his gold for that. Uh-oh. IG maybe making a bit of an error here on their Medusa. Spade, easiest skewer back of his life into the RP. Flyfly just showing for him. Requiem will connect, and Flyfly terrorized up as well, still surviving for now, but there's no help coming. They'll force-staff him away. The Sonic Wave, it's gonna be enough. Flyfly gets a secondary chance at life somehow. And my goodness, that was close, because had he died, that might have just been game.
Yeah, would have just put IG at a very ugly spot. They did have to commit Sonic Wave down for 1:10. Some openings here for the side of Apex, but they will play it safe as well. Aegis, not the most time left here for Sammy, just half a minute. Just hold back, keep building up. They know that IG just don't have a way of really going for more themselves. They will walk back into that area though, perhaps changing their minds. See if anyone straggles here on the side of IG. And they only committed RP. Requiem's down as well, as of course they were trying to get the chain control off. It's not the easiest of times to hope for that. Full Ags up now for Zeal. So he does have that barrier on the reactive armor up. And that should help with him just kind of going ham up front. Trying to get all the attention on himself. You do have two really tanky cores, really, on the Dusa and the Timbersaw on hand here. So at the least you can try to make it a prolonged fight. I feel like right now the big issue for IG is they need to find a way to cut off Fade from getting these big RPs, which again they've been finding these kills while RP's on cooldown, or just finally get a kill on Sammy. And the fact that this SF has been allowed to get 26 Necromastery stacks is just, it's kind of ridiculous.
Well, I mean, the T2 bottom tower is just casually being taken now by IGs. The Necromastery stacks are nice, but not if he's not using them. There's a tier 2 bottom tower now completely gone. Apex Genesis still just sitting back and perhaps considering just waiting for the next Roshan attempt. Do they do group up as 4? Do we see a smoke committed? Well, no, nobody has a smoke on them, so no smoke for now. Just sticking as 5, making sure they do not split up, as they are going to see Flyfly mid lane by himself. Emo is going to be behind him on the high ground though, and so will Zeal now. So they won't try for Flyfly. The thing is, these bait plays are super risky because you are against the mag who can just skew you back into his team. But I suppose as we saw in that last engagement, Flyfly was a bit too tanky to deal with anyway. And now with the Skadi up, he's going to be that much more difficult to kill him. They will find one. It's going to be the Dark Willow, so Big Mim is down. In fact, they'll find another. Yamsa, also caught by Baboka, should not be surviving this one. In fact, Emo will even pop the Sonic Wave just to ensure he does go down.
And it does pay off for IG. Not the biggest kills in the world. Does buy time for Apex to rip through, find a way to rip through that Dusa's durability. MKB up for Sammy. So he can leverage his right click into that Dusa. Mischance not going to be providing as much EHP any longer here for Flyfly. Flyfly for his part is starting to go damage. Chrysalis is up on her Dusa into the Daedalus next. Just need some time. And it'll be just down to whether or not Sammy can sit and right click this Dusa safely. Right, like whether or not the timing, the usage of Stone Gaze is going to be effective. If Flyfly even has room to use Stone Gaze in these fights, going to be the big factor in kind of determining which side comes on top. 6k lead still holding for IG. Side of Apex. Again, they're still getting farm in. Full BKB up for Wish, going for the Octarine. Again, has had the Ags for a while. Sammy with his fresh MKB. You're going into a BKB now for Fade as well. Triple BKB timings going to be massive. Up against the side of IG, as IG themselves, again, haven't really gone for the strongest defense. Still going full offense on Emo, trying to go for the Ags. You have at least one BKB for Zeal. No such thing for Flyfly, of course. So that is the one concern going forward. But again, BKB into Magnus never feels great to have to buy anyhow. And we'll see Apex smoke with these big items being picked up here.
There we go. Smoke on smoke situation between these two teams again. Apex Genesis trying to go through the Radiant jungle while IG are just hanging by the tree line of the bottom lane. Roshan's still a minute away from respawning, but winner of this fight certainly has access to that Roshan. No question about that. Well, Zeal may have his smoke broken. He will reveal. He'll break the smoke of Sammy, but he has been silenced up initially, and he is going down quite quickly, but he does pop the Ags now, but the skill back play from Fade can allow them to take down Zeal first, but now Emo jumping in with a big Sonic Wave, taking down Fade on the Magnus. Problem is Emo, he might die to boot. He'll get a Yule Scepter off just in the nick of time, but the Aether Remnant is going to lock him down, and Emo will go down. Sammy picks up a triple kill, but he is down. 3 for 3, Jonathan, believe it or not, in all that chaos. 3 for 3.
Yeah, and it works out well for IG. Sure, you lose some big heroes. They still manage to find a way to make that pretty rough start of the fight work for themselves. Losing Zeal straight up before you can really apply any damage is already a big loss for IG. But this position held by Fly, right in the flank, in the rear flank, managing to just dish the damage out. Sammy not focused on to do so whatsoever. A little bit surprising considering, again, he got this MKB. He could try to face in, but the Stone Gaze timing was perfect from Fly. And that kind of comes down to the RP commitment this time from Fade. Focusing onto one, providing room for the rest of the heroes of IG to still try to play. And Fly can still clear Roche solo. He'll find us all to himself, have a secondary life already. Has a lot of damage set to come in, is trying to work towards a Swift Blink next as the full Daedalus is now up. And the lead grows wider. IG take the lead in kill board, 18-17, and they take a 7k lead for themselves. And again, the issue for Apex, it's almost like they kind of missed their timing. I mean, on this SF, when he was really strong, when he had so much additional Necromastery stacks, again, they just couldn't shut down the map. Still 1 tier 2 standing, not able to really try to dig into high ground, or even pressure the tier 2s earlier than you'd want. Maybe, again, stemming from these talent choices out from Sammy. Going for Shadow Ray's damage over Presence or affecting buildings when you could just take a fight, use the Presence of the Dork Lord, pass it, plus your talent to just siege easily, and just try to choke out IG. And they play it safer. They play it more calculated, and again, IG, even in a equal or slightly less favorable position, can still scale and can still find that build-up they need.
Michael again very soon. Baboka's having a scout around. They see Fade getting jumped on the mag, cannot really afford to die like this, but he's gone. And he does have Virak available at the very least, so you are going to have the Magnus available if you do see a high ground attempt forced by IG, which it certainly feels like they are setting up for. See, Fade would prefer not to have to commit that gold right now because he is trying to get to his BKB timing, and his BKB is rather close, but he might need to buy back very soon because the fight has started. They are making the jump in on Sammy, and Sammy can't really run away from this eye of Skadi of the Medusa. He'll force staff out, but the chase is still kind of on. Zeal will jump in, forcing the BKB now of Sammy. Meanwhile, Bignum does die, and so does Sammy. Fly and Emo taking him out. He will buy back, but Fade is still holding on. Fade did not press that buyback button that whole time.
No, he really wants that BKB. It's a little bit rough with his buyback on Sammy. He doesn't have Requiem, has less souls, less damage to play with here.
Well, they're going to get an impale off onto Sammy, but the force staff away is going to create enough distance as Wish. Still trying to chip away at Fly and take down that Aegis.
Damage.
Yeah, Fly's a real problem now. And that mid-rack certainly can go down as well. Oh, a Yule Scepter on Fade! This time he has to buy back, surely. They're not going to stick around for just one. They're going to go for more now. IG, of course, seeing the opening as Fade will finally commit a buyback. Tier 3 tower for the top lane is gone. Wish will jump back in onto Fly, but Fly is happy to just man up through it. Still 2.5 minutes on the Aegis timing for Fly. It is not disappearing anytime soon.
No.
And that's a top rack
Just
gone.
gonna find it.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
But do they go for the Megas? The answer looks like it's probably going to be a bit of a yes. Because there's no real reason to pack off. Everyone's still full HP. And Fly still has a secondary life.
Yeah.
Do they want to play safely? I mean, they have no creep wave for the bottom lane, so they might just go through the bot lane first with a creep wave and ensure they don't have to play with any shenanigans here from Apex.
It looks like they're going to go for a little bit more of a measured response out from the side of IG. Man, that was a quick ults out there from Emo, I do believe. And they have multiple ults up on IG to cut off that angle. Not the best position for Fade, trying to just get in as fast as possible to try to RP at least one big target and hopefully snowball off of that. Just gets punished nicely. BKB stalled out once more for Fade as he was forced to buy back to try to hold on. On the side of IG, I mean, they've got the Swift blink up on Fly, a little smoke behind him, still a minute and a half in the Aegis. Not too much to be scared of here.
Really not. Wi-Fi onto the high ground once again. They'll force-staff him out of there. Sammy trying his best to chip away at his mana pool, but it's just such a slow process, and Sammy's taking too much damage. Every time he gets close to Fly, as now Zil jumps in. Trying for Bignum, and Bignum is gone. In fact, Sammy almost dying. Forced to pop the BKB to survive. But the bottom racks is going and there's no answer to it. In fact, Sammy Boy's going to buy a Diffusal Blade. I don't know about this. Here we go. They found Zil. Nice skill back play onto Zil at the very least, but Zil's got the axe. He'll just man up, tank all the damage, and Sammy is down. Obviously, that's a dieback on the SF, and that should be a GG call to come out from Apex Genesis. I mean, it was a better performance here from Apex, but ultimately IG still the better team here today.
That they are. They look a lot sharper than what we saw from IG coming out yesterday. Their synergy, the way they're playing together, is a lot sharper, and it's certainly a good change up there for the side of IG. For Apex, they're in the firing line now, Mike. 2 series down, only 1 series left for them as their safety net. Any further loss, even if they go 1-2 at that point, any loss they take is going to be elimination. So they have to bring their A game going forward for the rest of the series they have left to play. For the side of IG, they get to breathe a little bit more. They're 2 wins away from qualifying in, still have the allowance of 2 losses left in our Swiss group stage. And again, they're looking a lot sharper. They maybe end up with a little bit of slower time from the aggression of Apex, but they always find a way to use that space. I think they're always getting room out for one of their cores to farm. It is almost always just Boboka or Ollie dying for the most part. We are taking a look at the highlights. This mid-fight was probably the most awkward one for IG. They get this timing on the Atos from Zeal, just not enough burst damage off of that. And this is the pivotal Roche fight, where they just get this chain control onto Zeal, blow him up. But look at the position of Fly. He's left alone entirely. Well, I mean, you get this MKB on Sammy, and he's just trying to rip everyone else and ignored the Dedusa entirely.
Problematic. It certainly is Fly. Literally just uncontested in this fight. And, well, this was the big one that led to the Mega Creeps to come. And as you saw, like the last attempt here to try and at least take down Zil before a fight really broke out. But, well, they just melt. I mean, they just could not get through the HP pool or the barriers of the Timber. And props to Apex again. I feel like they are improving as the days go by, and this is a squad that does not get to attend too many lands, John, so it is experience for the boys, which is always going to be good. For now, though, Jonathan, standout player, who are you thinking?
It's hard to say. I'd say maybe Emo. It feels like he really set that early pace up for his team. He is laning, again, a lot of harassment coming in from Wish, but Emo was keeping up. He hits this crucial timing with a very quick Dagon timing overall, allowing him to just constantly look for those first plays. And that really big Yules as Fade blinked in, and in his first respawn without the buyback, or holding on to the buyback, just ensured that the Magnus would have to spend the gold, wouldn't have BKB for the ending fight, and just made things so complicated there for Apex overall. So I think Emo definitely stood out in his performance, which is good to see considering what we saw yesterday from Emo was pretty rough. It looked like he just wasn't having the best of games. This time, this is what you'd expect from Emo. This is more of Emo at what we would even just consider his normal performance here.
Yeah, it might go back to the draft as well, right? Because first game was Invoker, second game was Quap, so it does feel like they gave Emo heroes that he's much more comfortable on, and certainly much more kind of signature for his style. And, well, like you said, his performance certainly improving drastically after day one, and well, that does put IG in a much better position than they were yesterday. So happy days for them. As you said, for Apex, they are kind of in the firing line right now, but still not out of it yet, Jonathan. They've still got some chances here to try and remain at Wallachia Season 2. And for the NA fans out there, Jonathan, it's not over quite yet because now we have another matchup coming up. We've got Nouns against Infinity for our second series of the day. How exciting!
Yeah, it's going to be the classic NA versus SA matchup. And again, Nouns, I think people had a lot of expectations for them coming in, maybe falling a little bit short yesterday. We'll see if they can kick it up. Again, up against SA, normally that is Nouns' favorite, but who knows? Sometimes that just goes out the window.
Well, let's find out what happens, John. We'll head over to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our second series between Nouns and, of course, Infinity. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our next series of the day. Of course, it is going to be between Nouns and Infinity, and it's MLP Dota and JohnXFire joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Brand new series on our hands. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. This should be an exciting one. We get the classic NASA action that you and I haven't seen since, BTS Pro Series America, all the way back when. So this is an exciting throwback for us at the very least, and this should be fun. We've seen these kinds of matchups before. Nouns has been a team that has constantly been improving. You know, we've seen them on a lot of lands. They've looked good. They've had their moments up and down. And it's a little bit surprising to see them at this point taking one loss already to Liga. So for them to be facing off against Infinity a little bit earlier than maybe you'd expect is already a little bit of a surprise here for Nouns. You talked about it. They had a long drawn out series and match yesterday. For Infinity, this is going to be interesting. You know, we always talk about fresher teams on hand. This is not a particularly fresh set of players, right? Like Costabile, Pipi, Illich, Knight, Panda, they all have experience in this exact environment. And, you know, we've all seen it throughout the years. The steady improvement of every team we've seen coming out from South America. We'll see if they can carry through. This is probably one of the matchups that they're more familiar with than the rest of the matchups. Just, again, maybe not in recent times with everyone playing on Europe nowadays. But this one, historically, I would say would favor, like, say, Nouns players. But, you know, when we were casting those Pro Series, it could always go either way. And there's a lot in the line. You know, you lose this one, you only have one last shot, one lifeline left, one loss left to kind of carry through. So we'll see. There were some great ideas as well, Mike, before I let you speak. Nouns, you know, they picked up Pause 5 Bristleback. It's banned out by Infinity. No Bristleback this time.
5 seconds remaining.
Great ideas, Jonathan. Great ideas. The one thing we haven't seen win yet is Pos 5 Bristleback, but, you know.
It's
one
won
day,
before,
John.
just because we haven't seen it. It did win in that qualifier that we were watching. You and I didn't cast it, but it won.
Big difference between a qualifier and, you know, Wallachia, Jonathan. In fairness. Here we go, Shadow Demon pickup. Don't make me have to debate you on this topic, John. We've gone over this over and over again.
You are the most
Infinity?
uncreative person when it comes to thinking about draft, Michael Phoenix.
Oh.
You're very uncreative when it comes down to that. Do you like Dota being calculated and cold, huh? You're a very big Falcons Tundra fan, weren't you? You really enjoyed that TI when it was all figured out. Ah, that's your cup of tea.
I recommended Lion Mid last series, didn't I?
Sarcastically, you can't say it was serious at this point. You can't just turn around and say, "Oh, I'm serious about that, by the way." After the series concludes, Michael Phoenix, you can't turn around. You flip-flopper.
How dare you? The Storm Spirit pickup here for Infinity. You gotta watch your damn language, Jonathan. My goodness. You're getting a bit too Australian for my liking.
Yapaholic. Don't get me going, Michael Phoenix. I'm gonna go.
Thankfully, I don't think any of the viewers will understand the reference you're making. You know, only Australians would probably get that one, and, you know, I apologise for John's behaviour to any Australians that are actually watching. Nouns, final banner. Oh, it's a very painful time for Australia, John. Just give us a break, all right?
Yeah, just relax, Mike. You don't need to watch the news, all right? Just live your life. The Storm pickup, very much a live your life pick as well for Infinity. Yeah, you don't have too much to be worried about into a Shadow Demon overall. It is very early for a Storm, though, but again, it doesn't feel like Storm has a lot of big matchup it loses out on. You did manage to ban out the puck, and we do get the win rate fly on hand. Yes, one loss on that Bristleback 5. Yes, indeed. Thank you. But it worked before, all right? There's a reason why these pros pick it up, Mike. It worked in scrims, it works in other spots, it works in their pubs. It's a pocket pick. It's thinking outside the box. And I think that is something to be encouraged. Because, God help us, you know, you want to go back to optimized Dota, bring back Wraith Pack, buff up the auras, and here we go with optimizing again.
I never said I wanted optimized Dota. I only said that Bristleback Pos 5 is not good. That's what I said. I know the one game where
think outside the box.
The one game we cast where Pos 5 Bristleback wins, I know you're never going to shut up about it. So I've got to get it in now. I've got to give you crap as much as possible right now.
See the Enchantress coming out here for Infinity as straightforward support as well. Their own way of dispelling anything on hand. Strong presence in lane, doesn't care too much about the Shadow Demon overall. They'll go with a Queen of Pain pickup for Nouns on mid for copy into a Nyx Assassin. Kind of try to hunt down the Storm. That is one very viable way, just walking to a Static Remnant with Spiked Carapace while in Vendetta, and you can line up for a nice quick burst play onto the Storm. So I do like this coming out. Can scale up nice and fast here as well for the side of Nouns. We have seen how fast these Pause 4 Nyxes can farm up just playing around with Mind Flare. So I should expect Lelis to meet some good timings here overall. Still not revealing too much about their side lanes. I'm rather curious what they will want to pick up now for the Gunner off lane on hand here for Nouns, but we'll have to wait and see as Infinity should be working towards their support duo. What's left in the pool? Don't really know if you want an Omni Knight. There is a Hoodwink available for a little bit of reach into the Quap. I think control on Quap is your big issue at the moment. I mean, you can Zip and Vortex, but it's very telegraphed from the Storm. An Orchid pickup in Storm could also work, but that is a very timing-based thing, and the Quap will still have a lot of leeway to dance around you. So I'm keen on seeing if maybe that's the idea behind Infinity's 4 pickup next.
You know what, though, John? If they feel like their Storm's countered already with the Nyx Assassin, you could always just, you know, Storm pos 5, John. You heard it here first. Surely it'll work. Never seen it lose in my life, Jonathan. I mean, if we play Bristle pos 5, you know, Storm pos 5 should work too. Why not?
No, you're not thinking outside the box properly now. Husker 5 is the tech. that I believe, you know, Execration's not scrimming, but they've been thinking about that. Husker 5 apparently is something they're thinking about, and theoretically seems to be pushed in that direction. We will get nothing outside the box here as we get Pangolier once more for Infinity. This hero has still been popping up. Surprise, surprise, still a 50% win rate despite any changes they try to put out into it. Mind you, I think we have been seeing more of the speedy Rolling Thunder facet rather than double jump. And the last time you and I saw that was what? TI qualifiers for Blacklist when they still existed for Abed. So
yeah,
it has been interesting. Yeah, it lost one double jump. It's won 3 Thunderbolt games. So Thunderbolt has been working out. I'm keen on seeing if that's the way they go here. And they will go back for the Hoodwink as their control for this Quap with a Bushwhack. So you do have some ways of catching the Quap out from long range. It's not the most consistent, but certainly can line up here.
It is. And Nouns, what do we follow up with? There's still 2 cores required here for Nouns' end of things.
Nouns Esports turn to the Alchemist.
They're going to go down the Alchemist route. We have been seeing a bit of Alchemist here and there, and it has been to, I want to say, mixed results. You know, it hits its timings well, but then if you don't really press your advantage early, it does tend to start to fall apart depending on what you're against. And of course, Infinity, they still have the opportunity to choose their own position 1, so plenty of opportunity here to find something suitable to go against this Alchemist.
They can. There is no Luna on hand. Mirana, we've still seen yesterday pop out. Again, it hasn't felt the best, but it's still in the pool. Wind Ranger's just dead. Troll, I think we've seen a couple of Troll games pop out today. Could be one direction. We've seen Morphling last ban as well. Overall, maybe that's something that Nouns will want to take care of as well. Rather, the Alk does make sense laning into potentially this offlane Pangolier. You know, if we were in Southeast Asia, I would say this is an offlane Storm Spirit for like Masaros, and Fearless takes the Pango mid. But fortunately, I don't think Infinity's that insane. They haven't dove deep enough in the deep end, not like our Thai friends. So we're not going to get too much insanity. And again, Alchemist into Pangolier lane is playable enough, melee matchup. You can always threaten with Acid Spray. You're just going to be farming up in the Alk overall. You've got the Shadow Demon to help defend. So if you do get bushwhacked up, you have Disruption to kind of try to bail you out there. And it should be nice and stable here for Yuma overall. Do you get the DK banned out? Offlane's being banned out by Infinity now, taking care of the Underlord. Just something that can provide a little bit more AoE control. There is a lack of that as well here on Nouns, along with Primal Beast. So what do you have left? You have stuff like Tide left in the offlane here for Gunner. Center is still on hand, although it has been a little bit less popular. Offlane Kunkka as well is still there, although again, we haven't seen that as often here in Wallachia. At least in the games we've casted, but still certainly some options left.
5 seconds.
Final ban to come for Nouns. "20 seconds reserve time left here for this final pickup."
Nouns Esports. Radiant team picked.
Oh, they're going to go for the Visage. All right. So that's one way to end things off. A very fast-paced style of lineup here from Nouns. And I'll tell you what, John, I like it. I don't know if Infinity have the style of draft to deal with this fast-paced draft of Nouns now. We'll see what they choose for their position 1. But, I mean, against the Visage Nyx, it can be a pretty awkward laning stage.
I'm not sure how to feel about the Visage overall, actually. Since Death Toll got nerfed, your farm pace is actually not quick any longer. Or because Death Toll used to trigger even when the projectile was flying out as creeps were dying. So even if they died before the projectile hits, you get the farm. Even before a hero dies, you get the farm. It doesn't work that way anymore. The projectile has to hit, and the hero has to die within that grace window when the debuff is on. So it's not as amazing. It's not actually that quick in terms of itemization at the very least for the Visage now. You do still have tempo. Early damage is nice coming out here from Nouns. I would say they are lacking severely in control with Visage pickup, kind of having to focus in on microing familiars. And I like that answer on Infinity, just straight into Dusa. In a lane where, you know, for Visage to shine, heroes have to take damage. Dusa doesn't take HP damage, so you will try to harass out an Enchantress who will also heal through. You might not get a lot of value from Soul Assumption in that lane.
A very, very interesting way to finish. Another Medusa game is what we're seeing. I mean, these Medusas, like, the hero does require a lot of farm to start to feel good. Like, sure, you have difficulty killing off Dusa once the butterfly's up after the Manta, but then it doesn't really feel like you do too much damage the other way until you see some more, maybe an Eye of Skadi to come out. I'm curious to see if Infinity can drag the game out long enough for this Medusa to become a problem. Nouns obviously looking for a pretty big kind of spike here in the mid game to try and overtake this game. And yeah, I mean, the 15-20 minute mark I think is going to be pretty scary for Infinity to try and get through. But if you can kind of get through the storm, I think Infinity still have a pretty good chance of turning this game back around and taking game 1.
Yeah, I'd say this game actually hinges more on, say, Lelis actually keeping that constant pressure on Costabile. Right, like, you have Mind Flare, you can kind of try to delete a lot of mana. On this Dusa, quite nice, soften her up for the burst play coming in from Copy. So it's kind of this connection with the Nyx Quap that needs to kind of kick into gear. I'm very curious what way Gunnar decides to play this Visage, because again, Death Toll has been severely nerfed. Your farming pace is certainly not as high as it once was. So your early timings into early Aura Rush isn't going to be as quick. And I think that's the one concern I have for the offlane of Gunnar. We saw his stats as well the last time Nouns picked it up, not necessarily netting them that win. And it does feel like Visage is just kind of harder to play. Like, yeah, support Visage is definitely dead with the Death Toll nerfs. As a core, again, this lane matchup against the Dusa, it's a Dusa Enchantress lane. There's a lot of healing. There's no damage flying onto the Dusa, so you have to focus your damage on an Ench, who will probably have Overprotective Wisps, or at least the Nature's Tendons up. So I don't know if you can even spam out your spells and try to make use of the early level 1 to 3 window that the Visage kind of shines in the laning phase.
Well, we'll see, Jonathan. Game 1 is now officially started. See if they can really capitalize off these picks here for Nouns, or whether Infinity are going to have themselves a good game 1. As we should be able to head into there rather soon, and there we go. He did end up going for the Overprotective Wisps as well, so yeah, it certainly could be a bit of a problem here to try and actually deal with Panda in this lane. We'll see. I mean, Nouns already smoking up, of course, looking for some early fights, because Gunnar wants to start stacking up that gold as early as humanly possible. Visage, one of the kings of the level 1 team fights. But of course, Infinity playing rather safe. They're just hugging their mid-tier 1 tower, and I highly doubt they're going to be looking for any kind of engagement here against Nouns.
Yeah. But to be fair as well, we did see these drafts again in qualifiers elsewhere. Visage Nyx was the lane playing into the Enchantress lane, and, you know, as an Ench, you're probably never going to be playing with Enchant. So that is one thing you'll take away from the Enchantress as well. at the very least, you don't have to worry about the creep micro here from the side of Nouns in that lane.
And the thing is, he's probably still going to have to level up Enchant. Because I think he will want the split push potential for the Eng to try and be ultra annoying this game. But we'll see. Definitely not going to have the value he wants in laning stage, that's for sure. Unless he just doesn't lane against him. We'll see. Panda's so far up at the top lane right now. Looking to maybe cut off Fly and Yuma. But it is just the Eng, and it looks like he is indeed going to just go through the Twin Gates. So nothing of action. No action really happening here at this top lane yet. That mid lane, of course, you're going to have PP against Copy. So the Quap vs Storm Spirit matchup. What do you think about this one, Jim?
This one's relatively happy for a Storm. You can stand far back enough that you're not going to get screamed upon every single time. It's a little bit more mana costly for Copy to kind of get some harassment in. Of course, PP can always static slide a Remnant. He can try to get some overload charges onto Copy, but it might not be as safe as, again, you're putting yourself in the firing line of Scream of Pain. It does kind of boil down into basically a farming lane with maybe some aggression coming out from Copy. I'm curious to see if PP actually feels like it's safe enough for him to go Vortex and try to double overload, but range matchups, you really don't tend to do that. Just go kind of 2-0-1, I suppose, by level 3, and just, again, clear out control creeps and just farm up. And you're happy enough to just farm anyway as a Storm, as long as you're not getting denied too much. EXP is really the key factor in that matchup anyhow.
I've seen Costabile at bottom lane taking a lot of mana damage here, as of course Gunnar has started with the Soul Assumption spam. Already very, very low on the mana department. Costabile doesn't really have any regen either. Of course, he's just trying to rush the Arcane Boots, I do believe. At the very least, we'll have the Bassi coming in very soon, but Lelos gets a nice stun off, and Costabile, he's okay. He'll survive, but this lane, at least the start to the lane, has been very awkward.
And it is. And that's without the Mind Flare being available on Lelis yet. He does have it now with level 2. Costabile is not the safest in this lane early on. And Gunnar getting some good work done. That does cost him all of his mana, but he still has 2 mangoes on hand. And Panda's not really able to cut them off. Like, they're just playing right in the middle of the lane. Again, without, say, a chance to even enchant a creep, you're not going to be happy there at all.
A nice First Blood secure here for Fly on the Shadow Demon, just being able to take out Knight quite easily himself, so happy days here for the top lane of Nouns. Of course, Yuma's not really under any pressure whatsoever here on the Alchemist either. Should be able to farm just fine underneath that tier 1 tower, and as long as Fly's around, he should be relatively safe. But there is some danger against the Hoodwink and Pango, but again, the Disruption's such a powerful kind of spell to just save every time.
Yep. Makes it a little bit harder for that full committal, and they've already cut the tree line just to make it a little bit more awkward for Knight to look for these bushwhack plays. Yuma just constantly using that Quelling Blade, so it's not going to be as easy to line up. Of course, you don't have double jump as well, so it is just Thunderbolt, and you're not going to feel that fast until level 6 is up. So your laning presence, it's kind of shrunk down just a tad bit in that Pango at the very least.
Bottom lane has slowed down a little bit here from Nouns' end. They aren't trying to be quite as aggressive here against Costabile and Panda. So you are seeing the Mind Flare on the large camp, of course, from Lelos. Even the pools for Panda are going to be rather difficult against this Nyx Assassin. Does still end up skilling up Enchant, of course, because he does need it once you get past the laning stage, but obviously won't really be able to utilize it too much while this Nyx Assassin is around. Mid lane looking like a pretty even affair, but Copy is slightly ahead in terms of the CS department. Pippi still able to abuse the static slide, but is still being a little bit cautious as Copy has been able to land the Screams onto this Storm. But CS-wise, they are still pretty even as top lane. They're going to make a jump. Yuma with the stun out. Has found Knight. A lot of Shadow Poison stacks, but they need a little bit more, and they've got it. Fly landing the last Shadow Poison right on the edge, and he will secure a second kill now on the Shadow Demon.
Laning so far looking clean for Nouns. Every lane looking like it's getting what it wants out of it. And Costabile's farm has been severely impacted from that early aggression. Just missing out on this initial creeps has had a bit of a snowball effect on just what he can get done in lane. Bit of a move on to Copy.
Pippi knows he has no blink. Copy just blinked in to try and secure a rune, and he's going to die for it. Awkward kind of initiation, or initiation I say, awkward kind of blink in from Copy, and Pippi does punish immediately. That's a pretty big win for the mid-storm, considering you were falling slightly behind, but now Pippi's gonna hit level 6 a lot earlier than the Quap will.
And some great timing as well to go for that value point in the Vortex. That additional hold, just giving him that opening to get that punishment. No rotations coming out from the supports as well onto that mid to get that movement to secure Water Rune, as the side lanes are just very tied in. Some aggression. The Nouns emphasis on the side lane pressure is just hurting that mid
Nigma
with the usual movements we see.
A lot of damage onto this Alchemist. Disruption again from Fly, going to be onto Knight, into the stun, but it is going to not be enough this time, at least for now. But Fly is still going. More Shadow Poison stacks, and he's got another kill. Now, Yuma was being zoned out by Lich just to ensure you didn't have the follow-up damage of the Alchemist, but Fly is proving to be more than enough thus far. That glitch?
Yes.
We'll get stunned up here on the Pango. Fly starting to stack up those Shadow Poisons once again. But of course you can just swashbuckle away.
It's a little bit unfortunate for Knight. He got stuck in the tree line right as Unstable flew out with Acid Spray still.
Panda's rotated over. They're tanking the T1 tower hits with this Enchanted Creep. Disruption will buy a little bit of time for Yuma, but not quite enough. It's a very nice rotation now from Panda. Able to find the position 1 kill as they go for Fly now. Fly certainly not finding his way out of this one. Knight able to get some sweet, sweet revenge on the Hoodwink as he does find a double kill.
I mean, you're at the point where you can leave Costabile alone. Level 4 on that Dusa has a little bit more stats to play with, and it's just a little bit tankier, so the kill threat isn't as clean.
Oh, they're jumping him. They want the Dusa. It's going to be a slow process, but they're almost through his mana pool. Of course, they won't dive past the tier 1 tower, but still being as annoying as possible.
They are. It's just a harder process now at level 5 fully done for Costabile. So again, the rotation pays off. The punishment's a little bit late on Nouns. Killboard evens out 3-3 here for Infinity. And for Nouns' part, again, you're still in a decent spot. You've still got all these stacks lined up for Yuma behind the tier 1 that are protected, that he is clearing out. Radiant's timing still looking to be on point here for our Alk. Copy, despite that death, is still number 2 in net worth as well. But the concern starts to come in once level 6's line up here from Infinity, right? Like you're going to have a Storm that can zip around. Your hold, again, is very tied into Lelis. He does not have Vendetta to try to catch a Storm off guard. He's getting some room now to just clear out some camps himself with a Mind Flare at the least. So some farm, some solo EXP coming in. The laning pressure coming out from Gunnar. Not the strongest, but he does have Familiars up to help control if he can find an angle in with him, at the very least.
The cheeky ensnare out from the neutral creep, just catching Costabile. And that might be the Medusa death. In fact, it won't be. Costabile, he had some healing lotuses. He will survive. But that neutral creep kind of just went rogue, as now Fly's going to rotate. Costabile, still relatively healthy in the mana pool, does pop the Stone Gaze and does go for the TP out. Lelis could try for an Impel, but just doesn't have the vision. Won't bother trying. We'll just hold out. But now with the Medusa down, or rather with the Medusa out of your lane, they can certainly start to look towards that bottom tier 1 tower.
You have some push pressure coming in here with Gunnar, and that's where that higher pace of game you were looking for from the draft kind of kicks in here, Mikey. Just some tower pressure, very nice and free for Gunnar to find by himself. And the response from Infinity is to just ignore it, which I think is fair. And there is a lot that can go wrong playing into Visage. Even just the value point in Gravekeepers makes it a tougher call to try to burst him down. They are at least trying to manage the Familiars. They'll send Panda in, just try to manage the lane as well. A bit of a smoke out now from PP and Knight. Again, Bushwhack, Zip, and Vortex ready for some jump control. Could be some nice targets down bot.
They've even got an amp damage rune here on Pippi. This could be a real problematic fight for Nouns. They're going to try and jump Fly immediately. Of course, Fly, a huge target, but Fly is certainly walking out for now. Copy, even rotating just in case, as it seems like Infinity, they got the message, they will leave. So the smoke rotation not going to work out. I suppose you could call that a little bit unfortunate for Infinity. Most you really get out of that rotation is a TP in from Copy.
Yeah, and you don't mind us at all from Nouns. Free space up top. Yet again for Yuma to just hug behind the tier 1, shove out the wave, get his farm going on the Alchemist. Going to be way more efficient than do so very early on here. Costabile does not have an easy way of clearing out these camps just yet. Even the power tread still not quite up yet for Ardusa. So farming pace is just that much slower here. And in a stalled out game, at least in terms of early tempo, you don't mind us on Nouns, right? You're starting to build up on your alch, you're getting that investment going, you still need something like the Dagon on copy that we tend to see on the Quap. I'll try to rotate, but he missed the Centaur stun.
No, Panda's just being so annoying though. It's one of the things you can do, just get the enchanted creep and just follow the mid laner and just be as annoying as possible. Fly. Well, Fly will get caught out. Pushback did land and that'll be a guaranteed kill eventually onto Fly. No way out of this one. Because Copy, he was around, but there's not much the Co-op can do right now against 4 heroes. As we'll just see his position 5 Shadow Demon die for free. But while all this is happening, Yuma has been left to free farm. So I suppose as long as your Alchemist is hitting creeps, you're pretty happy.
And you are. Again, no one's playing top lane. He's very well protected from even gate rotations, as long as he's by his tier 1 with his ward, watching his camps. And he's just happily, constantly clearing out 2 camps at a time, with no contest. It's just a slower pace for Costa Bila, no matter how you cut it. This Deuce's farming pace doesn't pick up until later on, until it has more items. And Lulla's just not stopping his tracking of that Deuce. Just trying to be a nuisance down bot. Just stealing away creeps. It's just a little bit painful for Infinity, because you do worry about this Alch when it's ready to go.
Knight's gonna cop a big stun out from Yuma. A lot of HP removal there on Knight, but yeah, he's okay to get out of this one as Copy now looking towards our Pangolier, but Pango's going to be just fine to escape. Meanwhile, bottom tier 1 tower still being chipped away at by Gunner. Of course, with the siege creep, they're going to have no problems taking this out. There'll be no trade either from Infinity's end. They do still hold on to their siege creep, so they could set up for a tier 1 top tower push, but it is going to be up against an Alchemist with max level acid sprays, so chances are they probably won't really be able to abuse the siege creep at all.
No. And that, again, they're just... It's a bit surprising they just constantly abandon this Yuma lane. They're not looking to try to commit with Illich, with the Urn of Shadows up, maybe wanting full Spirit Belts for first, which is flying out now. So at the very least has some ways of getting some heal reduction off. Still haven't seen the Rolling Thunder kick in yet.
Right. Bushwhack was not on target. Disruption going to avoid the sharpshooter here, but Fly eventually will drop. Still gets the Demonic Purge off in time. But Pippi, plenty of mana to be able to zip away. And so there will be no trade from Nouns. They'll just have to let Fly die once again. It is still just a +5 Shadow Demon. It's not like they're really losing their tier 1 mid tower, so it's not the biggest deal.
No, certainly not. And again, this free space for Yuma is starting to ramp up. We have our Radiance up at 12.5 minutes in. So that's just set to escalate. You've had a lot of free space out for Gunner, although he was forced to rotate mid. But the aura play is slowly forming up as well for Visage. Drums up into the Crimson Guard next. And again, as long as he's CSing with the Soul Assumption, it's not going to take too long for that to start to rack up as well. They do manage to finally get some room to clear out top. Not going to be seeing that kill on Yuma. But they will make it a little bit less comfortable for the Alchemist to just sit back and farm. So that is a boon here for the side of Infinity, if they will want to try to hunt Yuma down. They have a few more openings lined up here. Costa Bila is still lagging behind in farm, but to do so again will just take some time. Oh.
Nice smoke break from Lelis. Oh, they know the Nyx Assassin is around here somewhere. Panda does have sentries, but doesn't really want to waste them. Lelis probably wouldn't really get caught out anyway. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, Copy could be in a spot of danger, but he's got his whole team behind him. In fact, Illich is going to jump in. Oh, Rolling Thunder never came off. Lord. And the Sonic Wave is going to come out, but he still makes it. He'll survive with the 1 charges. They'll move back in onto the Nyx Assassin, and Lelis is going to die, but they'll trade with the Pango. It's still a great trade here for Nouns. They want more, though. Panda going to get stunned up, but it seems like Nouns, they'll see a TP from Costa Bila, and that's going to be enough to retreat. They got the positive trade anyway, so I think Nouns will be more than happy to just back off for now.
Definitely so. Great reveal from the Dagon for Copy. You managed to get that burst play out in Pango. You can see just how annoying Thunderbolt is, though. That increased speed makes it a lot easier to find chain stun opportunities. You don't need to be as tightly bound in these spots where it's a little bit awkward because of the delay between your bounce back. It's much easier to just keep lining it up here on the Pango. They will smoke up once more on Infinity's end. Start to get some information on that triangle as well. You know, Sonic Wave is down. The burst damage from Nouns isn't quite there at the moment if they can get an angle in.
Well, they're going to find themselves another Shadow Demon kill. Only a double stack of Ancients here, but they are still going to try and just take these away here, Infinity. And they'll get away with it. Of course, Nouns not going to bother trying to rotate to defend these stacks. It's just a double. Maybe they could try to hunt for Gunnar down to this bottom lane, but it's going to be a little bit tough because it's pretty obvious they are coming that way. So instead, they'll try for Lelis by placing some sentries down, but Lelis will get out of the sentry range. And it seems that the Nyx is going to be okay to escape. In Infinity, they are still hanging about. Lelis going to run into Costabile. This will be a huge pickoff, and they might actually burst him down if Lelis wants to commit with Gunnar. But they're going to lose the Familiars, and they're not feeling confident to get this done, while the rest of Infinity are hanging about. So instead, Infinity going to TP out of there. And nothing comes off that rotation, apart from the SD kill.
Yeah, I mean, you're, again, very happy on Nouns. Just free space for Yuma. Even Costabile having to move around doesn't feel that great for Dedusa to have to be somewhat exposed. At least no punishment from Nouns for that time around.
Oh, they're going to find a nice kill on Tonight. That's a killing spree being given in the way of Copy. Pippi.
PP?
He's alright, he'll zip away. He's by his tier 2 tower, but that mid tier 1 tower is starting to look like it might be going down as they are going to pop a Rolling Thunder and try to force a fight here in the Radiant jungle. Panda's the target. They'll go after the Nyx to boot. The Nyx going to be disrupted now. Lelis, though, still should go down eventually and does. Pippi in the meantime, however, getting deleted by Copy and his Dagon. Not good news for Infinity. It's Illich turning back on a fly. Flies perfectly fine though, but you miss the Alchemist stun, who currently stuns himself. They'll try to move in on the Alchemist, see if they can burst him down with the break of the Sharpshooter, but the Sonic Wave, Copy trying to make the space. Illich moving back in, they'll both go down. Oh my, now Knight being chased up by Copy. He'll drop. Panda's still trying to fight. Copy's out of mana, but here comes Gunnar. He'll intervene on the Visages now. Costabile gonna show up to boot. Just everybody joining in this Radiant jungle. Sadly, there's no TP cancel here against Gunnar, so he's alright to get out. Who even won that fight, Jonathan?
Oh, it's a little bit tricky to say. Losing Yuma is pretty big in terms of net worth bounce back here for the side of Infinity, but you do manage to really apply the hurt onto PP. Loses some Galvanized stacks, a little bit less mana regen to play with. He does still have the full buyout on the Kaya, I do believe, still set up, so it's not as rough for the Storm, but...
Copy. Copy's currently stalking Illich, and well, you do have Lelis also doing the same. Spidey senses not tingling here for the Pango. He'll pop the Swashbuckle, and that's probably going to be his life. Or is it? He's pretty tanky with the shield crash. In fact, he's going to pop around with the Rolling Thunder now. Pippi going to rotate over, and Copy is gone. A big kill for Infinity now.
No Sonic Wave, no kill. And burst potential with level 1 Dagon's not that high, and they kind of whiff the combination just a bit there from Lelis. So they're not able to apply as much damage as they'd want onto the Pango. You can just see again how devastating Thunderbolt can be. Gunnar always under concentrate of losing his familiars as well. And they'll find punishment on Tonight at the least, but...
Mid lane. Throw a cheeky Vessel charge onto Gunnar, but that's going to be about it. They still haven't really addressed the problem of Yuma, who is still farming. I mean, it almost seems like they just don't care at this point. I mean, Yuma isn't really that far ahead. Like, he's 3k ahead of the Storm right now. So it's nothing really to write home about yet.
Back to the building.
It's pretty big. You know, that's going to be a quicker BKB for Yuma, and it's at that point where you kind of do expect Nouns to maybe play a little bit more together, try to leverage this debuff immunity, and start to shut down the map a little bit more. The recovery has been there for Costabile.
Costabile, he's going to be fine. Dust was popped from Pippi, landing onto Lelis, and Lelis certainly going to die here. Or Pippi almost going down to the quap damage, but does barely manage to zip away. My goodness, that Dagon plus Sonic Wave is a scary, scary combination when you've also got the Kaya up. Now it's going to go for the mid-tier 1 tower, even though they're the ones that lost the support. Gunnar, can they lock him down? Odds are no, he'll walk out of there. So the mid-tier 1 tower is lost, and all they really get for it is a Nyx Assassin kill.
Yeah. it's still hanging by a thread, but the deny is there at the very least to cut that gold away from Nouns. Nouns, for their part, 11-9, 3k lead still standing. Majority of that, again, on Yuma. The rest of the farm distribution on the map, relatively even across all our heroes. Just, again, the outlier here. So we have to see this investment on Yuma pay off. BKB flying in now. Although,
be very aggressive jump in. He's already found Fly on the Shadow Demon. Fly looking to get blown up immediately, and does with the sharpshooter. Yuma, he's trying to find Pippi here, but I don't think he has enough damage on his own. He's forced to pop his BKB and try to run out of there. Illich was just chasing him down, but now Pippi overstaying his welcome will also go down. Gunnar able to secure the Storm Spirit Killers. Now Panda trying to get out with these wisps, but it's not really going to help too much. He is dead. So a good start by killing off Fly, but they just kind of ran out of fuel midway through the fight.
I'm a little bit surprised that fight takes place right after all of those engagements on mid by the tier 1. You weren't fully reset on PP. I mean, he had enough mana from bottle top-ups, but not quite enough to really sustain that deep chase. And again, this BKB timing for Yuma just makes it extra difficult to try to hope to burst down the Alchemist, which was holding on to it for as long as possible, but they do manage to get some good punish. 4k lead still standing here for the side of Nouns. The big issue now for Nouns is they need to find a way to stop the Costabila's catch-up. He's going into the Scotty. He's going straight for just healing reduction to play into that Alchemist to stop Yuma from being effective. And it's just going to complicate how these fights break out for the side of Nouns. The aura play is there for Gunnar. Again, Crimson Guard is up. I'm going for the Vlad's next. Wondering if a pipe is in the horizon as well. As Infinity are looking to try to smoke out. They do have good forward vision, but they don't have anything watching Roshan. And that's exactly where Nouns does want to play. They've got Roche clear, nice and fast with Alchemist. Well, not the quickest in the world, but certainly at a decent pace. The scan will reveal, but they are still relatively far from this one for Infinity, so they'll look for a little bit of a shove and pressure on that tier 2 for now.
That's certainly going to be a very easy Roshan take. Copy will be the one to take the Aegis for himself on this quap. Infinity, he's still buying plenty of time for Costabile. He's getting to that Eye of Skadi timing now on the Medusa, and that's when things might start to look a little bit problematic for the side of Nouns. Yuma working onto his Bloodthorn up next. So they'll go for a Tormentor for now. I wonder if Nouns slow down at all, or if they want to just keep moving. Seems like with the Aegis you do want to try and get a little bit active, but Yuma might at least stick around and just wait for the Orchid, and in fact he has it up now. It's just... No, he does not. Never mind. He just got rid of the Bloodthorn altogether, and he'll just farm up the Orchid instead.
Yep. A little ways off. About 1,000 gold necessary for the Alchemist. Shouldn't take too much time for an Alchemist overall. And that should start a line with maybe a few more items. Copy, just lacking the recipe gold left for that BKB. And once you have that protection for the prop to initiate on, things start to really clear up. Because again, the big issue for Nouns is perhaps just this initiation angle. You have so many more ways of starting these fights on Infinity. With a Bushwhack, with a Zip, and the Vortex, with a roll that's available on Illich. So just many angles for Infinity, whereas for Nouns, their best play is really just probably a good stun setup from Lelis. And that is it. And that stun to break from invisibility as well, as just popping Vendetta right click first does provide a lot of leeway actually for the side of Infinity to just bail out. There's that BKB timing we were looking for on Copy, so should lead to some more aggressive moves here from Nouns, but they're not going to commit to the bot. And they will actually just play it safe, maybe go on the hunt with the Invis.
They're having a look around that Radiant jungle, because Infinity not interested in the fight right now. Again, their whole game is basically just buying Costabile as much time as he needs. And that is exactly what they'll try to do. Lelis is going to run almost into that tier 2 tower. Could have found Illich. In fact, they will scan out the Pengali. So they know somebody's farming below that tier 2 bottom tower. They'll move in immediately. Lelis to initiate. The Pengo caught out and silenced, and it's going to be a very quick kill here for Nouns. And that'll ensure they can take this tier 2 bottom tower.
It maybe goes off a little bit slower than you'd want it to, but they will at least get some reactions out. Even the quick movement out from Copy to try to take care of mid with these Deuce illusions just shoving in. and not giving any leeway to Infinity to try to get anything done in the map while this occurs. Tier 2 will fall, and you still have a good 2 minutes left on the Aegis of Copy, going for the Octarine next on our Quap, lines drawn top. Want to find some punish for Panda being so far forward here.
They won't though, Panda. Able to run. Will TP away and they will not catch him. Costabile is right by Yuma.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
They
attack.
won't run into each other though. Yuma is going to run north and Costabile will run south. Yuma does have the full Bloodthorn completed. Meanwhile, Costabile looking to work towards a butterfly build up on the Medusa. Costabile has basically been uncontested this whole game as well. Like, he's 0-0-1 in scoreline right now. So he's had one assist the whole time, but that's about it. It has been a relatively free game for the Medusa, but Nouns, they have been trying to kill this man a couple times, and it just hasn't worked out for him. Whether it becomes a problem later on is only yet to be seen.
I think there's some mild concern. You do have ways of bursting down the mana pool again with something like Nyx, but it does feel like the Deuce is just, it's going to be able to scale up quite nicely. I don't know, like, it's a tough call. Like, especially as this butterfly starts to get formed up, you're going to need a way to just pierce through the evasion. Lining up here for Yuma, the Bloodthorn can take care of that. But there is, again, Manta still left here for Costabile to bail out on. There's some counterplay options. It's really just down to how you find these angles. And I feel like, again, the angles for Infinity are just easier to work out. You've got Blink Up on Illich. You've got this fast-rolling Pangolier that can just be highly disruptive. For now, it's heavily reliant on either a Blink Stun out from Yuma or just Lullis, again, scouting around in Vendetta. And that's just, it's much more limited from Nouns to try to force these fights as it goes on. A 5k lead for an Alchemist draft, 26 minutes is when things maybe don't feel as amazing for Nouns. It's again, a heavy investment onto Yuma alone. But they will smoke into each other here as Aegis expires.
Copy's going to run right into Pippi. Pippi just zipping right past him, but the BKB is out from Copy. Meanwhile, Yuma is going to run right into the Pangolier. They want to blow him up ASAP, but it's not quite enough yet. Illich will survive and get the Rolling Thunder off as now Copy in pretty big trouble. Does go down the Quap, and Yuma, he's a bit of a sitting duck now on the Alk. Well, the patience of Infinity certainly looking like it's paid off here as Nouns. They'll feed 2 core lives away. It costs Infinity absolutely nothing. And that's a huge loss for Nouns.
I'm a bit surprised these 2 cores forced that fight out. They didn't have anyone close by. Lullis wasn't quite in the angle to try to get that burst play. They need everyone on hand to try to sneak in. Again, the initiation angles are just awkward. You don't have that full Bloodthorn just yet. Damage output on the Alchemist is just a little bit lacking, even with just the Orchid. Couldn't even burst down Illich. Fairly tanky with that full pipe up on Pangolier. And now you don't have that net worth lead. Again, it felt like Nouns needed to maybe find a little bit more. And just the way you have to take these fights is, it's not the simplest way for Nouns.
They're going to find Lilith as well. A very easy kill for Pippi. Of course, top tier 2 tower going to be targeted now by Infinity. They already got rid of that mid tier 2 tower, and Nouns certainly looking like they're on the back foot at this stage. You are getting to a stage where the net worth is about to swing back the way of Infinity. That is never good news when you're playing an Alchemist. And quite frankly, the win probability has basically always been in Infinity's favor. So it just seems as though Nouns may just have not done enough with this draft to really kind of make it look good as Panda will get ganked up on the Ench. Does have a TP available, but he might actually make it out. Yuma will stun himself. Panda still healing up through all this, but eventually he should die. Panda sprints away, but Yuma's got him this time. There's a lot of commitment for a +5 bench, but you'll get there.
I mean, three core commitment just for that one pesky Enchantress is not a good sign for Nouns. You'll take what you can get at this point, but it's pretty costly as a time commitment. Again, that's time where the other cores of Infinity are farming up nice and safe. Costabile with that full butterfly just has, again, it's that EHP spike here for the Dusa. As long as the Bloodthorn doesn't get activated on him, he's kind of happy. And whether or not Yuma can even gap close to that Dusa to get the Bloodthorn off after a Manta usage remains to be seen. as Costabile has been playing very far back most of the time here. And this early gem pickup on PP as well ensures that the counter in Lelis just never comes into play. Like, he needs to sneak up, he needs to try to get the hit into a stun, into a Spike Carapace use, or just Spike Carapace in when he sees an overload up. None of that's lining up. Just, again, from the way Infinity's playing, from their itemization, from this early gem pickup, I don't know how Nouns can kind of bounce back from this. I mean, there's some scaling still left. Gunner is going for the AC, and Drum Boot's still available to go into as well. Octarine for Copy has barely made any progress in the last few fights. Infinity confident enough to try to take a smoke out here. Again, everything's up. Angles for these fights just so simple to find.
There is one answer I can see, and that's Lelis building an Aghanim Scepter, which is already queued up. Like, that Burrow plus the level 15 talent on Nyx Assassin, Mind Flare becomes a 4-second cooldown. And the damage output does get ridiculous against Storm Medusa. Like, they will run out of mana very fast if he's able to spam a few of those Mind Flares throughout the fights.
That is true. My concern is that only really works best on high ground. Maybe some of these scattered fights, but that also means you're not going to be initiating with Lelis, because if he's going to walk up Vendetta Strike or just walk up and try to burrow, they have Gem on Storm. That's your primary target anyway, so you have to play further back. Your initiation switches fully onto Yuma alone, and again, it's very hard for the Alk to just all in. Doesn't feel like that burst damage is on hand, so I'm not sure if the Axe is going to be enough. It's going to help best high ground. In some fights, it can be impactful, but it's fights where you have to bait Infinity in. And with how Infinity's been playing, it's been very disciplined so far. So they need to find a way to actually utilize that timing when it is up. They'll try to smoke out here on Nouns. They've got that AC up and running on Gunner. Just a matter of, can they find a jump? Good positioning here from Infinity to break the smoke under a ward as well.
Very awkward kind of situation here to fight underneath this vision of Infinity. They'll try to de-ward it, and they do get it off, but Copy going to reveal his position. Disruption will be committed from Fly pretty early on to save. Meanwhile, Yuma jumping in right onto Illich has found the Pangoli. That's a great start for Nouns. They look to retreat though. Costabile looking to run in, trying to find himself a target. But the reset and the reinitiation coming from Nouns now. Where do they go though? Pippi's out of mana. That'd be a great target if they could get close to him, but Costabile is warding them off. That Copy's taking a lot of damage, but they'll make the jump in. The Medusa out of mana and is gone. Costabile cannot survive that many heroes at once. Panda left behind. And they'll save Pippi, but it's cost them way more than it should have. And suddenly Nouns, they've found a way back into this game.
I'm surprised again from Infinity. They've been working together as a unit well, but this time around, the zip comes out from PP. Illich doesn't necessarily commit to follow through, just straight up trying to, just pop the Rolling Thunder with the Thunderbolt, try to scout forward. They saw the ward being dropped. They knew that the smoke play was happening, and they just lose that position. Very rough fight for Infinity. Great angles out from Nouns, just making it super awkward. Playing in and out of that area of vision, still keeping their smokes up as well. Only really the ward pop, or the ward being dropped, that reveals that smoke out. And Nouns still get to play with their power spike. They have the secondary life ready on Yuma. You can see how much damage this Alchemist does have on hand, and you can just fully commit onto a fully stunned up Pango. The damage output, not quite at max yet for Dedusa either, as the Radiance is causing some issues, so it's going to be an MKB next for Dedusa, but still a ways off from that. Now it's 7k lead back, again, on an Alk draft. That's almost like the bare minimum you want to be, but they certainly have gotten value out now.
I do appreciate the switch up as well from Lelis, by the way. He does end up getting a Blink Dagger instead of the Ags now, seeing as they did get that successful team fight. So just wants the Blink up instead. Doesn't need the Ags anymore. Probably will re-queue it if they are afraid of losing this game, but ultimately for now, there's just no necessity for that itemization. This Tormentor does get taken by Infinity. They'll get a free shards up on Illich now. The Nouns looking a lot more confident, eyeing out that mid-tier 2 tower, or at least Yuma is. They'll get some vision into that Radiant Triangle as well, just to make sure nobody can sneak up from the back. Zip in from Pippi, pretty far from Yuma. Yuma gonna get jumped. Yuma in fact dropping quite low, but does have the Aegis. Hasn't popped Chemical Rage yet either, and there you go, a big Sonic Wave. Pippi! Pippi is down. Lelis will take him out. They do at least get the Aegis of the Alchemist, but what's it gonna cost them? It's already cost them a mid-storm. Nouns will chase for more now. Yuma just blinking right into the tier 3 tower. And he's taken down Knight so fast. As they'll move on to the Ench, but she's a bit too tanky, I do believe, as Costabile now doing a lot of damage to Yuma. He will be able to retreat though. They'll move back into the tier 2 mid tower. And Pippi just again getting a little bit excited. Does get taken out.
And there's just a little bit of disconnect coming out here from Infinity in terms of how they want to take these fights. And Nouns are starting to show much cleaner execution coming out. They're using Yuma's bait quite nicely. Fly's always in position to save. The durability coming out from the auras of Gunner are stalling out all of these engagements quite nicely as well. And the switcheroo for Lelis. Like, again, when it comes down to just how you're supposed to take these fights, there's a lot of reliance on that Nyx. The Blink does allow them to be more active on Nouns at the cost of defense, like you mentioned there. So it just gives them more play. I like this overall from Nouns. It's down to Infinity, right? Like, 9k deficit up against an Alc at 35 minutes. It's not unplayable. Equal net for it across all the other cores outside of the Alchemist right now. You've got the MKB timing here now for Costabile. So he can just rip this Alc to shreds, even with a Radiance up. Just maybe needs a Daedalus to come out next, and you're pretty set on your Medusa at that point with maybe just like Ags and Shard that you could look for afterwards. For the side of Nouns, I mean, without the Aegis, without that security, they will have to play a little bit safer, of course. Just going to try to keep this farm game up. You can start to consider, you know, you were saying Lelis has to buy his own Ags. Once Yuma's done with Swift Blink, you could just start to consider gifting the Ags for, you know, damage bonus, spell amp on Alchemist anyhow. He's going to run out of slots. Moonshard could be nice considering his BAT, but maybe unnecessary in comparison to how much Ags provides them in this game. Like, Ags on Gunner allows another angle to initiate, right? Invisibility on Familiars, allowing him to stun out, although...
Illich, is this bait? No, it's not. Illich is down. Just trying to get that bottom creep wave, but it costs him his own life, and now Copy's looking for more. But move on to Panda. Panda's going to TP out just fine. Yuma, in the meantime, I believe, have spotted Pippi underneath his own vision, so stun is going to fly out, and the Sonic Wave is going to be enough. Oh boy, Infinity making a couple of small errors here, and it is costing them. It's making a lot of issues. In fact, Yuma maybe getting close to Costabile, but won't quite move onto the high ground. Still, Nouns have to be happy. 2 more cores down for nothing.
Yeah, it's all freebies from the side of Nouns. Infinity just playing very fragmented right now. Trying to play greedy, trying to farm up as well, not respecting, say, that forward area and on the bot lane, where outpost control was still there. You only had an Ench backing you up to try to save Illich, just not enough to try to save out. And the high ground siege begins without the threat of the roll for a little bit longer. They've got their opening here.
They're going to start. Oh, look at that mana pool. Costabile already losing half of it just from a mile away. They'll still get to work, just dealing with the familiars. Lelis will get caught. Vendetta not going to save him yet. Big Sonic Wave out from Copy, landing on 3 targets, but nobody's dying. Everyone's fine. In fact, Copy's the one that needs to get the hell out of there. He'll blink out, but the chase is on from Costabile, and Copy still has another blink. Fly, he might be the one to get left behind here on the Shadow Demon. That'll be alright for Nouns if he dies. And in fact, he won't even. He gets within the fog, and it'll TP out just fine. So they'll only lose Lelis.
Yeah, big win for the side of Nouns. Them forcing high ground without Aegis is already kind of nutty considering what we see in these matches. They managed to force out a lot of commitment from the side of Infinity. Rolling Thunder not the longest cooldown, but you know, just threatening and keeping Infinity stuck here, only finding a Nyx for their trouble. More than happy. You still have room to grow, of course. Again, the Swift Blink for Yuma lining up here. You've got the Kaya Sange for Copy. Unfortunately, no stat res, but a little bit more HP for the Cop to play with up front is always a welcome thing, and the slow resist can be kind of nice as well when you're playing into the Dusa. So there is some utility coming out there. I'm just very keen on seeing if we will see Yuma start to gift out Ags. I don't know. I just feel like The potential for Copy to get, well, he already has his Ags, unfortunately. Maybe the potential for Gunner, again, to get a free Ags is kind of nice, especially with a Sight of Vice finished up. Silent as the Grave with Invis, with a Hex on Gunner, with a Chain Stun from Familiars. You can start to line up even easier kills. Just more angles down the line there. If Yuma manages to reach that point, if this game stalls out long enough. And he is going for the Ags. So, time for everyone else to scale once that is up. No, he switches back. Aw. Into a Strength Blink now. Got me excited for a moment.
Dire are scanning.
It's alright, you know, these Alchemist players will find any reason not to hand Ags over. What can you do?
Unless it's Pros 4, if you remember those days. In Southeast Asia.
I do.
Those were tremendous times. Great times.
They really were. 35 seconds till we find out when the next Roshan is going to spawn up. So if you are this Radiant side, you really don't want to give up this next Roshan because it almost guarantees high ground for Nouns. So Infinity, we'll see if they can kind of intervene in this next Roshan fight. And Costabile is still farmed like an absolute machine, and he's still hitting like a truck. It's just not enough if they get the jump. Like, Yuma is hitting a lot harder right now than this Alchemist. And so, top tier 2 tower is what Nouns will focus on. We'll see if Roshan's going to be a quick timer as well. Oh, it's instant. Literally 0 seconds.
Wow. Oh, that's a massive tool as well for Infinity. Full Ags up on PP. So now they've got some AoE hold on hand outside of the reliance on Rolling Thunder, and they're actually pressuring tier 3s here on Infinity's end. But side of Nouns, well, they have to make that choice now.
Well, it seems like Gunner's going to rotate over at the least. They'll bring a little bit more to boot. Gunner, he'll chase them off. Yuma will TP back towards his own base, so they're not going to continue committing to that top tier 3 tower. Instead, they're going to go for the fight. Gunner's been caught out, though. Gunner is gone. A great start here for Infinity. They're looking at Fly now, and Fly, trapped within his own disruption, cannot make it out of this one. He is also dead, and there's no buybacks. Neither Q has buyback. Well, this is concerning if you're a Nouns fan. Tier 3 tower now under siege once again.
That was a bit strange from Gunner. He was running forward by his lonesome. None of his other cores were nearby him. He should have expected him right in the triangle, watching that ramp, and he just dies. That's 1 Rax, maybe even just 2 off the back of this.
Oh, nice little blow up there on a Panda. They will at least find an inch for their trouble, but Pippi's got the Ags up, so the AoE Vortex is out. Nobody dying from Nouns, and it seems like Infinity might be forced to retreat. So 1 Rax down, an extra tier 3 tower on top. But it's far from game over.
Certainly not. It's just surprising that Infinity are allowed to take the first Rax of the game, considering how well Nouns has been playing around without even the Aegis. Like, slow to respond in that TP for Nouns. Gunner running in again by himself, not able to even micro the Familiars forward as well to scout forward first. Just trying to maybe catch someone out before they TP home. And now Infinity has the opening for Roche themselves. Aegis, Banner, Shard, and Cheese on hand here. It's going to be a bit challenging for Nouns. They will try to smoke into that position. Roche is falling relatively quick.
They might be forced to fight into the Aegis. I mean, Nouns revealing they are by the creep wave. Roshan will go the way of Infinity. The question is, do they still want to force a fight? The answers look like it's probably going to be a bit of a yes here for Nouns. So they will scout out Costabile. Keep in mind, you've got to deal with him twice now. Costabile just going to get back to farming. He's not too concerned. But Rolling Thunder is going to be committed. They will move in. Already finding Lelis and Copy. This will be a big pick-up on the quad, but the BKB is out. Panda about to die, but not quite. Instead, they'll get Knight. There goes Panda to boot. Already 2 down here for Infinity, but they're buying back on their at least 1 support. Meanwhile, this Medusa, Costabile, runs out of mana for his first life, looking like he's in pretty big trouble, and he's gone. Illich also in huge trouble. Going down surely to this Medusa Illusions and does drop. It's Pippi, still trying to fight. He's out of BKB though. Pippi's down. Costabile is the only one left. And Costabile, he will join his team. It's a full team wipe.
I love that from Nouns. That is just very smart positioning, very smart target prioritization in this fight. They just completely ignored Dusa for the most part, get some pot shots in from Lelis to melt the mana, and some soul assumptions out from Gunnar, but they don't really commit on the Dusa. Instead, they focus on those supports, they focus on the Pangolier as well. They ensure that there's no bushwhack to have to play into. PP is zipping around trying to lock targets in. We saw a very late BKB usage out from Yuma, just paying off massively as well. And just a lot of issues lining up there for the side of Infinity. You can see in this highlight again, like the Deuce is just completely ignored. She's holding a dead center position. It was a great rollout from Illich, but it gave enough room for the rest of the cores of Nouns to just not care about this big target.
Yeah, and flying with the disruption, just having those Medusa illusions, just dealing so much damage back to the way of the Medusa, and just too much to deal with now as Costabile going to try and defend, but they've already lost the top melee barracks. They're looking to lose the mid one as well. Here comes Copy just jumping in onto Panda once again, just being a nuisance. Copy will lose his courier, so that was the Kaya Sanj going down the toilet for a few minutes, but that's okay. One melee barracks and one range barracks standing in the mid and the top lane. As Nouns, they fake back. They're coming back in. Surprise. There goes your mid melee barracks. Only one range racks left. The thing is, like, Fly again, if he lands these disruptions in the Medusa mid-team fight, the amount of damage Costabile does to himself is pretty insane.
And it is. It's at this point, maybe Costabile should consider just dropping the Disperser, because he's hurting himself twice over. Widow's Illusion stat, it's actually insane that this is just happening over and over. And I think Infinity, they had that great moment bot, they got some good punishment out, they got the first set of racks. And we're seeing maybe some of those same mistakes we were seeing in the earlier portion of the mid-game, earlier portion of the late game there, where it's a little bit fragmented in the fight. Like, they had this idea jumping in with Illich first, with them taking initiative on the side of Infinity.
I thought they might have made the jump in there, John. Costabile was pretty far forward. He does queue up a Divine, by the way, on this Medusa, which I suppose it is around that time. You are almost against Megas, so time to get that Divine Rapier, pick up and go all in. What is it with Nouns games and always being so damn good? Like, it's always so close with these guys.
Yeah, it feels like you never know what you're going to get with Nouns sometimes. They're like a box of chocolates, I hear. Is what it is. I'm sure you know a lot of Nouns. Yeah, of course. Got to get some Americana in. You know?
Absolutely.
I love movies, Michael Phoenix.
Well, you don't watch them, John. You watch clips on YouTube like an idiot.
Hey, I actually did watch Forrest Gump, alright? It's one of my childhood movies. I don't know why my mom made me watch such a depressing film as a kid.
Maybe she's trying to give you tips, John. You just follow what Forrest did, John. You'll be right.
I mean, looking back, a lot of the films I did watch were probably not the happiest films for a child, Michael Phoenix. Don't make the same mistake with your baby, you know? She wants to be happy. Good jump from Lelis.
Oh, it's a great jump. Yuma. Costabile is still fine. Yuma was unable to get him within range, but he's going for the range barracks instead top lane. They might have actually been able to kill the Medusa in that situation, but they want the Mega Creeps instead. They want to play safe, and that's fine. Mega Creeps now ain't coming. Pippi trying to jump in with the AoE Vortex on a Copy. Copy turns back around, and Pippi is down. Lelis is just doing so much damage on this Nyx Assassin now with these Mind Flares. Jump in on Gunnar, but he'll go into the Stone form as Copy drops the Sonic Wave, but it doesn't really hit on much. Gunnar, he'll get the reset now, coming back out of that Stone form, but still is in trouble. Here comes Yuma, jumping right into the Medusa, though Yuma's taking a lot of damage. He might need a way out, but he's down. He is down. Another AoE Vortex. Pippi, he'll find a couple targets here. Copy, he'll get locked down, and the Quap is gone now. Oh, here we go, Jonathan. Lelis, he'll try to blink away. Pippi's on the chase, though he is out of mana. And they do have the dust. Lelis will drop. Is there space to make something happen here?
You're up against Megas. You've got the Deuce advantage. You've got the Divine Gold ready on Costabile if he wants to commit at this point, which I feel like you ought to. And it looks like he will, perhaps, at this point. I don't know if you can actually shove out hard enough here on the side of Infinity to get an opening and try to force buybacks. but you have enough room to get some items flowing in. Lincoln's up on Illich to protect from the jumps in. Gonna be a massive thing to save. There's that Divine we were talking about for Costabile. Does commit fully. So the damage output of the Deuce skyrockets, but that also, again, is a little bit concerning if Fly does manage to get the disruptions out. And again, they're pushing up against Megas. They have to watch their side lanes. They're already trying to control it with Pipu, at least on the top lane. So let's see what they can get done. Buybacks already on 2 cores. No Nyx for 20. That's the big one.
Everyone's gonna be just fine for now. Costabile looking for that mid ranks. Should have them no issues. That'll be like a freebie here for Infinity. And they understand this, of course. You are going to have your out back up. They will retreat. They'll take what they can get. And in fairness, now Infinity are 1 racks away from having mega creeps themselves. So if they can get through the top lane and secure the tier 3 tower and barracks, then we've got it basically an even game again. At least in terms of the map.
And we do. We get the gifted Ags flying out now from Yuma. Gifting the first Ags to Copy to just sell off his own Ags, I suppose. A rather interesting choice rather than gifting, I don't know. Maybe Lellis with a little bit more, although only fine illusion. Rather unfortunate. Even the Ags on Fly might have been a little bit more impactful with 2 charges up on Purge and Cleanse, but the refund on Copy will at least lead into a Wind Waker. So some more saving options here for Nouns. 500 gold away from buyback for Copy. Roshan probably the next flashpoint as well for both of these sides. And Nouns again still has a little bit more reach with mega creeps up against super creeps on 2 lanes. So you're still in a happy enough position for Nouns. This game is getting rather complicated though. Again, like with the Lincolns up in Illich, with the AoE Vortex, it is annoying. You do have a way of stopping that damage output on your Deuce. And now a Halberd out for Yuma.
We have another early Roshan timer as well here, John. It was a 25-second timer on this Roshan. So Roshan really showing up in this game today, just not interested in not being home. So here we go. We'll see if Nouns scouted out though, because last time around they missed out on the Roshan. They still won the fight after Roshan, so I guess it didn't really matter. But they were not anticipating the literal immediate respawn last Rosh, but this time they've got it. Roshan is spotted by Fly. And they will start it immediately.
Now, Infinity are just not in position to try to take that. Again, they have to constantly correct these lanes up against the Megas. No Roar, as, again, Roche wasn't taken by Nouns last time around. Aegis onto Copy. And they've got the banner on hand. Cheese on hand for Lellis as well. And this could break into the last fight. You don't quite have buyback gold on Costabile. You don't have buyback as well. PP, it's a bit of a challenge here. Finty have to execute quite clean if they want to have some hope to leverage this Dusa Divine Rapier on hand here.
Even an Aghanim Scepter coming out soon on Costabile. Trying to buy himself as much utility as possible on this Medusa. Now Mystic Snake Ags upgrade can be pretty big. And there you go. He'll have it up now. Nouns not looking to rush high ground. Of course, they respect the Medusa high ground defense, but it seems like the side of Infinity are trying to move in. They will smoke up as 5. Rolling Thunder was popped very early by Illich, and, well, sadly, it is going to be completely wasted. Though I don't think anyone from Nouns saw it on the bright side.
Yeah, so they'll still be thinking twice on Nouns. Still take their time overall. Good forward vision at very least being planted here by Infinity, watching the triangle just a little bit more outside of sentry range. So they have a rough idea where Nouns is camping around on. But, you know, Infinity's really just stuck in one position anyhow. And Panda is trying to get some extra farm here at the very least.
Oh, he's going to find some. Even more halberds being built up. Now we've got one being built on Lellis, so just really trying to make this Medusa's life a living hell. Where do they go? I mean, Nouns heading down towards the bottom lane this time around. They'll see Costabile. Can they get the surprise jump? They're going to try. Copy immediately in on his own. He'll have to Wind Waker away, though. Not the initiation he wanted.
The Mindbreaker just kind of messing him up. Instant silence, can't quite get the combination off.
Lillis, stun is out. They'll break the Lincolns of Costabile. He's still fine though. In fact, Copy's the one in a bit of danger, but the Wind Waker will save. As now Yuma jumps right in, trying to find Knight, but Knight does make it out with the Glimmer Cape, and Yuma, he's the one dropping a little bit low here with the Spirit Vessel. Pippy's going to jump in for the Vortex. Disruption will save Yuma. Meanwhile, Costabile, he's gone. The Sonic Wave connecting from Copy, and they've wiped him out. There's 2 down without buyback. Panda at least will protect the Divine Rapier. Or, well, he won't. His body's right in front of it. But nobody's picked it up. GG is called. And Nouns, they successfully secure game number 1.
Close affair between Infinity and Nouns. Again, maybe a couple of small mistakes coming out from Infinity. Nouns as well. It felt like for a long time, weren't really able to capitalize that much early on with his timing that we're getting out from Yunua, with his own free farm lining up, the early presence of Gunner as well, not really slowing down Costabile too much. And again, maybe level 1 to 2 was really good. Once they abandoned that lane, the Dusa did manage to honestly keep within striking range of the Alchemist farm. So it was really good performances coming out from both teams. Just in the end, a couple of issues coming out there for Infinity and for Nouns, right? Like, that Rax falling apart was mainly because Gunner was running in by himself, and for the side of Infinity, they start splitting apart once again, giving openings out to Nouns to start to get some punishment in. This was one of the fights that was a little bit awkward for Nouns. You saw a human Copy just kind of run up, and Lellis not able to find an angle in to get stuns, isolating the 2 cores and providing openings. I mean, to be fair, this is pretty much classic NASA Dota. This is exactly what we used to see in a good old Pro Series back in the day.
It's less entertaining. Yeah, I like to see this kind of action-packed game between these 2 sides, and obviously they know each other pretty well. It was very back and forth, which makes me look forward to game 2, right? Because we're not going to have some kind of stompy, hopefully not a stompy game 2 between these 2 sides.
Yeah, I like the ideas again here from Infinity. We saw Illich with the Thunderbolt just doing a lot of work. This was the one fight where the target prioritization for Nouns was just so clean. They get a good initiation out from Illich, but only onto a limited set of heroes. And they just ignore Costabile. They hug the tree line. Yuma just dances around, looks for anyone else to kind of target down. And once Stone Gaze is over, the Deuce is all alone. No one to back her up, no Rolling Thunder to save. They can just whiff there from Infinity as well.
I mean, absolutely. A strong performance here from Nouns. What do you think they change up here in game 2 for Infinity? Like, do you blame it on the draft, John? Do you think they go the other way and do something a bit more up-tempo?
I don't think it's down to draft. I feel like the execution was good. Maybe allowing the Shadow Demon true was a little bit of an issue, as we were seeing the saves from Fly. And in fact, Fly's entire positioning that entire game was actually just a bit of a nightmare for Infinity. Every time they'd smoke commit, every time they'd rotate, they'd only find us SD early on. So Fly was giving a lot of space. His saves down the line was massive. The Medusa clones as well were just something that they couldn't really manage on the side of Infinity all too well. So I think just letting Shadow Demon true might be something that they don't allow into the next game here from the side of Infinity. For Nouns' part, again, maybe a couple of small mistakes. Maybe Gunner getting a little bit over-eager towards that fight on their own racks before it fell down. But I think it's very easy to tweak that down. And again, Nouns, we've seen steady improvement from this squad.
Standout player, Jonathan. I kind of want to go Fly this time around. I feel like you already said it, but Fly was doing some fantastic work, and I think he probably was the reason why they were able to secure. I mean, there was that one big team fight where he was able to get the Medusa illusions that really turned the game after that Aegis was taken by Infinity, and I think Fly just overall his positioning was fantastic, and the saves were fantastic, the initiations were fantastic. Everything was great, Jonathan. Loved what I saw.
Exactly, and again, he highlights why Shadow Demon's such a strong hero, so we'll see if Infinity allows that in Game 2.
We'll see very soon, John. We'll head over to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Infinity and, of course, Nouns.
I am here with Costa Bile from Infinity, who have come all the way over from SA to play here at PGL Wallachia. And I'm very excited to kind of talk and learn a bit more about your team because, you know, it's been a team which has been through a lot over the past year, a lot of different iterations. How have you kind of enjoyed the changes and everything that's been going on with you guys?
So I actually, with this iteration of the team, I actually only played like 1 week and a half together. I was playing with 2 other players from the other team. Yeah. But it's actually a kind of nice change of scene for me because I always either play with NA teams or Brazilian teams. Yeah. And now also just playing with Peruvian teams, and I kind of like it. It's a nice change of scene, and playing with them just gives me another new vibe that I was missing. So I kind of like it. You know, you've obviously seen the rise of Peru as a region, and I mean, it probably won't surprise you, or you maybe even already knew that Peru is the most represented country at this event. We have 15 Peruvians, only like I think 8 China players. So yeah. Is that, I mean, does that surprise you at all, and why do you think that's kind of come about? I think there's probably just the culture in Peru. Like, people are just really motivated to play pubs and like rise. I think there's a lot of new opportunities for teams. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of what happens with CIS as well. That's why like CIS has been on the rise together with Western Europe. It's just like a lot of new players just kind of have a chance to play on teams and meets up with older players. And that's probably why Peruvian teams are like taking over also South America, but also like a lot of tournaments. The world eventually. It seems like we might be on that path. So with this team, this version of Infinity you're at now, you have played the qualifiers under Kuyas, right? And now you've moved to Infinity. So like, how did that kind of come about? It was kind of like a change of slot thing. Like Infinity needed a team to represent because they had a slot, and we were available, and we didn't unfortunately quite make it to the qualifiers, so it was just like a chance for us, so we were very grateful for that. Looking at some of the other teams at this event, what are your opinions firstly on the other South American teams coming to this event? I think they're really strong, especially Team Waska is going on the rise lately. I think they're getting better and better, and all the other teams are also like equally as good, and they're just proven on like TI and Riyadh and stuff. And I think that they're here to bring a lot of trouble for Tier 1 teams. I like to hear that. But talking specifically about the region, and Heroic have kind of been the gatekeepers of this region, blocking a lot of you guys from going to these big events. Why do you think they've been able to be so strong in that South American region compared to the other teams? I think there's a lot of reasons. I think the easiest one to talk is like the structure. I think the structure, like having an organization who backs you up, and like you have a gaming house and you play against like Europe teams, you play against NA teams, you can choose whatever teams you want from lands and stuff. Of course, like they had to get there like someday. It's not like something happens through the night. Mm-hmm. But I think like that helps a lot. You get to practice a lot against a lot of good teams, but they're also like I think very try-hard players. They play clubs a lot. They dedicate a lot of their time to the game. So like it's just gonna pay off eventually. And I think like that's what everything should do to achieve that. What is your goal for this event? What are you looking to achieve? Obviously, winning it would be a dream. Kind of like dreaming awake right now, saying that we could win, but hopefully, I think we can maybe achieve top 6 and like just get better, like as a team, and grow up. Use this LAN experience to get better and improve. I think that's the best thing we can get out of it, but hopefully top 6, yeah. All right, good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do. Costa Bile, thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game 2 of this best of 3 series between Infinity and Nouns, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. So a pretty close game 1, I would say. These two teams really battling it out for that first game win, but Nouns able to secure the GG call. Tell me, Jonathan, can you give us a refresher what you'd like to see changed up from Infinity to give themselves a chance for this game number 2?
I'd like to see Shadow Demon banned out. I feel like that hero just did way too much from Fly. I think their ideas were sound. I think maybe a couple of small mistakes in how they would take these engagements, you know, a little bit fragmented at some points there for the side of Infinity. Nouns as well, maybe kind of getting trigger happy, you know, Gunner running in by himself for that bot racks defense, ending up costing them the team fight and costing them bot racks as well. So there were some disconnects on both sides, but we'll see what corrections are made in the draft at the very least. Nouns do ban out the Shadow Demon themselves. They do not want to have that possibility given over to Infinity with them having first pick overall, which is fair enough. See the Nog Siren being banned along with the SF Invoker as well from Nouns. For Infinity, they do take care of the Sniper and the Tusk. I mean, the Sniper's a little bit curious, as I feel like that hero has not been the highest priority nowadays, but certainly still can do quite a fair bit from the back line. Of course, it still does a lot of damage in lane as a support, so it is a respectable ban. I'm wondering if anything high priority gets banned out early here. No, and it'll just ban out the Viper. Bristleback has been allowed true if either side wants that, and there you go. Infinity will actually take that themselves. It's probably a core. I don't think Infinity is running that as a support.
Okay. I respect that, Jonathan. Do you like it as a core? Do you think it's worth first picking?
Yeah.
Okay.
First pick, maybe not. First pick, it's a good win condition. But I think first pick leaves it really exposed to a lot of counteraction. Like, if they can figure out later on in the draft whether or not it's core, outside of Viper, there's still other sources of break, of course. Maybe not as popular, but stuff like PA is there. In lane, Lion can be annoying, although, again, also not the most popular, but just draining his mana pool can feel pretty bad for the Bristleback. Mars is already a good answer by itself. Spear will always make you face forward, so Bristleback just doesn't come into effect. You're more than happy to just have that as your solution here from now. It's a very early pickup for our Gunner hero. But again, there is, and as unbelievable it sounds, there is flex for Infinity on the Bristleback. Could potentially be a 5, but I would assume that most people still prefer it on core. It's just the 5 experimentation. I mean, if you set up for it in draft, it can work out, but I don't know about first pick Bristle as a bait into 5. If that's really going to pay dividends for a lot of teams.
Yeah, it could. You know, the flex is there, John. As much as I like to meme about the pos 5 Bristleback, it is a flex. So we'll see if Infinity want to try and capitalize. John, I can see instances where it works, John, you know? I'm not that against it, you know. It's not that bad. It's not like it's not like Pos 3 Veno back when Cuckoo was playing that crap. Like, that was actually just horrible. That was me being like, no, this is actual trash.
Still got to lay in the shots for Cuckoo in a tournament that he's not even participating in. God bless. Cuckoo can't catch a break. Look, the guys, I saw him go online. He's playing GTA, all right? He's playing role-playing. He's role-playing something else. He's role-playing, I don't know what the hell they do, but...
He can role-play.
Give the old man a break. I think that's all they're actually doing. All those pros are just role-playing as pro players in the game.
It'd be funny if it wasn't so sad, John. Now they're going to ban out the Enigma. Second pickup. It's what we get for being the SCA guys, you know? This is what we get. We get 0 SCA teams. That's what we deserve.
How is it sad they're playing another game, though? I mean, I tune in, you know, they still play Dota. And then they switch over, and then it's like 12 hours of just RP, and I don't know how they do it. Those guys are kind of insane. Thankfully, our players here, of course, don't have time to play role-playing games. We'll get the Dark Willow on hand for Nouns, tying in some great AoE control, a decent enough lane combination with the Mars, some nice setup or follow-through for the Mars stun, so you can kind of tie it in, some good damage coming out with the Terrorize. We have seen that come into play quite nicely, and a very well balanced draft. And just some magic damage to try to rip through the Bristle when he's facing forward from the Spear. It can force a retreat as well, of course, with the Terrorize. So you are more than happy here for now. It's just a good blend in this opening salvo already. For Infinity, they go into the Batrider. So looking pretty open, probably a support Batrider coming out. We have seen the power of support Batrider when you are allowed to, just clear out stacks, get a fast blink timing, and that backline catch can catch you off by surprise.
It can. Infinity, we'll see what they follow up with. Probably a core to come out. I mean, unless they want to reveal that the Bristleback is not going to be a POS 5. I think you just kind of hide the support pick. No, they don't. It is going to be a POS 1 Bristleback. That'll be a POS 5 Omni Knight, I believe we're looking at. Omni has been making a lot of appearances here in Wallachia, and overall, Panda's 100%. So there you go. He's never lost on this hero, at least for this LAN.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small stat pool of 1 out of 1, but I'll take that stat
negative.
for sure.
You're so negative. 100%'s 100%, John.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 1 for 1. You'll take that. It's been winning so far. Can't possibly skew that stat to a different direction. I do like it overall. I like the potential of their lanes coming out. Like, you run the POS 4 Batrider, 5 Omni Knight with a 1 Bristleback. And there is a lot of strength in that lane. You've got the save for the Bristleback if he does get caught out. You've got a lot of sustain. You've got good slow sources. Like a Nasal Goo plus the Degen Aura from the Omni Knight is going to feel rather difficult to escape from. So, again, I like these laning ideas coming in here. From the side of Infinity, I'm curious what Nouns will want to do now to try to protect themselves. You see the Batrider, you kind of want something that can at least take care of Lasso. Venge has been pretty dead. Oracle is still there if you want that as a sort of a solution to at least save you later on. Could be one way to go. They'll go with the Luna priority first. So just going for a very big core that just scales up really nicely. A great blend of magical and physical damage. Can build Silver Edge as well if you feel like you need a break. Not the most common, but certainly in this situation could be very viable for Nouns.
Absolutely. POS 5 pickup to come, I'm sure, here for Nouns.
5 seconds remaining.
How about that stat, Mike? Oh, 0% wins for Yuma.
Wow.
Whoa. Why would
Wow,
they pick
wow.
this?
Enchantress was left all the way to... Yeah, Joe, you don't have to be so smart, you know? You don't have to be such a smart ass all the time.
It's my job. That's what I'm hired to do. Balance it out with you, Michael Phoenix.
Yeah.
That's just the way it
10
goes.
seconds remaining.
Are you surprised Ench made it all the way to this point? I am. I thought Ench would have definitely been banned by now, but it was not.
Yeah, it has a lot of impact. In this case, you're running more than likely, what, an Ench Luna lane? That's fine. It's kind of stable. You don't have a way of clearing out the enchanted creep, so that is a big boon here for the presence of your Ench early on. You should be able to play around with creep and try to zone out. I'm curious which way they will put this bristle, though. I do believe 1 is preferred. I don't think you actually want it off lane. You want like a quick Ags. You scale as a carry. Depending on what facet you take, you have a lot of damage coming in from Warpath, so it can kind of work out that way as well.
See what facets they go for as well on these overprotective wisps. Oh, excuse me, not the facets on the Ench, I meant to say, not the overprotective wisps. We are going to see the Visage coming out here for Infinity. So kind of taking a play out of Nouns playbook and just picking it up for themselves. And we've seen Visage do some fantastic work against these Enchantress lanes, so it's not too surprising to see it pop up. It won't be as difficult of a lane for the Visage either, considering you're not up against the Medusa, so it will be a lot easier to get those big soul assumptions off.
At least there's no Nyx to, again, assassinate the creep. I think it feels like we were saying the same thing in the qualifiers, where Visage Nyx felt like the big key in kind of shutting that down. Visage alone is still annoying, for sure, but the Enchantress does have a little bit of leeway to at least play the lane overall. I like the Visage in the sense that, what is it? It's level 15 or 20 talent where you get armor corruption, some minus armor on Visage attacks and familiar attacks. Does tie in very nicely with a Bristleback. So there is a lot of just ways of softening up now and physically bursting them down quite nicely here, coming in from Infinity. Their lanes look alright. Like, it's a double range lane now with Visage Batrider. even into the Ench. The fact that you can constantly apply some good DPS does mean that you will get a lot of soul assumption in that lane regardless, and it's going to be a nice consistent way of trying to look for burst plays. Do you see the mids being banned out to close out? Quap being taken care of by Infinity, the Earth Spirit and Storm Spirit being taken care of by Nouns. So I'm wondering what options either side will want to go for. Puck banned out early there as well. Invoker banned in first phase from Nouns. That tends to be pretty much all the most popular ones. Perhaps a Primal Beast is still in the pool. Depending on the matchup, can be nice on either side. Does look fairly decent for either side to kind of go into that route.
Does.
Wait.
Final ban for Infinity. Yes, Jonathan?
Timbersaw was left unbanned, huh?
It was.
What if you ran...
unbanned?
You could run a copy mid Timbersaw. That'll take care of the Bristleback as well, ripping him to shreds. Fairly tanky, doesn't care too much about the minus armor, as long as he can kind of sustain through initial burst, which you somewhat have some burst on hand here from Infinity. I'm wondering if that's something you're thinking about as well. I mean, you could also pick mid Timbersaw yourself here for PP. It can just ruin the Mars, clear out the Enchanted Creep as an answer if a split push is coming in.
They choose to get rid of the Husker. They'll pick up the Sand King, but the Timbersaw you did mention does still feel pretty okay to pick up here for Nouns. Bit of a conversation going on here between the Nouns boys. We'll see what this last pick is going to be. Overall, I do like the way Infinity's drafted. I think it's very, very nice, very well-rounded here with this draft. Mid-game timings look ultra scary as well with this this Infinity draft, where Nouns look like they're going to want to slow down the pace of the game and allow Luna that time to build up all the way to the Kanda, to which she probably will become a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah.
But Nouns.
It's going to be a bit of a stall. I'm wondering about the Sand King. I feel like stats-wise, it's not been the best, if I'm recalling my stats here. Yeah, it has a 33.3% win rate, shown up 5 times in total in terms of paper bans. This is a great solution coming out from Nouns, actually. Laning into Sand King is very nice. It is going to be the PP Sand King mid as well. So Sand King matchup feels good for the Razor. You get the static link up Costabile as well, free damage coming in. It's relatively tanky. Once a BKB's up, you don't really have too much to worry about. I like this from Nouns. I like the ideas from both sides. I think this Razor pickup certainly throws a wrench here at what Infinity wants to bring out. Again, the lane matchup for Sand King's not going to feel as great as it would be. Surprisingly, 100% win rate on this Razor as well, with 3 picks and 4 bans. That is pretty significant. And again, this doesn't look like a bad Razor game whatsoever. Like, this looks really good. We do have the Thunderhead facet as well, which a lot of teams have started to pick up. There's a lot of single target spells. You have a lot of ways of just bouncing back damage in the middle of these engagements. I like this from Nouns. I think this can go sideways for Infinity. You mentioned early pacing here for Infinity. We have to see Costabile hit an early point where he can just run forward, have the confidence that Panda will back him up, and just be that crazy Bristleback up front. He does go for Seeing Red, so he does have really strong early damage output on his right clicks. And, you know, with an Omni Knight backing you up, as a Bristle, you are very hard to burst down. So it's just a matter of, can this Bristle come in without being contested by Copy's Razor? Because that's going to be the big back and forth there.
Well, we won't need to wait too much longer to find out, John. Game 2 is now officially underway between Nouns and Infinity. So we can head over to that, see exactly how this one plays out. Nouns 1 game away from being able to secure a 2-0 victory, as we are having a bit of all chat. I'm not sure what that says, Jonathan. Yuma gives the XD. I know what gun out means. Don't know the initial sentence, though. I'm sure it was something friendly. Seems like Yuma agrees.
It's all friendly. You know, just because I'm Filipino doesn't mean I can read Spanish. That was 300 years ago. 300 years ago. Well, not 300 years ago, but 100 years ago. Yeah, 100 years ago, Mike.
Thank you for the history lesson, John. Appreciate it. I was going to ask if you knew what they were saying. I'm not going to lie.
No clue this time around.
Okay. That's all right. I never asked you as well. I mean, you were very impressed by the Razor last pick, but did you have an overall preferred draft? If you had to pick?
If I had to pick, I'd lean towards Nouns. I feel like it's just safer to go for something that scales longer, considering how many mistakes can be made on high ground. But I do feel like the tempo is there for Infinity, especially if PP does manage to work this lane matchup, and if he manages to just work out with the Sand Shroud, you know, just try to zone out, ensure that Copy has to waste quite a fair few sentries on mid, and they're constantly dewarded. The Sand King can farm up into the point where you get some good connections done with the bristle timing and with the early durability of the Visage. So tempo is kind of more favorable on Infinity's end, but scaling is just a lot better on Nouns. I think that's a concern going forward. Like for Infinity, it kind of hinges again on how much PP can get out of this lane, how fast we can see this blink out on Knight and plus for Bat. Mid lane matchup for PP. I mean, he's holding on to the skill point. He's trying to see how far Copy will push himself. And I believe the most normal build nowadays is a 1-3-1 build, especially with a Sand Shroud. So nothing too fancy here, just AoE control and farm.
Well, bottom lane already a bit of a rough time for Yuma. Of course, Illich able to just spam out those soul assumptions over and over again, and the level 1 timing of the Visage is very annoying to do. Laning stage wise, just constant spam coming in, and there's just not much you can do about it as the position 1.
No, it's a lot of poking, prodding, of course, and again, you've got the Bat Rider support that can just slowly poke away, spam out the Flame Break. Sure, there's a constant source of soul assumption charges there. They're still hanging around at mid. As again, it's tougher for PP. Early sentry already committed from Copy, so he's just able to harass out. Taking a look at that top lane now, you do have Costabile and Panda, a very durable lane for sure, right? Bristle Omni, it's double melee into Mars. You can look to run down. The Degen Aura is going to be quite annoying to try to disengage. But with Spear back and God's Rebuke, the chase down isn't easy to commit. Their own sources of slow as well. Perhaps by a level 3 or level 4 timing here from Costabile, you can consider that.
Panda taking a bit of damage, though has not been hit by one of the brambles, so is going to be okay to escape. Gunnar did try to knock him into the bramble with the God's Rebuke, but sadly just was not enough distance move for Panda to really land in it. It's a nice attempt from Nouns, but does not work out. Costabile, I mean, at the very least with the Bristleback, he understands he just wants to hit his timings. I don't really see Costabile getting too aggressive here, because like you said, you've always got the spearback play from Gunnar. As I think as Costabile, as long as he gets his farm, he's not going to care to try and be too aggressive.
Yeah, just needs to kind of soak up, get his own level spikes going. And again, you can sustain quite nicely in this lane. Panda just back to full HP. No concerns out there after committing some regen on hand. Still, again, taking Gander down bot. You are still seeing that aggressive positioning out from Knight. Ensuring that they can always just cut off when Yuma's trying to clear out the pulse. You are giving a lot of space out to Illich to just soak up some free XP. Just about to hit level 3. And that can be a nice big one here for the Visage with level 2 Soul Assumption up and running.
Copy taking a fair bit of damage in the mid lane. It's fine over the water runes. Copy did pick up the initial one and does get the other one to boot. He's going to try and punish him for this, though. There is a full creep wave following Copy, but he does get a very nice static link off, and Pip is the one to actually get punished as Copy just deals so much damage with that static link. And still gets a double wave going his way, so plenty of farm on the way here for the mid lane of Nouns.
Yeah, and just going to be very easy for Copy to secure those CS as well. The link damage does disappear, but it's very difficult to play this lane as a Sand King focused on the Sandstorm. Copy can sit back outside of range. Again, he has the Sentry, although it is cleared out by PP. The Plasma Field does allow some poke back for Copy as well. And without the gap closing threat of, say, the burst damage from Stinger, Copy's more than willing to just hold his position right on the edge of the Sandstorm every single time to maximize what he has. So not as smooth going on mid as you'd want it to be for a Sand King for sure. So far, laning-wise, we are seeing a little bit more coming out from Nouns, but you're also finding quite a fair bit here for the side of Infinity. The top lane, again, Costabile can't really be contested out of this lane. Is all out of mana, but at least has some stick charges on hand, although.
Panda, nice spear back from Gunnar into the tree line, but not quite into the tier 1 tower, so Panda is still able to walk out of there, and Costabile was ready to help out whenever necessary. That is just the deal. I think for Infinity, like, Costabile is the key to making this draft work. As long as he's having a good lane, I'm sure the rest of the team will be just fine to catch up. It hasn't been too one-sided either way either, right? Like, mid lane has fallen pretty far behind the Razor. Bottom lane, though, is still going relatively well for Infinity, as Illich is finding plenty of farm on this Visage. So all things being said and done, I think Infinity's still on pretty even ground, apart from the mid lane. But that's a pretty big outmatch when it comes to the heroes.
Yeah, you can always kind of recover here for PP through stacks anyhow, once they start building that up still. Starting to get some shoving out. No early movement from Lulz to fully commit. Just kind of checking around. There is vision here from the side of Infinity watching that rotation. Just dropped down by Panda. Very fresh ward to have on hand. I think the one thing that you will have to watch out for from Nouns are those stack plays. Right? Like if Knight manages to get a lot more stacks, if he's able to clear out some of them himself, get a quick blink timing, or just hand it over to PP for his own timings, that's when things can maybe get a little bit rougher here.
Top lane, Lelis has rotated once again. They could think about going for Panda, but doesn't seem like they're too confident in their damage output. So first blood yet to be drawn in this game too. You know, I mean, I suppose the most action has been happening in the mid lane, but a copy can't really deal with the sandstorm of Pippi. Here comes Fly. The Fly's just here to secure the power room. Pippi's actually going to turn around for it and does not pick it up because Fly does take it away. But Pippi will just be able to just burrow strike onto the high ground of the die triangle and will still be okay to retreat. But a lot of emphasis being placed here from Nouns to ensure that Pippi cannot get those bottle refills ever. In fact, so far Pippi's only gotten one water rune. So that should tell you something.
I like that read from Nouns. And they understand the importance of the Sand King going off to a strong start, because on a slow start, it can't just sit back and farm. Like, it's not going to provide that connection you'd want for Costabile. The Visage alone might not be enough either, considering how you have to play around with this kind of draft. Your jump in is a Batrider and the Sand King, both need Blink. So cutting off at least one core Blink is going to buy you a lot of time here on Nouns to try to reach parity with your own item and level spikes. And you're more than happy to just get those rotations mid every single time to get that done. Early level 6 already up in Copy. You have level 6 already up on PP, but he is still holding on to the skill point to see what he can get away with. There are some top jungle stacks at the very least they can clear out here. And some good farm for the Sand King to already find very early on. Hard to scout out as well. And very secure for PP to get some initial tools up. Phase Boots and Windlay still being lined up, but I'm curious to see if he feels like he needs to prioritize Blink this game. Without the Dust Devil facet, it does feel like the Blink's a little bit more important for this kind of Sand King.
Yeah, and I'd say Infinity are going to be looking to play around the spike of Costabile, which should be in roughly 10 minutes or so, if anything. So I'd say the Blink option is probably the better option. But in fact, he's going for an Aghanim Scepter build-up as well. Copy going to ensure Knight gets the Knight off to some Ancient Creeps. Doesn't quite find the kill he wanted, but gets some nice scouting on the die triangle. And if you can find a way to take all these stacks away from Costabile, you're going to be very happy as Nouns. The issue is they don't really have the heroes to do it, apart from maybe Yuma and this MOUZ. And right now, they're not quite ready to get there.
Not quite. They at least take the large camp. They do manage to find themselves a Dark Troll Summoner as well, so they could look for a bit of a siege onto the mid. This Ags build-up onto Sand King's rather interesting. It does make sense with a Bristleback, considering, again, maybe a lot of Viscous Nasal Goo in the middle, lots of minus armor. It's a lot of physical output with the Stingers being spammed out in Epicenter, so that could be one way to go about it here for PP, considering that. Let's see if he will commit.
And they're going to throw a Cursed Crown onto Pippi, but he's right by the tier 1 tower, so no real dive in. Looks like Fly was trying to abuse the Dark Troll Summoner to just get some chip damage off, but it's just not much damage. Not right now, not while the Sand King's still there defending. And we are yet to see a first blood. 9 minutes in. Both sides still just sitting back and farming. And, well, you know, props to Nouns. They have been trying. Infinity, though, again, just buying space for Costabile. That's all that matters. Just allow the Bristleback to be online. Here we go. They'll jump Costabile now. Repel is out, though, from Panda. With a lot of damage being taken here by Copy, but they won't have enough to finish off Costabile yet, as Pippi's going to move in now with the Epicenter, but it doesn't really do too much against Gunnar. The Burrow Strike, however, will. Gunnar is gone. First blood will go the way of the Sand King. as even Yuma shows up now. Yuma will find Panda. The turnaround now for Copy
Costabile?
up to Costabile, and Costabile! Oh no, well I was about to say it was a great fight for Infinity, but you lose your Omni Knight and your Bristle, and now maybe even Illich getting caught in the Visage to make matters even worse for Infinity. That is really something you did not want to see from the Tyrant.
Certainly not. Managed to scout out the medium camp stacks as well, right behind the
Pippi
tier 1.
as well? I mean, Pippi's alright for now. In fact, it's Lelis that's in trouble. Copy's going to dig up a water rune in the meantime, but cannot save Lelis. So at least they get a Lelis kill.
Not the biggest thing in the world, considering what you're losing up top. Fly does get taken out as well.
He almost got the TP away. I think he was like 0.3 seconds off or something.
Yeah, it's an important kill to find, though. Like every single one Costabile finds does end up accelerating this Ag's timing we're seeing here from our Pause 1 Bristle. I will say it is mildly awkward for the Bristle into Razor. You know, you have to be concerned about static link. The minus armor from Eye of the Storm early on for the Bristleback does kind of remove the impact of Bristleback anyhow. Like, with so much minus armor, you're still going to be melting with a few Thunder Strikes out from that Razor. And it just makes it not feel as durable. Do get the go-ahead to head back into this game 3-3, or rather even back and forth. Costabile is still number 1 in net worth, but Yuma's not lagging too far behind, and the Luna can keep up in that farm pace. I do see that PP has gone back for the Blink queued up instead, so realizing even if he went for Ags, he has no gap close, so we will have to get the Blink up first before you can consider something like the Agnes, but they will be able to clear out their stacks, knowing that the side of Nouns did scout out earlier. And the Ancients, much more valuable here, is accelerating that timing for PP. Just 200 gold away from that Blink now, so off the back of this next camp should have more than enough. And that's going to be that quick Blink to tie in that initial set of aggression. The early spikes here for Infinity, they are lining up. Blink and Sand King ready, a long ways off till Batrider Blink, of course. Knights being a little bit more sacrificial here on our Batrider. Copy is scouting out the top jungle stacks now. Does manage to at least clear out one camp. No commitment onto towers yet. They have left Illich alone to farm up on this Visage, though. Does have familiars ready and drums, so he can start a steady siege down bot.
And Costabile's got the Aghanim Scepter on the way as well, this Bristleback. So, in fact, he doesn't have the full Ags. I thought he may have, but he's almost there. One part away. So scary times coming for Nouns with these spikes coming out for Infinity. They are trying to at least deal with this mid-tier 1 tower while they still can. Well, Copy gonna get jumped by Pippi. Epicenter gonna fly out as well into the lasso to boot, and Copy surely can't survive that and will not. A very nice pickup here for Infinity.
Yep, that's a big kill. They slow down that momentum that Copy was building up for himself, trying to work onto the Mage Slayer to mitigate some of this damage output that you're reliant on from PP, and to an extent even on their Visage, on their Omni Knight as well. So that does put a little bit of a dent in Nouns, but I don't think you're too concerned from Nouns. You're just farming up in Yuma as well. You're matching Costabile's pace to an extent that you can here on the Luna. My main concern is actually just how free this game has been for Illich. Like left, again, this Visage left alone bot, just constantly poking at the tier 1 at half HP, just with the familiars and himself, with the drums up. He's just allowed a steady pace to look for solo objectives. And it feels like this Visage alone is kind of bullyable by the side of Nouns. They're just opting to not play in that lane, maybe worried about the full soul assumption levels up and the damage that can dish out. Showing a lot of respect for the early levels of the Visage. They're still trying to slowly siege top, but Costabile is a hard nut to crack. And they tried last time. Did find it in the end, but until Copy shows back in that lane, chances are you are just poking and prodding. And now with that full Ags up, I don't think that engagement goes the same way if Costabile manages to turn that on.
No, certainly Costabile looking a lot scary now with the Aghanim Scepter available, and of course Nouns are going to be able to see this and probably just decide to stick back again. They are playing with the Luna after all, so you do want to buy Yuma a lot more time to get to a stage where this Luna is going to be a big problem. Nowhere near that stage quite yet. Bottom tier 1 tower, Illich will eventually take that one out, so it does get it for free. course, the top T1 tower, it's going to be a while till that goes down, I think, because, again, you have the Ags Bristlebacks, so Costabile probably very happy to force a fight if they do make their way over. Nouns, I mean, at this stage, you just try to make sure you don't lose too many T1 towers. You don't want to lose too much map control if you can avoid it here with this Lunar Razor.
Yeah. I think the one thing for Nouns is, again, they've not been able to check the triangle as much as they'd want. PP's just been getting a load of free farm, rushing into that full Bloodstone now for more AoE. Spell Lifesteal on hand, more sustain in the middle of these engagements. But that can only hold up for so long. Copy's working onto a very fast BKB on that Razor to front line. No other BKBs being lined up for Nouns yet. We're still relatively early for a Mars and a Luna consider that, but at the least with a Razor having BKB, he probably won't care too much about what plays Infinity might want to make when they do jump him in. His only concern will have to be Costabile with his physical output. We do finally get the blink up on Gunner, so you can start to look for more secure plays with the arena now. Yeah, more secure plays with the blink, with the spear back, and they will smoke off the back of that one. Gunner and Lullis gonna try to work an angle. They are clumped up mid, but at this point, PP can turn around quite well. He's fairly tanky with a point booster up, and they'll also smoke on Finty's end.
Yuma is going to be the target for Infinity, and they are running directly towards Yuma, but Yuma makes a smart choice to just run back towards the base, so realizing they are probably around him somewhere. Illich doing the exact same thing though, realizing there's too many heroes missing off the map right now, he does just retreat. Will not get picked up on this Visage. Mid lane, there is going to be a lasso. They have at least caught Fly. So it's not really the biggest kill, but it does mean at least Infinity don't waste too much time just getting nothing. And now they can certainly think about that mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah, bit of an opening. Epicenter was popped, so at the very least you don't have to worry about that teamfight spell here.
Gunner's going to jump in, a big arena, but the speed does not land on anything. Still, they're going to move in with the Eclipse now. Gunner still alive for now, but not for long. He is down, but they'll find Panda on the Omni as they're moving the Costabile. He's dropping low and the Bristle's gone. They do get him, but now Yuma in trouble. Yuma going to have to fight back as he cannot run away. And it's still going to end up being a positive trade the way of Infinity. They do get a 2 for 3.
Yet they do. Great saves again coming out here from our Omni Knight. Panda just managing to get these repels off as the arena comes on, ensuring that they can't keep that lockdown onto Bristle, giving the opportunity for Costabile to just utilize all his spells, keep the spam up, and just apply damage as his HP is being chipped away at. Nouns do somehow manage to hold on to that tier 1 at 221 HP, not in deny range yet, but Infinity, again, they've got that tempo lined up for themselves. 5 to 8, 4k lead coming out for Infinity. And we're also looking at Costabile working onto his own Bloodstone. So, trying to leverage the durability, the damage you have with your Bristleback and your Ags on the Bristleback as well. So the active and the passive, with all the damage you're doing in the middle of these team fights. You really need your BKBs to be up and running here for Nouns as they catch out Gunner.
They have caught that Gunner. Lasso's going to land. The Gunner just being set upon by Pippi. Gets a nice spear off, but it won't matter. Knight will still be able to secure the kills. Bottom lane, they're going to move on to the Visage. So a direct trade of off lanes across the map as Illich does go down. Still, the mid-tier 1 tower has dropped. Costabile did have the space now to just go directly for it. In fact, he's found Yuma. Yuma going to be okay to retreat. But you do also have the hairball up on Costabile, so he does have that very nice initiation now on the Bristleback to try and really close the gap. And you can see Nouns, they just don't want to have a bar of him right now. Best to stay away if you can.
Now you have to. Just can't manage that Bristle yet, unless you can get that static link off once more. And your big issue is really just Panda. He's stalling out this burst play onto Costabile by a significant amount, just by taking these stuns away with a repel. And it's just hard to see any other way for Nouns to kind of get this initiation. All they really have is just Blink Arena to try to cut off, and the only one presenting itself straightforward tends to just be Costabile. Panda just hanging back, ensuring that the saves are always on hand. For the side of Nouns, again, when you hit this BKB timing and copy, things start to get a little bit simpler. The burst damage coming in from PP starts to fade away. And even the damage coming through from, say, Bad Rider to an extent. It's also mitigated. The control from Illich, no longer a concern. So it has to be off the back of Copy's BKB. I wouldn't even mind seeing a quicker BKB on Yuma or on Gunnar here either. Gunnar already working into it. Still a ways off, of course, as there is a smoke now from Infinity. Getting a good flank up top here.
Oh, Yuma. Going to be the target that's been spotted Knight. He's going to get a very nice lasso, and well, Yuma, there's just no chance in hell of saving him. Yuma will go down as the rest of the squad just immediately get the hell out of there. Knight finding the perfect target once again as the Bat Rider. And in fairness, Yuma did run directly towards him, so now it's just not expecting the smoke rotation. And well, with that, Infinity, they'll have access to the Roshan and pit, and well, it'll be a pretty quick and easy Roshan, I think, here for Infinity.
Does not take long with Costabile around. Just going to absolutely melt. I mean, they've got some good item spikes lined up here, although it is a daytime switch, but they've got AoE damage, no concern. Be able to take that Aegis, or at least leave it in ground for a little bit. And there you go, Costabile does pick it up. You've got the Bloodstone up and running on PP. And again, Bloodstone almost done here for Costabile as well, so a lot of sustain up front. No regen reduction just yet on the side of Nouns, and again, very limited BKBs, but only really Copy having his finished up. Smoked out in Nouns, but into this Aegis, your chances are you're really not keen on finding a big team fight, but they are still running this way.
At the very least, it is before Costabile finishes the Bloodstone, which he's about 250 gold away from. So I suppose they'd rather just take the Aegis as the spear. Not going to land, but a 3-man arena is out. They'll try for Knight on the Bat Rider, trying to just burst him down. Lasso was committed by Knight, but he will die. That is one down for Infinity, as now the chase is on for Panda. They really want the Omni. Illich in trouble to boot. A big burrow strike from Pippi, but it's not going to help the Visage too much. He needs to continue running. He'll try for a TP out. Is he going to make it? He will. Costabile, he'll still go for the fight, but he's all alone right now. Can he really do this without the Bloodstone? Well, with the Aegis up, I suppose he probably can, and Pippi's going to jump in anyway, securing Gunner's life, as now they'll try for the Sanking, but do they have the damage output? Because Costabile is still around the area, and he's still alive. It seems like they will not. Pippi will get out, so will Costabile with the Aegis intact. And overall, I suppose you could call that a team fight win for Nouns, but it was still pretty messy.
And it was. They only find 2 supports for their trouble. They do manage to take that fight in a very measured way, ignoring the bristleback as much as possible, getting that backline jump onto the Bat Rider and the Omni Knight first, and trying to isolate away the Sand King of PP. It does pay off to an extent, but it doesn't do enough, I fear. That's my one concern for Nouns. The key targets of the key heroes right now from Infinity are still in a good position. They haven't been slowed down yet. They're at their major spikes. They'll be able to find themselves a Tormentor here on Nouns' side, at very least, so you get a little bit more utility out from First Crown of Lelis. A little bit more of those Brambles just to try to cut off the angles here. And to be fair, Infinity's lead has been dropping from 4k now down to 2k. Yuma and Copy have been very efficient across the map so far, so they are keeping up at the least into this timing.
Costabile is going to try for the tier 2 top tower. It does feel like with a draft like this for Infinity, you do want to try and finish the game by a certain point, because again, Razor, Luna, they're going to be big problems later on. Or even Fly might transition to a core if the game goes long enough, so you don't want to really allow that if you're Infinity. They'll take the top tier 2 tower. Of course, Nouns just completely avoiding them and just continuing to buy Yuma time. Bottom lane, Gunner gonna get caught by another great lasso. Knight just all over this Mars. He'll drop the arena defensively to try and get away with the TP out, but Pippi, oh, he's got him. Very cheeky play from Gunner to try and TP out, but Pippi barely gets there in time. His mid lane Panda, he's going to be just fine. They don't have a TP cancel for the Omni. So another nice kill for the side of Infinity.
It's just a lot of space being created by Nouns, though. Again, they're very efficient with Copy and Yuma, with what they're able to get with the map space opening up. With room for Yuma to just solo siege top, clear out all of the camps up top as well. A bit of an invasion on that forward part of the top jungle as well for Copy. And Gunner already bought out the BKB anyhow, so it's more than happy. They are losing objectives though. Another tier 2 falls here. Going the way of Infinity. Only one outer tower left for now. It's 24 minutes in. But again, the network lead for Infinity is not really growing by much. This is down to maybe the sacrifices being made by Illich and to an extent by PP. They are matching their core comparisons quite nicely here. Costabile already sieging onto the high ground. 40 seconds left in the Aegis. Still has the Bloodstone active ready. And again, your ways of dealing with a Bristle, as long as that Omni Knight's behind, are limited at best. Now they're trying to farm into some break here, but they have to sneak that in with a Hurricane Pike plus the BKB first for Yuma. That just means the Silver Edge is a long ways off until you have a straightforward solution to all of this durability.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way for now, because Costabile has moved onto the high ground. Aegis has only about 10 seconds left, so they might be forced to back here on Infinity, but Costabile still wants to at least get something for all this trouble.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But it seems as though they will play it safe. They'll reset with the Aegis, and of course Costabile not feeling confident to continue committing, but Nouns have smoked up. They want to try and go. Wards are down, but they are scouted underneath the vision of the Dire as well. So instead, they're going to find Illich. The Visage caught out in the arena of Gunnar, running right back into the walls, but the Repel will be there to save us. Now the Lasso is out. They've caught the Razor with that, but there's no backup for the Knight. Illich still alive. Still creating all kinds of chaos in the mid lane as Yuma. He pops the Eclipse, but he's nearby nobody. He's going to run from Pippi now, but he's caught up by the Burrow Strike. Yuma still trying to fight this one out. He'll go for the man fight against the Sand King, but the Bloodstone is popped. Pippi is probably not dying. Illich, however, will, and Yuma finally will go down. It's still a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Nouns. Costabile will be chased by Copy, just sapping all the damage away, but here comes the Ags. Turning back onto the Razor, but does Costabile really have enough to keep going? They're going to try for this Razor. Copy dropping low, should go down, and eventually Costabile will have his way with him. This Fly, Lelis, and Gunnar all will try to retreat. Costabile continuing to chase. Spear away from Gunnar. They're going to allow them the distance to get out. And I suppose Infinity do have somewhat of an opening to try for this T3 tower again. But the respawn timers are relatively low, so I highly doubt he actually gets away with it.
Yeah, just poking and prodding slowly on the high ground. You know he can't sustain just a little bit of poke damage here. We'll back off and reset. Overall, could have been much worse for Nouns. And that trade for core and support for 2 cores on Infinity does end up being, what, a 7 gold difference in terms of gold gained? So it does hurt that, you know, Yuma and Copy aren't there to soak up that gold, but they're the ones to have to fall. But in terms of the team standing, at the very least, you are keeping things relatively even. Still, the lead does grow back to 5k here for Infinity's end. Costabile, you are seeing just how powerful this Bristleback can be, with so much to back it up. Just a lot of AoE control, great pullbacks as they jump more.
Yeah, Fly just gets completely annihilated here. Costabile hitting for about 600 per right click once he did activate it. And, well, now they'll move on the high ground again. A nice lasso from our Batrider. Knight's doing it again. That's two down for the side of Nouns. 2 supports down. In fact, it might be a third now because Gunnar, he'll at least creep skip, but can he get the TP away? Illich is having a search and he's going to find Gunnar eventually, which will force out the BKB TP. But now you have no BKB for this high ground defense, and Costabile has already started.
Our options are limited. You do have Eclipse ready on Yuma, but again, there's a lack of backing up Copy, it feels like. And once the arena's down, the damage just isn't coming from Yuma. His positioning has not been that clean this game. 2-3 faults. They are finding a tier 1 bot, but the racks are set to go, and it doesn't take much from the side of Infinity to just clear this out. The damage is there on Costabile when he turns on that seeing red facet on the Warpath.
I mean, Yuma's not even there to defend. He just understands they can't deal with the Bristleback right now without some more farm on the Luna. Yeah, so he'll just go ahead and just keep farming the right side of the map and just trust that they'll be able to carry later on. But so far, Infinity doing fantastic work with their draft, hitting the timings they've been looking for. And it's only set to get worse. Like, Costabile is still going to have a BKB on the way rather soon. So he's going to be even more unkillable in just a moment. And with that BKB, I'm sure they'll attempt high ground another time. If not wait for, in fact, not wait for Roshan, just go for Roshan because it's already up.
Yeah. They have the opportunity to do so for sure on the side of Infinity. It doesn't feel like they need to be in too much for rush. They've been on point with their initiation. They'll smoke up into repositioning. Does seem like they might expect it down bot or a little bit of a flank into that bot jungle if anyone's farming out. No one on the side of Nouns showing. No one on the side of Nouns outside of the base, really.
They're not going to find anything yet. They could just head over to the Twin Gates if they want and go for Roshan. Yelich trying to scout out in the mid lane. Smoke will be broken. Costabile runs right into them. Yuma, he's at the other end. He's at the other end of this fight. Oh, Burrow strikes out. Gunner's going to be forced to jump in and try and help out, but Yuma's already so damn low. He'll pop the Eclipse. Illich, he's in trouble, but no, he gets the Stone Form off. Is it they'll take down 9 on the Bat Rider. 1 down. They are still looking for this fight. Gunner, he'll get cancelled with the TP. So Gunner will die for this. Pippi looking for more. He's on a Yuma once again. Yuma in still massive trouble as now Costabile makes his move in. And Yuma is going to drop. It's a triple kill for Costabile. The buybacks are incoming though. Nouns, they want to continue this fight. Pippe in pretty big trouble here to copy, but not quite. Costabile now being jumped once again, but can you deal with this bristleback? It seems like maybe they can. Costabile is down. Pippi is on the run. Panda still being chased, and Gunner does have a blink up in 5, so there should be another kill to come. Oh, a nice juke spot from Panda, but they're going to see him, and Gunner's run on target. It does cost you a couple buybacks, but it does feel very worth it here for Nouns.
And it is. They finally put an end to the rampage that this bristleback has been outputting on the side of Infinity, getting some punishment off. And, you know, Roshan is still up. They've got bot side Roche as well as it switches to daytime. Gunner scouts it out for the team. They've got some coverage for the buybacks committed here on Yuma. I will say, again, Yuma's positioning has been kind of all over the place right now. Like, he goes forward for the team as the smoke breaks. The rest of his team hangs back. Gunner tries to save it at arena. The fight up top just ends up being a mess. Just too many ways of stalling out here from the side of Infinity. With that Visage Shard, with the Omni Knight hanging back. The prolonged team fight, though, does not end up panning out. At the very least, they do manage to get an angle in to find some punishment as all of these spells are used up. They still had a late usage out coming out as well from Copy. And again, Mars as an answer to Bristle in terms of making him face in front is a pretty sound answer. So that's allowed him that opportunity there. Still, with Aegis on hand now for the side of Nouns, they're in a pretty happy position. They cover, again, this buyback on Yuma. You can just see how prolonged that fight was. They didn't manage to clip with the dust, but they get the vision out with Copy. And they get that cleanup. Still a 7k lead for Infinity. It feels like this just hasn't grown enough. Again, map state is still much more favorable for Infinity overall, considering they are 1 racks up. But Nouns are still finding ways to get back in this game. Like, they've got that BKB running on Yuma. He's going into the Conda. He is opting not to go for a break source. Getting the Satanic done on Copy. Sight of Vice for Gunner to help try to pin some heroes down. If Infinity aren't able to start these fights off from these great lassos we've been seeing, or just catching multiple heroes off guard and starting these fights on their own terms, and that does provide some opening there for Nouns. If Nouns are able to, in as awkward as their team fight starts are, start the fights on their own chaotic way, it can cause some spell issues for the side of Infinity in terms of just using Repel maybe a little bit too early, not going to have it up for, say, the next onslaught that comes in from Nouns after they reset. A lot of back and forth things like that as they poke in and out.
Well, here we go. 4-man smoke from Nouns now. We'll leave the mid creep wave. Pippi and Panda around the area. In fact, the whole of Infinity is by the Dire Triangle. See if Nouns can actually infiltrate that area or whether they want to just think better of it. They draw a circle in the Dire jungle instead, so looks like they want to just head over to the left side of the map. Keep in mind, there is constant creep waves pushing in through the top lane with those super creeps, so gonna address that at some point as well, but Infinity showing by the tier 2 mid. Pippi just picked up a refresher orb, so that could be massive for Infinity, but of course it does leave him without buyback for the next team fight. Nouns, they seem like they've seen enough. I mean, Yuma's pretty close to having a full Daedalus up, so seems like they're probably just better advised to just go ahead and finish off those core items.
Just play it safe until these timings are online. Age is still on hand for 2 minutes as well. Not the most time left. They will smoke with that full Daedalus up.
Oh, Panda's going to be caught. This is a big pick-off. You love to see the Omni Knight die first if you are Nouns, and now Pippi also spotted by Fly, and they immediately want to go, knowing the Omni is down, and he has no buyback either on Panda. Terrorize not going to connect, but the Yule Scepter was committed as Knight, now going to jump in with a nice lasso, catching out Yuma, but a great arena. Gunner, he found a two-man spear. Costabile, though, with the BKB, could still run away. Zuma dropping pretty low, but still has the Aegis up to play with. So 2 down now for the dire end, as it seems like Nouns could try to pressure at least the tier 2 mid tower, though they are lacking a creep wave.
They are. Still some respawns coming out for Infinity. At the very least, you will have our Omni Knight back in. Panda's going to be ready with the saves this time around. Still, Costabile. He has no BKB.
Oh, the double curse crown connecting, but they just do not feel comfortable. It is still by the tier 2 tower, and they don't know if Pippi has buyback. He doesn't, but Nouns don't know that.
Still a little bit frisky. Very frisky of Costabile to be up front. Feeling confident with Panda respawning, of course. And for the side of Nouns, I mean, I suppose without that Eye of the Storm, you aren't feeling the most confident here on copy to just stand up front with BKB on cooldown as well. So they have to work around these item cooldowns right now on the side of Nouns. Good forward vision being set up here by the side of Infinity, though. Yuma, this is pretty far forward for him.
It is. Do they see him? They do. He's right underneath a ward right now. They have no idea now. It's Costabile, he's going to show up. Here comes the cavalry. They're trying to go after the Dark Willow first. Lasso will drag him back. Meanwhile, Costabile, he's about to drop and he's gone. The rest of the team, they ignored the Luna. They went for the Dark Willow instead. Arena out now, but a huge error from Infinity as Panda might drop. Pippi's going to try and jump in with the Epicenter and salvage, but a nice spear away from Gunner. Gonna waste the whole spell usage. Aegis will expire, but Yuma does get a reset as they do kill off Gunner, but Pippi now in trouble as the Eclipse comes in from Yuma, trying to take down the Sand King. Pippi is gone. 2 for 2, but certainly in the favor of Nouns, as Illich will be able to TP out. Infinity will get the rest of them out. But a big error. Costabile left alone as they lasso the Dark Willow, and well, obviously Costabile just getting torn a new one in the meantime.
I'm very confused about that. They saw Yuma under that ward for such a long time, farming that camp on the right. They had the vision. Costabile had the right idea. The rest of his team flanks behind the camp, and that they get cut off. Like that is not what you want to be seeing here for Infinity. It provides an avenue back into for Nouns. Again, down to just 4K lead for Infinity. Not meaningful in a massive way. It's not a major item advantage for Costabile. Your core to cores are basically lined up with Gunner maybe being a little bit more sacrificial in this game, of course. That's where most of the network kind of hinges on, along with Knight being pretty far ahead on the Bat Rider for his support. But Yuma's doing a ton of damage, again, with his full Daedalus up. He has the Satanic pretty much lined up here as well. So he's just going to be able to sustain right through the middle of these team fights. Copy, going for that refresh, and that's the time when the Razor gets truly insane. Double static link, double Eye of the Storm, double BKB usage for these prolonged fights. Tanky targets like the Bristleback, it's just something he feasts on, because he wants to get more damage in. He wants to maximize static link. He will just get all of the damage away from Costabile, making him just fully rely on Quills, which, with some armor, that burst potential doesn't become as quick as it once was early on in the game. Nouns, they're staying in it. They're still, in terms of map state, again, they're still 1 racks behind, but it certainly doesn't feel like that's been a concern for Nouns whatsoever. They've been able to take these engagements outside of their base in pretty good fashion. And Infinity, again, they dropped the ball on that one. We'll have to see them play a little bit sharper, because if they give openings like this to Nouns, I mean, Nouns, again, they still have these major item spikes lined up for themselves.
I mean, it seems like Infinity, at least for Dota Plus, it still believes that Infinity are well and truly in the lead of this game, at least win probability-wise, but it's certainly a couple of bad team fights, and that could switch very, very quickly. It's already starting to feel like it might be going the other way very soon, because Yuma's starting to get a little bit out of control here on this Luna. Hurricane Pike to build up next into the Silver Edge, and that'll be where the problems really start to begin. So it seems like Infinity gonna start pressuring high ground again, slowly but surely with Illich and the Familiars. But Yuma will be around to defend. Such a shame for Knight as well, right? Because this Bat Rider's been on point with his lasso initiations every time. And the one time he doesn't lasso the right person, it just all falls apart. It's so much pressure on Knight to make sure these lassos are perfect.
It has to be perfection every single time. It's their pivotal BKB Pierce control, right? Like, it's their isolation tool as well. Drag back, take away any potential turnaround from Nouns if they get the right target. No saving tools, again, on Nouns in terms of, like, skills here. Not in comparison to, say, the Omni Knight that we've seen a massive impact on from Panda. And the lead just drops the 3k again. Next Roche in 50 seconds. Not something Infinity can afford to give away once more to Nouns.
Infinity, they're still hanging by their diet triangle. Nouns slowly moving towards them. Costabile just on the right side of them. In fact, Costabile just hanging by his high ground ward. Safety and vision, they say. Nouns are going to smoke up, but so will Infinity. And it's a very similar position to that last fight. Roshan is 15 seconds away from spawning. It's a big Roshan, it's a big team fight. A big wraparound from Nouns, in fact. Through the river. Now through the bottom lane, heading south. They'll see Panda first. That's the one they really want. The jumper's not really on target, though, from Gunner. Doesn't get the arena he wanted. Fly, he's fine. BKB popped here by Knight very early on, as it seems like the fight is already very, very messy. Knight now being chased down by Copy. Pippy's going to try and save him with the Burrow Strike and does create some space, as now the arena is down. They've caught the Sand King. They want to blow up Pippy, and he's gone. Pippy is down. Costabile, already half HP removed, but he will try to heal up with the Bloodstone. Still, he's in trouble. The Sprue Vessel is out. Meanwhile, Knight, he does go down to the Razor. Costabile and Yuma still man-fighting, but Yuma got to be very careful. He'll retreat just for a little bit as Gunner steps back in. Costabile is down. It's 4 for nothing. Make it a full team wipe. Oh, Nouns. After Roshan, it is.
And just the way Nouns are executing this, it's not the cleanest, right? We saw the initial jump in from Gunner, misses out on the opportunity, but the same thing went there for Infinity. They got the blink forward from Knight on that Bat Rider, not finding anyone to lasso, forced to just dance around on the side, and it's just a scattered mess. The Omni Knight, Peep is not around, Panda's not around to get the save off. They don't go for Roshan first, they'll opt for tier 2 into pressure onto the high ground. With Luna on hand, high ground again doesn't take too much time, so this is a very respectable play out from the side of Nouns, as they can always just link back in. It's a daytime Roche. They've got advantage in that area anyhow. And Infinity suddenly find themselves in back foot. Now they have to contend with a refresh and copy. Double Satanic, double BKB, double Link. This just feels like a nightmare to play. Again, this lineup on Infinity does have scaling, but it doesn't scale in the same way as a Luna would. It's very reliant now to try to maximize this durability you get with your Bristleback, with Guardian Angel, to try to get some isolation play with your Bat Rider Lasso, and we just didn't see that in the last fight. Again, it's just such an awkward angle in from Nouns that Infinity weren't completely ready for that smoke break in the tree line.
Well, here we go. They did go for a Rax first, which was definitely the smarter play. And of course, straight after that, Nouns, they will return back into the Roshan pit. This does give Infinity a chance to try and go for a post-Roshan fight. And they are smoked up as 5. They're rushing towards the pit. Oh boy, they smoked under vision. And they got scanned as well. So they're in a bit of danger here, perhaps. We'll see if Nouns want to retreat or if they want to set up for a fight. Who gets caught? Yuma's waiting on the high ground. They want to fight, it looks like. Yuma, he'll get started. They're trying to jump the Luna, but he's fine for now as Knight is taking a lot of damage, but Lasso is out. They've caught Fly with that one. Meanwhile, Gunner in trouble, but the BKB is off in time and the arena is down. Hippie in trouble. Hippie is gone. They've lost the mid-sanking again. They'll get the Aegis of Yuma, but what does it matter? Look at Copy just chasing that Costabile. Oh my goodness. Another full team wipe. And that might be game. 80 seconds without the bristleback. Yeah, it's GG. It's over.
Yeah.
Now
there's no defense.
They'll play Divide on Yuma at the end. Yuma, that one doesn't count, sir. Take that out of your bag. It doesn't count.
I mean, hey, he's boosting the stats for Luna with Divine Rapier. No, I'm pretty sure right now that's 100% win rate, 1 out of 1. Unfortunate for Infinity. It looked like they had such a strong start coming in. Costabile had as perfect of a start as you could hope for on the bristleback outside of that one rotation full commitment up top from Nouns. And it just kind of falters. Again, they hit this big timing spike. They're not able to pierce high ground. Nouns manages to execute, find isolation plays that you don't expect. And Infinity slip up a little bit, right? Like, again, in that fight with Vision under Yuma, they don't get the lasso on Yuma. They go for a long flank while their bristle just charges forward.
Yeah.
Why? I think it's just such a big missed opportunity there.
Look, the explanation I have for that is there was still the Aegis on Yuma, so I understand not wanting to commit lasso, but then it's like you left Costabile alone against 4 other heroes, which was the big problem. And hopefully we'll get to see it in the highlights here. I'm sure we will. I mean, they did everything perfectly here in Infinity. And we talked about it with the drafting stage as well. Like, this kind of draft does want to play early. And they were certainly doing really damn great work with their draft, making very efficient plays. But Nouns, I suppose, already just understanding the game plan, understanding they had to drag out this game, were very, very patient. And here we go. Was this the team fight? It was. This is the one where Costabile just got left alone.
Yeah.
Where was Panda?
Again, they took a long flank. They went through that camp into the pillar where they had Vision to flank into that area. And again, Costabile was charging forward, understanding that Yuma was going to be bailing out. They had to make that move right then, right there. And it was just not the kind of opening you'd want for the side of Infinity. They did still manage to find some cleanup. The Aegis expired right at the nick of time for Yuma to get full reset. And again, it just falls flat for Infinity. They had to maintain that high tempo. Because this last pick, Razor, from the side of Nouns, was just very clever. You and I were talking about Timbersaw' choice. No, they wanted to dominate the lane, have a way of kiting around his bristleback, of turning his damage against him, having some great minus armor on top for a physical Luna to play into. And that's exactly what they got out here from the side of Nouns. For Infinity, it's such a hard loss to take, especially, you know, after how strong their early game was. Heck, even game 1 as well, right? Like, they were having a great time early on. There's this really strong Ags showing out from Knight. Just, it's not enough. The Gunner still lives through. Copy gets to dance around with that refresh. And again, when you hit Razor refresh timing, that's when things turn into a nightmare. Razor refresh is just, we've seen this for what, 3-4 years now. It's hellish to deal with. It hasn't changed. It's even worse now with his facet. It's just insane.
It sure is, Jonathan. Now, let me ask you the hard question. Who's the standout player? This one might actually be quite difficult as well. Who was it, John?
It's so hard to say. I want to say it's Copy. I think his Razor plays were ideal. Like, he managed to slow down PP enough in the lane that PP was, forced to jungle a little bit more, take away the stacks, away from his bigger cores. And, he did set tempo on the Razor quite nicely. He was finding these angles in. He was getting the static links off. He got the fastest BKB on his team to provide that tempo for Nouns to actually take some of these fights early on up against what Infinity was trying to pull out. So I think Copy does deserve a little bit of a nod towards his performance as our standout player, but I would say all of Nouns play that near perfect. Like Yuma just dodging out these fights, being very efficient in farm. Their understanding of the map here from Nouns really shows up. And I think for Infinity, again, their draft ideas are pretty damn strong as well. It's just closing the deal seems to be a challenge for them. Yeah.
No, at the very least, props to Nouns for finding a 2-0 victory here against Infinity. And obviously you saw the faces of Infinity. John, they have now been gifted 2 losses, which does mean they're in a very challenging position. what can you do, Johnny? It's the way the cookie crumbles. You know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. They're still in it, though. They're not out yet. They've still got a chance.
That they do. And, you know, with the Swiss format, you know, these matches are all relatively fair because the next opponents they'll face is whoever else manages to get a 0-2 on this day. So
yeah,
they still have a chance, and who knows, maybe Infinity rises back up. From what we've seen, I think they have great early game ideas. They have great laning. It's just a matter of connecting all the dots and some team decisions being made, especially towards the mid to late game. So I think they have enough time in the day to kind of correct that.
Well, Jonathan, we do have to move on to our next series. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy against Beast Coast, I do believe, coming right up. And of course, we're switching casters as well. The lovely B-Cop and Black are on the way, so don't go anywhere. We'll head off to a short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with our third series of the day. See you then.
It's a chaotic time in Dota. A lot of teams are changing players and shuffling around, but one team that hasn't shuffled at all is Nouns, and I'm here to talk to Gunnar. So, yeah, I mean, you guys come in through the shuffle period and you stick with the same roster. Can you tell me what your thought process is behind all that?
At TI, we had like a meeting that we all wanted to help each other at the worst and like make sure everyone got good opportunities, but we all liked playing with each other. So kind of our initial option was to play with each other. And then there were other options, and people had decided different things, and then but we ended up all wanting to stick together. Like we all wanted the best for each other, honestly.
Yeah.
Like everyone on this team is very like wholesome and very friendly.
Yeah.
And I think we all actually care about each other a lot, wanting to make sure that everyone got a situation they're happy in, and like a happy team, and just everything good. And this is what ended up making everyone the happiest.
I'm guessing after TI, you've kind of got that feeling like your team hasn't really reached its full potential yet. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's definitely very cool because this is the first time I've been with the exact same roster after TI. And it felt very nice in the scrims, honestly, at like our boot camp for all the qualifiers. We went in and we're just like keep doing the same thing and we're improving and we're already on this like very stable platform that we built last year that we're still getting better. And it felt so nice to not have to kind of rebuild everything from zero with a bunch of new players.
Yeah, there was one change. Your coach Milan stepped away, haven't they? What's the kind of situation there? And are you looking to replace them, or? We're
probably looking at a coach, but for now I think we're fine with the five of us. We have AA, who's like our manager, but he's also being an analyst. So he's kind of filling in the coach role. And he did actually this during the Elite League in Peru. Mm-hmm. And we did okay at it. We got top 6, so he's been a good coach. So for now, yeah, I think we're happy.
All right, options open. I like that mentality. So after the international, obviously you had some highs, you had some lows. What were those conversations like, you know, after the dust had kind of settled? I
mean, the one we still joke about is that we all just kind of like hated playing versus BB team. They were the only team that 2'd us. But in all seriousness, it was mostly that we kind of showed the potential and that we're getting, one of the things that we were worst at throughout the whole last year was that we'd always have like one game or one series that we looked good and we looked bad a lot of the time. And I would say, especially recently, that we're getting a lot better at being consistent. And I think even in TI, a lot of our series, like the only series that we looked really bad in were those series. But even like gaming, we had a close series. So it's a lot of just, I think, being just more consistent. Because I think if we play our best Dota, we're a very good team.
So coming into PGL Wallachia, do you feel confident that you're stuck together and you have that extra experience over some of the fresher teams? Or do you feel a bit of pressure to perform because you're staying with the same 5 people?
I would say it's probably a mixture of both. I know we had the qualifiers recently, and I think it was probably the first time we were rated first seed in NA in the qualifiers, and we all went in feeling really confident, but it was also, there was the air of, if we lost these, it would feel worse than losing any other qualifier before.
Yeah.
But at the same time, playing them felt very, we don't have to do anything special. We all know that we can win these, and we will if we play good. So like, just we have to respect our opponents. Like, don't take anything away from them. They're also all very good players, but we just have to play our best. And so going into this, I would say we're pretty confident. I would say that there is pressure, but in probably a positive way, that we're all going to be, we all feel like we have to play our best because that, like, we have the ability to do it.
Do you have any kind of expectations or goals coming into this?
Not really any expectations. I would say my goal would be at least top 3, but you know, I want to say just win the whole thing, obviously.
Is there anything really interesting you've seen in a shuffle period, you know, something you didn't expect, or, you know, what do you think is the most interesting shuffle?
I guess the biggest one that's out there and confirmed would be the 33 leaving, Liquid, which I think from an outside perspective is very strange because they had just won TI. But I know, you know, he wanted to play with Saksa, and like Liquid, it was the same situation where they all really like him, and it was kind of a mutual thing. So I think from an outside perspective, from a fans, it's very surprising, but I think it's like kind of good for all those parties. Like, hopefully it makes all of them happy.
We have this other NA team coming called Apex Genesis. Obviously you've played against them a lot, so can you, you know, give me your opinions, you know, what are they like?
We didn't play them in any of the qualifiers recently.
Oh, that's impressive.
We didn't play them in Elite League in Lima. We played them, I believe, for TA qualifiers and RIA qualifiers, but it was a different roster. They didn't have Yamsen.
Yeah. And
that was the only 2 series I think we played versus them in a really long time. I don't know too much, but from the qualifiers, I think they actually looked pretty good. They were really close to taking out Shopify, both qualifiers, in the Bepim Datra and in the Dream League. There was honestly points where it looked like both series were going to be a 2-0. And so...
For Apex?
For Apex, yeah. And I think they can be a good team. It's always really hard, I think, for NA teams. Just, you have to play on ping. Either if you can't all bootcamp, the Europeans have to play on ping to NA. And then whenever you play Europubs, you have to play on ping for the North Americans. And then even sometimes fighting scrims is harder for NA teams.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the same level of, I guess, respect internationally. Yeah. And so it's definitely a little challenging to grow for them.
All right. Gunnar, thank you very much, and best of luck here in Wallachia.
Thank you, thank you.
And welcome back. It's PGL Wallachia Season 2, coming in with Series 3. I love numbers. They're my favorite part of the day. It's Nigma Galaxy against Beast Coast. Two teams that are 0-1 for different reasons, but they're here fighting it out to try and get to that 1-1 Swiss part of the bracket and not be in that 0-2 Swiss part of the bracket, which Apex currently sits at with Infinity. So it should be a fun series. I wonder how much sleep some of this Nigma Galaxy team got, but we're ready in the draft. We're ready to go. We're doing it, Black. We're here.
Some people are gifted airplane sleepers. I'm not one of them. How about yourself?
It depends. Because I know if I'm tired enough, I'll sleep.
But how do you sleep? Is it like this, oh, my neck really hurts kind of sleep, or
yes,
actually decent sleep?
Yeah, it is. Because you know what I've actually realized is I used to get window seat a lot, thinking that my pillow could fill the gap. But on the newer wide body, longer distance planes, I know nobody cares about this, but the body of the plane is a little bit further from the window seat, so you can't really lean. And I'm leaning, but nobody can see it. But you can't really lean, and the pillow stays. So I just have elected to go aisle seat, and you don't really sleep as much in those. But I will say the few times I've gotten lay flats, I fell asleep immediately and slept the whole flight.
Have you ever tried a sleeping pill? I heard some people use that, and it works wonders for them.
I took a melatonin last night, but I don't do that on planes.
Oh, well, enough about planes. Sniper, finally. Yeah. Personally, also, I haven't really seen too much of the new Nigma, so I'm quite excited to see what they can offer, especially in a high stakes tournament like this.
Yeah, the new Nigma. I think this is their debut, at least with the new roster of Noob, Omar. And then GH going to be at the 5 with
that online qualifier they played. Was that the same roster? I mean, it wasn't much of a qualifier. They got like mostly default wins, but
was it the same? Because they were an invite to this team, to this event, but the Dream League Meswa qualifiers were the same, and they were 3-0 over Zone Academy, but not. That series lasted, and let me do the math for you, 56 minutes in a BO5.
What's the fastest map?
9 minutes.
All right, okay.
So that's really, I'm going to take all those stats from that BO5, and I'm going to throw them away, because
I think so, yeah.
I'm not counting that, but, you know, we'll see if that region, the Meswa region, gets a few teams that might be a little bit more competitive with Nigma. You gotta hope so. You gotta think that they do, right? Certainly, for sure, definitely.
Oh yeah, yeah. What is Kuro doing for the squad? Is he coaching them?
He's coaching. Yeah, he's coaching.
Yeah. Dude, I think Kuro is like a super smart guy. Like on a scale of 1 to brain, he's like giga brain. He's super smart. It's hard to meet smarter people than him. So I think he'll make a wonderful coach. Just kind of like Mushi. You know, they're both like amazing players in their prime, but their knowledge is just insane that they've accumulated over those years. And Kuroki has been there since the very beginning, same as Mushi. It's very hard to find people like them.
I wonder if Puppy will do the same eventually.
Probably. I mean, seeing him back at Navi is also very nostalgic for a lot of us.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, for the new kids on the block, they're like, huh? Puppy was at Navi? When was that?
Yeah, people who have just been watching recently maybe don't know the whole history, but, you know, the history is available for you if you just do a little bit of research.
Yeah, or ChatGPT or whatever. They'll tell you.
I only use that for my cover letters when I'm applying to jobs.
Same.
It might be the reason I haven't gotten a job yet. Anyway, Pangolier and Tusk now picked up for Beast Coast.
Against the Snipper.
Yeah,
you notice this Pangolier?
2 ways to jump him.
The Pangolier fast that we saw yesterday, the fast one, actually really changes this matchup. Because Sniper historically is quite good against Pangolier. Like you roll on top of the Sniper, or you try to anyway, but he just kills you while you're doing that. But now with that bonus speed, I don't think Sniper can actually kill you.
Speed too.
Yeah, then of course Tusk also amazing against Sniper. And we've seen what Whitemon could do with it yesterday.
I think that facet definitely is going to get a lot more play here for Pangolier.
Yeah.
And I think it's really good. I think it's a rare case of just having, like, at least before the changes, a good and a great facet, you know? There are some heroes that have, like, a lame and a really good facet, but I think both facets for Pangolier can be utilized in great ways. And here we see Phoenix. Phoenix has been picked up a whole bunch. I assume this is going to be picked up for GH. Just, he's the Phoenix player, but we'll see. Maybe they want another 4 with Omar.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, makes perfect sense in this game as well. Tusk hates playing against Phoenix, no matter what facet you pick. And of course, Pangolier can't even hit the Supernova once you're in your role.
And then Marcy pick up here.
Okay.
Cool.
Marcy Sniper, that's a pretty strong combo.
I think there was some Marcy earlier today already.
And it lost.
10 seconds
Didn't.
remaining.
It already lost? Oh, man.
1 pick, 1 loss.
5 seconds
That's it? 1 pick, 1 loss? Yep. Only 1 pick and 1 ban. Interesting that hero gets banned. I wonder if it's to protect the Phoenix. I wonder if this pick is also semi a pick to have and also a pick to protect the Phoenix. They already
It would be a very
banned the
weird pick, though.
Snapfire.
Tusk, Pango, and Marcy. But a Snapfire ban makes perfect sense.
Yeah. You could always go Marcy 4.
Yeah,
Tusk
we've seen that.
is fine in the 5. Like, Tusk these days, I think 5 is fine for him. He's not as reliant on items, I would say.
I'd agree. You just want to get up to a Blink Dagger at some point, then you're pretty happy.
Beast coasts turn to pickles.
Ooh.
Okay,
like
okay.
that. Definitely
I
a
like the
hero that
draft.
could
It's a
take up
bit
the
out
egg.
there. It's also amazing against the Sniper. Because he actually can't hit you.
Yeah, but it still feels like one of those heroes that I think the word around for Muerta is you take a long time to really hit that point and be ready to go.
In theory, though, it should fit the meta very well. Because it's a perfect Gleipnir builder. Like, Maelstrom on a hero is ridiculously strong. And it has one of the best, if not the best, late game scaling. Like, once you get items on that hero, your damage output is ridiculous.
Yeah. Once you get to that point of no return, I think there really is no return. It really is like that.
I mean, the only thing you can do, basically, is buy the brooch.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah.
And
An
that's it.
item that never really gets much play these days.
Yeah, which I find really sad, because just when it released, I did the meme thing with PA. Rush brooch first. One-shot people. Never worked. Lost every game. It's so expensive, too.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
really
like the build-up should be
expensive.
different. It shouldn't be Relic. It should be, I don't know, like a Crystallis or something. Maybe it would be too strong.
Primal's solid here.
Oh, yeah, so good.
Sniper's probably your mid. But if you wanted to throw Sniper safe lane, you could put Primal mid. Not that you need to. But we've seen Primal mids in the past. I know Nothing to Say is a big advocate of that. But Primal in the off lane's more than fine. 3 picks, 10 bans, 66.7 win rate. That also said on the other side of your screen just a moment ago. First Muerta pick of the tournament. So we're expanding the hero pool a little bit. Because it does feel these last few patches, the hero pool has been pretty tight.
Yeah, you have your occasional one-off pick. But most of the time, it's pretty much the same heroes. What I'm surprised by is the severe lack of Naga Siren. Because at TI, the hero was contested in the first phase pretty much every game. It has such a ridiculously high contestation rate.
Well, we saw it It's picked 3 times, but it's been banned 24 times.
Yeah. It's such a strong hero. Both as
You're
support
just not
and carry.
seeing it get through. Yeah, it's so versatile. Although, that being said, it's available right now.
Turn to ban.
So, you know, give that a little bit of a thought. Could Nigma Galaxy throw it as their safe laner?
Potentially. I mean, it doesn't go... Yeah, it's quite good with a sniper, and you have something to protect the Phoenix as well. Could definitely work.
5 seconds.
Get some more lane push as well. But I think it's going to be Sniper Marcy, safe lane.
And then you're looking for a mid? Or
Yeah,
you
I
want
think
primal
so.
mid?
It could also be another off laner. The thing is, they're very, very versatile right now. Their cores can go anywhere. So it's really hard for Beast Coast to actually ban here. So they're banning out the SF, which is decent with a sniper.
Most banned in the last phase.
Team ban.
Really specific stat, I like that. I'm here for the niche stats. Although that's not really niche, I guess. That's pretty much every draft. There's the last phase, last bans.
But the heroes that get picked there are pretty niche.
Yeah.
Like these Huskars and stuff.
So back a while ago, I will say, I find that Nigma show to be a very LAN environment jump in potential team. Because when they were at Snow Rui, they looked amazing. Now, that was obviously a little bit of a different roster. It was Ghost instead of Miracle, Sumail, FBZ, 1J, amazing player in my opinion, and GH in the 5. And they went 3-1 in their group, which at the time was G2IG, Extreme, Azure Ray, and Talon. And then they got to the lower bracket final where they lost to Spirit 2-1. And you know how strong Spirit is. And Nigma, they went all the way. They beat Talon, they beat G2IG, they beat Navi, who looked really good at that event. And then they lost to Spirit. I think the LAN power-up for this team is somehow so real.
It's definitely sometimes the case where, I'm sure you've seen it before too, some players on LAN, they kind of shut down and they don't feel comfortable and they have like a severe drop in their power level. But
Like
as you said,
EG
some
Day one.
players... Yeah, well, you would know best.
I mean, EG Day 1 was like that for a long time where you'd be like every excuse was, oh, EG Day 1, they never do well. And then they would, not do well day 1, but kick butt until they got 3rd place. And
Well, they were called the lower bracket kings, right? Like the initial couple of days were always super rough, but then they kind of settled in and did
then
very
they
well
looked really
afterwards. Yeah. But
Faceless
Nigma, I
Void
can
is his
definitely
last
see those
pick.
players like shining on LAN. Faceless
For
Void.
sure.
It's amazing against Bad Rider, and it covers Sniper and Phoenix so well. It's an
Yeah.
amazing pick. However, the hero hasn't really seen too much play lately, just because it's kind of slow. Like Chronosphere's cooldown is just oh my gosh, that Beastmaster is so good.
I like this draft from Beast Coast.
Void cannot lane against Beastmaster. It's near impossible. Like you have 2 boars on you, you can't deal with them. GH will have to do everything. If they plan to lane that way.
Yeah, you got to wonder if they're going to swap the lanes up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe you want to put the Void against Muerta instead. He currently has Time Zone also, not Chronosphere. That would be hype.
Time Zone's been the more prevalent facet, I believe.
Yeah.
In pro games.
But do you like it more? Because I always feel like I don't, personally. I feel Chronosphere is just too good.
They definitely offer 2 completely different things.
Yeah. Time Zone is so much more difficult to utilize.
Yeah.
Although it takes the aspect away that, you can't quote-unquote chrono your teammates.
Well, you could time zone them.
Yeah. But that's what you kind of want, because they get faster.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I like Beast Coast's lineup. I think there was really a lot of things to be happy about when it comes to Beast Coast's performance yesterday. I know that they lost. Obviously, both these teams lost, again, for 2 different reasons. But Beast Coast, AVULUS took them 2-1. They went through the ringer. And I liked Beast Coast. Like, I thought Lumpy played well when he was shining. But there was definitely peaks and valleys with this team. And I think that maybe they could get away with it more against Nigma, their peaks and valleys, than they could AVULUS. Or AVULUS. I don't know if
yeah, we have yet to see how strong Nigma really is with this roster. But as you said, in game 1 yesterday, they looked absolutely amazing. Then in game 2 and 3, they didn't look as comfortable. And of course, stability has been one of the biggest issues of those, tier 2, tier 1.5 teams, which is one of the biggest reasons why they can't be considered a tier 1 team, just because they're so volatile.
Yeah, and Beast Coast, at least in game 1, they laned really well. Lumpy's going to be on this Pangolier. We'll see how he does with that. Not the Invoker that we're used to seeing for him. But Whisper on this Beastmaster feels like... I mean, this should be an easy game for him. Obviously, the timing is about 11.5, 12 minutes on that Ags, which is the normal timing for that item. I'm interested to see,
scared, to be honest,
how quickly he gets to it, yeah.
Because we have seen snowballing Beastmasters. We have even seen one yesterday. And this lane is going to be ridiculously easy. Like, Void just can't lane against Beastmaster. Historically, it's just impossible. He actually has the Helm of the Dominator currently in the quick buy, not the Axe. That would be an interesting choice, because Axe is basically the item that enables you to do so many things. Roshan, farm quickly, team fight.
Yeah, damage output.
Yeah, so getting Overlord instead, it's viable, because you get a strong aura, but...
They have Dispose, and he takes Snowball level 1, which is really good for this offlane, I would say.
Yeah, he's also dead.
Because you usually get, like, shards and tag team. There's going to be another Dispose in 5 seconds, and Snowball's on cooldown for 9. There's no way he really gets out of this unless he jukes them. So First Blood going the way of GH. GH will take that gold and go towards top. But Snowball level 1 feels like a big win here in the offlane as well for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
I agree. You never want to have Snowball level 1, it just doesn't do anything. Tag team is so much more valuable.
Yeah, well, it's that Night Shards, and GH just comes up top, and he looks like he's dead. He TP'd over here, so now Miracle is alone for a long time.
Yeah, that's a big issue now. Because already he was alone to begin with, and now he's alone again. Against the matchup that's already pretty impossible for him. Currently sitting at 1 CS.
This Hawk is so annoying.
Yeah. Yep. The new Hawk is ridiculous. And it goes so well with Bad Rider. We've seen it yesterday too. Was it the same combo? I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was like the Hawk root, then you get Flame
broken.
What's even the past tense of that Flame broken back into it again.
Yeah.
And then roots you again. And Firefly on top of you and Sticky Napalm. It's a really, really strong lane.
It really is, and it can be very devastating if played correctly. And truthfully, it's devastating when it's not the better matchup, but in a situation like this, it's a better matchup. Like, this is a strong lane-killing combo right here for the side of Beast Coast. I keep wanting to call them OG because Whisper's got the OG moniker.
I also saw that. I was like, oops.
But Sumail over mid, he's 11-5 to the Pangos 5-3, so Lumpy getting beat up really badly, and he did take Thunderbolt as well, and you could just see Sumail doing a huge amount of damage, and he also has another Shrapnel if he wants to try and get this kill. Which he throws the Shrapnel down and gets a solo kill. Once it came off cooldown, you pretty much knew he was dead, and Sumail is dominating this mid lane, which is something they really need, considering this top lane matchup for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah. Sniper historically one of the strongest laners. GH still doesn't have the dive. They're going on him again.
Yeah, this is an issue as they are going to go for GH. He's still just level 1. They are going to get this kill, and they make it look easy. The solo experience is at least given Miracle level 3, but this just is not a safe lane.
Yeah, his
Despite
CS
the
is not
name.
looking that fun. Although good news for them is, well, I don't know if you want to call it good news, but Beastmaster is not going for that axe, so his snowball won't be nearly as terrible. And I have to admit, I don't quite understand the decision to go for the Dominator, but it just means he wants to put on a lot more early pressure, like pre-minute 10 even. Get the tower top, get the tower mid, map control. We'll see if that's worth it. Because the trade-off is pretty huge.
Right. Another flame break. GH. He's got finally the Icarus dive, but he is willing to take so much damage here, and gosh,
this is so strong. Just a bar on you, and then the sticky stacks. Like, you can't fight as a support, actually.
And he's got a wand. Like, he's trying to heal up here. He's got another set of tangos. He's trying to heal up. Stick only for Miracle at the moment, as this is going to be the full wand on his courier if it gets to him. And I say if it gets to him because it's about to fly right over El Micho. It's got 3 shots on it thanks to the Marcy, which is why it survives here. But that could have been brutal. And it's crazy to say and think that just, not having to stick to the wand upgrade is brutal, but in a lane like this, it kind of is. El Micho sitting relatively low. He picks up a salve for some regen, by the way. Bottom lane, not as active, but of course, no shards on Tusk. You do have Deadshot, of course, if you can land that and maybe get a snowball to follow it up, go to the tag team and get some damage out. But the only one maybe you have a chance of killing is Omar if he comes in with the, if he comes offensively with the rebound, but I don't think you're killing him otherwise.
The question, though, is, even though the other lanes are doing okay, how are they going to help Miracle?
I think with Sumail, he's dominating his lane.
Yeah, it's just kind of hard to rotate as a sniper. But then again, if he dominates the Pangolier that hard, maybe he doesn't even have to do anything because he will force the enemy to go to him instead.
They're going to try and come top here as they now have level 3. And they're going bottom. They're going for the Muerta at the same time. Looking to get this kill, but they just don't quite have the damage yet. Deadshot, the turnaround. They had Lumpy over there. They get the kill on Omar in the bottom lane. While Miracle is looking at MOUZ, nothing going on, and they do end up losing the Marcy. They don't kill this Muerta.
Very costly
try though.
Oh, good from the Pangolier. You
as the trample, like snowball, that stuns up Noob. Man, they are really cooking them. They're just going to try and get this kill, and Will and Primal Beast just no match for this combo, and they lose both over bottom. That is kind of devastating considering they had Muerta down to about 50 health.
Yeah, twice. Oh, Miracle
and that's the difference, though. All right, a little assassinate there. I was going to say, that's the difference. Oh! No TP, no life.
Oh, that's
only death.
Brutal. That is absolutely brutal.
And Sniper's just here too late. The TP takes too long, and I was just going to say, the difference there is that Lumpy's able to rotate so easily as a Pangolier, even before having level 6. They are going to get this kill on El Micho, like, they get something out of it. But Sumail could have been there maybe a little bit earlier as a different hero, as they're going to go for a Whisper. He's pretty tanky at this point. Not the easiest of kills, and then the Wisdom Rune is picked up by Omar as MOUZ was trying to contest that.
Yeah, Miracle is making his way back up top, but they will definitely have to make sure he somehow gets back into this game, because he currently has nothing. Like, the Pangolier is completely shut down, but Void has even less than him.
Yeah, the Void has less, and the Pangolier with 6 can definitely rotate easily and run, run over and get a Rolling Thunder, try to get some sort of a kill.
Oh,
especially top. He could just go top. Yeah, and he's going to go top.
Or they have Raw 2 or Miracle again.
He's got to run. Like, all you have is what? Time walk to get out of here? You have no real defense. And
did not run.
The Rolling Thunder is faster, so he's going to be able to just use it for a quick moment. Swashbuckle kill GH. They don't need to kill Miracle. They keep cutting down where he's able to farm and make him feel uncomfortable. He doesn't get anything out of this matchup.
Yeah, he can't jungle yet either. He has nothing. Now he has to hit like a setter camp with a level 1 bash. No Mask of Madness. It's a very tough game for him. Nice smoke rotation bottom, though. They should be able to get the Muerta, no problem.
Dire's top tower
Muerta does have Pierce the Veil, but won't be able to get anything off with a well-done rebound onslaught combo. Good rotation by Sumail, like you were saying. Sniper's not exactly the easiest hero to rotate with.
Yeah, but they will have to use him. He is the strongest hero they have right now by far. But he's also pretty fragile. Like, if Pango gets on top of him with a Bad Rider, he's in big trouble. So they have to protect him no matter what. Miracle kind of just has to bite the bullet for now. Try to find his own way back into the game.
So 9 minutes in.
is under attack.
Looked like maybe Muerta was thinking about going top, but through the twin gate, there really isn't much there. They already took the tower.
MOUZ. Good snowball
Dominator. Already for Whispers, they are going and trying to get this kill on a MOUZ. 4 heroes here. 4 heroes will get that kill. Sumail gets another one. Sumail going to Fusel. But I'm... Again, it's just without his Void having anything. I don't know if Sniper's going to be enough.
So the good thing with the time zone is, once you're level 18, it's basically a free moonshot for your Sniper as well. So his damage output is going to be amped up a ton. And as we said before, it doesn't matter now that you chrono your teammates. In fact, you want to chrono your teammates. So if Muerta's on top of Sniper somehow, and you time zone both of them, it's actually very good for you because Muerta won't be attacking anymore.
They're going to try and go, but the rebound, trying to get him some extra speed. Sumail in some trouble. They're jumping in. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They're going to make the turn. The dead shot comes through. The time zone is just too late to save Sumail. Primal Roar onto the Primal Beast. The Rolling Thunder's continuing looking for Miracle. They'll get the kill on the MOUZ, but they'll take out Noob. And they'll look for more as Omar and Miracle behind the tier 1. GH with 1 shot left on him. If maybe there was enough mana for a dead shot that could kill him. But there isn't. And this tier 1 looking just as dead as Sumail and this Primal Beast.
Yeah, very easy tower for them.
He can't beat the front right there. But, of course, not knowing that they're making that jump immediately. Rebounding. Now Sniper back into the mix. The dispose and the kill. Good little return kill there. And yeah, the scatter shot shrapnel is really good. Help at least get something back there for them because they lost that tower. They lost 2. First
you can
times are not really effective.
This patch is very inspired by Heroes of New Earth. I like it a lot. The Sniper change, the Medusa change, very good changes. Big fans of them. This actually makes Sniper a really, really good mid laner. Like before he was just a lane dominator, but now he's actually a really good team fighter because of it too.
He's a good team fighter when he has the distance though.
Boom. Lampy almost dead again. Do you like this new take on Beast? Well, it's not a new take, but it's more like an older take. He's playing the old Beastmaster with the auras. You like it?
I don't hate it. You know, I think with Helm of the Dominator, you still push. You're just not doing the damage, and you're just playing a different type of hero. You're not being the damage dealer, the early pressure hero in terms of like having drums of Slom jumping in, roar. You're doing so much damage. You've got something, and I think having the auras just means later you're more secure.
I'm just wondering if it's worth the trade-off, because this also means... Oh, they're going on him right now.
First dive, they have Supernova. They're going to try and go for Whisper, look for the Primal Roar. Now it's finally out. They go to the Supernova. They've got the lasso onto the Sniper, but Sniper going to start to hit away at El Micho, and that's going to be at least a dead Bat Rider.
That's all 5.
It's only 1, though. Rider. Yeah, it's Supernova used for Bat Rider. Beastmaster did roar, but he just backs up into the jungle. And his farm doesn't... It's not suffering in this game at the moment. You know, he doesn't have drums of Slom, which you would have around this mark anyway. But truthfully, his net worth hasn't suffered from not going for the axe. He's farmed up a good amount of the map. They took the tier 1 top quickly. Like, he has so much space to just farm with this dominated creep and his boar.
Yeah. Yep. Now he had a mega free lane. Now he's transitioning very nicely into this aura bot.
And I think that kind of has something to do with it, right? Like, you don't need to go to the Ags because usually you back up into the jungle to farm that Ags, whereas you know you have the lane, right? Thunder along the
yeah, but that also means that you don't have to support it. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Of course, takes your attack damage now too. Has a diffuser blade as well, which is a build that Thompson made very, very popular with the disperser later on. But the farm difference is absolutely massive right now between Void and Muerta. And it's just gonna grow. The gap is just gonna grow because there's already a Maelstrom online on Muerta. Sniper would have a lot of heavy lifting to do here.
Yeah, if Nigma Galaxy want to come back into it, it's definitely going to be late. And they can pressure the towers on the side of Beast Coast.
They have to weather the Beastmaster Storm, basically. He's so strong right now, but if they can kill him once or twice, that's really when the weakness of this build, if you want to call it that, is going to get exposed, because he can't really catch up anymore at that point. If he ever falls behind, he'll stay behind.
I think one of your biggest question marks too is if they could at least slow down the Muerta, because if Miracle gets to the timing where he's got items, with the fact that Muerta's ahead, Muerta will be fully online. And I'm not sure you beat that.
Not
with time zone, at least.
Wow. Did you know about this Beastmaster talent? I just saw that. The 10% magic rest aura? It's ridiculously strong. Damn. Completely forgot about that. Together with the pipe, they're gonna be near immortal.
You say that, but then, you know, casters always say they're unkillable. What happens next?
And then they die right away?
They die, yeah.
Like
I've learned my lesson. I never say anybody's unkillable.
It's only Phoenix and Omar. Huh?
They're gonna go. They know they have the unleash for the damage. They've got the sniper coming in. The snowball comes through. Omar's dead, but it's worth it to get the kill there onto the Muerta. So a good little tango up in the jungle.
Good TPs.
And
very nice.
They get the kill. And that's exactly what they need to do. They need to slow down Muerta's farm, let Miracle get into this Maelstrom, and kind of come back. It's gonna take time. Take a lot of effort. But you can see Nigma trying to do it, and they know that they have a little bit of the extra damage with Unleash. As long as Omar could survive, you get a little bit more damage from the Unleash. You know you can go after this Muerta. Rolling Thunder fast, but not fast enough to catch the time-walking Faceless Void there, and immediately stops it. That's,
he's tanked, you got pipe.
And now they go for Whisper. You don't have roll. Supernova right next to Whisper. Time zone's there. They've got two within the square. Normally a circle when it's the Chronosphere, but the square beats circle. At least in this situation, Whisper and MOUZ both die.
Slam this, the square through the circle always works. Now this is the scary part. You itemize in a way which is not allowed to happen. If you die one more time as a Beastmaster, your time as the strongest hero on the map is basically gone. And that's a huge risk you run when you itemize like this. Now Miracle is gonna be into his Maelstrom pretty soon. And the game is not looking too bad at all. Completely back into the game.
Yeah. You know, it was the Rolling Thunder that was wasted right there. That, you know, they don't have any response. And it just, the team fight at that moment is very lacking. They had just killed Muerta as well, who's really trying to farm up this Hurricane Pike. There are moments where we're going to see Beast Coast have a power spike still. And especially with Miracle behind, he really is trying to get into these fights. Walrus Punch action. Omar going to be caught in the jungle again. These heroes on the side of Beast Coast breaking on through and assassinate to try and deter this Muerta, but
that's a lot of damage.
It's not deterring enough, let's just say.
It was also the Blink Dagger revealed from the Bad Rider for a support kill, so that's pretty good as well for Nigma.
Sumail almost keeping up with this Beastmaster, who now has the pipe going into the Boots of Bearing. So they want to just counter that time zone as best they can. Shrapnel, disposed, the Unleash, the Snowball. Didn't pull Whisper in to go after this Sniper, but just wanted to get into his face to get this Walrus Punch out there. And honestly, MOUZ sacrificing his life so Whisper can survive.
Yeah, he had to. He didn't do that. Beastmaster
Not pulling him in at all. Yeah. I think the right move was definitely not pulling him in. For a second, I thought maybe they could jump in, but they had nobody else there.
How do they make use of this incredibly strong aura timing now? That's the real question. It doesn't really feel like Lumpy is ready. It doesn't feel like Pyke is ready either on his Muerta.
Lumpy's not ready, right? Like, he wants this Ags. You really want everybody there. I think is 5 right now. Beast Coast can fight, but everybody's got to have their abilities too. Like, the misuse of abilities has allowed Nigma to get back into the game. The Rolling Thunder that was used for nothing over mid, which allowed them to time zone back in and have that supernova opportunity. The Roar that was used top off after the jungle, they get kills out of that. I think that if Beast Coast clean it up and they use everything in tandem, they'll be fine. But we're not seeing that at the moment.
And I think they really have to as well. Because again, the Beastmaster completely itemized for his team only. If they don't make use of that strength now, it's basically, wasting his entire item strength. Because he could have just gone for the slums and be at probably 13, 14k net worth at this point.
And that's where you're missing the damage too, right? Because usually you can Primal Roar, the Drums of Slum, you get that instant peak in damage. You can kill heroes like Sniper in a heartbeat. Maybe you go, Ags Blink, and you're going for Sumail to dive the back line. But they onslaught in. They look for Lumpy, who will try to roll the time zone. Now he ain't moving anywhere.
That's such a funny interaction.
And not able to rock and roll anywhere. They made music illegal.
Yeah, his game basically stopped as well. El Micho also just getting taken down. Man, Sniper's doing so much damage right now.
All pre-BKB from Noob, and Noob's gonna get this BKB, then he's more free to get in there, pulverize commit, and onslaught in. He's got Blade Mail. The fights are going to get tougher for Beast Coast, and they really need to find a big fight to slow down the pressure from Nigma that they're now putting on.
Well, at least time zone is down for a little while, so...
Yeah.
The Roar.
Roar in. They're going to go for Miracle, Walrus Punch, and they've got the damage. That's exactly what they needed.
That's a Roche now, too.
That's a big kill.
Right next to the pit. Best position. Oh, Lasso as well. Nice.
Yeah. Lasso, easy. GH dead. Did he get that? He did get at least the Lotus. I'll just take this while I die. Thank you very much.
Consolation prize. But Roche is going to go down quick. Muerta, Beast, and Tusk. Some of the best Roches in the game. Now, how's our Void looking? Maelstrom is done, going to Lincoln's next. It's definitely not an easy Void game at all. Yes, he's shut down, which makes it a lot harder, of course, but just the draft itself makes playing Void not easy.
Yeah. Yeah. El Muerta having that Aegis. I think they could, when Lasso and Roar is up,
it's go time.
Smoke.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you should smoke, but you're also... Yeah, you're waiting for Roar 3 seconds, Lasso in 30. Also maybe wanting that Hyperstone to finish off the Mjolnir here for Muerta. And then I think you just smoke and go.
Yeah, that Mjolnir is going to be a big power spike. Nice scan as well, they know exactly where they are. Lumpy got his axe too, so his HP pool and damage output is quite nice now. Yeah, it's basically all riding on Sumail. They're mega buffing him up. With the time zone, with the Marcy buffs.
He's going into the BKB next. They got that shard on him, so he's got the concussive grenade. And then he wants to go Disperser, but there were some changes to Disperser.
Luckily.
It's now slow resistance, not unslowable.
Yeah, and 40%
it's only 40%.
Yeah, it's good, but not like massive.
Amazing, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it worth the price of admission now? That's the real question.
I mean, the reason why it was so strong before... Wait, let me see. Well, no, so it still applies the basic dispel as well. So it's still very strong, but yeah, you don't have that immunity that you had before.
So here's the full 5-man smoke. They're going to try and make something happen. They did pick up the Mjolnir. They do have Lasso and Roar off cooldown. And their target is Miracle. At least they pinged him out for a moment. They've got this ward behind the tower. And he leaves. He senses the movement. Not only senses the movement, but they smoke themselves.
Oh, Muerta's all by himself, but he has the Aegis, of course.
Yeah, has the Aegis.
But they all top.
Oh
Gosh, you have to be
they
careful
all are
there.
looking for Miracle.
Oh, they didn't think that he was alone on Muerta. If they went to Muerta there, that's gonna be a brutal loss for Beast Coast.
Yeah, they get lucky that they don't jump. They don't exactly have jumping heroes, right? That you can onslaught in, but that gives Muerta a moment to kind of just leave, right? You don't have the blink lasso that Beast Coast have access to.
Yeah, no instant stuns. It's gonna be a very slow assault for you. They're smoking back top there. They see Muerta again, but it's not the right target.
And now the team is there. They're gonna try. Rebound Hurricane Pike. Some axes fly in. The onslaught way deep here, but the BKB's gonna be popped. They go to the Roar, onto the Primal Beast. There's the time zone. They're in this square. They're in the Zawardo. They're just gonna walk out of it. And now time zone's on cooldown. Nigma's used the BKB and the Primal Beast, and they gotta leave. But the Rolling Thunder comes from behind. The Pangalier's gonna try and disrupt them as they try to leave. They've got the lasso on. Sumali's in a lot of trouble. They'll get the kill. And that will be the Muerta getting at least one. Nigma Galaxy trying to TP out. GH. They'll leave. But they already got the sniper, and that's a good fight for Beast Coast, as they don't even lose the Aegis on that.
That's exactly the hero they were looking for. And you have to be really, really careful. They have great heroes for jumping a sniper. You really have to make sure that once your time zone is expended and your initiation basically failed, you gotta disengage. Because you know they're looking for that sniper. Anytime he's out of position, he'll die. You have to protect him with all these bodies in front. If you don't see Bad Rider, you have to be so careful. GH, there's no blink on Tusk, he's fine.
They might find him, but again, is this just a bait? The dead shot stops the pulverize immediately. They go to the unleash, they get the kill. Now they're going to look over. Muerta's in trouble. Sniper's TPing in, has the assassinate. They're going to take at least the Aegis out of this. Now they've got the supernova. Is it timed right? It is timed more than right. Goes in to pierce the veil. They all bail. They've got the onslaught. They'll have the control. This is going to be a second kill onto the Muerta. A good move from Nigma Galaxy after losing Sumail over top. And a good recovery for this dire team.
Definitely overstaying their welcome there quite a bit. Everyone was respawning. And I mean, Task Force is dewarding. It's the help your friend syndrome. We all know it. We all hate it.
I was going to say, we all love it when you're on the other team.
That's the thing. Even as pro players, like we know we shouldn't do it, but we do it anyway, just because it feels right. But it's very, very, very costly, because that Muerta was really rich.
Mm-hmm. And now we talked about getting to this point. Void's there.
He got Lincolns now, so no more lasso on him. No easy lasso, at least. Sniper halfway through his BKB. Still a little bit away there. MOUZ is also transitioning nicely into a core once that BKB is done.
Yeah, BKB is all you really need to be able to stand your ground a little bit and get some unleashed damage out. All while still being helpful with the Solar Crest, throwing that on Sniper or Void. The BKB available for Noob. He's going into the Shiva's Guard. He wants to be able to get in BKB, pulverize, but Elmisho's here, has a Blink Dagger, and blinks away from this, but now Whisper a little bit vulnerable. They do a MOUZ off to the side, and neither team will do anything. They'll just look and back away.
The classic Western stare-off, standoff.
Yeah.
Nothing happens.
What's
the state of the game, though? Like, if this game goes super late, because they don't have Chronosphere, I actually think it favors the Radiant, because they have hard disables. Like, Time Zone is amazing in the mid-game-ish, but once a real late game, it doesn't really do that much anymore. When people have like Moon Shards and all these abilities to kind of mitigate. the time zone. It's an amazing spell early on, don't get me wrong, but your late game investment is not really there. So you have to make sure you fight for the next Roshan, and you get that next Roshan, and then you don't have to end the game, but you have to control the map for sure.
Well, we'll see if they can do so.
Oh, bad rider.
Wind almost has this Mjolnir, by the way. Oh. Now, if you had Chrono, maybe you would have wasted it right there.
Yeah, that's true.
TP's out. But Lincoln's next for Pango. And Muerta, like I said, BKB Silver Edge is what's on the docket. You really gotta get deep in the Rolodex here and figure out what you need to do when the game plans change so many times.
Surprisingly, Beastmaster's still at the top of the net worth, even with that item build.
Yeah, I mean, I think naturally this hero does farm well. It's just the quickness, I would say. Because I think he would have like 18,000, maybe a little bit more than that with the Drums of Psalm. But he's also been given a lot of space. Like, he's farming exceptionally well right now.
Ocean is about to respawn. A quick respawn would be really good for Radiant.
Well,
it
yeah.
is.
Anything 30 seconds is going to mean it's going to be bottom.
That's very long.
So, yeah, it'll be bottom now.
Miracle, at that time, he might have enough time to farm at the Mjolnir, which would be a huge...
For sure, right? He's almost got the Hyperstone.
No courier, though.
Yeah, no courier for the entire duration of the Roche respawn, so he'll probably get the item near the time they go for Roche. MOUZ kind of gallivanting over to the jungle.
That's a little brave.
This is not going to be too rough if he just dies. I think they don't lose much in terms of Roche, but he's not even going to do so. He's not even going to die. He just walks away from the fight.
Yeah,
pretty tanky.
Nice bonus movement speed from the crest.
Yep. A little bit of movement speed in 25, the number. But also, it means he doesn't lose any gold if he dies. He's going to have this blink at the timing he wants. So, all kind of means a lot here going into what should be a Roche fight in the next minute or so. Like I said, there's that blink dagger, and the gold for the Mjolnir is there for Miracle. He just needs to get the Hyperstone and that recipe. Which I assume
can't get the recipe though. So they have to fight without their full Mjolnir. There would have been a huge power spike. They all smoked up. But again, they don't have any great instant initiation. They have a primal beast, but that's it.
Icarus dive. Everybody, man, GH. Scouting Mount, BKB, pierce the veil, time zone used. They're going to go for the Muerta. Gets the egg. The Primal Roar is going to be onto the Primal Beast. They go for the Assassinate. The BKB is going to run out on this Muerta in just a second, but they already get the kill in a miracle. Sumail trying to output some damage, but Pake is there. Gets the kill in a noob, and they lose 3 on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Finally, they take out Amisha, but they've got the Rolling Thunder as well as the Snowball right on top of Sumail. The concussive grenade into a TP attempt, but the dead shot is there. It lands on a Sumail. They get the kill in Omar. It's going to be a full team wipe for Beast Coast. Cleaning them up. They revealed with the Icarus dive the position and the pierce the veil. Just too much for Nigma to handle.
I hope we get to see a replay of that fight. Just look how they all huddle around Muerta. It kind of felt like they're all trying to right-click her during pierce of the veil, but of course you can't. So everybody kind of just stood there while she was laying out the pain, and the rest of the team was pretty much free to do whatever they wanted to.
Woo.
There was a great execution, of course, by Beast Coast, but look at that. You can't help but think they should be in a little bit of a better position on Nigma here. Now look what happens to Muerta. Everyone's trying to right-click her, but he can't. She just stands there.
Really well done. Beastmaster getting that Lotus Orb on the Muerta was huge.
Absolutely.
The Pulverize starts and stops immediately.
Yeah.
And it just stops everything from Nigma Galaxy.
They have no stunts. I'll never, ever again say that I like Time Zone over Chronos here. If they have a Chrono there, the fight is done. They win. 100%.
Now you've got another Aegis. That's the second one for Beast Coast. That's going to be another one on Muerta. And
yeah, that's a big one too. He can't kill her once. Killing her twice is going to be that much more challenging.
Yeah.
And she's almost into the silver edge now, so her positioning is going to be really strong too. And we've seen her damage output too. Like, Miracle died in seconds. That BKB he's building into, of course, is going to mitigate a huge chunk of the damage. But if you're going to initiate it on first, you're going to die. The Beastmaster items is insane.
The Lotus Orb was massive.
Yeah.
It was massive there.
I agree. Basically won in the fight.
Yeah. Because Muerta's able to do whatever they want. And then you kind of see Noob think about it and just go, all right, well, I don't have an objective here anymore. Everything was on cooldown for him. So what do you do? And Sumail, once the front line is out, he can't do anything as this sniper. They jump him with this Rolling Thunder. They're able to get on him quite quickly. Now he's going to go for the Revenant's Brooch, but we talked about it. That item is expensive.
It's expensive and it's very impractical. You still won't have that BKB. And it just feels as though Sumail can never reveal himself in those team fights because Bad Rider is waiting for him. He has 4 staffs.
Punch.
Almost BKB as well. Yep. You're gone. Once this BKB is up on Bad Rider, I don't actually know how Sumail plays those team fights. I don't think he can.
And just to say, we talked about it early how, yes, Miracle will get to the point where he matches Peik in this Muerta, but at that point, Muerta's going to be really strong. And I think much stronger than Void at the same net worth.
For sure.
We saw it right there.
We spoke about how Muerta is maybe even the strongest late game in all of Dota. Like, that scaling on her is ridiculous, and it's basically infinite also with her shard that she's yet to buy or get from Tormentor. Because that damage increase is going to be massive. 2% per kill, it will be a lot.
And then the plus 20% on the Gunslinger chance at 25. Like, you really do hit this peak at 25.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, the tower is falling so fast. Where's the response?
There really can't be much of a response because to kill Muerta once, you really need to use everything. And Sumail steps up too far. The Lotus is too late.
Got buyback though.
Yeah, he's got buyback, and they are going to use it. They go to the time zone, but again, they just walk away.
This Boots of Bearing is too good.
Yeah.
If that was a Chrono again.
Nothing.
Oh, they're going to make. Oh, he has no BKB.
Rolling Thunder in. That's going to land on both this Marcy as well as Miracle. Omar and Miracle, they both fall. Now the Rolling Thunder extends on to Sumail. He needs to get away. Would have been a 4-staff movement for him to get back, but the Lotus Orb is going to be on a Peik again, stopping the Pulverize. He tries to lift him up. He tries to lock him down, but he can't. They just cannot lock down this Muerta. Now they're going to take out the first life, but how are they going to reset on the side of Beast Coast? They've got the snowball. They pull in 2. They get the kill on a Noob. They're going to have the second life on the Muerta. The dead shot comes through. They've got the Lotus Orb on a Miracle, but the 4-staff forward from this
Pierce the veil up again.
Pierce the veil. The right clicks are coming. The calling is there, but nobody's answering on the side of Nigma to try and respond. At least not yet. They've got the onslaught in. They'll look for Lumpy. They'll get the Lotus Orb onto this Pangolier. Is going to walk away with the swashbuckle for just a moment. Miracle continuing to go in with the time dilation. It's going to be on a Lumpy, but he'll roll up. They've got themselves the Sunray on top of him, but the snowball save is there to go on to Omar. They've got the kill on a Marcy. They'll get themselves one without buyback, and they're continuing to go on a Miracle. He time walks away, but he's only got half health. The onslaught's going to be onto this Muerta. Peik needing to run away with the Lotus Orb back on a Lumpy, making sure that he's safe, but the Primal Roar's going to be through onto the Primal Beast. The time walk forward going for Peik. They get the kill on a Noob as Sumail's trying to hit away, but the concussive grenade to try and leave as they're up 27 net worth on the 27k net worth on the side of Beast Coast, and all Nigma can do is run.
And if they want to, they can probably still take the Rex as well.
They've got the Warden here. GH is going to stand still. They don't have the mana for Lasso, but they might just be able to kill him.
This was also like an 8-0 fight. Well, they lost the Aegis, but they can't even fight.
He's buying mangoes in the opponent's base to make sure that they can blink and get Sumail and get the Lasso.
Oh, no.
Man, El Misho, come on, dude.
Not like that.
Just too good. The double 4-staff. Sumail looks like he's going to be able to get away. The Rolling Thunder, though. Oh, on the staff. No! The time zone now on a 5, but without your sniper, do you have the damage? The Supernova is going to explode. It does land on a Whisper. They've got the damage on a Lumpy for a second, but Miracle's going to time walk in, time walk back out. He does the hokey pokey, but there's nothing about. Lumpy's able to leave. The Icarus dive forward. They're trying to get MOUZ. They're trying to get Whisper, but nobody's home.
And out they go. Now, when it's all said and done, absolutely brutal. Like, they lost the Aegis, but that's pretty much it. I think there was like a, 9-for-1 exchange?
It was a lot more than that.
It was like ridiculous how well beastcoast executed here. They just do not have solid lockdown. They got one dispose, sorry, and Primal Beast. But Primal Beast gets hard countered every time by the Beastmaster, who also hard counters the Void with the Boots of Bearing. Amazing item pickup, by the way. Like, that was super smart. I wouldn't actually mind another support picking it up as well. If you have two of them, it's practically useless at that point.
Isn't it already?
It's, yeah. And the problem is also Sniper is so far away, right? He can't make use of the time zone himself. Because that attack speed buff you get in there is massive, but you can't be in there. Because if you are, you're probably dead.
And now Sumail buying back, having no gold, not going for the Revenant's Brooch anymore, bought out on a Crystallis, wants the Daedalus for right-click damage. But again, Beast Coast, they see all. They had these wards here. They knew what they wanted to do. They have the ability to just jump and lasso these heroes. The Lotus Orb's too late for Nigma Galaxy.
It's so tough. It is so tough. They still have, of course, Sniper is always going to be one of the best high ground defenders in the game. But you are playing against one of the hardest counters, which is the Bad Rider. He can find you at any time, pull you out of position. And what answer do they have? None, really. They have no counter initiation. It's Primal Beast. One Lotus Orb, and it's gone. Outside of that, they have no stuns. They have nothing.
Yeah, the amount of times that I think Chronosphere would have won them fights seems like it's heavily outweighing whatever time zone is doing.
Is it at this point like 5 or 6 times? I've seen many times. Oh, DD though picked up nice steal. That could be something. There's a Nullifier as well on the Faces Void. But Nullifier doesn't really do anything against Muerta. Like, you can't get out of the Pierce of the Whale, like, with that.
My assumption is that it's just trying to stop the 4 staffs away.
Doesn't even have to though, because you got BKB as well. And Daedalus is also on the horizon for her. We'll see. Whoever they initiate on, if Muerta gets her hands on him, they're dead. In 1 second.
Man, this is rough for Nigma Galaxy, but if they make this comeback, it would be one of the biggest I've seen in a while. They have found Miracle, though.
Wow.
And the Lotus Orb, again, just too late coming through.
So much damage, and they find GH2.
They've got the lasso to follow it up. It's on a GH. They'll get the kill. It's too dead without buyback. Sumail trying to stand his ground. But now Lumpy, all right. Well, they've got Muerta just walking forward, ready to take some shots if he had stayed and stood his ground.
I thought that Bash would lead to a lot more, so I got really excited, and then everybody was like walking away. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's the second side gone. Potentially even the third. They have no buyback on Void. He's just dead for 80. They can't defend without him. What can you do, my friends? Noob has to go in. They somehow have to jump Muerta. Lotus Orb is now gone. Now's your chance.
All right, they get the Pulverize off this time. Do they have the damage? The Snowball, and it's going to be through onto the Primal Beast.
Oh, that damage!
RC's just dead so quickly.
Ow.
They pierce the veil. They pierce the hearts of every Nigma Galaxy fan out there. As they are going to swashbuckle through, get the bashes, flame break, no steps for you. They'll get the kill. GG is called, and Beast Coast take game number 1.
I'm gonna say, of course, Beast Coast played amazing Dota, but last picking Void when there's a Beastmaster in the pool is very risky. We have seen exactly here why. Like that last pick Beastmaster by Beast Coast, strategic masterpiece. Maybe it would have gone differently with the Chronosphere, but at that point, maybe Beastmaster also goes for a different item. We don't know. No, there's a lot of what ifs in Dota always.
Right.
But absolutely amazing. Those team fights by Beast Coast, it was great execution. I have to say though, Nigma just had no way to keep them in place. There's one Pulverize, that's it. One Lotus Orb against that. Who do you ever initiate on?
And it was always perfect.
It was so good. He waited every time perfectly. And he has a Blink Dagger on Noob, don't forget. But somehow, every time he blinked in, there was an instant Lotus Orb. Every time.
Yeah. And this is earlier on, you know, where it looked like Sumail, because he dominated, it was going to go so well for him, but double the timing. Now it's 16 minutes in the last highlight, 31 minutes here.
This fight is absolutely game-changing.
Well. Yeah, and the Lotus Orb was game-saving, in my opinion, by putting it on the Muerta and allowing them to just hit away.
But again, Chronosphere there. I think they actually crushed that fight. No problem. And if
Or at least
anybody
build
ever
America.
asks me from now on, time zone or chronosphere, you know my answer, like 100%. You already said it. Probably 5-6 times this game, a chronosphere would have made a massive difference. I think this fight as well. He got like 3 or 4 in there.
He got
but they just
5.
boots of bearing out.
Yeah.
Just run out of there. You know the quote? Just TP lol. Just walk lol.
They really just, and this I believe ends up being a 5-man time zone, or at least touched by it. But
Yeah.
it's rough. There's nothing you can do to stop that. They have boots of bearing. They have the ability to just run out, and even here, like the great saves from this Tusk too.
I have to say I'm a little bit confused as to why boots of bearings work like that, because it says enemies are leashed inside the time zone, but they really weren't. They just walked out of there.
You just get to walk away.
Yeah, like what does leash mean in this context? Like maybe I'm not really understanding the spell. Is it like a puck coil? And if you walk out, you're just gone, or?
I guess.
Because they were definitely not leashed, right? They just walked out of there.
They did just walk out. Let's take a look at the statistics. As 32 to 18, and you could see 8-1 and 21 for Whisper. Great. I think he's my standout player, truthfully.
Oh, Whisper crushed this game. Absolutely. The laning phase alone. Although I do have to say, Muerta literally dealt as much damage as the entire Beast Coast team. He has 51k, and the rest of the team barely has a little bit more than that. Absolute masterclass. Nice Beastmaster. Last pick. Great Beastmaster play. I like the itemization so much, actually, now in hindsight.
Right.
It's risky, but it completely paid off. Those boots of bearing is it's ridiculously good against the Void.
Yeah. We thought about the build and whether or not it was going to be the right one. It was more than right. It was perfect from Whisper. It was really great from Beast Coast. They take game number 1 over Nigma Galaxy. We'll see if they're going to get the straight 2-0. They've been in this position before, but can they lock it up and get the victory in this series? We'll find out after this break. We'll see you soon.
I am here with Nigma Omar. Hello. Wow. That feels pretty interesting to say here, huh? Yeah. Joining the team that I would say you have been, kind of a, let's not, dance around the bush, an enemy of, an opponent of so many times. Are you now on the squad officially? Is this a stand-in situation? Is this a full-time deal? What's going on here?
Yes, we've officially left Quest and we've joined Nigma Galaxy. Yeah.
All right. Sorry to rob the Quest Twitter of that bombshell, but fantastic. Good to see.
You know the saying, if you can't beat them, steal them. No, I'm kidding.
Can't beat them, steal them. I agree. No, absolutely. So let's talk about this. How did this transpire? Did you guys go to them? Did they go to you? Tell me the tale.
Yeah, joining the Habibis wasn't like a one-time decision, I would say. They actually contacted me like 2 times before.
Okay.
So they've been wanting me on their squad for a while. But I mean, I declined just because I saw more potential with my old team.
Okay.
Like I just believed in them too much. But sadly we just got to the point where we decided everyone to choose their own path. So they asked me again, and I suggested no.
Okay.
Because this guy is actually insane player. I really like him as a teammate as well. So
yeah.
We just did it. We joined the Habibis.
Because I always thought that you and him hated each other.
No?
No, yeah. I thought you were enemies.
That's just for the camera and the content.
I'm joking. Nah. Obviously, you're very, very good friends. But interesting with him, though. He had to swap positions.
Yeah.
Couldn't go against the king, and steal the king's mid there. How do you think that's going to turn out for you guys at this event with him playing offlane?
I think I have I wouldn't say high hopes, but I'm positive, I'm confident about the outcome of our result in this tournament. Let's say even we don't get a good result, I believe that we will actually improve during this tournament, which will help us further.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are in that boat of there's, this is kind of a very variable period after TI, a lot of stand-ins, a lot of new teams coming in. So it's good to see you guys with that new groove. Are you excited to be here and participating against these teams in this new squad? Are you a little nervous? What's the general vibe from you guys?
I wouldn't say I'm really nervous. I'm super excited, super optimistic, super positive. So far, I've really liked a lot of things about this team, so it's looking really good.
That's fantastic. All right. Well, I got to ask you how much you guys have actually played together. I'm interested in, of course, those legends on the squad. You got, GH, Miracle, Sumail. These guys have pretty much reached elusive billionaire status. I don't think I've seen Miracle in a long time. Have you played with these guys, talked with these guys?
I mean, we haven't scrimmed a lot lately since we started the team, just because we had some setbacks.
Yeah.
And actually we haven't been like on the same bootcamp together. This is our first time we actually meet. Just looking at the way they communicate and stuff, it's super lovely, super positive.
Great.
During the game they can crack a joke and just make things for the better. They can keep you positive. Yeah, it's been looking really good so far.
That's fantastic. Well, I think that you guys, you and Omar, or Omar and Noob, of course, you guys coming up are, some of Dota's biggest players. I know I've been a huge fan in the last couple of years of your rise to greatness, but now you're, communicating with some would say some old blood. Coach Kuro for this event. Do you think that this is something where you could teach him a little bit, he's going to teach you a little bit, or whatever he says goes? How do you think that dynamic's going to go?
I mean, I actually, I am figuring out what kind of person he is since we joined the team. I'm actually surprised he's super open-minded for new ideas. Like, there's a lot of times where, like, if you look at it, he's been in the scene like 3-4 times more than me.
Of course.
And it's amazing that we can just literally sit on Discord for 2 hours after we play scrims and we discuss a lot of stuff about the game. I can agree with him, he can agree with me, I can disagree, he can disagree. He's super open-minded about new ideas, new gameplay, everything. I like this mentality.
Well, that's fantastic. Good to hear. So let's talk a little bit away from your team and just Dota in general. All right. Have you completed your Crownfall Act 3 yet?
For sure.
For all the way, 100%?
Yep.
Okay, you're ready for 4?
It haven't been released yet, but I'm super ready.
Okay, fantastic. Now, let's talk about Ringmaster. Should this hero be added into Captain's mode before you guys start playing? Would you enjoy this or hate this?
I think after the nerfs, it's probably okay.
Yeah?
Because before the nerfs, he was just too OP. It's like, you cannot play versus this hero.
Yeah.
I think after the nerfs, I couldn't really decide if it's like good nerf or a bad nerf. Maybe he's still broken, who knows. But I think he's balanced a bit, so maybe it's okay.
All right, all right. Well, speaking as from one of the best supports in the world, what do you think about this new patch that just dropped before you guys head in there? Arcane Boots has been attacked, our precious baby. Do you think everything's going to be okay, or is support going to get a little bit harder for this event?
I wouldn't go so far talking about this because we've got some strats.
Okay, we got strats.
I can't talk about it. So
we won't talk about it, you know what?
It's an interesting patch. That's all I'm gonna say.
That is good.
Watch out for GH.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, thank you so much for your time. It was an absolute pleasure getting to know you guys. It's fun seeing you on this new squad, and we wish you the absolute best. So you're gonna be seeing more of my boy on Nigma coming up in PGL Wallachia. Enjoy.
and welcome back here to PGL Wallachia Season 2. We got game number 2 here for you with Beast Coast and Nigma Galaxy. Beast Coast taking that game number 1 over Nigma in what seemed to be a bit of an outdraft, or maybe a bit of a facet outdraft, and, well, we're kind of back to where we started. Everything the same, Pango back for Beast Coast, and Sniper back for Nigma Galaxy, so I guess run it back.
Well, Sniper worked out perfectly for Nigma at least, so don't have to fix that part of it. But yeah, pick order's the same. You have to be careful with the last pick, especially if it's a Whisper. That guy is so versatile. Like, he's probably one of the most versatile offlaners there is in the world.
Yeah, definitely, and to see him do what he did on that Beastmaster was pretty insane. I mean, even with the different build thought, going instead of the Ags into the Helm of the Dominator, it worked out really well. And I think that that's something that you need to be very aware of. They now have taken out the Bat Rider, something that gave them a lot of good control on the side of Beast Coast in game number 1, and they get rid of the Muerta. So right now this ban phase is just respect ban phase.
Muerta. Well, I mean, the way he played really well, but of course, lots of props to his teammates too, because they really, really enabled him. Many support items, great spell usages all around. And I kind of know now, I feel, how good Beast Coast is, because they played pretty much exactly like yesterday, but I am convinced that Nigma has so much more to offer. Like, game 1 doesn't do their whole skill level justice, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but it just, the execution has looked good from Beast Coast. I think that right now we're in a similar situation to where they were yesterday, right? Where Beast Coast took game number 1 off of AVULUS, and then they lost the next 2. So if you're Beast Coast, you know that you got to tighten up here.
Yeah, very much so. You don't want to have, as you said, have the same scenario occur again. Otherwise, we're going to bring out that the headers in the first half meme again. But their draft again looks amazing against Sniper. This time though, they don't have the Bat Rider, so they don't have that easy answer to him in the mid late game.
By the way,
and have to pick a different carry as well.
On the other stream, if you guys were wondering, right now Falcons is tied with Alliance 1-1.
Oh wow, this new Alliance roster looks pretty strong.
Alliance took game number 2 in 26.5 minutes. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, especially against a team like Falcons.
Dark Willow here for Nigma Galaxy, maybe setting up for a pretty aggressive offlane. I think Dark Willow is a solid hero. Obviously, it is and it isn't at 50%, but it at least gives them lockdown of some sort in Curse Crown and Brambles.
And
now they go Naga Siren, which was left untouched in the last draft.
Okay.
I like Naga Siren. We've seen how strong it is.
Yeah, could still be support, could be carry. So
100% win rate. Like, this hero has been banned 25 times for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have some ridiculous stats, just look at the TI stats of Naga Siren.
Snapfire. Wow, they were ready for this. They
Luna
know what
and
they
Snap.
want.
Okay. Makes you wonder what is Snapfire going to be doing. Probably a support role. But is it a 5?
Deterring an egg pick here as well. Or a Phoenix pick here as well.
An egg pick, yeah. I like Luna drafts again. I mean, the Luna Shard, was it? The 1 second.
Do you just go Beastmaster right here for Beast Coast at the moment?
Oof. I like Beastmaster. I think it's strong. They have last pick on Beast Coast though.
Or do you try to go like offlane Pango, mix it up, and get Earth Spirit mid.
I don't know if he is super confident laning into the sniper because of what happened in game 1.
Yeah, and they're leaning into potentially the Invoker as well, because beastcoast loved it for Lumpy.
I think Invoker could be a good pick together with Luna. It's very good.
SF, this has now shown that it's probably a support Naga.
Yeah, Naga SF we've seen yesterday. It's a great combo. And Sniper SF is also insane together. That minus armor we have seen how impactful it was yesterday. And who doesn't want to see some Miracle SF? The classic. We play very differently, obviously, but bring it back for the good old time. The good old time's sake, my friend. What is your most fond Dota memory? That you will like never forget no matter what happens. Even if you had like amnesia, that's the one memory you'll still have.
In game or in Dota in general?
Dota in general.
10 seconds
It was. I mean, my favorite thing that happened was winning tickets to ESO 1 New York. Because that I got to go with my best friend, and then I got loving this game a lot to want to cast it. So that's definitely my favorite memory. I won't.
So that's how it all started. That's how the B Cup story took its first step, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I had always wanted to be a broadcaster, and then I was just like, I think I got the love from that event in the Madison Square Theater.
So were you much into Dota before that, or is it really what got you into it?
I was really into the game. I just wanted to do more, and I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life at that point. I was going to be a school teacher.
I think you would make an amazing teacher, by the way. But yeah, go on.
But I ended up getting sick, and then I got into Dota a lot. And then I won tickets. So then I really love Dota.
Well,
speaking of stories that put you to sleep, Naga Siren sleep into the Requiem.
Seen it yesterday. Not successfully though.
It was not successful in terms of the Requiems yesterday, but they still won. I mean, the heroes got a 100% win rate, so they didn't lose.
Yeah, they crushed that game, in fact.
So yeah, Riptide and Deluge, the Facet statistics. I like Deluge personally, but I think they're both good.
Which one do you prefer?
Deluge?
Not the Mind Summer. Yeah, the Mind Summer is a bit more boring.
I guess, you know.
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
Centaur ban, Primal ban, Visage ban. I'm thinking about. I feel like you gotta ban Beastmaster, right? Although, does Beastmaster feel that good in this?
I feel like Beast does feel pretty good because it goes very well with Luna, and of course, you always have the Axe playstyle. You don't need to go into the Boris if you don't want to, but against SF it's not going to be easy.
You ban Invoker just in case.
I mean, Whisper's Pangolier is pretty serious, so.
And he got beat pretty hard with the Pango.
Yeah, because then you have Pango Snapfire,
a little bit more confident,
which is a strong dual lane. Yeah, Pango Snapfire could definitely work, and you can pick another mid hero. Oh, the Sand King. Now we don't know if it's a sniper middle. I'm not the biggest fan of Sand King offlane. It can definitely work there with Dark Willow.
Well, there's so many things this draft can be, right?
Yeah, but it's definitely, well, not definitely, but probably SF carry sniper mid, Sand King offlane. Sand King offlane can get exploited though.
It could be SF mid, safe lane sniper, off lane Sand King. It could be mid sniper, safe lane Shadow Fiend, off lane Sand King. Maybe it's, I don't know.
Did never before seen Shadow Fiend support.
Siren. No, I was gonna say off lane Naga Siren and then 4 Sniper or something like that. But there's the Beastmaster. Okay, so, you know, I thought it would be good.
Last pick again.
The kid's last pick, yeah.
All right. Offlane Sand King it is.
I don't hate it for Beast Coast. I think it's doable, but this draft is way better from Nigma.
Way better. However, I really like this Luna mount. That is pretty serious. That wolf.
It is. The Snapfire Frog. They can't see it on screen though. Yet.
They'll see it soon, don't worry. I think the cosmetic game definitely going to Beast Coast this round.
Definitely could. Who was it who had the Trail of the Burning Doom?
Yesterday? Oh, that was yesterday. Oh, who had that? I don't remember. Was it Naga Siren?
No. I could look. I can remember. If
Maybe it was Pango.
Give it a glance. It was. I think it was whoever played the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, Smiling
Game
Knight.
one of AVULUS, so it was a Smiling Knight. Yeah. So he had the Trail of the Burning Doom. But this game, coming back to what matters, this game, you know, I like Nigma's draft way better than game number 1.
Much better.
I think Beast Coast has shown they're strong. I think their draft can do it, but this would probably, in my eyes, be more so 55-45 in favor of Nigma Galaxy. Those numbers equal 100, right?
Yeah, they do. And I think I would probably give similar numbers. The draft is overall very solid. I think it heavily depends on the Sand King lane, though, because there can be very hit or miss in the off lane. It's much easier to get a Sand King through in the mid. But now they have instant stunts, great team fight, great setup. Their lineup is very solid overall. Oh, Pike. Ooh, that was close.
Close, but now no Bramble Maze.
Well, GA
kind of isolated. This is a bad spot to be in. They have shards. The Shrapnel's going to do some decent damage, but GH now going to be using that mirror image. Maybe thought he could get over the shards, but now Noob in trouble. Noob, he's going to be killed off. There's nowhere for him to go. It's going to be first blood for the side of Beast Coast, and it goes to Lumpy. Bit of a couple of misplays there for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, not the start we were looking for, but it was also a Bramble without vision, and I think as soon as that misses, you just disengage. But then again, the GH walked up, he tried to find something there.
It's good for Lumpy to get this, considering the last matchup against Sniper, where he needs a little bit more, and now maybe this gives him just earlier regen, where he's able to survive and has this bottle. The bounty runes.
Oh, careful, the Naga wants to deny the other one.
Yeah, this one might be denied if they don't stop this illusion, but they will have the shards, block the illusion out, pick up the bounty rune, and now, of course, Lumpy, I think, has that bottle. Yeah, that bottle coming in immediately. So, at least a little bit more regen this time around. Sniper this time still on the scatter shot shrapnel. Interested to see how Lumpy does this and how these lanes go this time around. This can be a very aggressive lane from Nigma Galaxy up here top. 3 lanes, 2 eyes. Bramble Maze is down with a Burrow Strike already used, but a Lucent Beam and some damage going the other way. Well done by Beast Coast to at least put equivalent damage there.
They have to be a bit careful, because when they hit level 2 on the dire side, if you make a move like this, with a tag team, you're probably just gonna die. Sand King is not really strong in this kind of scenario. He also went for the Dust Devil facet. Usually we see the other one, the Sand Shroud.
Well, we'll see how much it's worth for him. Much better CSing for Lumpy at the moment. As MOUZ going in onto the Sand King again and just trying to put some damage out. Has that salve. The top lane was brutal for Miracle. We'll see if top lane is okay for Pake and how that'll go. Meanwhile, mid, Lumpy down low again. It's just rough because you need to stand your ground, but these shrapnels do so much damage, and he's still got 2 charges on it. The earlier bottle is certainly more helpful for Lumpy, and this ward has not been dewarded either, so the information and vision for Sumail to kind of get it done in this matchup is there.
Yeah, Sniper with the new init bonus range that you don't have to skill it is absolutely monstrous in lane. Now you can just skill Headshot and Shrapnel max, and you just see it. It's just so much damage on his lane. Lumpy really can't. He just can't stay there. And it's just going to get harder and harder the higher the levels go. So that first button fusion, of course, is going to help him out a lot. But yeah, it's still going to be a very difficult lane. Sniper against any melee hero is pretty tough for the melee hero to play most of the time.
This time around, Whisper only has Arcane Boots queued up.
So probably Axe build with that.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think he'll need it too, because the lane is not going that well.
How that farming goes. Pake in some trouble, taking a lot of damage here. So is MOUZ. They fall back a little bit, but the tag team not going to be enough. And both these heroes sitting pretty low. They've got Tangos on MOUZ. Pake's got one shared over, had that wand, and now Noob, he has Burrow Strike if they want to try and go for it, but the Lucent Beam damage may be enough of a deterrent as he only has one stick charge, so the regen not really available for the side of Nigma up in this top lane just yet.
Got the Lotus as well in the Tusk. It's a pretty big deal in the side lanes, of course. The other one's on the SF. But yeah,
doing 18 and 2 really well.
Yeah, against enemy here, it's always going to be tough. Until the Raw comes out, I don't really see Miracle being in much of a danger here in this game at all. Maybe a Tusk rotation, but he's much needed top, so I don't think he has the space or time to make the rotation happen.
Omar again. Now has Shadow Realm, so probably, for the most part, pretty safe.
Omar just got 3 days in a row.
He should be fine, too.
Whisper is in trouble, though. He's gone.
Now, Whisper gonna die. Miracle getting that kill. Not who you want to be giving it up to, especially with the fact that he is top of the CS. A much better lane for Miracle this time around. He's actually able to do something, and they get the raises out on Elmisho. GH trying to come over and land an ensnare and maybe get this kill. But Elmisho goes south, away from this fight. All the while, top lane, Pake's in trouble. He's in the sandstorm, and he's gonna die. They lose their offlaner, they lose their carry. MOUZ is gonna die in the sandstorm too. Burrow Strike, these heroes so close to dead. But unfortunately, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah, which is actually quite nice now for the Luna, who's gonna TP back to the lane, because there's zero danger of anything. Oh, Miracle actually died down there, and now GH is in trouble as well. That was very unexpected. I didn't think that would happen.
Axes, they have another Scatter Blast. All right, they'll get both. That's worth a good amount here for the side of Beast Coast in this off lane.
Yeah, definitely. Especially killing SF. Every time he gets a kill, obviously he gets one more max necromancy charge, but you took it away from him.
Coming back to the lane, Elmisho not working with a lot of mana or health. Actually has a no regen for either. But they're bringing the Pangolier down here? No. All right, he's not committing.
Yeah, he's going to need a level 6 to make a rotation. Yep. Sumail is also level 6 now, though. And we have seen already that Assassinate can be absolutely insane. It's probably roughly half HP of the Beastmaster at this point.
Assassinate. Thought about for a second. Top lane MOUZ taking a lot of damage. Again, sitting pretty low. Another stack of tangos on him. What can they do to really even this lane and this matchup up? But Luna, you lose the lane, I think you're still okay. Truthfully, as the Assassinate flies in and kills off Lumpy again. Back-to-back games, he's had a situation like that where he just dies.
Yeah.
Over mid, and then Whisper
should be fine.
Forced to TP out here.
Yeah. Now this sniper with the facet is insane. It's basically just 3
Burrow Strike, Bramble Maze, and MOUZ extending his life, but he's snowballing into the sandstorm. MOUZ is trying to help get this kill. They have the damage. He'll survive for a moment. Omar gets the return kill. I was not sure Beast Coast were going to get that. They have another Lucent Beam and another one in 4 seconds. If he keeps the vision, he's dead, but he goes into the Shadow Realm with Yugi's grandfather, and That's where the safety is found, where Miracle gets a kill on Elmisho. They go for Sumail, they get it, but Lumpy, oh, gonna die under the tower with the rotations from Miracle and GH.
Yeah, it was a very good rotation by the SF. Nice TP in. A little bit of revenge for his teammate there, but that gives Whisper all the time in the world to farm up back down here. He's almost level 6, so when Beastmaster hits that, Miracle is a easy target. Top lane also. Oh, the Luna's in trouble.
No, the Luna.
TP out. Net.
I was going to say the Luna was going to be fine, but the net and the Burrow Strike are there. Pake, by the way, stealing the Wisdom Rune and getting a kill. So dies here, but both Wisdom Runes for the side of Beast Coast, which can be very important towards about that 10-11 minute mark. You'll have supports on the side of Nigma Galaxy that might be feeling a little bit behind in this situation. But I say that, and GH is already level 5, and Dark Will without the Wisdom Rune is level 4.
Yeah, of course it's always going to make a small difference, but they're going to get the levels no problem. Senka can also retreat to the jungle if need be. Now the Raw is online though. They have to start playing around Whisper a bit more, and I think Lumpy will do just that. You don't really want to stay middle anymore against a sniper. It just doesn't feel that good.
It's not, it's not a good situation for you. But I was going to say both the Luna as well as the Beastmaster can kind of back off into the jungle, which is normally what they do to get these timings. I mean, Pake, he can farm pretty much wherever he wants, and now Noob, level 5 Burrow Strike away as the TP comes through from Lumpy. The Swashbuckle has the Rolling Thunder with the extra speed, so they might just be able to get this kill. They probably don't need the Eclipse because of the speed and the double jump up on this Rolling Thunder, so they'll do that and get the kill on a Noob who showed up, and is still level 5 by 1 creep.
Yeah, the more I see this, the more serious it gets. Oh, the SF.
Requiem, Snowball. Alright, Mortimer's Kisses, Miracle, Primal Roar, and he's dead. Whisper might die on the return, but Omar's Shadow Realm Strike does not do enough damage. They do have El Misho on the backlines who will die to Assassinate. He'll die to the Shrapnel. Definitely said that the first time. But they do kill Miracle, who misses that Requiem on the Tusk, and that is all of a sudden it's Beast Coast kind of outplaying Nigma Galaxy, and they want more. They want to kill
everywhere.
They want to kill Noob. He just got level 6. They have the damage. Now they're going to run away. Miracle comes over. He doesn't have Requiem. The TP's forever because Noob just got there. Miracle comes over. Lumpy, he's got Swashbuckle. He has the distance away. Moo not so fortunate. But they are shutting down this Sand King.
Well, at least he's still, decent. He's not completely shut down. He should get his Blink Dagger. Well, he's not even going for Blink Dagger. He's going for the usual Bloodstone build, which I'm not too sure if I'm the biggest fan of that in the offlane. Of course, 33 yesterday dominated pretty hard with that, but that's because he was snowballing pretty hard. Whereas, as you said, Noob is not having the greatest game. Not the worst, but this Beastmaster is now getting back into the game as well.
Beastmaster's getting back into the game. Miracle forced to go top to try and take this tower, and they're gonna do so without response. They're also bringing over Omar and Sumail to make sure that if there is a fight, that they have the arsenal ready to go. So a free tower there, whereas Whisper, he's farming and not exactly putting the pressure onto the tower just yet, but he does have this catapult wave. And maybe that's the move now.
They have plenty of time to respond, though, if they want to. It's not the easiest defense ever. Well, I say that, but they're actually all gating through. They have Sleep and Requiem, too. If they're not too careful... Oh, this could be a brutal fight.
They don't exactly have the easiest way to just walk in and song.
No, it will have to be counter initiation, probably.
They're moving over towards mid instead. They want to get a kill on somebody, but they've already retreated, so back down towards bottom, thinking maybe they can roar and get a quick kill on Miracle, who's shown in lane. I don't know if they've gotten the information that Naga Siren's there, but with these illusions bottom, you gotta assume that they're close by.
If they kill the Naga first, that would be the best case scenario for them.
GH spotted, but both elect to just walk away from each other.
Choosing friendship over war today. Farming game, I would say, definitely benefits Nigma though. Like SF Sniper scales so well into the mid late game.
Right.
If you're Beast Coast, you probably want to get the Beast Axe and maybe a Blink Dagger, and then it's really go time. Get that Roche, build up that pressure. Because I don't see how you win late game against this draft. It's very, very strong.
Axe timing is going to be a little bit late to what we're used to.
Yeah,
usually it's about 12 minutes on a Beastmaster is the normal average timing. But he'll get there eventually. Then you've got the Drums of Psalm. It's usually Blink Dagger afterwards, or from what we've seen.
Yeah, Blink BKB. Sometimes they like a refresher up as well after that. Or
Thunder.
Man,
the turn
you
speed
actually can't
means
get
you
away.
really don't have to account for the bounce, and he tried to song, but unfortunately,
no, even I can
other
play Pango.
facet for Lumpy. The Thunderbolt makes it too difficult, and the cookie up on the high ground, well done, but the Burrow Strike follows it up. El Misha will die to the Bedlam, and the Sandstorm. Now an Assassinate on Lumpy, not quite doing the damage. Noob has Burrow in 4, but it's not soon enough. Again, Beastmaster just stacking and farming. As Whisper inching closer and closer to getting this Ags, and they've got the Diffusal now finished on Lumpy. Lumpy feeling not great in terms of net worth, but definitely a lot more effective this game at this point.
Yeah, he's a lot happier than he was in the last game. Lane went much better, got that first one as well. Axe is almost done on Beast. Yeah, but they don't really have a chance to fight until Beastmaster gets his Axe, so that's probably what they're waiting for. They got the Diffusal as well, as you said. So there's going to be a strong power spike now. Oh, MOUZ.
Rambles down. MOUZ is caught. Assassinate. No snowball. It was not on cooldown, but the Primal Roar, the damage on his huge again has this song, but not able to get it off again. Whisper with those Drums of Psalm. You see the damage that comes in, knowing you can get a kill there on a GH.
Just picked up as well. I love that timing. Just as it delivers, he roars. Because of course, if you roar before it delivers, it doesn't give you all the stacks that you needed. But they're sitting pretty though on the Nigma side. The heroes are where they want to be in terms of net worth. Maybe Sniper would like to be a little bit richer, but he also recognizes that and goes for the Maelstrom instead of the Diffusal. They're looking for Lumpy, Wisdom Rune. Oh, the song was used.
Oi! Lumpy? Entranced by that song for a second, even though he wasn't in it.
Maybe the AoE was a bit bigger than he thought.
Yeah, standing still, a little bit of a dangerous game. And now, ooh, they might have caught Miracle. They'll go. They've got the Rolling Thunder, but Noob coming from behind. Pig might have to just drop this Eclipse and try and get the kill. The damage on the Miracle. They'll get the kill. The Requiem in death. Now they got the Burrow Strike. They're going to turn this around and get the kill on the Pig. They come over with Whisper. Whisper, though, does not have Primal Roar. MOUZ is dead. Lumpy in trouble. Terrorized. Thought about. As Lumpy goes back in with a Diffusal, he'll inhibit Noob, but the Terrorize is there. And the right-click damage. GH gets the kill. It's a good fight for the side of Nigma Galaxy, despite the fact that they lose that Shadow Fiend. Just not having the timing on the Primal Roar initially, and even with the Eclipse, you don't have a Pike or anything to help get Pake out of that fight at all.
Yeah, I think they're approaching those fights a little bit carelessly. Right now, Beastmaster is the strongest here. You really want to play around him, not vice versa. So it should really be them going to Whisper rather than Whisper going to them, at least until that Blink Dagger is online, which it is soon. But that was a 4-1 fight. Very good for Nigma again. Bringing the Sniper back up the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, and the big difference between net worth right now is obviously Lumpy, who's behind, but also the supports. I mean, one support has a 2,000 net worth lead. MOUZ not really getting any gold. Not that he exactly needs it. He'd love to have this Blink Dagger a little bit quicker, obviously. But you can definitely feel the early 4-staff here for Omar as Lumpy looking dead again. Oh gosh. Just, he goes mid alone and is dead immediately. And the fact that now GH, he's going Guardian Greaves. He's already got the mech and the arcane boots of it. So there's that extra little bit of sustain for Nigma Galaxy that I think Beast Coast is going to have trouble getting through.
Yeah, definitely. He's ridiculously farmed on the Naga, but so is Omar as well. They have no sleep. Naga's leading with a net potentially. Oh, Whisper.
The rest of the team is here. Whisper, Primal Roar, Bedlam though, right on top. The right click's in. Whisper won't survive. Into the Shadow Realm. They get the strike. They'll kill off MOUZ. Double kill for Omar and Nigma Galaxy. They lose Miracle at the same time. There's another Eclipse used to get this kill, so at least a little bit of a salvage, but we're still feeling the power of Nigma Galaxy as they take out even Whisper and slow down his Blink Dagger, which he just about had.
I do wholeheartedly believe, though, that he could have walked away if he wanted to. Oh, GH now up top.
They're kiting. They've got Sumail now.
Yep.
He has nowhere to go.
And you're gone.
Okay, Sumail just gonna get the kill. They'll end up losing GH for it. Probably didn't need to if he just commits to the assassinate. But Lumpy coming over. The speed means they will catch up to Sumail, but he's in an interesting spot. Right on these steps, he's trying to get bounced up onto the high ground. Nobody's here just yet for Lumpy. They go to the Mortimer's Kisses.
Oh, Sumail
coming in. Now the kisses are there. The Walrus punches in, but Sumail is surviving. He'll stay alive with MOUZ in his face. They come in and go to the assassinate onto El Misho. Lumpy TPing out of there. They got to leave on Beast Coast.
Fight-winning pipe there by Noob. Sanking pipe first item, actually saving Sniper's life. Absolutely incredible. If there's no pipe there, he's dead for sure. 100%.
That was really close.
All right, Nigma's looking a lot better in this game. Honestly, we already said it, the draft looks a lot better as well. And truth be told, nowadays, Dota is really a lot about the draft. Of course, some players are better than others still, but I wholeheartedly believe that the strength of the teams, the gap is closing more and more and more. And just pure skill-wise, I think they can take games off each other, no problem. The strategizing part is becoming more and more important.
Bottom lane Burrow strike. Oh, Misha's dead.
Probably dead
already.
Yup.
Sumail getting a lot out of the game. 4-1 and 12, involved in 16 of these 22 kills. Went straight Mjolnir, by the way. Which also helped him in that top fight because he had that defense.
Yeah, it's so much damage as well. Oh, Dark Widow all by herself, trying to solo kill Whisper.
Alright, they're gonna jump up here. Walrus punch, and they'll get the kill onto Omar. But now from the side, they've got Miracle, who's trying to kill MOUZ, and they will, but Lumpy, he pops that Invis rune. He is
sleeping net,
but right under a sentry. Miracle. Oh, Burrow strike, Requiem, they'll go. He's soaking a lot of this damage, a lot of damage onto Sumail all of a sudden, and they are able to get the kill here. They'll drop the Eclipse with the BKB being popped here by Miracle. He'll fight and stand his ground against Pake, who's trying to at least get something else out of this, but he's low, he's surviving. He gets GH, but it's an ultra kill for Miracle. Can he get a rampage? 20 minutes.
SF completely ignored that fight, and Sumail... Miracle obviously not liking that, really putting in the pain there. So much damage dealt by him. He literally just stood there and right-clicked everyone down. Very brave initiation to by Luna as we take a quick look at the fight again. I'm surprised the tank was survived so long.
Yeah.
How did the Requiem not do anything to him? Right on top of him.
Soaks a lot of it. Sumail comes and dies. Tries to survive with that static charge. And the Mortimer's Kiss is just not doing enough. You got the BKB on Miracle, so it doesn't really matter, but they do get the kill on the GH. It's for a 7,000 net worth lead, I feel like the game is quite tight as El Misho dies to Omar. But it does feel as though Beast Coast are one good fight away from pulling this game back towards them.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're gonna get the Roshan now, so that's gonna make pulling that fight off just that much harder. And the problem is you really have 3 insanely good raw targets, but you only can raw 1. In that fight, he had to raw the Sniper, so you don't have it for the Beast. For the Shadow Fiend. And if you can't raw the Shadow Fiend, then with his BKB, what's gonna stop him from doing what he did last fight again next fight? The presence aura affecting buildings is also so effective in pushing down buildings. Another good reason why SF is such a strong carry right now.
Yep.
Minus 17 armor right now in the presence, by the way.
Eesh.
That's a lot.
Well, Lumpy now has Crimson Guard, by the way. We saw him last game go into the Ags earlier, trying to get that shard, trying to get the Ags. So I kind of like this Crimson Guard in this situation.
It's not bad, but he's transitioning more into like an off-lane sort of Pango. So I don't know where his scaling is going to come from.
I do think the aura of Crimson, though, is going to be a lot better in this situation.
Oh, for sure.
Say straight up Ags.
It's so good against the Radiant draft, and I guess Beastmaster doesn't really have the capability to go for it.
Burrow Strike. And this is going to be a cookie into the trees. El Musho will be netted and will be killed.
Another easy one.
And then Bedlam, Bramble Maze, all on a Whisper. Curse Crown's going to be there. He'll even roar, though, but he's just dead. These are kills you can't really afford. Oh, MOUZ blinking in, looking for the Walrus Punch. Not sure what for, because Luna was leaving. And now MOUZ again. He's dead. So 3 kills around the horn here for the side of Nigma Galaxy, and they all came to them. These are all kills that Beast Coast kind of gave them. I mean, I guess bottom, they went for that, but they had already gotten the tier 2. They came over, and now they're going to try and get Pick, and he does not have a BKB. He does have a Hurricane Pike, which he will use to try and get away, but he's being reeled in with the net, and they've got the Requiem. That's the combo. That's the kill, and now it's a 13,000 net worth lead here for Nigma Galaxy. Burrow Strike on to Lumpy. GH has net. GH has reel in, and they've caught a fish. But now, oh boy, rolling up, trying to survive. Guardian Greaves for the side of Nigma Galaxy. They'll get another kill. They'll take out Lumpy, and this one is starting to look like the beginning of the end here.
Yeah, and we spoke about the presence already against the towers. It's just falling, no problem. They can even go high ground here, I think. Both cores still dead for quite a while. The physical damage output that they have now is just absolutely ridiculous. They have another glyph refresh, so they can probably defend this wave. And then we'll see if Nigma actually wants to force it or not. I think they can. They have all the tools they need. Crimson Guard Pipe as well on the tanking. He's super tanky.
He still has Aegis for 2 minutes, so...
Oh, look at that building damage. It's disgusting. Barracks have 15 armor, and it's minus 13.
And just go bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, what do? You can't really initiate on the SF. 3,000 health on him, by the way.
Gonna try and go for the Sand King, but the Force Staff's away. Eclipse was used, and now you're snowballing in. MOUZ is dead. Sumail with another one. The Mortimer's Kiss. Everything was used on that.
Yeah.
And all they had to do was Force Staff him away.
And now you've got nothing.
And they've had this Force Staff on Dark Willow for a while. You've got Rolling Thunder. Maybe you can make a play, but the blink in with the Bedlam right on top of El Musho. That's both supports dead. One of which dead for 15, the other for 45. The bottom set of racks are gone. And again, you still have this Aegis. Why not go tier 4s? A little backdoor protection. But now it's gone, and now this tier 4 is gone.
Yeah, not
They're
protecting
really
too much
trying
anymore, is it? They have one more shot at it, in 20 seconds they have a roar, but the throw will be gone by then. They need to go now.
Luna's not even here, by the way. Fake is going to TP back. By the time you get back here, though, you still don't have Eclipse for 50. You have an amplified damage. They'll go for the throne. They do have BKB if they want to just go and finish the game, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to Force Staff forward. They'll finish the game. Game 2 going the way of Nigma Galaxy, as Beast Coast, for a second straight day, give up game number 2 in what could be a back-to-back reverse end sweep. So not great feelings here. If you're Beast Coast, you're kind of living a Groundhog's Day situation at the moment, and you got to clean it up. But a much better draft this time around for Nigma Galaxy.
Draft was amazing. Gameplay was much better as well. Much cleaner, too.
Yeah. Yeah, way better.
Yeah. No real complaints from my side. Of course, there's still a couple of misplays here and there. You'll never be perfect. But the way they played this game, with rotations as well in the early game, you might want to think about banning out that sniper now, because Lumpy is really just not having any game.
No, he's not. He I do kind of think that maybe you want to go and put him on Invoker. Maybe
you could try that, but I think you still have to ban
one
Sniper
of his
then.
most confident heroes, yeah.
It's just such a hard laner to lane against.
Yeah.
Like, that's also what Sumail is known for, right? Just being an incredibly mechanically gifted laner. Like, he's probably top 3 in the world when it just comes to pure laning mechanics. Like, we're talking about last setting and denying and spell usage. If you're up against a guy like that and he plays Sniper, who is notoriously known for that, it's gonna be tough for you. He had the first blood even, but he still got completely dominated.
Yeah, had that first blood. Sniper's just too good, and you see it here. They just end the game. They were not afraid, and I think that that's the experience definitely showing here for Miracle and Sumail, just wanting to clean it up and go game 3.
Yeah. Miracle was out of there.
Who's your standout here?
I think I liked... Sumail was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And Noob. But they all were good. But who was the best? I think Sumail. Again.
Yeah, won that lane, came over, changed the build up, knowing what he wanted, and I would say he's our standout player, and here he is.
Sure enough, he is.
7-2 and 18, had that scatter shot facet. You can see how well he utilizes that in lane as well, and how difficult having a melee hero into the sniper really is. It's tough.
It's really tough. And now the problem against Sniper is, it was already hard laning against him before, but now you got a scatter shot, which basically just makes Shrapnel become a burst nuke, and you got 3 of them. Level 6, that's 900 damage.
Yeah. It really is rough, and now Beast Coast kind of have to clean it up and go to game 3 and hope that this isn't a repeat of day 1. But we'll find out. We'll be back after a quick break with game 3. Stay tuned. All right, and welcome back here. It's game number 3 between Beast Coast and Nigma Galaxy here at PGL Wallachia Season 2. And game 1 went the way of Beast Coast, game 2 going the way of Nigma Galaxy. As we get into this draft, Beast Coast have made the executive decision to finally get rid of the sniper that has been giving them so much problem, or so many problems. And yeah, so we'll see what the first phase pick is for Nigma Galaxy this time, because it can't be Sniper this time around, and now maybe Lumpy's lane goes a little bit better. But they also ban the Invoker in the process, because I'm not sure. They have first pick. I'm not sure why they wanted to get rid of it, but maybe they didn't want to give it a Lumpy. So as such, just get it out of here.
Yeah, and Sumail's Invoker is also pretty serious. Yeah. I've seen Sumail's Invoker, I think, roughly a week ago in a pub game, and you probably don't want to play against it. It was like 21-0. Very scary to play against.
Yeah, not easy. We'll see what he ends up with this time around, if it's going to be some sort of Storm Spirit or something like that. But we'll take a look as I'll get into the reserve time here on the ban phase. But on the other side, Nigma Galaxy, they ban out that Timber again first ban, and then they also ban the Shadow Demon Alchemist as well as the Enchantress, and they ban out the Mars going first pick for the Clockwork this time around. A little bit different for Beast Coast with their first picks. They went Pangolier the first 2 games, and Nigma Galaxy went Sniper, so the opening picks will be different.
Do you like Clockwork in general, or what is your take on him? Because I feel with the new facet, he's quite different.
I think he's good. They'll just go straight up SF again. Okay.
SF again? Clock is pretty good against SF, though.
Yeah. Not allowing the Requiem to kind of go off if you're able to get on top of him. We saw that be a problem in the first time we saw the Naga SF combo, which we won't see with the ban of Naga here, but it was Requiem attempt, stopped, BKB, Requiem attempt, hook shot. So have to see if Miracle gets a chance to get this Requiem off, and it would have to go after a hook shot, in my opinion, at the moment. Probably want to get rid of the Beastmaster, too, if you want that Requiem to go off from Miracle. Again, this doesn't necessarily need to be Miracle SF. It's just what we've seen in this series so far. And we'll have to check if it ends up being maybe Sumail on the mid SF. Though I'm leaning Miracle at the moment.
Same. The whole tournament was pretty much very SF dominant.
Yeah.
So, and I think it won every game that we have seen here, at least.
But only a 57.1 win rate at the moment.
But 100% on the B stream. Get on our level.
Yeah, well, on a 100% win rate on the B stream when we're watching it.
True.
So, very specific stats coming out.
So we are, the real SF enablers, basically.
So far. Dark Willow getting banned, and we'll see what the final ban will be here for the side of Nigma Galaxy, as well as what they want. Willow banned in game 1, picked game 2, showed its power, I would say, especially with the damage output. When you're willing to Shadow Realm, get in with Bedlam, do that kind of damage, have the control of Curse Crown and Bramble Maze, and then output that Shadow Realm damage, Dark Willow alone can do quite a bit.
Yeah, the problem with Dark Willow is really she's just a support that offers pretty much everything except building push. There's teamfight control, damage, you name it, she got it. Strong laning phase. So getting her out of there is definitely a good idea if you don't want to pick her yourself, of course. Now, one of the better answers I've personally seen against SF is Doom, but the problem also is that Doom lanes terribly against SF. It's just a great answer in the mid-late game, but oftentimes you don't even get there properly, just because Doom can't do anything to SF in the lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Gonna need to see some lockdown here for Nigma Galaxy. It really made a difference in game number 2.
Yeah, the big lack of stun was definitely a big problem. Game 1.
There's Tusk. So you got a little bit going your way.
We have already seen Tusk SF too. Like that minus armor plus SF damage is... yeah, it's pretty nasty in lane.
It does end up
10 seconds remaining.
giving you a pretty aggressive lane, truthfully.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, Tusk's win rate is also pretty impressive. 20 bans, 5 out of 6 wins.
Let's see the rest of what Beast Coast won in this double pick. They've got the Clockwork now. What
Yeah, almost out of time.
Going forward. Yeah, the reserve time is tight. 15 seconds. And you still got a lot of this draft to go. They go Enigma early Usually, you pick up an Enigma like this, there is a huge chance it gets countered early. And truthfully, even just these two heroes alone, my brain is screaming Rubik.
10 seconds remaining.
Rubik is a pretty good hero. Although he has fallen out of meta quite a bit lately. Just because the meta is very brawly, and Rubik is a pretty squishy hero. So he doesn't feel super comfortable in that sort of scenario. Treant Protector as well. So that's our 4 and 5. It's probably going to be clock... I don't even know. Clock 4 isn't that amazing, but 3 and 4 is also not really a thing.
It's two supports, in my opinion, that are going to fall behind in effectiveness because they won't be able to farm that well unless you see the Treant Protector get a lane to himself and Nature's Grasp the lane. I don't know. I don't really like the duo.
There's a case to be made for core Clockwork. I remember Tundra used to like that quite a bit. Mid-clock with the axe is very strong.
The only core Clockwork I remember was back when I think they screwed up the draft and had Chalice in the 1 position on Clockwork on LGD. I don't know if he screwed up the draft or it was a post-Ame LGD, but I remember Chalice safe lane Clockwork and they lost in like 11 minutes.
Okay, well, I remember Tundra playing it and they crushed. He went Orchid first, just ran around, killed everything. Storm Spirit, okay, now that's a really aggressive draft. Enigma, Treant, Storm, Clock. They're gonna be in your face all the time. They have to make sure that they shut the Sand King down this time. Because his auras came really early last game. Snapfire Sand King though, that's an amazingly strong lane.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of nuke damage.
Static Slide 1 in 4. Kinda yikes, honestly. That's pretty rough.
So you reckon it's going to be carry SF, right? So mid, yeah, I was just about to say Puck, that's gone. They need a decent hero against Storm or an Orchid builder at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's see who could sort of fulfill that role still. Quap is too risky. Honestly, a lot of the greatest candidates are already banned out. You could run something crazy like a Huska would be pretty nasty.
What about Void Spirit?
Yeah, that hero can work. It's just hasn't really been picked too much lately, but I still think it's a decent hero. I personally really like Huska quite a bit. Because they got good initiation already. They have nice stuns. And Huska would make it so that Storm Spirit cannot play the game. And they don't have damage against Huska. They have Midnight Pulse. But I believe... Wait. If I'm not wrong, that's magic now, right? Yeah, it's magic damage again. So you don't really care too much about that as a Huska. And you don't have any answers otherwise. You got a save from the Tusk. You got all the auras from Sand King. However, Sume is also a very prideful player. You know, I don't know if he would ever stoop down and play here like Huskar. That's not kingly.
What about Viper? Muerta again.
Oh yeah, okay.
By the way, going back to that Chalice safe lane Clockwork I found in the game, it was during Dota Pit in 2020. They lost in 26 minutes to Vici. He went Earn, Phase Boots, Necrobook.
Yeah, that's probably why they lost too.
And it was back when they didn't have Ame, it was Chalice, Somnus, X-Nova, FY, Old 11.
Oh, that's what I had Ame after that tournament. I got you. So
Queen of Pain, final pick.
It is a Quap that we spoke about being a good but risky choice. It can definitely work. It fits Sumail much better. But I still think Muerta also suffers heavily against Husker. I don't know if they don't like Husker or if they just haven't, you know, if they don't have it on their radar. But this would have been a sick Husker game. Would have been, could have been. It's not. Now it's Quap. Quaps don't really want to build into Orchid anymore, is the problem, though. They like to go into the Dagons. Huh. I think you're kind of forced to go into an Orchid. Otherwise, you can't deal with a Storm.
Yeah, I really wanted to see one more hero with Lockdown. Maybe put Sumail on the SK mid. But I like the Orchid idea as well. We'll have to see.
Drinking, but it's on GH right now. Not tacting. Interesting. This is the first time we've seen it here on the stream as well. Cause the combo with SF is so good with the tag team. The minus armor is insane. Which draft do you like better, change it. Personally? I think Beast Coast got this, to be honest.
I like Beast Coast draft, but again, just a little bit of lockdown here for Nigma might be enough. A situation where Sumail dominates. He's on a much more active hero than Sniper. I know Sniper has worked out really well for him, but you think of what he could have done on a hero like Quap having the same lane. I think that could be really devastating. So it is a little bit worrying, and I'm going to say I think that Nigma have it just by, like, again, a 55-45.
Mostly because of pure laning prowess, you would say?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I could definitely get behind that. Sumail's Quap has been very strong historically, and this game is no exception. It's a decent Quap pick. Again, we've seen Quap so many times. It's very hit or miss here, right? Either you snowball or you don't. It's a 50-50. If you snowball, it's going to look amazing. If you don't, and Storm gets this Orchid first, it could just turn into a feeding spree for you. Of course, it will heavily depend also on how good Sanking's game is. Can he get the auras real quick? His lane is going to be tough against Muerta Treant. It's a pretty hard-hitting duo.
30 seconds to battle.
We'll have to see. Smoke from Nigma Galaxy. See where they end up with said smoke. Doesn't look like they're going to find anything, and throw a deep ward there on the map. They go back towards top. Sumail is here. Just throwing some damage out. Nothing too crazy. A little bit of a leech seed plant coming through as MOUZ will take a bit of harassment, and it ends up being, at least right now, a 2-for-1.
Oh, Mirko's in trouble.
Ooh, 2-for-2.
Big trouble.
Yeah, he might die. Might be that first blood. Battery assault's in. MOUZ needs one more right click, and El Misho gets first blood on Miracle.
You know, the funny thing is, we said Clock is really good against SF. Obviously, not because of this, but I feel like it's quite funny how this turned out.
Yeah, GH now.
Now GH is next. You don't really want to fight a Clockwork like this.
He threw the shards, and they actually just pushed him back over towards El Misho. So he's going to take some damage. He does have, of course, 2 stacks of Tangos. That's
those items
kind of rough.
Be hard to bring down with raises. You're gonna have to right click them. So once your presence comes in, it's gonna be a lot easier.
This lane might be really tough for Nigma Galaxy, and we've seen Miracle after he struggled with a lane. They did not win game 1, and that was a big struggle for them.
Yeah, but of course SF much better at coming back into the game than Void is.
Definitely so, but I'm not sure I'm convinced against a lineup like this.
Well, there is also a lot of counterplay to be had top lane as well, so there's definitely a chance that they win the top lane too, cause Nigma can die just as easily.
Right.
It's not going to be easy.
I'm very interested to see what Sumail ends up going for. Is it going to be that Orchid, or with the Masochist, do you still just go Dagon?
He is.
Can you get any kills over here towards top? Maybe we see a rotation from Sumail if the lane goes the way it has in the past. And right now, 9-4 to 5-2. It's looking pretty similar.
Yeah, he's doing really well again. And Storm is pretty much out of mana at this point. No Shadow Strike even. Interesting. Because against Storm you usually always go Shadow Strike. So he's going to play more of the farming ganking build rather than lane dominance.
Yeah, we see this build a lot with Masochist.
Yeah. Yep. I guess Quap doesn't really play so much for lane dominance anymore. Because that's the risky part about her. You play for lane dominance, you die once or twice, suddenly you don't have to scream to farm back up. This is a much safer option.
Right now, Sumail halfway to that level 4. But taking some damage from Lumpy this time around. He was usually the one receiving the damage, but Lumpy gets Sumail down to about half health. Stays here maybe a touch too long. Does have a bottle to sip on, and so does Sumail. Bottom lane we really haven't talked too much about. But MOUZ picks up that Lotus, and it's pretty quiet, all things considered.
Yeah, both cores farming. Moeta farming quite a bit better though. It's not an easy lane for Sanking this time around. Oh, they're tanking quite a bit of the creeps.
Another shot coming in towards Sumail.
Block is in big trouble. Oh,
yeah, this could be a kill here and would be big for Miracle to get something back, and will.
Yeah.
So good shards there from GH. Good way to lock down and secure a kill. They are pretty happy with that, at least for the moment, especially after Miracle gave up first blood. And we've seen a couple of these style of games from Beast Coast where it's slow early, pretty quiet. But we'll see how it kind of goes off as time goes on. Like I said, Quap much more of a rotator when it comes to getting that level 6. So 0-2-3 build for the moment. And not much happening over bottom, not much over top. They did land those shards and they did get that kill before, but for the most part it's been pretty quiet. Elmisha will run over at Miracle. They've also got a little bit of help from the Malefice, but they don't quite have the damage to get a kill here onto Miracle at all. But just a little bit of a back and forth. Bit more experience here for Sumail, and doing some good damage there to Lumpy, to the point where he has to kind of back away. He has 0 sips on that bottle and has to walk all the way home.
Yeah, Sumail is dominating mid lane hard again.
Doubling his CS.
By the time he's back, probably roughly 1,000 net worth ahead. And that's without the lane dominance build, which is the Shadow Strike. Yeah, Sumail is just on a different level when it comes to laning.
Really doing a good job. Omar, meanwhile, will start to stack the triangle. We'll get a little bit of boost in that gold here for the Sand King eventually. Sumail close to hitting that level 6. Lumpy back into the lane. He'll sip on that bottle. We got the water rune for Sumail. And top lane, there's a little bit of an exchange, and heroes coming over. Train Protector coming through the Twin Gate. You've got Omar coming through. Snowball off to the side over towards these creeps, but MOUZ is in. Miracle's going to get out thanks to the cookie coming in from Omar. They've got the drinking buddies too. Nobody dead on either side, and everybody survives.
Nice rotation from both. I like the response a lot from the Snapfire, making sure that his teammate doesn't die. Leaves tanking solo against Muerta though, which is not really something he wants to be. Getting Harris down a lot there.
Getting really low. If a dead shot hits, he might just die. Yeah, that calling is in. Noob is low, but the dead shot not pushing him back close enough.
Now, the big Quap rotation is on the horizon, B-Cop. We'll have to see where it is.
Oh, you show.
Sonic
Cookie trying to run. Both heroes now caught. Snowball didn't pick up Omar, though. They've left him for dead.
Well, at least Miracle didn't die. Didn't get the big prize. And Sumail being patient. Didn't want to get baited up top there. Wasn't a great situation to TP into anyways. Can maybe get a kill down onto Pike. Oh, he's TPing there right now. The Creeper is pushing in though. Yeah, he also sees it and cancels his TP.
Yeah. Just stopping the TP, refill the bottle 2/3 of the way with that bounty rune pickup. Sumail looking for an opening, and GH going to be spotted, slowed up, and trying to get to this Wisdom Rune. Amisho's trying to join. They've got a TP over from Lumpy. 7 minutes. It's going to be bottled now. And that will be the snowball off to the side. Ancients not getting that kill. El Misho will get up with a rocket flare. And the Wisdom Rune one apiece. As Beast Coast still rolling at the moment. You've got a lot of gold coming through on a Whisper. Yeah.
I want to see the quick buy of Sumail after the threats. That's going to tell the whole story of how this game is going to go.
Coming through towards bottom. Cookie connects. They've got the scatter blast. Dead shot. Lands onto the snapfire, but not sure it'll matter with the snowball shards, and it won't. They get that kill, but they look towards top. They're trying to get a kill here on a Miracle. The TP in from the snapfire, but just doesn't have enough help. It's a Requiem in death. They've got a Cookie. That'll stun up the Clockwork, but here comes Whisper. He's only level 5, but these Eidolons with the Malefice and the damage coming in from both supports, they'll try to chase him down under the tower. El Misho will die to the tower. And Omar now under the tower. Scatterblast, creep sitting in. MOUZ, he's one shot from dead. The tower gets 2 kills.
Yeah. The G2 tower has been buffed many times, now hitting for 170. Especially for Hero at 3 and you have no armor. You die real fast. Game sitting very much at even though. We still have Black Hole up, and we still haven't seen a Quap Wave either. So a lot of the big spells are still on the table. Makes me wonder who's gonna try to spring the trap first. Because Enigma with those drums should be able to push the top tower down, no problem. It's gone already.
Easy tower to get. GH, meanwhile, was doing some decent damage on the tier 1 tower bottom. They're going to try and get Miracle again. They kind of know where he's farming.
They have Black Hole for this one too, if they want to.
Ops placed down by Miracle.
That's a good ops.
Sees the Enigma, the sentry's there, immediately taken away.
Miracle's
you know where Miracle is. They've got the ball lightning, and they've got the Vortex to follow it up, throwing him into the cogs. They'll use the Black Hole. They'll get the kill. There's nothing they can do to stop Miracle from dying. He is getting just bodied at the moment.
A little bit reminiscent of the first game, where they just shut Sumail down. Miracle down super hard.
On the Void, yeah.
Yeah. Back-to-back deaths, but he has a TP to get back to lane at least. So, and Storm isn't farming throughout all of this. He's very poor still.
Yeah, they get that kill, but he is very low in net worth compared to Sumail. Burrow Strike, Cookie, Snowball, all there. The control, well done.
Yeah, I fear a bit for Lumpy. His game is 3 games in a row. Sumail just absolutely made him feel miserable in the mid lane.
MOUZ might be next. Noob over with the Burrow Strike. The calling is down, and the kisses are out.
And the life
Warm
is gone.
kisses to the cheek as they get that kill onto MOUZ. Pike, though, he's got to run. They might keep up with him.
He has face boots. He's much faster than Pike. He's dead too.
Dead shot. That might help him
TP
survive,
maybe?
but he's going to go through the Roche pit to get this Burrow Strike. I like this. But Roche helping as much as he can. Not going to matter. But Roche with a bash there on to Noob. They get the tier 1 tower over. Bottom. Interesting. Very interesting. And it will be the Dagon for Sumail, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is not a surprise. I thought maybe there was a chance at an Orchid, but it will be Dag.
Honestly, question is, if Storm is this far behind, do you need to
Do you
worry
need the
about
Orchid?
him?
Yeah. You're right.
Because honestly, what does he have? Threats? That's it. His game
Snowball. Leech seeding, Ball Lightning coming through, trying to help out. Now going to go after the Tusk. They've got the kill on the GH. MOUZ is not dead yet. Cookie comes in, but look at this. Pig piercing the veil, looking over at Quap. The hook shot lands. Sumail, oi!
Malefice in the tower range.
Malefice is on him in the tower range. Gets through the middle of the two of them. Has Blink in a second. Has a TP if he wants to use it, but he'll instead just use the haste to run away, at least for the moment. The Rocket Flare not getting the hit on to Sumail, but he runs out, and both supports had died on Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, you gotta be a bit careful how deep you really dive. They have great responding heroes on the Radiant side. So any deep dive right there will get punished pretty hard. Storm Spirit. Yeah, his network is still very much lacking. Ooh, MOUZ is gone.
Yeesh. Yeah, not messing around this time.
Yeah, just blowing out everything. Well calculated, no problem. And Quap is already sitting at a good 1700 health for strength pets. So hard to kill this hero nowadays, actually.
And has Dagon level 1.
Yeah, with the Dagon build too. So much spell lifesteal.
Good to have those smoke. They know that Dagon's flying out.
Looking for the Enigma now. Smoking up there.
They jump him. He just black holes, gets everybody. That would be wild.
I mean, I always do ridiculous amounts of damage. So.
They do, and that with the Malefice, like, you do kind of struggle if he's able to just position him right. He's going into the pipe. I believe has it flying out as well, so his survivability is certainly up there.
Yeah. And so is his map reading skill, because he saw it coming a mile away.
Yeah. Well done to just kind of read that correctly.
It's good too because he stuck around for a long time, kind of baited them to go there, and then last second he just left. I was like, yeah, bye.
These stacks, by the way, being taken by Miracle.
That's a good golden fusion. Now he has Dragonlance up.
Smoke.
It's very interesting to see that every SF is going stats rather than Feast of Souls. I feel like 70 attack speed is pretty serious. Or 40 with that one value point. Well, they're setting up for mid. Of course, Sumo is the prime target. GH sitting in the back, trying to protect him.
He doesn't have a blink yet. Not even going for the blink this time on Tusk. There's no way he'd have one, but I was just wondering. So, the whole time Miracle's gotten a lot of space to farm. Not the whole time. Okay, that's a little bit of an exaggeration. I'll take that back. For the last few minutes or so, he's been safe.
Yup, and he's made very good use of that space.
Yeah. I didn't mean to lie. So we're human. We don't mean to lie, but sometimes we do.
Yeah, that's okay. No malicious intent.
What's Enigma going for after these pipe? This pipe, the Boots of Bearing.
Full aura again, yep. No BKB, blink shenanigans. He is gonna be the aura guy. Yeah, Whisper's been doing that pretty much every game that we've seen. Well, every successful game. Because that one game with Beastmaster where they didn't do it, they actually lost quite badly.
Swiping the Wisdom Rune on Omar. Always good to have. Miracle showing in lane, but yeah, he's really, now he's going BKB. He's just getting so much out of the map, and I think that if you're Beast Coast, you really wanted to just kind of keep your foot on his chest, right?
I would like to believe so, yeah. They're giving Storm a lot of space also, though, back into the game. His Orchid is pretty much done. And he can solo kill the Quap with that Orchid. Although, can he with that Dagon lifesteal? Maybe not even.
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't think he can. Quap sitting at 1800? No chance. So, what is it Orchid really for? Can maybe jump to Tusk in the backline to prevent saving? But it's not an early Orchid.
Do these supports melt with said Orchid?
He can definitely kill the supports. But the problem is... No, he didn't go for the pipe this time. Sanking has the Bloodstone instead.
Yeah, his pipe
so
coming out next, but he's so far behind.
Yeah, he is.
All these TPs, now the Snowball. They have the continued lockdown with the Walrus Punch and the Burrow Strike. Right click's coming in from Miracle to get a kill on Almisha. Things really sticking pretty close, Enigma. Soon to the Boots of Bearing. He's 100 gold away from that. The Kaya finished for Queen of Pain. And let's see we haven't really seen a smoke play yet. Nothing that's going to include Miracle until he gets his BKB, but he's got the most expensive component finished off on that, halfway towards the Ogre Axe. So it needs about 2,000 more gold to finish off this BKB, and with the space that he's getting, he'll be there pretty soon. It's just a question of, have you waited too long on either team to make a move? Because it feels like both teams are a little bit hesitant. They are moving and kind of putting themselves in a little bit more dangerous spots, but nothing too crazy. There was that one
feel like
smoke play red, though.
Nigma's item build is very telling, though, right? Like, they want to be aggressive, but they're not being right now. Like, if you went for this Blink BKB build, their mid late game would be way scarier. But with this item build, you don't really have that Enigma fear factor that you really have in that late game. Like, right now, his fear factor is running in and threatening a black hole, but that's pretty much it.
Burrow Strike, Whisper, piping though, so that will at least help him soak up a lot of this damage. They've also got MOUZ off to the side, hook shot to allow him to get out of this one. Ball lightning from Lumpy, and good positioning there from MOUZ to allow Elmisho to come over and hook shot, at least away from the counterattack of Nigma Galaxy. It feels like they want to play counter on the side of Beast Coast, because you've got this pipe, you've got these boots of bearing. It's okay, Nigma have engaged, we've got pipe, we'll soak it, let's go back in. However, you see the damage come in a Lumpy, and all of a sudden, maybe you're a little nervous about that.
Yeah, Sumer playing very, very aggressively, and throughout this entire time, Miracle wasn't part of the top engagement, so he has been farming. His BKB is almost done. And again, you have to wonder, when is beastcoast gonna start being the aggressor? Because Enigma itemized to push towers, get Roshan, but they're not really stepping on the gas.
No, not at all. You've got the blink now for Noob. He'll be able to initiate a little bit better than he has in terms of just only having that Burrow Strike. Kiss is committed.
Interesting. Just to kind of secure the tower, I guess. Get vision behind the tower, make sure there's nothing lurking there like a scary, scary treant.
Interesting. And BKB flying out. So they have it. They have the BKB, they have this timing that they wanted. They're gonna smoke, that's exactly what they want to do. These heroes are top for the side of Beast Coast. Not showing in a lane, but they are in that area, and they still want to get themselves Pig, who's sitting over by this mid-tier 2 tower. They have the Blink Burrow Strike to go and make that jump initially, and maybe go for the Sonic Wave Dagon combo. But we're not seeing that at the moment. Now they're going to walk up onto the high ground near the triangle, where he is farming and is going to get caught out. So they'll look for the epicenter. Sumail with the Invis Rune doesn't know he's right under his nose. They've got the snowball follow-up, and like I said, Scream, Dagon, kill. And that is a very easy one there for Nigma Galaxy. And you can see Miracle now top of the net worth. Black Holes use top. They're going. They want GH. They don't quite get that kill yet. He's silenced up thanks to the Orchid, but they've got the silence now onto this Storm Spirit. They'll get the kill there. Sonic Wave thrown out. Pipe's not going to be enough. Boots of Bearing to try and leave as Whisper's on the run, but the Cookie, do they have the vision? Ooh, don't say a word. Oh, we got all right. We found him. Jesus.
They saw the tree. Yep.
Everything
it was like a horror movie
flying
there.
around. Yeah, it really was. Just having everything going along, and all of a sudden, you're like, "Don't look at me! I'm behind the tree, please, dude."
And Jason just rips the tent off.
Yeah, no, rips the tree out with you on it. The machete comes through the tree, you get lifted up, and you're dead.
And so is Clockwork.
Yeah, Elmisho dies. Sumail gets credit for that kill. Elmisho trying to go into this Crimson Guard, so they are trying to get supports into a little bit more of the aura items while they want Whisper to go Blink Dagger.
So just while they're getting the free Roche, so we're on the same wavelength here. That was also pretty much your era, right? Like the Friday the 13th movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Jason and then Freddy and all those. Yeah. Good old movies.
Now they go for Roche on Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, pretty easy with SF and Tusk. And no problemo. Pike pretty much on an SF. And here's the problem again. You itemized, we said it in game 1, purely for your team as Enigma, Now you have no BKB, you have no blink. Basically, you're not a threat whatsoever. They have a billion ways to cancel your black hole, and you can't really get to that BKB blink anytime soon. So what is really your winning condition? Because Storm Orchid doesn't quite cut it anymore. They're all too tanky now. Sitting at like 2k plus health.
No, blink. With the shard, silence for a second. They are trying to keep up with Lumpy, but they won't. 5,000
He's a fast
net worth
boy.
lead. Now 6,000 for Nigma Galaxy, just continuing to go up.
Yeah. And it has been going up for the past probably roughly 10 minutes. Slow and steady wins the race, they say.
MOUZ? MOUZ? No.
This time Jason didn't get him. That's the ending of the movie.
Final girl right there. But Pike finished off for Miracle, who is holding on to this Aegis. Going into the data, so really looking to right click hard.
Living a dangerous life. Is he gonna live a more dangerous life and try to cut the next wave too? Would be pretty gutsy, and he says no.
Shard for the Clockwork, who has this Crimson finish, now has the Jetpack. They know that they're around there. Maybe they're going to find somebody lingering, and right now, Muerta is the one lingering for a while. Scan comes out from the Dire, but just misses the Muerta hanging out.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Muerta being any active yet. Sitting at 2 kills, no assists. He's been trying to farm up. But without a BKB,
Snowball. They try to jab.
Goodbye,
Jetpack in the air, and that will be a dead LME show. Very close.
Yeah, the Crimson God actually almost made him live there. Pretty tanky.
Yeah, very tanky indeed. And MOUZ just trying to cut the creep wave, has this Nature's Grasp. He's trying to find some farm. He's sitting second to the bottom.
This is the problem playing against SF though. Every time you give up a kill like that, you're gonna lose a tower.
Lumpy needs to be careful. He goes in, but they may just blink Burrow Strike and have the silence. But the calling actually means that Lumpy's able to ball lightning away. Sumail had blink, I believe. Sonic Wave comes through. Uh-oh, overgrowth. Black Ball on it too. Sumail's dead. That is a big spree going to the Muerta. They're going to get the damage to get the kill here onto the Tusk. They're going to look over for the rest of the Epicenter is going to be used with the BKB. Here comes the Requiem. Is it going to be enough damage with the hook shot? Oh, hook shot actually kind of getting stopped by the Fear. So they'll get the kill onto the Muerta. They get the kill on the MOUZ. They'll take out 2, but they do lose Omar. So a third gone on the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Pretty good fight for Beast Coast, but all things considered, not the worst, because the big winner is still Miracle. And he's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's a very funny interaction. Clock was trying to counter the Requiem, but he got feared out of his hookshot. I haven't really seen that interaction before.
But it's still stunned.
It stunned him. So as soon as the hook connects, it stuns you. But his body never got there, because he was too scared.
Right.
I mean, checks out. SF is, you know, a pretty scary dude. You wouldn't want to meet that guy in an alleyway.
No. No, I would not. Sumail.
Oh, you have to be a bit careful, though. Or do you? They have the outpost, no problem.
He's got the Aegis. Yeah, they're TPing the outpost.
Him.
They're going to kill off Elmisho. They do not really care.
Elmisho thought he's really tanky, but Miracle was like, nope, you're not.
Falling,
I have 4 charges.
GH. They've got the calling. They'll try to survive, but they're taking the tier 2, and they're even pressuring up at the high ground.
Yeah, look at this damage output. It's ridiculous with the 4 lasting presence stacks. Minus 11 armor, even there's 3 armor in it.
But it's only level 1 living armor.
Those
they have
are
no
going
glyph
fast.
for 4 minutes. They're gonna get the glyph back off the melee racks, right? So I'll have that.
He just 4-hit the range racks. All right. SF carry is really legit. I knew it was good, but I didn't really think that lasting presence facet was so good.
Not great.
Minus 15 armor and that's huge of an AoE. Yes, sorry guys, I keep coming back to it, but it's a big deal. It's like a triple AC basically.
BKB soon for Sumail. Miracle's Aegis expires, so maybe not as confident now to just go up onto the high ground and take a Rax like that. But that being said, with the BKBs, it could be a little bit dangerous for the side of Beast Coast to go in there. And the Daedalus finished off for Miracle. He's going to be right-clicking like a truck. And they're trying to fight this. They're in. Omar, Snowball, backlines, BKB popped by Lumpy. They get the kill on Omar. Sonic Wave's going to be thrown over. They've got the jetpack. They get the kill on MOUZ. They'll lose GH, but do they run for more? 4-staff forward. Miracle trying to get in here. Got to remember, he does have this Daedalus, Ball Lightning, and the Vortex. That's going to catch New, but is that the one you want to go for? They go to the Black Hole, but they've got the Silence with the Blinking and the Shard for the Queen of Pain, stopping that Black Hole. That's huge. That'll keep Miracle alive. They were trying to get this. The TP attempt from the Storm is successful, and they will keep Miracle alive as the Black Hole stopped immediately thanks to this Shard pickup.
Yeah, he's also sitting pretty at 3,000 health. You could just see Sumail also waiting in the backline. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to wait here until the Black Hole comes, because they have to stop Miracle at some point. Instantly cancelled. Now they have it on cooldown for over 2 minutes. That might just be the next Rex. I really don't think they can touch this guy right now. Miracle is basically Superman.
I'm a little surprised that they have not gone and taken their outpost back, because this is what happens when you don't. Everybody's there when you least expect it. And everybody just respawned and is back on their side of the map. So Storm's there, he gets silenced, then the Burrow Strike's there for the follow-up. What do? There's not much you can do. They've got 2 supports now kind of singled out away from their base. The Cogs will push them next to MOUZ. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses, and now they're going to do the right-click damage. They'll go to the Pierce the Veil. They'll try to get the kill on a Sumail. But the 4-staff came out from Miracle. That's going to save Sumail for now. And they get the kill on a MOUZ. They'll look at the epicenter. The Blink Burrow Strike's going to be a big whiff, but the hookshot from behind them gets the kill on a GH. They've got the Blink with the silence. Shadow Strike, dagging, Cogs are there, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill on a Misho, and it will be 2 heroes alive without the Black Hole, without the Pierce the Veil, for the side of Beast Coast.
And without your base, probably 2 on the side of Beast Coast. Whisper's getting pressured by Sumail, while Miracle is just whacking away at the Rex. And they don't really have any great way of
Whisper. Sonic Wave, he's dead, has buyback, but what do you buy back for? You don't have Black Hole in the entirety of that respawn timer, so this set of racks is going to be gone. Pierce the Veil still on cooldown for 15 seconds. You're going to try and get Miracle here, but they go to the Cookie. They've got the BKB. They're going to turn it around onto this Storm, who's trying to get the kill with the right clicks coming out from the Muerta. But no, this is Lumpy already dead. He doesn't have buyback. Muerta's in trouble. The dagger, the kill, he's gone. That might be it.
Yeah, they just have no damage. Once BKB comes out, Muerta deals no damage with the Mjolnir. Storm is all magic. Easily fights back, and just 2 shots to Storm. Goodbye buildings. And goodbye game, probably. That means they're 0-2. Not out yet, but pretty damn close to being.
1 more BO3 remaining. And that is looking like it. A Miracle again. Like, you guys fight. I'm done with this. GC a little early. GG called. Nigma Galaxy make Beast Coast repeat yesterday and get the 2nd and 3rd game victory and take the series.
Yeah, so it's a little unfortunate for Beast Coast, because they start off strong every time, but come game 2, suddenly, what is it? It's not like they're being figured out or anything. It just suddenly feels like the enemy's more, awake. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, they still had some jet lag. Who knows? They just arrived. Literally. So there might be some travel fatigue. We don't know.
That's definitely true, but when they drafted a little bit of lockdown, things got a lot easier.
Okay, a good draft definitely play a role too. But maybe that's what happens when you play from an airplane. Sometimes things don't go your way. But nah, in all seriousness, Nigma game 2 and 3 look very convincing.
Yeah.
It's not like Beast Coast played bad in game 2 and 3. It's just they slowly got pushed into a corner. Like, you saw the net worth. At minute 12 it was completely even. Minute 20 it was 6k. Just minute by minute, slow advantages were gained.
The perfect blink here from Sumail, by the way, is you're going to see later on in this black hole
just waiting
that's used by Whisper. Yeah.
He knows. Miracle's coming in.
And I don't really understand Lumpy going down for Noob, but I guess you want to stop that Burrow Strike. You see him go down there, and he doesn't quite have the damage to do anything, but I guess it's a little bit of lockdown with the Vortex to try and let the black hole go off, but they still just blink in, get the silence with Sumail.
Yeah. It's a tough fight already at this point. They're so far behind.
This is the silence. And then the cookie stun. It's just great continual lockdown. It's really rough to deal with.
Yeah, Nigma's looking solid. As you said, they're 1-1 now. And 0-2 for a Beast Coast. But I feel like that scoreline really doesn't make the team justice.
No, it doesn't. And the issue, though, is they've just allowed 2 teams in a row now to win the back-end games.
Yeah. Though, statistically speaking, usually the team that wins the second game in the BO3, if it's not a 2-0, it's also the team that wins the third game. I don't know why, and it's not selective memory, but that's just the case. Every time, even when I was a pro, we lose the first game and win the second, we proceed to win the series most of the time. I don't know if it's like a mental thing or a momentum thing or something like that, but Nigma was definitely onto something in that game 3. Who's your standout?
I think it's got to be Sumail, right?
Sumail, yep.
Dominated the lane again. Lumpy's game was shut down early. And then...
How does he do it every game, actually?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm not
3
sure.
lanes in a row. Okay, Sniper, yeah, it's a very strong hero. But Quap against Storm without Shadow Strike, it's not that easy. But he completely crushed him. 1k net with advantage. Storm had no game.
Yeah. Storm had no game. Miracle got back into the game. They gave a lot of open space to him that I think that there was this point in time that maybe the itemization wasn't exactly what you wanted from Beast Coast. That I think allowed Miracle to come back into the game and ultimately be the downfall of Beast Coast in game number 3. Yes, Sumail wins the lane. Yeah, he dominates and allows Miracle for that. But then Miracle just kind of hits this, you know, point of no return, and they end up getting the victory. So that's going to be the 2-1 victory over Beast Coast for Nigma Galaxy. We've got one more series coming your way. It's Na'Vi against Team Waska. That'll be coming up next. Stay tuned. We'll be back with that in a moment.
It is time to play another fascinating game of Spell Untangle, or Twisted Spell, or I forget what we call this segment, but I am here with Yuragi, who I would never forget. Good to see you. From Team Na'Vi, are you ready to untangle some spells?
Yeah, you haven't explained it yet, but...
That's a big sigh. So, here's the game. I have combined 3 spells in Dota 2 to create a new spell. Do you know the spells well in Dota?
Yeah.
You're a carry player. You don't really have to...
No, it's gonna be easy.
Okay, it's gonna be easy, he says. Let's go ahead and see if it is easy with our first spell. This one is called Thesis Paper, because we took all of the longest spell descriptions and threw them together. I'll go through this quick. Hero summons an imperfect semi-autonomous duplicate of himself, which gains golden experience and shares his experience and abilities. The duplicate can be launched towards any location, which must be triggered again to mark the area and be blasted by an explosion. The further that this hero travels, the larger the explosion will be. Enemies caught in the explosion will cause your hero to bang on his drum, dealing damage to nearby enemies. There you go.
You sure it's just 3 spells?
There's 3 spells in here.
The duplicate can be the Arc Warden ultimate?
Could be.
Is it supposed to be 3 ultimates or 3 basic?
It's
or 1
any
ultimate?
spell.
Can be 3 ultimates.
Yep, just combined. But I will give you a hint though that most of these do have a a theme to them. However, this one's theme is just annoyingly long. So sorry about that.
That's Beastmaster's Agony.
Yes! Okay, there we go. Do you know the official name of this spell?
Drums of Sloth.
Slom. Drums of Sloth is not correct.
This guy is not slothing, no.
Okay, Drums of Slom, that is correct. You got one of them. There's 2 more. We can give you a hint. We have asked AI to combine the images of the spells into a hint.
Okay, this is A ult.
Yes, that is correct. So you've already got the last sentence. That was some drums of Sloam. You got the middle for the long-ass AA description. A hero that can make duplicates that you can throw.
Meepo?
Yes! All right, we got it. It was Meepo, my friend. Yes, Meepo.
Are they imperfect?
They are imperfect. They don't share all the stats like Arcwarden does, you know? So yes, indeed imperfect. Well done.
Yeah.
That was not as easy as you would have me lead to believe.
That was no easy.
Well, okay, it was very difficult. It was one of the more difficult ones. So let's give you one more.
Okay.
Okay. This is called Tentacle Torsion. Enemies that stray too near lose their movement abilities and are slammed to the ground by tentacles, which force them to move slowly and force other tentacles to attack them quickly. Hero gains bonus attack range versus slam targets.
Okay. Ravage.
Ravage is one, yes. You got the tentacles.
Bonus attack range. I thought it was Enchantress was faster, but...
Incorrect. I'll give you a hint. The first sentence is one of the worst abilities in the entire game, in my personal opinion. Probably the worst.
You count innates?
I do count innates, yes.
So it's Omni-Knight.
That's right. Degen Aura, right?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely horrific. I would show you the AI image.
Attack range against the target.
Bonus attack range and speed against your tentacled target there. Is there a single hero that has a spell which grants that? A hero that potentially rides animals.
Really, huh? Oh, Chen.
That is correct, my friend. That is it. We have Degen Aura, Tidehunter, Ravage, and Penitence.
That's a nasty spell.
That is a nasty spell. Which do you think is the most OP spell that you've seen so far?
Oh, this one is OP. If it's like passive, you just run around, you slow people and they get tentacled.
Yeah.
That's pretty OP.
And then quick attack speed with those tentacles.
Yeah, it's good. Ability Draft Dream.
Yes. Would you use this spell? Would this be one that you would pick?
It's better than the first one, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much. You did a wonderful job, my friend. And we will see more of these combined spells here at PGL Wallachia.
Hello and welcome back here, PGL Wallachia Season 2. Coming your way with the 4th series of the day. Na'Vi against Team Waska should be a fun one. Both these teams, of course, sitting 0-1 for the event so far. Na'Vi losing 2-1 to Heroic. And then Waska losing 2-0 in pretty quick fashion to Tundra yesterday. But this roster from Na'Vi, a little bit different than what we're used to, I would say. It is Yuragi, BZM, Boom, Zayats, and Puppy against this Waska lineup, which you've seen on this stream. Kataro, Dark Mago, Sacred, Matthew, and Yadomi. So I'm not sure how I feel about Na'Vi just yet, but I'm interested. Curious.
Yeah, we've seen Waska yesterday. They played against a very strong Tundra, so I don't want to be too critical. But I'm, just like you, very excited to see what Na'Vi got to offer. All players you know, obviously. All good players. In theory, they got all the ingredients to make a good dish.
Definitely.
Will they be able to? Losing another game here would put them at 0-2, risk of elimination, so you can't really afford that.
There's the chemistry on the 1-2 players of this team, so you'd think Na'Vi kind of have it going right. Zayats has also played with Puppy before, back when they had that Rezo Zayats secret lineup, right?
Yep. He was in there for quite a while even, I believe.
So let's take a look at the Waska team walking in with some swagger. How long ago was that? Because it wasn't too long ago, right? That it was Zayats and Rezu. It was for a quick moment.
That's a very intense look at the table. That was
very intense. Yeah, it was the last chance qualifiers, TI 2022. It was Crystallis, Nisha, Rezo, Zayats, Puppy, with their coach Heen taking second at that TI. So Waska comes in. I've talked about this squad. I think that they've looked good at times. They've looked solid in my opinion, but just lacking a little bit of what is going to make this roster work. And Dark Mago, I like what he brings to the table. I think he's very good mid. But you're going up against a lot of experience against this Na'Vi lineup, and chemistry on some ends is going to be clicking for Na'Vi too.
You would hope so, at least. But I'm going to say what I said yesterday as well. I don't really think, especially nowadays, in this age of Dota, the favorite necessarily will win. Just because it's very easy to fumble a little bit in the early game. And we've seen game after game, even in this tournament as well. It's really hard to come back once your early game kind of falls apart. Of course, it depends on the draft. It depends on what heroes you got and what sort of scenario you're aiming for, whether it's more like a mid or early game oriented draft. But once these aura items come online and you can't afford them yourself, you're in big trouble. And again, most of the time, there's no coming back from that. Right. Draft-wise, Na'Vi probably should have the edge.
I would think so. Currently, they have Zayats captaining the squad. But when we get a camera on them, I'll take a little bit of a look. Bristleback, first pick here for the side of Waska. Interesting.
That is indeed interesting. It's a hard hero to shut down. 33 yesterday, absolutely dominated with it.
Right.
But yeah, it wasn't the first pick, Bristol. I think it was like a third pick? Something like that.
5 seconds remaining.
It got played in the Nouns Infinity game, but Nouns ended up overcoming the advantage that Bristol had in that second game and won.
Yeah, Bristol is really strong, like in the mid game when you just finish your axe and one more item. But he falls off quite heavily with the item build that people are going for in the late game. So most of the time you don't want to go to the late game with Bristleback. You want to get a fast Roche, really lean on your advantage and try to end the game somewhat quickly. Or at least make sure that the enemy can't, get too far ahead of you.
Going for that first pick, Primal Beast. We'll see if that is an offlane Primal or maybe even a BZM mid Primal. Not too sure it'll be for BZM just based on his reaction, I guess, when we saw him earlier to the pick. But
BZM knows how to play the hero, but I don't really think it takes full advantage of his style.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
He likes to be flashy. Let him be flashy.
We'll have to see what these bans end up being, and hopefully these teams don't end up like Beast Coast, where they had 16 seconds after their first pick. Which would be pretty
They ran
rough.
down the clock fast.
They really took a lot of time to think about everything that they were getting out of it, and now they'll end up banning the Dark Willow. Tusk has been banned. How will this go for the side of Waska?
Why do you think Primal Beast into Bristol, by the way? It's not a counter per se, and I don't think Pulverize... Does it turn a hero around when you grab him? No, right?
I don't think so.
I think you just kind of stay where you are. It's not like a Legion. Yeah, so...
I'm not sure.
And to begin with, if Bristol just kind of runs away from you when you onslaught and trample, there's going to be a lot of damage going the other way.
Right.
So we'll see how that plays out, but I feel like Bristol is pretty good against Beast.
17 bans, 7 picks to only a 28.6% win rate, which I believe is 2 for 7, if my math is correct.
Your math is correct.
Hell yeah.
Radiant team back.
As it always was.
Clockwork banned. Let's see what this ban is from the side of Na'Vi. As we get into it and starting to get deeper and deeper into the draft, Naga Siren ignored so far. Sniper ignored so far. Heroes we've been seeing previously.
First pencil of the day.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting.
Do you think you can do the tumbling thing?
I can flick a pencil around my thumb, but that's about it. I don't know about...
Well, I don't know what it's called exactly, but I think what you said is what I mean. Like you do the that one.
Oh, I can't do that. That's not what I was talking about.
Okay. He's a pencil guy for sure.
Radiant team pick.
And the Enigma. Okay, so Enigma, even seeing it in that last series get beat, maybe not wanting to go up against it, wondering what they're thinking about in terms of their draft with that being taken out. But we'll see, as it's not been the quickest draft. Nobody making quick moves just yet. Primal Beast, though, probably your offlaner. Bristle. We've seen safe lane, of course. And they go Bat Rider, so having this bat, having a little bit of lockdown.
Yep.
Initiator.
It's kind of the same against Bristol, though. It doesn't turn him around, so it can go both ways. But of course, you can just drag him back, and Bristol can't move. You can just hit him from the front. However, Bristol lanes very nicely into Bat Rider. And if Primal Beast is there as well, there should be a free lane for Bristol. If it is carry. We have seen it... Well, actually, no. We have seen it offlane and carry on this stream. And there goes Naga Siren. Perfect hero against Primal Beast. Really good against Bat Rider. And very versatile. Not the best combo, though.
And still at 100% win rate.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
It is.
Yikes. Not something you want to see.
I think a TA had something ridiculous. Like, as I said, it was the most contention. And it had like close to 80% win rate overall. It was ridiculous. And obviously, we didn't really get a patch since then. So, yeah. Naga is in a pretty good spot. Primal Beast, the hero that deals damage by moving. Once you get netted, you can't move. Pretty hard counter there as well.
Bounty Hunter. Whoa, all right.
All right. Okay.
going
we
something
spoke
a little
about how
bit
bad
different
Nyx
here.
was yesterday.
It's been picked
So-
twice already. Now my question is, mid bounty hunter?
Bounty Hunter is... It's a pretty serious hero, honestly. Like, once you get the snowball going with all the track gold, you just snowball so damn hard. You get rich way too quick. You get... There was this really popular item build where it just went Sanj Yasha into BKB and they literally just ran you down. There's nothing you could do about it. I wonder how that kind of evolves nowadays. If it even is a core. Might just be a support.
Yeah. And there's the Nyx. So, having Vendetta, having the ability to see Invis heroes at a radius. It's 2 for 3 so far. I think the only game it lost was the game we watched.
10 seconds remaining.
Are we the problem?
Oh, I'm...
5 seconds
Well, you know the answer to that question. Stop that.
Whoa, Nyx into Bounty. Okay, of course you have the init that lets you see in a 350 AoE around you. But historically, Bounty also counters Nyx, because once you tracked, you can't redo much. Morphling against Bristol makes perfect sense. However, Naga beats Morphling in a carry-to-carry matchup. So there's going to be a lot of decision-making to be made by Waska. What kind of roles they want to play, where they want to put heroes.
I'm curious as to what they want last pick for BZM.
I would love a Storm Spirit, personally.
I was
They have
thinking
no
that.
lockdown at all.
Yeah, they have Impale and Lasso. Onslaught, technically.
No, I meant for Na'Vi.
Yeah,
I want them to
that is
pick
Na'Vi.
Storm.
5 seconds remaining.
Their
But
lockdown,
Waska has
lockdown
no
isn't
lockdown.
secure. It's not guaranteed.
Yeah. But at least they have some. What does Waska have? They have a net and a shuriken. And I guess a Pangolier roll?
The right click out of Shadow Walk?
A shuriken doesn't even stun anymore. Yeah, it's the Shadow Walk now. That's right.
Beastmaster band getting rid of some lockdown from the off. But you could always put Bristle off, couldn't you?
You can. But
Let's pick
Morphling
another
is kind of
carry.
free farms there.
I guess, yeah.
And you don't want to give more free farm, but at the same time, do you have anything that you can even pick so Morph doesn't free farm? It's going to be a pretty tough pick.
Dire team back.
Of course, you can just put Morphling middle as well, which beats Pangolier too. So this Morph should, no matter what, get free farm.
10 seconds
Wow.
remaining.
Let's see. Centaur ban.
5 seconds remaining.
And what will this final ban be? I think it's probably Storm, if I had to guess a ban.
Yeah, Storm would be good.
Kind of stands out pretty heavily.
Ember Spirit is pretty damn good as well. Anything with mobility, really. As we said, they have really no lockdown. That's the biggest weakness of the Waska draft. They have to run at you, and they have to run you over.
Visage.
Can't
So
do
they're
that
thinking
in-
maybe
Visit.
they ban the Visage. Maybe thinking about a different mid primal, maybe.
Radiant team pick.
They go Luna. So it will be.
Okay. Morphling matches up
Awfully-
really well into
So-
Luna, though.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how much I like that.
I think Storm Spirit would just pretty much, put the nail into the coffin. Because right now I think it's a big outdraft for Na'Vi.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, BZM is already like, give me that Storm Spirit, I'm gonna kill them all.
He definitely.
It's gonna be a
seems
tough
quiet,
game.
though.
I think it might be a flashback of Nigma. At least they have a net and a roll, so it's a little bit, but nothing crazy for sure. That's the biggest weakness of a bounty hunter too, right? It just doesn't offer utility. He's kind of like a Nyx assassin in that way, where it's just really hard to do much if you're ever behind.
Right.
It's more of a we're ahead and we get ahead more kind of hero. So you have to win the early game.
Right.
Come on. What's the suspense here?
Go with? Yeah, a lot of suspense on this final pick. I guess talking it over, just making sure.
Storm. Let's go.
I think Storm's the right pick, but they are going to go Monkey King.
Monkey King. Okay.
I don't think this is a bad pick either. It's something that can move around pretty heavily. It's something that I think kind of has a little bit of lockdown, has some late game potential, does move early with Simian Stride. I don't hate it.
Crushes Pango in lane too.
Yeah.
So it's a very good pick overall. Not really the utility hero or rather mobility hero that I thought they would pick, but good pick nonetheless. Scales nice into the mid late game too. I think Navi got this game. Quite convincing draft. Waska has to win lanes, have to snowball, and try to get the bounty up to 6 ASAP so they can rack up that bounty.
Right, yeah. We'll see if the bounty can even do anything. Again, early, I just think that if Monkey King's coming from the mid lane and has a significant lead from there, if you're Matthew on this bounty hunter and Monkey King is ready with Simian Stride as well as Dust, I think you just kind of get chased. Primal Spring, you can kill him so easily.
Yep.
I don't know if Bounty Hunter is going to have this amazing game, and it comes down to the similar situation that we see with Nyx Assassin that you've been mentioning. When you get shut down so hard like that, you feel like you're just position 6ing, if not 7. Like you just don't really do anything.
But this game, both teams have one of those heroes. So let's see who's going to be the +7 in this game. Because, let's be real, either Nyx becomes a carry, or he becomes kind of useless. I would say it's pretty much the same thing with Bounty Hunter too. Either you own, or you don't. I know it sounds kind of simple, but those are the kind of heroes. You know,
right.
That's just the way they work. Just win, lol.
That's all you gotta do. Seems that simple. Couple of sprays, just 2 lines, okay.
I've never seen that spray before. Is it supposed to be like, you know those racing games when there's like a speed up track?
The boost line like in F-Zero?
Yeah, exactly like that. Or Mario Kart.
I don't know. Passive.
It would be super funny if they added that to Dota. Like the spray is actually interactive.
Cut purse. Bounty Hunter steals gold when targeting enemy heroes with his ability. 4, 8, 12, 16, if you were looking at that before.
It's pretty annoying to get tracked and lose money.
Yeah, and then does have Big Game Hunter. When getting a kill or assist on an enemy that has a killing streak, you get 20% more. So now you just strategically feed.
Ooh, nice. Bounty steal.
You strategically feed, and then you kill them.
But that's the thing, it doesn't really fit the hero, right? Because you want to be snowballing. The enemy having a kill streak is quite the opposite of that.
It's rubber band mechanic in that sense.
Yeah, I never understood that in it, to be honest.
Oh. A couple of creeps gotten, and the whole wave. So now the first wave coming in from Navi is going to be under the tower. There's going to be nothing protecting it, but they are trying to get first blood here. TP attempt, but the Lucent Beam is through. Looks like he might give up first blood, but Kitaro says he'd rather go and get the wave while Yadomi secures the first blood. How much is that worth it? Oh, gosh, Yuragi. That wasn't him adapting either and shifting. That was him actually getting pretty low. That was really close.
We have seen our fair share of morphling CAC moments while we were casting together, especially in China. I'm not going to name anyone, but you know who I mean.
Are you going to make me name him? Like that.
That.
Full shifted Agi, can't do that with Shadow Walk in your lane and no Sentry.
You have to be expecting that. Like, you can't stand there with 100 health.
That was a sponsored by Fly moment. But Puppy, Yuragi, can they? Matthew's looking to do it again. surely you're not fully agile like that in lane, knowing that the bounty hunter is just standing there. That's
you say that, but it already happened.
Getting chased here. They are going to get this kill eventually, but it may go to the neutrals. Let's see. Ooh. Thank you for the thunder clap. Damn.
Now, because I know it's still early days, but they've got a pretty significant lead already. And it's exactly what they need out of laning phase. Oh, Yuragi's taking so much damage, getting gold stolen all the time. So annoying.
Shifting. Scary with Shadow walk around. Oh my god. Goes Invis once again. Shifted a little bit this time into strength. Top lane. And Zayats is trying to just get enough attention here for their Primal Beast to farm. It is not fun times down here bottom for Morphling. You have to be very scared.
Yeah, they definitely need to establish the sentry game a bit better. They still have an ops ward, but no sentries right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, lane is scary.
All the way to mid?
Bounty.
Interesting.
He's gonna say hello to the Monkey King. They can actually kill him, I think. And they're gonna try to. Ooh, he got the stacks though.
Now that he's got Jingu, you can't go after that at all.
Unless, now you can. But it might be too healthy for that.
It's certainly tough.
Yeah, like when he was half HP there, I think if Dark Mago plays a little bit more defensively, it could have been a kill, because they have no sentry there.
Bottom lane. Puppey putting some hurt on the Sacred as Matthew comes over invis, but kind of showing off that they had a sentry there. By getting that right click, BZM. He is very disarmed, and very reeled up. But only 3 on the Jingu, and now Dark Mago, the Impale's gonna land. Uh-oh. He might die. Flame breaks there. Shield crashing. The Boundless Strike and the kill for Puppey. That's a good kill to get for Na'Vi.
Yeah, he definitely expected the Bounty Hunter to be there, because he TP'd, but he got cancelled by Yuragi's Adaptive Strike, I believe.
Yeah, I would assume so. It's on cooldown.
Yeah, he's dead on Monkey King, for sure. So very well played by Yuragi. Got to get a sentry ward down now as well. And he's feeling very comfortable here now.
Mixed Assassin level 3 using this Mind Flare off cooldown. Ooh. Cheeky.
Yeah, so much gold.
It's a good amount of gold. Where's he? I'm going to switch it to net worth on my screen, but he's still behind the bounty. Net. And a kill. Easily done there to kill Zats.
Alright, Biko.
Using that Deluge.
Quiz for you. Okay. Or rather, question.
Okay,
what is the next ability? Oh, as I said, a card roll.
Oh, but boom. Now he's out and around. They're going to bring Puppey over to try and help out. Sticky Napalm and the Flame Break. The Blood Grenade. Kataro's dead. Boom's not gone. Zayats is back into the lane. The look over at Yadomi is trying to use this Deluge, but the Impale lands on 2. Dark Mago's even here to try and get a kill onto this Primal Beast. If he onslaughts to the low ground, he might just survive. Oh! Not able to do so. Now they turn their attention on a Puppey. They're trying to just juke around these trees. Flame Break on a 3. The look over at Yadomi. That's going to be a dead Naga Siren. Now BZM's in. They have found Matthew. Boundless Strike. They've got Zayat still here. Has an Impale ready. The Jingu will proc. They've got the vision. They'll get the kill. You can't get away when there's an Ix in your face.
Nice turnaround. You can't really play against Bad Rider that way. He just got so many stickies and Flame Breaks off. He's gotta be one of your highest priorities when you fight like that. Oh, BZM still here.
Oh, Kataro.
If he dies again,
here. Oh no! This is gonna be a kill again here for the side of Na'Vi. They're gonna go for Puppey. They've brought everybody over. Yuragi went through the twin gate. They're gonna go for Sacred. This would be huge for him. He's trying to just put that goo on him.
Yuragi!
But Yuragi shifting, dying. No, everybody went the other way on Na'Vi. This is a fiesta of some sort. Oh gosh. Onslaught, trampled, Nyx in the face of Matthew. That means you're just walking. You're in no shadows. Puppey going after Yadomi or Yadomi really going after Puppey is the question. But Dark Mago chasing the Tango. Invis. Ooh.
Well, okay, good news is, while they were all top lane, nobody was farming. So it was an extended brawl. I think they traded pretty much even amount of heroes. So, yeah, nothing was really gained or lost for either side. But of course, losing Yuragi again, that kind of hurts. And he's trying to go for the Wisdom Rune, but it's already taken.
Yeah, Matthew gets it.
Oh, time to steal some more money. He's doing it.
He wants it. Yeah, a little bit of gold. It's not exactly all the gold's coming his way now, but also Kataro's here, level 5. Yuragi's starting to shift, but he is in trouble. Flame Break might save him, but the Viscous Nasal Goo and a couple more bits of quills will take him out.
Oh, it's a tough game for Yuragi. This is the problem with morphing against high physical damage heroes. When you shift into strength, as we see mid lane, BZM may be in trouble. No. Nice stun.
Forcing the rotation, though.
Yeah, just getting back to morphing really quick. You had 0 armor. So if you get gooed up and hit for 200 damage, you're not actually a tanky even though you're morphing up.
It ain't great.
What is he sitting at? A Morbid Mask only? Well, I'm saying only. Luna isn't, much better off. But they basically have the same amount of farm.
The one that's kind of doing a bit more than everybody else is BZM.
It's a very neck and neck game, though.
Surprisingly, Sacred stay down here with Kitaro and Yadomi, but they just want this tower.
Yeah, open up the map a bit for the Luna, because you don't need that space. The problem is, morphing doesn't really farm as fast as a Luna does, so falling behind on the morph never really feels great. Easy tower. Mom almost done. Dark Mago. His game isn't amazing, but could be worse.
Yuragi needs to be careful. His game has really been shut off for a little bit. Soon they'll have this track, though, for Matthew. Well.
Soon-ish.
Well,
PM.
he's level 4, and he's just kind of wandering around here. They have Eclipse.
For Sayat.
Have Eclipse, but they're not going to go for this kill just yet. He's got the Arcane Boots, so can pop some mana if need be. Yadomi chasing Zats. They do have Matthew off to the side there. They'll reel him in. Lucent Beam into the Spike Carapace. Now the Swashbuckle. The Pulverize doing some decent damage. The Boundless Strike. Both heroes die. Oh, gosh. Dark Mago, Matthew, and now Kitaro all dead with a BZM rotation.
That was an insanely good bounty strike. A boundless strike. BZM, right place at right time.
Yeah, it really was a BZM. Boundless strike, man. It was really devastating, definitely.
Yes.
Boundless strike on a Matthew. They've got the dust. This is what I talked about. You just don't really run away from this hero. There are 3 heroes around. They will get the kill. They go to the lasso. They're going to lock down Dark Mago, who will look for the Rolling Thunder. And he's fast, but is he fast enough? Oh. Viscous Nasal Goo. All right. Well, you tried.
Trying to break ankles. Is not Michael Jordan, though.
True. True. But BZM's kind of getting out of control.
I have a question for you. Are you a basketball fan? By any chance? Okay.
Little bit.
Was Michael Jordan known for his dribbling? I stated as I gets reeled in. He should be fine, though.
Dusted?
Around. Nope. All good. So, was he much of a dribbler, or was he just like a beast?
He was everything you needed.
Okay.
Best player to ever do it.
Fair enough. I mean, I watched Space Jam. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, sorry. Big Taz fan.
Alright, game is slowing down a little bit. Luna definitely has a lot of catching up to do. Probably want to avoid fighting for the time being. But OG obviously doesn't. They're looking for the Luna already at the triangle. Won't find him there. Do we still call this a triangle? Oh, Dark Mago.
Yeah, sure, sort of.
It's more like a...
Puppy, Flame Break. They've got Lasso. They have the Jingu. They have the Pulverize. They'll get the kill. Dark Mago is not having fun.
I feel like Pangolier is just getting so hard countered this entire day already. He has no lane. He can't really make anything happen after. 3 games in a row now that we've seen Pango where this happened.
He's 0-3-1. Not exciting. Totally not having fun right now. Matthew, ooh. Was that in the radius? Did he see him right there?
350 is deceivingly small.
I wish when I hovered over Nick's sense, it would show me. Boundless Strike coming through, and they've got the Pulverize, and they've got the Vendetta. Song not in time, but there will be an Eclipse. There will be a Rolling Thunder off after this song. BZM soaking up a lot of it. I don't think he's happy about that, because he is going to die. Ooh, Primal getting bounced up off the Onslaught, and they look like they're going to get a second. And they will. That's solid turnaround.
Yeah, finally stringing together a good, nice executed team fight. But all of that was without the track gold, of course, which is what Bounty sorely needs at this point. 1-5 on the Bounty. It's a tough game. We already said it. Once you're behind, you're really behind.
Finally gets track. Maybe. Just maybe now. And start to get some gold.
It's a tough ask, my friend.
It really is. This Waska lineup trying to go after this amalgamation of Secret and OG.
Alright, that's the next word you're going to teach me. What is an amalgamation?
Amalgamation is like a...
Unity?
Like
something?
Yeah, you're like thrown together. Vendetta Impale with a Mind Flare and a kill there. They go to the Wukongs, and they will kill this Bounty Hunter eventually with the Boundless Strike and the extra damage there from the Primal Beast. They find Yadomi, and that's another kill. Puppy getting credit for that one. 3 heroes dead on the side of Waska. Easily done here by Na'Vi.
Yep, 3-0. The 3 cores are getting up to all the important items. Is it a BKB already done on Boom? It is. So he's pretty much unstoppable at this point. Manta Style is closing in for Yuragi, who's had a terrible game, and now suddenly he's top 1 in the net worth. Well, almost.
No Blade Mail, so it's not the Primal Beast going Blade Mail this time. It's more of like that mid build that we've seen at times. The just straight BKB go.
Fighting Boom, he's got BKB. He shouldn't be in any danger. You can always.
Does he just turn on this?
I think it's time.
No. Just BKB and run. Or TP.
Does the... Does the Shadow Walk stun not go through Magic Immunity? I don't even know. Because you could have cancelled TP if it does.
I don't think so.
Because I thought it works like a bash, but maybe it doesn't. It would be weird if it doesn't work like a bash, though. I mean, Dota and weird. Best friends.
Kinda. 6,000 net worth lead here for Navoji Secret. Old dust action coming through. Did get hit by that, but it won't last that long, and then he'll still have a couple seconds left on this facet of the scuttle.
Yeah, that one is so good. The haste and unobstructed movement.
Where's BZM at? He's top. Has this Maelstrom going into the Gleipnir. Gleipnir. Gloop. What do you call it?
Gleipnir. Well, it is from the Norse mythology, right? From the Norse pantheon, I'd assume. Yeah. Maybe you should ask Kratos.
When I find the time.
Alright, thank you.
Yuragi going for the Manta style. Dagon for Zats. And Primal going into the axe, so wanting that uproar with the break duration of 2.5 seconds, that would be quite nice.
Yeah,
They're looking to get BZM. They're going to go to the Lucent Beam. They've got the net. They'll have the reel in, but the Balance Strike stops that. Impale to follow it up. They go to the Wukong's command. They try to fight this BZM in the Eclipse, but they've got the damage. They'll get the kill on Yodomi and Kitaro. There's an amplified damage on Dark Mago, but there's no way you turn on this.
Yeah, every time they start a play, they're just starting to get outnumbered, and yeah, that's just one of the biggest weaknesses of Bounty Hunter. We already sort of brought up before. Just don't.
I don't know if they've gotten a track kill.
Not a single one. Not a single one.
And still with 0 earn charges.
Yeah. Well, he had one because he died, but I think he healed an ally with it.
Dire are scanning.
So not going
maybe
for
someday.
the push. Trying
We thought
to
about
play safe. Once the Gleipnir is up though, Monkey King is going to be even more tanky. Iragi is already insanely tanky. Boom is insanely tanky. Who do you really kill on their side now? The supports, but how do you reach them?
Rider? And Nyx Assassin's probably your easiest kill if you just have vision on him.
Just have vision, yeah. I like that.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but invisibility is invincibility.
I know. I'm a Silver Edge enjoyer.
Vendetta back. And going towards mid. If he happens to walk by Bounty Hunter, that would have been rough for Matthew. And very unfortunate, truthfully.
Question though is, can he actually burst heroes now with the Dagon? Cause
well, the Mind Flare and the Dagon, well, Mind Flare is only level 1.
Exactly, that's why.
Maybe.
Wondering if it's enough damage.
Wonder if they're waiting for the 20-21 minute timing where you go Tormentor and then Wisdom in a Roche. Because they were going for Roche, right? For a split second, and now they backed away from it.
Yeah, it could definitely be a play for them.
All right, Matthew's tracked.
Wow, he couldn't move.
The Primal Beast. But still nothing doing. Yeah, Luna continuing to farm. Kitaro looking for this Dragonlance after the Mask of Madness Manta style. But definitely very cautious from Na'Vi.
Yeah, they don't want to give
Surprisingly so.
any unnecessary kills because they're playing against track, but I agree, I think they could turn up the heat a little bit. I also think they could just force erosion. They're probably afraid of Song a little bit, but with Syed,
well, the Song now doesn't just set up the Eclipse, it sets up the Bristleback activation with the Ags picked up.
Yeah.
So you got to be a little bit scared of that. But if you get something, you'll be happy. Track on a Zayat, so he will have the Vendetta, the Impale, the Boundless Strike with the Lasso. Not going to matter if you've got the vision on the Nyx Assassin. They still get the kill. Clean up that mid creep wave. And now they head over towards bottom where Yodomi's going to be spotted. Boundless Strike comes in. Kitaro's already TPing out. The waveform forward, the mirror image, and Yodomi going to be chased. Or, well, I guess Iragi got distracted with a little bit of the illusions. While BZM continues to look over at Yodomi. They kill Yodomi's courier. They've rooted him up. They'll kill him off. And that's a second dead right by this Roche pit where they can go for it again.
Yep. Hello, my old friend. I'm here to kill you once more. Going to the Silver Edge and the Morphing too. I like it. Counter the Bristle. He has no real answer to that whatsoever. Yeah. The noose is tightening around Waska's neck here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What's up next here for Na'Vi? Any sort of power spikes coming up? Well, I guess the Axe and the Primal Beast is going to be really strong against the Bristleback. Blink Dagger on Bad Rider as well. So that's going to be a nice addition.
Let's see.
Sayat.
They go full Kitaro. Ooh, ooh, ooh. dangerous spot right in front of the Nyx assassin. And this boundless strike. Okay.
Yeah, if that hits, that Margot's a goner.
Puppey. Well, he's kind of baiting here. Has the Firefly to get back him into the high ground. They'll throw the Shuriken over. They've got the Lucent Beam. They'll get themselves their first track kill. They also kill Azad, so both heroes dead.
So what happened to the Pangolier? Why did he get pushed back like a little bit? Because they dodged the Impale. What was that?
Was it the Flame Break?
I thought he was dead already. Maybe it was the Flame Break. Because if an Impale hits, I think it might be fine. But yeah. I'll do some replay analysis later.
Sure. Sure. Lotus next for the bounty.
Yeah, you're arguing with the DD.
Finally having some charges, and Tormentor taking that gives shard over for Zats, which means they've got themselves a break before they get to the Ags, but they've already got the Ags on Primal Beast, so it doesn't quite matter. I mean, it's always nice to have another break. That's why I eat a lot of Kit Kats.
Yeah, I missed that ad as well. Is it still a thing nowadays, the same ad?
I have no idea. They'll go for the Tormentor on the side of Waska. Matthew's going to get his shard.
Is
so
it the
friendly
teammate
Shadow? Yeah.
All right. Not. You have to be really careful though, because there can be a bait. If you ever walk next to Zayat,
blink in, and very dead on Yadomi with the lasso connection.
And if he dies, he dies.
Now we're going to start to push on Navi. I thought maybe that was the idea when they were over mid before. But the Glyph comes through. We'll see what they want. They'll go for the Pango. Dark Mago in trouble. The Gleipnir is there, so he doesn't get the Rolling Thunder off, and he will die within the Wukongs. Not quite getting it to be effective there at all. Not really much that Matthew could do. They'll take the tier 2 over mid, and the bottom tier 2 will be pressured, but by how much?
Now let's look at the positives here. And Luna has been free farming for quite a while now, so BKB Manta up, almost Crystal is up as well. But will she be able to do it alone? Because historically, Morphling is really good against Luna. And they have a lot of lockdown for her too. The Primal Beast. Do they have any Lotus Orb coming up?
Waska wants one. But
Yeah, I think they
don't
need
know
one.
about Na'Vi. They don't have one yet.
They definitely need
will.
On Matthew. We have seen how effective it is to counter the Pulverize.
So they got the mid, they get the bottom tier 2. All the tier 2s are gone. And they smoke up on Waska. This feels like maybe a last-ditch effort, but if they lose this fight, they're trying to catch them alone, and they are pretty split on the side of Na'Vi.
Who are they really looking for, though? I guess Monkey King? But he's so elusive. His BKB is, well, now done. So now that he has BKB, and Boom has BKB, and Yuragi
found the Naga.
Oh, yeah.
Lasso and the damage, more than enough. Take out that Naga Siren for 40 seconds.
Yeah, that should be... Morph is looking for another kill, maybe. Are they going to look to go high ground is the real question here, or do they just want to suffocate the enemy? There's a couple of valid routes you could take from here. You could just out-farm them forever, but the age is about to expire. You want to play safe. If you really want to end the game, which I think they're strong enough to do, to execute correctly.
Yeah, they only have a second left on this Aegis, so maybe they wait, but we'll see.
Yeah. Also no lasso, so there's no real need to force anything unnecessary.
I would say a little bit surprising that they haven't come over and had BZM with them. The track comes out from Matthew. Onto
they see Morphling under the bottom
Assassin
board.
and the Primal.
They have a decent timing here on top. Never mind. Repeating that straight away.
Is that Silver Edge? Yeah, it is on Morphling, so even more break.
More Kit Kats.
Yeah. Pushing these illusions with your own primal illusions. Now Luna and Naga Siren down bottom, not near this fight. If Sacred were to get caught, Zayats is coming over. They are maybe trying to get them cut off of the pass. They've got Boundless Strike. They'll start with that. There's the break. The BKB is popped. Zayats is going to be the first one to die. Whoa, quickly too. But they now have found themselves the Naga Siren. The Eclipse is going to be dropped down on a Boom with a BKB. Sacred running his way, but they jump in. They go for the BKB. They've got themselves the Wukong's command. They have the control on the Pulverize for a moment onto the Pangolier. They look over with the lasso. They get the kill on Katara. They're going to look for the rest. They'll look over at Sacred as well as Matthew. They've got the stun. They'll have the Gleipnir. Now the damage coming through. He'll turn his back, but he is broken. And that will be 4 dead on the side of Waska while Matthew tries to TP out and will do so.
Broken quite literally. No buybacks on the 3 cores. They have no glyph either. There's definitely one side, maybe even 2. Amazing team execution by Navi. Matthew, he's fine. He almost has his Lotus Orb, but how much will that really change at that point?
So one Ceterax is gone. Go for the second. Still 30 seconds without all 3 cores available for the side of Team Waska. They have creep still in the base.
They do. And they... Question is just, do they want to go all the way, or are they going to respect the respawn timers?
There's no Eclipse. There's no roll for a moment. Well, now it's back up. But yeah, they could just push top.
Down. Where's the comeback going to come from? Because Waska is hoping for one. Oh, they just lost the Lotus Orb.
Yeah, they lost the Lotus Orb. Zayats also, you're taking a look at the replay. As they kill off Zayats very quickly, the Gleipnir used, they get the Naga Siren, the Eclipse really doesn't do anything. I thought maybe without the Gleipnir, they might be in a little bit of trouble in terms of not having the lockdown, but they still had Lasso. They find the real Katara, they get the Lasso, they don't care about the BKB, and they have the damage, so they really cleaned it up. But they go back on Na'Vi to farm. At least on BZM, knowing he can be pretty quick to go across the map with the Simian Stride.
Yeah, and as we said, there's no rush, right? Like, your late game is infinitely better. You just can't really allow yourself to get picked off individually and give track kills away. But I would love for them to go before that courier respawns, because that Lotus Orb is a big deal.
Rolling Thunder thought about. They've got the Sentry Ward, which does have vision on Zayats. Well, they take out the Yobs, and now they run after Boom. They use the Rolling Thunder. Boom. He's got the BKB.
And won't even have to use it.
Ooh, thinks about going for the Lasso. Gleipnir now on a Sacred. They've got the break. The BKB forced out on the Bristleback.
Yeah, so that's on cooldown for 90. Do they want to go? Roshan is about to respawn in 20 seconds. They could just wait, take that, go for the clean GG. I think that's what they're going to do as well.
They do right down towards bottom, but these heroes are staying close. Especially Yuragi, who is here at the Silver Edge, cleaning up the creep wave. So Roche is back up. And BZM instead going to go through the Twin Gate to try and push top. Dark Mago only level 16. Level 15 here for this Bat Rider. Gets the Lasso. Pulls him into a Pulverize. A Boundless Strike and a kill on a Dark Mago. They do not have this Pangolier for 50 seconds, but he does have buyback.
Yeah, lots of desperation farming going on for Waska here. They don't really have too much of a choice anymore where they can go on the map.
Spike, break. Lotus is there, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. Song comes in, but it stops the Bristleback from doing damage with his Ags in that situation. They've got the track, but they're losing the racks. The boundless strike on a Matthew. The BKB popped by BZM. Lotus Orb's not going to matter here. The BKB's been popped by Kitaro, but they can just back away from this seemingly for free. The Rolling Thunder comes in with the Wukong's command. It's zoning it away. The Lucent Beam on a BZM. He's down to about half health. Throws the Gleipnir out while they're in the Wukongs. They get the kill on the Dark Mago. The right click's coming in from BZM. Now they'll drop the Eclipse, but Kitaro's dead. GG is called, and Na'Vi take game number 1.
Very convincingly, too. This was no chance for Waska whatsoever. Early game, maybe they had a tiny bit of a chance, because Uri got caught off guard once or twice, but minute 10 plus, it was all Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Great draft, great execution. We already kind of knew, though, after the draft that they were heavily favored. Like, Waska's draft looked very... I think unstable is the best word. Because they just have no real secure lockdown. Yeah, we have to see what happens when Nigma played it as well. It's just very hard to play Dota at that point. So game 2, they're definitely going to be having a better showing, because lots of things in the draft are going to change. They have to. Na'Vi, well played. Very happy with their performance. Very happy to see that they play so well together. And yeah, I don't think they have to change too much at all.
Yeah, the draft went well. We talked about the chemistry that these guys have. This was a huge fight where they turned it around. This is where I think they broke open the game. Just BZM being able to move with the Simian stride, doing everything he can to disrupt these team fights, and a little bit later on, they were blowing up Kitaro pretty quickly. They never got the benefits of track, truthfully.
Yeah. How many track hits did they even get in this game? Like 2?
4?
Maybe? 4 even? I don't even know if it was 4. Feels more like 2 or 1. Because in a lot of fights where they did get kills, he wasn't even there. There's one.
Yeah, he gets that one, but even then, this fight doesn't go well for them. And this is a good job by Puppey, too, because he's recognizing the distance he has to be far enough away, making sure his blink is available, wraps down, then back up, all the way around to get Kitaro with this Force Staff and then the lasso. So,
yeah, just overall very well executed by the whole team. Yeah, Waska, as we already said, they tried what they could with the draft they've had, and honestly, I don't think they were like getting super outplayed or anything. I just really feel like the draft was very inferior, and even when they outnumbered the enemy, it just felt that they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, they felt very disjointed in the Waska lineup, but this just went so well for the side of Na'Vi. You see that GG call, and I'm gonna go and say that BZM to me is my standout player. I didn't know his stat line before. I know it's cherry picking with the 10-1 and 17.
But Puppey's 5-1 and 16.
True, Puppey did have a great game. His lassos were on point. I think his participation was really good. I think they could share it. They'd certainly do so, yeah.
Like in the Olympia, when you shared a gold medal?
Like the pole vaulters a couple years back.
Yeah.
Might as well share it. But that was, yeah, that was really good. BZM, the standout player, 84% kill participation. And Puppey, there we go. Thanks, guys.
Oh, there we go. The shared
production. Thank you.
Production. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Much appreciated. Wow, seriously.
We have the technology.
Game from both of them.
Yeah.
I didn't know Puppey's Bad Rider is so good, to be honest. I haven't really seen him play it too much. It feels like everyone now has suddenly just got a Bad Rider. Nobody who plays Bad Rider just looks good.
It's a really good hero. I think he can play very aggressive. It fits some play styles that I think a lot of people like in the laning phase, and it's shown to be very strong still. This hero never really totally out of the meta, and Na'Vi take game 1 over Team Waska. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it'll be game number 2 between these two teams. We'll see you in a moment. Stay tuned.
I'm here with Kataro from Team Waska, and we're going to have a little conversation about how they are looking to come into this year. Kataro, firstly, welcome to the interview. How are you doing?
Hello, yeah, I'm fine. I'm really a bit nervous.
Good, good. Hopefully we can dispel those. Obviously, you guys came into this event and post-international, the Team Waska, they lost their organization, right? They lost their sponsorship. And I understand you guys have self-funded a boot camp is it in Brazil?
Yeah, I was in Brazil, in boot camp, Fortaleza.
And that was off your own backs?
Yes.
So why was it so important for you guys to boot camp and be in Brazil through these qualifiers and in the lead up to this tournament?
I was the last player, yeah. Before me was Parker, but he left the team, Heroic. So they saw me, yeah. So see if I can join with the team, right? So I take the fly and go the bootcamp. Right?
Cool. So how was it joining the team? You know, what was it like to join these guys who have been playing together?
Yeah, it was really funny because I was team X team with the Adomi and Matthew. Yeah, I really like it, this thing.
Yeah, I mean the Peruvian scene. You know, you guys all know each other, right? Like it's very close. I mean, Peru is the most represented country at this event. Why do you think that is?
I think it's very famous, the game, the Dota 2 in Peru.
So what's it been like? Have you gotten to kind of speak to a lot of the other Peruvians yet? Have you seen them around?
With the team Infinity, beastcoast, Heroic, well, Whisper is here too. Yeah, they are my friends.
What are the kind of challenges which have affected the Peru region? I know that there's some issues with the servers. You guys like to play on the Western EU server, correct?
Well, we have tenemos muchos griefers, yeah, in the region. So that's the point. Yeah, we are playing now in Europe server or NA. Yeah, tratamos de escapar de la región, del río. So yeah.
Is the ping okay from Peru to NA or Peru to Western EU?
I think it's okay for the professional players. Yeah, I can play in EU from Peru. I'm playing around 116 ping, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're alright with that?
16, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine.
What's your opinion on the meta right now, how the game is played?
I really like the meta because now the carry is very active. Yeah, he buy Glipney, he buy early BKB. I really like the heroes. Wind Ranger, Laundry, MP. Yeah.
So, do you think the patches changed that at all?
I don't think so. I think we will play the same heroes.
Same heroes. No changes then. You don't think they nerfed Gleipnir very much?
Yeah, I think right now it's a very really bad item. The item is too expensive and it's actually nerfed, so I think the item is dead. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So it'll be a little bit of changes. Do you think this will mean that melee carries could maybe come back or not? Still no.
Yeah, Anti-Mesh is buffed, I think. Jaggers too, so I really like his heroes. Slar too, Alchemist, I think Alchemist is back.
What's your goal for this event, for Wallachia Season 2?
Yeah, I want to get at least top 4. Yeah, with my team.
Cool. All right, Kataro, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at the event.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back, folks. It's PGL Wallachia Season 2 with game number 2 between Navi and Waska. Team Waska, that is. And I am very excited as we are going to see another Navi game and another Waska game. I like both these teams, but game number 1, unfortunately, went the way of Navi pretty simply. It was just cut and dry, cut and paste. They did it. They were dominant pretty much the entire time. And Waska need to really look to clean it up, because I don't think they get away with a performance like that again for sure. On top of the fact that you just do not want to be in the O2 bracket.
Yeah,
at all.
Definitely want to avoid that as much as you can. It really just all comes down to the draft. They need to be having, a little bit more of an even playing field. Like, you can't be at such a big disadvantage right off the gate. It's a lot of mental pressure as well. Like, if you know that the lanes are going to be tough, like, there's not much you can do about it. You know, you drafted yourself into the corner. This time around, are we going to see anything different? Or is it just kind of like the new philosophy they have after yesterday against the Tundra game, maybe? Because Tundra did kind of rush them down in both of the games.
Right. Definitely wondering here how they'll go about it as the bans right now. Timber's been a ban pretty much exclusively. And they go Shadow Demon first for Na'Vi. And how will Waska respond? We've seen the Shadow Demon. Feels pretty strong still. I mean, this hero always finds a way.
Always does. I mean, Shadow Demon is an amazing support. He has been for a long time.
So what do they do here when thinking about it? And what will their answer be? Is they'll start to dip into the reserve for a split second while they go for Pangolier. For most likely Dark Mago again. But dangerous to just go back to that again after the last game.
Yeah, we haven't seen the best or the most Pango success today. It's been pretty rough around the edges.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is very interesting because on the first day it was much better. I guess people didn't really try to counter him as much. One of the bigger reasons. But yeah, he's been getting absolutely destroyed.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see what the next ban is here as they get rid of the gyrocopter. You'd assume that Luna is the ban next for Waska, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very cookie cutter combo that we've seen since forever. Would definitely make a lot of sense. Although I don't really know how many people really like this combo anymore. We'll see. You know, it's old, true, and tried.
Monkey King ban. They want to open up Dark Mago's lane as much as possible.
Yeah, so no Luna ban. If they want to go into it, here's a chance.
What about Sand King for Na'Vi?
Also works, of course. Is a very strong hero in the current meta. We all know him. It's a solid pick. Gives you stun. Pick off. Dark Willow. Okay. Well, one of the strongest supports in the entire game.
Commit to the support duo of Shadow Demon and Dark Willow, I think, is very strong.
Yeah, I have to agree.
10 seconds remaining.
That feels really good for them.
5 seconds remaining.
It's having it one game, winning with it. Trying to stay relaxed during the draft. That's the name of the game. Not stress out down 1-0.
Well, we've seen reverse sweeps happen pretty much all day yesterday and today.
We have a lot. Beastmaster gets picked up here. This is definitely feeling like one of those Beastmasters that, in my opinion, you just go Ags and slom it up. At least right now. Till they end up queuing up Helm. 8 of 12 on the win rate. Just about. Right? No.
Right? Yes. Yes. Oh, he's laughing. It's never good when a player's laughing.
That's the stats I need. How many times has a laughing player gotten the pick they wanted and won the game?
Well, I can't really tell you much about it because my hero was pretty much first picked every game. Ice was the guy that had the last laugh always.
Give him his Timber. Alchemist, okay.
Yeah. Alright, Elk against Beast. Okay. A little bit scary, but can definitely work. I mean, Alchemist is just a top tier carry this patch, so can't really ever go wrong with him.
He is, but I'm worried about the lockdown that they have with just Roar, Terrorize. You can avoid the stun with a good disruption. I'm not entirely sold on it.
Yeah, it's not the easiest Alchemist game, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They got
Not
plenty
really
of good
sold.
answers to it already.
Radiant team pick.
Warlock, okay.
Warlock Alchemist. That's like 2019 right here. Jeez.
So what do you do in response to this? Needing your safe laner, needing your mid. Wonder what they're pointing and asking. Alright, Puck makes sense. Silence can be rough to deal with. The Dream Coil is even more locked down.
Against
Be
Alchemist,
stressful.
though, Puck has never been that good. Because of low armor, and there's still a chance that they actually just put the Puck, the Alchemist against the Puck. And Puck really doesn't like that. Although we haven't really seen a mid-Alch in quite a while.
For the most part, it's been safe lane. Just try to ban to protect it. Ban the Huskar. Get that out of here. I think the stats had said it gets banned a lot in the last phase, which is no surprise. It's one of those gotcha picks.
Yeah, get that out of here. Who wants to see Huskar? I do.
I like Huskar. Truthfully. I'm a Huskar enjoyer. What can they pick up here for both sides? As it looks as though it'll be an offlaner needed for Waska. But you never know.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're definitely a pretty crazy team. Just busting on a bounty hunter like that. What do you think about Warlock? I feel like in his current meta, he's... on the one hand, his upheaval is insane, of course, but the golem cooldown is really long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm very on the edge
10 seconds.
about Warlock.
Not sold on it yet. Haven't seen it too much, so definitely interested to see what it accomplishes in a game like this. You never know. Maybe it's something cool.
Yeah, Fatal Bond has always been a cool spell as well. I just worry a bit that he might be too slow of a hero for his current meta.
Right. Well, I know it was picked up, I think, day 1.
How did it do?
If I recall correctly, it was picked up twice by Alliance, and twice it won. It got played with Pudge. That was a safe lane Pudge, if I recall correctly. And it was Nature's Prophet, Warlock, Pudge, Tusk, Enigma. And then the second time was Luna, Centaur, Hoodwink, Warlock, Timber.
Alright, so maybe Warlock isn't actually as bad as I thought it is.
I don't think so. I don't think it's that bad.
Okay, I'm very excited to see him in action then. Because yeah, it's been a while since I've seen him.
Right. You'll have to see. And the Nature's Prophet feels pretty good too. I think this is a push-heavy mobile lineup that attacks early.
Yeah, they definitely want to put the pressure onto the Alchemist early on.
And Enigma's that final pick.
Okay. Summons against summons on the safe lane.
With even more summons. With Yadomi. Technically.
I mean, everybody likes
the
the summoning
golems.
party. And Beastmaster too. There's actually so many summons in this game. And illusions.
All right. Well, you're looking at these lineups. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Waska's draft. It strikes me as pretty slow, to be honest. Now with Warlock and Enigma, that's pretty long cooldowns. If you want to fight as 4, where's the damage going to come from?
Right.
Because Na'Vi, they got Puck, they got Prophet. They're going to be outnumbering you like mad. I'm not sure. If they can weather the storm for a while and let Alchemist free farm, they can definitely easily take this game. As Alchemist can, you know, when he just snowballs a game. But I don't know how possible that is. The lane won't be super easy. I think I'm like a Na'Vi.
If the lanes go well enough, though, I feel like their mid game does hit pretty hard, eh? Like, this could be very strong. And we'll see. I think that if they get out of the laning phase doing okay, we could see them have a strong point. But you're right. I think the laning phase, if it goes really bad, is a huge issue.
Yeah,
so.
Especially with that Prophet. He should be having a pretty good lane against Enigma. And then if he just TP's top, gank the Alchemist, or maybe help out with the Puck, you know, there's lots of potential targets for him to bully on this map.
Right.
Yeah. We'll have to see how it all plays out, though. Last time we've seen a Prophet safe lane, it didn't go that well for him.
I guess we'll see. See if there's any first blood. We'll see if there's a fight. Because we haven't seen too many fights that have resulted in like a crazy explosion of damage. We have seen a little bit of poke that ends up turning into like a first blood here and there.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's see. Let us see.
Looks like a pretty even 2-2 split here. Should be nothing crazy. Level 1. I actually feel like Daya is a little bit stronger. Or quite a bit stronger, actually. So, now we should be very happy with the 2-2 split. Might be actually 3 runes on Waska's side.
The battle begins.
Going for it. 2 so far for Waska. 2 for Na'Vi.
Almost 3.
Away. Almost.
Puck managed to snatch that one.
See how BZM does on this Puck up against Pango. How does this matchup feel for you?
It's pretty easy for Pango. Just because Puck has so low armor. I say that, he has 3 armor now. When is all this happening? Like, when did I miss that? He literally had like 0 armor a month ago. Well, probably not. But,
it's like when people just go, oh, you know, that was 15 years ago, back in 2010.
No, it wasn't that long.
Feels like it's kind of, you know, everybody was like, oh, I thought it was just 2005.
Well, but yeah, Puck can't really deny creeps against Pangolier. He's sitting at 63 damage as opposed to 55. You're melee, you got Quelling Blade. This should be a very good Pango game on paper.
Right.
But of course, in mid game, Puck always counters you with the silence, with the coil. Pretty annoying.
Any of these lanes really sticking out at you?
Not really. I'm just wondering how bot lane is gonna go, cause they don't really have the best way of dealing with Eidolons, and Eidolons can actually deal with the big treant pretty easily. So maybe that is a good answer to Prophet.
Right now things are pretty quiet, but Waska games have stayed quiet before. Cogs. Into a disruption, but you're dealing with these Eidolons. You've got the Malefice for level 2. Some Sprout action bottom. Nothing crazy just yet. I like it, you know, things are quiet, just let everybody farm, right? It's the agreed upon, it's agreement.
Yeah, it's like a strategy game when you have like a no rush timer. Everyone just builds up economy. Okay,
That's all I
guys,
gotta
in
do.
20 minutes we can.
Yeah, we'll fight. Yeah. Maybe you'll see that on like a StarCraft game or something like that. Stun thrown over onto the Beastmaster, which is Helm of the Dominator build, by the way.
Interesting.
So will be the Helm build. I don't know if I hate that. I don't hate it either way. It's not. I think that's the wrong word for me to be saying about it. But I'm interested to see. I really wish we could ask. Just middle of the game.
I mean, we're getting brain chips ready, right? Maybe in a couple of years.
I'm not getting one. I refuse.
Yeah, same.
BZM avoiding that tower shot mid to Dark Mago while over top Zayats is eating some damage.
Yeah, no real danger though. Always got that Shadow Realm.
Yeah, he had the Illusory Orb out, went to the jump with the phase shift, everything easy peasy and lemon squeezy. And actually jumps under the tower this time, but again, just a quick little phase shift. They're playing on opposite sides of the lane, which I find
he
to be
did that
very
to regain some mana and health. You can keep doing that actually, because every time you disjoint an attack, you get health back.
Right. Okay.
Puck-ish.
I'm a bit peckish. Only 3 and 2 for the Pangolier, and he's doing much better. Dark Mago having a much more fun time. Ooh, body blocks from the Treant. That allows BZM to steal that water rune. Oh, no. Oh, is it value? Shadow Realm, Zayats, all right. It is value, because he picks up the other water rune. Bottom lane, too. Puppy's low. Nobody's got first blood just yet. And we're 5 minutes in just about. And things are pretty quiet. BZM, again, just eating some damage.
No orb now. This could be 5 seconds on a swashbuckle. Do they know the cooldowns?
Definitely need to be careful. He's got a Lotus Petal, though.
Oh, somebody gave it to him. Oh, yeah.
Oy, there's the Lotus, but he got the first blood. That's playing with fire. That is really playing with fire. And got burned.
Yeah, didn't use the Lotus in time. Probably could have lived there. But yeah, that's the Pango damage against low armor heroes.
Warlock going bottom, by the way. Roche going top. Takes out the obs and definitely... Oh, okay, Courier just walking under the tower. Disruption, Dark Willow coming over, Battery Assault, and now they go with the Cogs. They've got the Brambles down as the Fatal Bonds are onto the Shadow Demon, but not much more. I mean, hero-wise. And we end up seeing a trade. Well,
and we also
a trade in the fact that BZM died and then they got the bottom. Yeah, that's no surprise.
Really isn't. Oh, roll coming through as a fast one. Speed car. Oh my gosh. That's
got Yuragi. And he's got the easy turn with this Thunderbolt. Well, get the kill on Yuragi. Easily done. 1,000 net worth lead here for Waska. That's
well,
not great to lose BZM and then you lose Yuragi. You really don't want to be in that situation. I guess your saving grace right now is your offlaner in Beastmaster, who's getting a good amount of farm.
Yeah, but that's a snowball coming from the mid lane too, right? If he doesn't get the solo kill, he doesn't have level 6 there, he can't rotate bottom. That is a Dota for you.
Oh god, they take this tower so quickly. Boar, the Treants, a siege creep, and then just having that TP in with Boom right there. They get that. And Zayats comes over. Blood Grenade. Kataro, Waning Rift. They've got the silence. He's not level 6 yet. One more right click unneeded as Zayats, I believe, gets the kill with the Blood Grenade damage and will TP back to the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, as well as stack this camp, hoping to give that extra gold over to the Beastmaster to get him into everything that he wants quickly, and we will see both supports do the same. They are mirroring each other.
Yep,
Naga
got the
in this
dominate
game,
out
but there
already.
is a mirror image.
A mirror image. But how is that possible, B-Cup? There's no Naga Siren here.
True.
We're looking for a coil. Oh, got it. Break. Roar.
Do they? Yeah, they've got the roar. They've lined it up together. The axes are there. Dark Mago is dead, and this is now all of a sudden Na'Vi coming and getting it together.
Yeah, almost couldn't reach because it doesn't have boots on a boom. But ultimately, it's a tower trade. Lost the heroes we really don't want to lose though in the Pango and the Alchemist.
And this tier 1's going to go down. Also, by the way, Sacred going into the pipe. We've seen this build for Enigmas before where you're not going into the Blink BKB combo.
Yeah, it's a very team-oriented build. I gotta say, I like it, but only if it works. Ooh, there's a fast. Oh, the Cox almost beat them, but now...
Almost. Now they're going to have the follow-up stun. He's got 12 wand charges and a Lotus. There's nobody coming, though, so he might as well hold it. Meanwhile, Yadomi is dead. I was going to say where they're at, it looks like they're getting a tier 2, but the tier 1 is still up. I'll grab this tier 1, though.
Pretty easy. But we see, again, Prophet is struggling quite badly in terms of net worth.
But still effective.
Still effective. That big tree takes no prisoners.
Yeah, not really. Beastmaster now drums next. Probably the Boots of Bearing to follow up afterwards. Need some of that Wrath of Nature gold to come in and farm as best you can. And they've also got the Shadow Demon continuing to stack. So there are stacks around the map for the side of the Radiant and Na'Vi. We'll see who ends up wanting to take them.
Yeah, they got quite a lot of heroes that can.
And
so
Yadomi...
distribute the money to.
Yadomi, by the way, has the Black Grimoire. Holding on to that. Hero kills and assists empower the Black Grimoire, granting it charges. So consume it to get 250 experience per charge. Unfortunately, Warlock, 0, 1, and 0.
So, that's a grand total of 250 XP.
Yeah, unfortunately. Stacks are on your screen. You've got 9 to 8. I just realized, and I've been working with this production for a while, that you guys have the totals down there. I'm always doing the math. But I didn't realize that the total number is right there. Hook shot comes in, that hits onto the Dark Willow, who goes into the Shadow Realm. Boom coming over as Alex around the Bramble Maze gets on to Matthew. They have Alchemist looking for the stun. They've got the vision on the high ground, so they will throw that stun out there. Dark Mago hit with Waning Rift. They'll go and try and heal him up, but they've got the Dream Coil on to the Cogs pulling. Boom. Yadomi with the upheaval. If they can get these kills, they can get him some of the Black Grimoire. But nobody's dying just yet. The Illusory Orb. They'll get Yadomi and Matthew. They look for the Terrorize. It lands on the Alchemist. Sacred walking over. They know he's got Black Hole. They need to be careful. He might just drop it on BZM, and he does. And they will get a kill on a BZM. They look over at Sacred. That's going to cost him his life, though. It's a 3-for-1. Dark Mago just escapes, and Na'Vi come out ahead. Was that a Black Grimoire charge? It was. So he's got two.
It was. Yep. Well, finally got that off the bucket list. So close. So close. But again, nice.
A lot of gold for Yuragi.
Here we see the replay again. Look at Dark Mago too. Like, after this orb, he's going to throw out one more into the Pango, and he survives to like, I don't know, 10 health or so. If he dies there, I don't even think Puck will go down the black hole.
Well,
everything is real tight here.
Yeah.
The black hole.
You can see Sacred just like, all right, I want BZM.
Now look at that orb. Just barely not enough damage.
Well, if Dark Mago dies prior to that, he doesn't get bounced up by the Rolling Thunder, and then probably doesn't get hit by that black hole anyway, and then Sacred just dies. It's definitely a game of inches right there.
I was about to say the same thing. A game of inches. And it's also a game of Dead Alchemist. Maybe Coil is up.
Oh boy, he's TPing out. They need a coil. Oh, Bramble Maze. That stops the TP. The Illusory Orb. He does not have his ult anymore. The Waning Rift, the Dream Coil. He's going to snap it. No, he tries to stay and withstand. The Bedlam will get the kill for Zayats. Dark Mago, though, with a defusal inhibiting Zayats. They get the kill there onto the Dark World. They're going to look over at the rest. They've got themselves a disruption trying to save this Beastmaster. But the Rolling Thunder coming through once again with the Eidolons and the Midnight Pulse. Oh, looking at Puppey. The axes are out. Puppey's gone. Boom in trouble. These heroes are all here for Waska. But Boom in the same trees. Chaotic offering. This time, Jason Voorhees is played by Warlock and his golem.
The same tree, and he also put down an ironwood tree.
Two times in one day. I have not seen that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very funny.
That is ridiculous.
Oh, gosh. Gotta love it. And that keeps us at about even. Dark Mago having a much better game this time, where he feels the availability of going into the Ags after this defusal. What was it last time? What did he go after the defusal?
Didn't he go into Crimson Guard?
Yeah.
Was it Dark Mago? Or was it in the last series? I don't remember.
He was a Pango today.
That's a big stack to take, though. And Yadomi is going to take all the juicy experience. And he did not eat the Black Grimoire yet.
So now he's got 4. That's 1,000 experience.
So at what point does it actually, like, matter? You know?
Well, the usual way that I believe Black Grimoire was used, at least originally, was you just wanted it to push a quicker 6.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But now it's 7 already and he still got it.
So now do you want to just push a quicker 12?
Or just wait until you have like 20 and you go like to level 25.
Wow.
Easy peasy. Although 250 per assist is really not that much later on.
Yeah. Like it would put him up a level. Oh, he used it. No, he didn't use it. It's just out of his neutral slot. Sorry. I spoke too quickly.
So now it's 900 experience. You would get 1 level from this.
I thought it was like the Grigri. The roll, the hook shot coming through Zayats into the Shadow Realm. They've got Sacred walking forward. He's got Black Hole. He's looking for his moment, but there's the silence. He can't turn just yet. The Dream Coils drop. Puppey's dead, but can they get more? Terrorize connects. That means it's going to snap on a Sacred. The Illusory Orb touches him. Black Hole in anticipation. Oh, dear. It's fine, though. They got 3. Nobody's dying here on the side of Waska.
Yeah, another massive teamfight winner. You don't have to damage
them. Cogs pushing, Waning Rift, Illusory Orb jaunting the other way, and
Matthew's dead.
Yuragi, I thought maybe he'd show up. Matthew's gonna die. They see Yadomi on the edge of the Illusory Orb. I thought maybe he'd go to get Dark Mago. He's got the Mjolnir. That was not a good fight for Navi.
It was not. No, that was the wrong time to invade.
But now Black Hole's
damage without Yuragi.
Black Hole
wasn't part of the fight, was
back down. I don't think so.
Yeah, without him, you can't fight. You are a big part of all the damage with that Mjolnir. Or as the educated people would say, Mjolnir.
I'm not a Mjolnir guy. I'm a Mjolnir guy.
Me too.
Beastmaster going Crimson next. BKB afterwards. No Boots of Bearing just yet. Alchemist, though, Radiance. And the Phase Boots going into the BKB, as well as has this Blink Dagger delivered.
Are we liking what we're seeing here? Alchemist is pretty rich. Though
it's definitely a power spike.
Not the biggest amount ever. He needs that BKB to feel really survivable in fights. Because Mjolnir is going to trigger a lot. With that Radiance, with the Acid Spray. There'll be lots of small instances of damage.
When do you want to go, though? Is it on the wait for this BKB for Boom, or is it the Crimson Guard you want? Do you want the Hurricane Pike in full here for Yuragi instead? Or are you okay with just the Lance? BZM wants a Blink Dagger now, so he's got the Witchblade, but he's going into a mobility item as a mobility hero. Matthew looking for the hook shot, but BZM actually in a pretty solid spot behind these creeps to avoid it. Now Matthew trying to set up again. Oh! Matthew!
Tip him back, tip him back. Yep, there it is.
Poof.
Had to do it.
No, that was, I liked it. That was chef's kiss. Mwah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
3,000 net worth lead now. And BKB soon for Katara. They're letting this out get a lot out of the map. Battle MOUZ to clean up the creeps.
Yeah, he's getting
Path
pretty
of Nature
huge.
just flew out. Blink stun into the Shadow Realm. Matthew doesn't have hook shot, just use bottom. But is it enough? Sacred, he's got that pipe. He's going for the Blink Dagger now. And the supports are all pretty equally farmed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You've got Blink next for the Willow. Shadow Demon with the Arcane Boots going into the Glimmer. And the Crimson finished for the Beastmaster. Blink soon for Puck. I wonder if... I really do wonder if that's enough. Because the Ags has been picked up for Dark Mago as well. Uh-oh. Puppy.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Rocket.
Yeah, he spotted.
And
Hook shot. That well, that connected. Kind of changed direction on my screen a little bit. Trying to hope for a Roche death, but won't get it. Do you fight without your Shadow Demon now? You are smoked up.
yeah, it's a scary time for Na'Vi. Like, look at the levels on the Dire side. 11 on the Warlock. He still has 9 book charges too. Matthew's level 11, almost Orchid done. There's no way for Puck to dispel that. Matthew is going to be a huge, huge problem.
They're going to have Greaves soon from Warlock, too. Ooh, Kataro losing that Sanjinyasha. Trying to go without the BKB and go Sanjinyasha instead. They start to come over. This Dark Willow does have Blink Dagger for maybe a Terrorize. You can see, though, Enigma waiting in the back end of Roche. They evacuate the pit. This is Roche with 3,000 health left on it. They have evacuated. The Eidolons will be gone. They won't have that information anymore. They start to smoke on the way back. The blink into this Bramble Maze. They do have Chaotic Offering, but it's going to be avoided by this Puck. The Rolling Thunder in, but they will still kill Zayats. They hit the hook shot. Oh boy. Roche also going bottom. This is a little bit of a disjoint on this fight. They'll go to the Primal Roar. They need to be careful. Kataro trying to output some damage, but he doesn't have his ult. The Waning Rift on the 3 pulls them all in. The Dream Coil, the Black Hole, it's going to be on a BZM, but is it going to be enough? They found themselves the Fatal Bonds on all these heroes on the side of Na'Vi. They need to be careful. Yodomi and Dark Mago are dead, but BZM, he don't care. He goes back in. They've got the stun on Kataro. They get the Waning Rift. They're trying to get the kill on this Enigma. They will finish off Sacred. Here comes BZM for more. They TP in on Yuragi. They'll look over at Kataro, who's inside the Sprout, alive. Thank you, Chemical Rage. He'll stun himself, however. They'll still get the kill. Matthew on the run. He's trying to TP out. Nobody sees him, but it's a one fight here for Na'Vi.
That's a massive one. They could take Roche on the back of that as well, potentially. He's half health right now. I don't know if they know that.
It's bottom, though, on the opposite side of the map.
There it is. And Prophets, TP is done cool for a while, so I guess they won't be going for that right now. BZM, though. Man, the plays he's making right now. Absolutely.
No fear.
Yeah, he's just going in. And I like it a lot, because he's really pulling in all the attention on himself. Gives so much space for his teammates to make plays.
And they are going to go for the Roche. They got it.
Yep, there we go. Easy peasy.
All of a sudden, this game has kind of turned on its head, and I kind of want to say, I mean, he wouldn't have had it either way, in my opinion, because of the Courier dying, but we don't know if the timing would have been the same if he just went BKB instead of this Sanjinyasha. Courier's back up. But would he have had the gold prior, where the Courier's coming out at a different timing? My math, I don't know.
Sanjin Yasha.
Yeah, he went Sanjin Yasha instead of the BKB.
Yasha, wow. Yeah.
But they killed the courier on its way, and then they didn't have that, and they didn't have BKB either because he chose to go to the Sanjin Yasha. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
like
That item choice, that one moment could just be where it turns around.
Yeah. I think if you had Sanjin Yasha, the fight actually goes quite a bit differently.
If you had BKB, the fight goes differently as well.
I agree. I'm a big BKB fan.
Clockwork, god damn.
Big BKB fan personally. You know me.
Yeah.
I like safety.
I do, you know me. BKB next for Yuragi. And they are going to get this Tormentor as well. They soak a lot with all these creeps. But BZM taking a good amount of damage. They also get the Shard. That's going to be the upgrade to the Cursed Crown. Hook shot, a whiff, and a tier 2 miss.
And now suddenly, a 6k gold lead against an Alchemist.
Yeah.
That is really not what you want to see. Well, luckily they can't see it. It's only us that can see it.
If you knew that information, I mean, you can do the math, right?
Yeah, you could, but it's quite hard in the middle of a game. But the question is, some games actually show you, right? For example, I don't know, do you know Age of Empires?
Mm-hmm.
So there is a score on the screen, and both players can see each other's score. And generally the player with a much higher score obviously has more economy, more whatever, right? And it's public information. Do you think Dota would change
Hook shot? Could potentially change gameplay, but Swashbuckle-ins, Zayats is dead, very quickly stunned, disruption to avoid it. They have a tier 1 to tier TP2. Chaotic Offering even committed. I assume this is also to push the wave afterwards. They are going to be able to get a kill here onto Puppey. The Rolling Thunder actually hits Yuragi. He's got the Aegis. He's got the Hurricane Pike. He's going to push away, but the sun's going to be thrown out by Katara. They're going to need to buy back here. They are in a really bad spot. They buy back on this Dark Willow. You get the first life out of Yuragi. I thought they might stay for more, but instead they back off, and Yuragi TP's right into a cog.
Yeah, I didn't want to TP in too deep. Would have been very scary otherwise.
Oh, deny? Or not?
Maybe next time.
Okay.
The one branch courier flying out. Classic.
So now no Aegis. And from 6 to 3k.
It was, again, as we know, save your friend syndrome.
Now 2 Hawks. This is always rough. Always rough. BKB for Beastmaster, wanting the Blink Dagger now. We'll have that initiation possibilities, the Blink, Roar, and then... I assume Yuragi TP's in after that. He's going into the BKB, something he was lacking in that last fight. He'll TP over bottom to continue to farm. He really wants the BKB before he goes in to fight here, which checks out, makes a lot of sense. He's about 100 gold away from it.
Yeah.
Never mind, he's got it. There it is.
Do you like this no BKB choice from Yuragi? Oh, actually, you got it.
No.
Just as I said that, he was actually flying out from the courier. I was looking at it quick, but I just saw Daedalus.
And Clockwork with this Orchid, and he had the Lotus Orb, but I get the Orchid to go and stop the puck if they catch BZM, and BZM has been a problem.
Puck has a Yules already, though, so that won't work anymore.
Charging up the stun, who are they looking for? They've got the upheaval. It's around a couple of heroes. Yuragi actually TP's into it. They go to the Primal Roar. They should be able to get the kill on a Dark Mago, but it's a black hole a little bit too late from that.
No BKB
pop. Gonna be pop. Oh, Hookshot even misses on that, though. Oh, dear. They've got the Fatal Bonds, but is this going to be enough damage? They're going after this Beastmaster. He is dead, but do they have the damage to turn this around and get some more? Half health, Chemical Rage, keeping this Alchemist healthy. They've lost 2. On the side of Na'Vi, and a good fight again from Waska. They lose Dark Mago, though. Now they've got big cooldowns, though, so... Do Na'Vi make a move now that they've got Waska with cooldowns?
They still have the Golem, though. That's a big one. Are they looking for Alchemist? He has no ult, and Prophet can TP in any time, of course.
No
Do
dream
they have
coil,
damage
though.
is the question. He has the Iron Talon, so of course he can chop the tree. If he goes next wave, I think they'll try. Oh, never mind. Rage is off cooldown. No chance to get him.
Blink away anyway. TPing towards bottom. Matthew gonna try and get something from the Lotus pool. And they blink. They Waning Rift. They've got the AVULUS. Probably want to make sure that he can't hook shot away from this. But they'll get the kill anyway. Puppy gets credit for that one. Yuragi showing up. Rolling Thunder. Yuragi vulnerable. BKB on cooldown. Terrorize not gonna land in time. Oh dear. They are looking to kill off this Warlock with the call, or sorry, with the roar.
They need to disengage. They can't fight. Run, 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 run. Oh, he's so fast, man.
He's also doing some damage with the Hawks and Boars, but now they've stunned themselves on the Alchemist.
Yeah, man, disengage with the rest. This Alchemist right now is a real problem. They don't have the damage to kill him. He just deals way too much damage in those team fights. And the problem is you can't really focus him because then Pango and the whole of his team just has too much free reign. Especially the Warlock in the backline with the upheaval is so annoying.
It really is annoying. Upheaval is annoying. The hook shot in a potentially a black hole, really annoying for Na'Vi, but really great for Waska. Waska keeping it close. Ag's next for the puck, looking for that Dream Coil rapid fire. Basher next for Pangolier. Just looking at these items, and Yuragi's going to want the Daedalus. He wants to output that damage. However, a few times we've seen him in these big fights. Well, one was over in the triangle of the Dire he wasn't at. And that one right there, he dies very quickly.
Yeah, good news for him, though, is that Alchemist did not go into a Basher, so
but
Pango will be able to stand his ground. Almost got a full Bloodthorn, though, on the Elk. That's going to be a lot of damage if you don't have your BKB or Dispel ready.
Elk, not even using the Orchid yet, just want it to be a full Bloodthorn. Doesn't want to show it off at all.
That's going to be a huge item on him.
Next round,
all that juicy attack speed.
So it will be top for 5 seconds, then it'll be back bottom. They smoke up on the side of Waska. They're going towards BZM. And now they decide to go the other way. They decide to go bottom. Maybe feeling a sense that this Roche is up potentially, and it'll be bottom. They want to set up there. They do have a push coming in top, though. How long will they linger? And they've got an amplified damage near this Alchemist. If he wants to go pick it up, and he can, and he will.
Oh, yeah. That could be a fast Roche, potentially. With the Bloodthorn now, too.
Yeah, Zatsy's Roche. They're rocket flaring to clean it up, but isn't enough.
Well, they're not really looking to go for Roche, I guess.
No, not yet. They haven't committed
just
yet.
Around? I think they could. Although they're all there already, so it is risky. They could raw burst the Alchemist potentially. They don't have the greatest save healers, and he's not very tanky on the Elk. But they need the Prophet to be there straight away. If he TP's in, they don't have the damage.
Daedalus finished off.
Yeah, that's the damage infusion they needed.
They're gonna need him to show up soon. Enigma no Blink Dagger still has a Crimson Guard and a pipe. Ooh.
Still managed to get off some pretty decent black holes though.
Rolling Thunder thought about for a second. Some damage onto Roche. They'll move up north. Maybe looking for a wraparound. Maybe looking... Do they have another smoke? They don't. Yuragi buying is... they're, you know, farming as much as they're going to let him.
Yeah, I mean, he's the big winner now. Because they're not really farming on the diet too much.
But he has to farm and he can't TP, otherwise that'll be on cooldown for 20 seconds, and he doesn't want to be caught without it. Bramble Maze is down, roll up is used, Curse Crown, that's going to be purged off. Now they've got Yuragi coming in. Oh, almost spotted there. That would have been a terrible spot for him to be picked up by this Pangolier, but Roche is dying. Aegis in the hands of Kataro. Can they get something afterwards? Shadow Demon off to the side. The hook shot lands. That's going to be through on a Puppy. He's inside the cogs. They've got the Curse Crown. They go to the Dream Coil. It's going to be on a 2. They get the kill on a Puppy. They're going to look and throw down the Chaotic Offer, and the Terra is going to be on the 3 heroes within the Dream Coils. 2 of them. They're snapped for a moment on Matthew, but they're still alive. They bought back on Puppy. They start to disengage. The Warlock Yodomi, he tries to TP out. They've got Yules. It won't be used on himself, so they'll have the Orkin. Matthew throws the cogs out. They've got Yuragi TPing in, who will 3-shot Yodomi. They've got the Curse Crown that pops and the Brambles around him. The TP attempt, but the damage is there. They'll get themselves a second.
So, I think they're still pretty happy with that, taking the Aegis away from Na'Vi and not dying with it. Both supports lost their life, but it could have been much worse than that.
No black hole is expanded in that fight either.
The late game is looking very scary though. Like the puck is beginning to scale quite nicely. Gonna have his axe soon as well. Prophet is dealing a ton of damage. And then of course we have the Beastmaster with all his nice auras, who now finish up a Blink. So Blink Roar is a big threat. Alchemist will not be tanky. He has no AC, he has no armor items. If he gets caught, he dies in seconds.
They just have to be able to rip through his regen that he gets from Chemical Rage.
Yeah, and it also gets amplified.
Another Tormentor taken here. And you've got Curse of the Old Growth now. And at some point, Yuragi, he'll get 25 and probably have that removed teleportation cooldown. So then he can really start ratting you out.
Yeah, that one's always huge. Especially with this new barrier it adds. Like 250 barrier is no joke if you repeatedly do it.
But for Waska, if Yuragi starts ratting them out, they'll be under the assumption that snitches get stitches. They'll try and take them out. So, see if they can do that. They've got a lot of time with this Aegis, another 3 minutes. Ags being built by Alchemist.
And who's it gonna go to?
He's gonna end up keeping his phase boots. But I would think that you could theoretically just go like some sort of armor item and get rid of your phase boots. Hook shot misses, Rolling Thunder comes in. It does land on the Dark Willow, who is going to be caught and killed. So Zayats get caught. Oh, Black Hole. It's on a BZM. Can he get out? Phase shift, trying to leave. Can he blink away? No. Cogs are there. BZM, he's dead. Tipped again by Matthew, and 2 kills. You just cannot be given up like that.
Yeah, it's been a tipping war between the two. Even if they didn't kill each other, they just... it's on, you know? What? How dare you tip me?
Who does this Ags go to first? Is it just going to be straight up Warlock? Or is it going to be Enigma?
Well, if you want to give the money back to Pango, you can give it to him.
Yeah, you could, and then he just gets Basher.
Yeah. I think it could be worth. I mean, Warlock isn't bad, but is it going to be game-changing? Because I think Pango might actually be game-changing.
The Basher, yeah.
Yeah, or the full Abyssal, even if he wants to. What, to Matthew?
Okay. Overclocking.
I didn't expect that one. That's like the last axe I expected.
Also trying
getting the Berserk Potion. That one's also great.
Also trying to have this upheaval down when he does that, because he's got that talent, the 10 upheaval attack speed per second on allies. The maximum of 70, but 70's a lot.
Especially for an Alchemist.
There's the AC now for Yuragi, and I like this AC. They've got that coupled with the Crimson Guard. Beastmaster still has an AC queued up himself. Is it too late to just go Ags and get the Drums of Salam, look for a little bit of a damage boost?
Yeah, I think it's a little too late. I would like to see... Well, I was going to say Refresher, but he doesn't have the mana pool for that.
Ags finished for Puck. He wants the BKB now.
Let's see what
Yuragi's ahead of the Auk in farm.
He is, yeah. But it's also because he gave an axe away, of course.
Yeah.
But still, he's farming really well. How much longer on the Aegis? 5 seconds?
Doesn't have TP for 12, so they're not able to get it on this anyway.
What does Penguin have? Does he have his Basher yet? Should be flying out on... Did he go for it? No.
No, I think he went to Disperser instead.
Interesting.
He's got Disperser and Lincolns.
Time is really gonna puck. That's really good for the coil. Now all he needs is level 25. 25 puck is a game changer, for sure.
Currently level 22. Profit, by the way, 25 watch on him. He's about to be 24.
You know, I'm a little bit scared. I don't know if Alchemist can fight the Prophet anymore once he has Satanic.
When he, yeah. Well, the only issue is if Yuragi gets Satanic and he doesn't have buyback, I don't really think it matters. If you kill him once and doesn't have buyback, I think you just win the game.
Yeah.
Boom, in trouble. Oh, still in trouble. They've got the Bloodthorn, Terrorize, that's going to land on Kataro, so they're not going to have the lockdown. The Black Hole was held, thinking that maybe they could just get this kill. They go to the Primal Roar after the Chaotic Offering. The BKB's going to run out in a moment on Boom. The chase is on. There it is. It's run out, and so has his time alive this go around. Good shot. All right. Couple of rocket flares coming through.
I like the fact that they just disengaged, though.
Yeah, they disengaged pretty well. Dark Willow, though.
No need to risk anything.
Oy. Oh!
Didn't
even need the bash. Just gets the kill straight up. Doesn't have a basher. Who needs it?
Indeed.
They're going. Yeah, they've got Puppy, too. They are... Na'Vi are just letting this game go by the wayside at the moment. There's still Black Hole. And they're going to be able to push with these rocket flares, with the Golem, with Alchemist. Yuragi, again, just electing to try and push, but he's not going after it too heavily. Is this another Ags next for Alchemist? No, he's going to go Overwhelming Blink.
Overwhelming Blink, yeah.
That's no, never mind. He's going into the Abyssal Blade. I take that.
That is a much better choice. Yep, I like that. He needs that Abyssal. Matthew is pretty damn beefy now with that free axe. All the health he got from that.
Charging up the stun, hook shot deep, going for Yuragi. The BKB is going to be popped. And now, all of a sudden, is he in too deep? They'll try to get this kill on a Kataro, but he pops the BKB. They've got the Terrorize as well as the Dream Coil that's going to send him back. They've got the fear of the right clicks coming out from this Dream Coil. A couple of heroes are low. Yadomi ends up dead. The Rolling Thunder's going to run out in a minute. They've got the Cursed Crown, but the Lotus Orb purges that off. It's not going to explode. Orchid from Matthews, swashbuckle in. The bash lands on a BZM. The Yule's up into the air. They're trying to get the stun, but it's going to throw it over onto Boom instead. The right click the silence. BZM is dead. He doesn't have buyback. Where is Yuragi? He's in the base right now. They don't have their damage dealer in the front lines for them. And when will they? Yuragi thinking about TPing him. Oh, they timed it! They had the rocket flare, the hook shot. They caught Yuragi. They go to the Black Hole. This is looking like it could be it if he doesn't have buyback, but he does, thankfully, for the side of Na'Vi. They'll go after Boom. They've got this Beastmaster. They'll get the kill. They're both forced to buy back. Oh, well, dear.
Puppy loaded the back, though.
TP's right in. They'll go for Dark Mago, who's rolled up. Kataro coming again with Chemical Rage. They've got Puppy off to the side. He's going to be locked into the cogs. The right click's coming in.
Yuragi.
With the Bloodthorn. Yuragi. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Oh, God. The Primal Roar is there. Yuragi trying to survive. Matthew's going to end up dead. He gets Invis. Oh, my God. He stays alive for a moment with the Glimmer Cape coming out from Puppy. Boom's going to die again, though. He's dead for 2 minutes. They're up onto the high ground. They don't have Puck, and they do not have a Glyph. Oh, my.
But they still have hope. If Yuragi dies, the game is just over.
And he almost did. The Glimmer Cape saving him.
Yeah, and then the Self-Sprout too. Yeah, that was very tight. Oh, he actually went for the Treant talent.
Okay, he went for the Treant talent, but he's not. And now he's ratting. Now
look
he's
at
got the
damage.
Treant.
Oh my God.
Oish.
That's like 300 per hit.
Oish.
What is that?
It's time to rat. Alliance may be in this tournament, but Na'Vi, they're going to be the ones who try
do the damage
to be the rack masters.
Why is it 300? Does he have like demolish?
God damn.
Let me read that.
The Treant straight up hits for 234.
Yeah, but why does the building take 300? There must be some sort of multiplier.
That is rough. Ironwood.
Reinforced units in buildings deal bonus damage to other reinforced units. Ah, okay. So it's just 50% bonus damage on top.
17,000 net worth ahead now, by the way.
Yeah, like, if they win on the back of that, that would be pretty nutty.
But now to be even more of a rat, you kind of need level 30.
Oh yeah, then you need the ultimate rat. But nobody likes that.
Alliance wants it. Oh, Aegis though. Aegis, Refresher, Cheese. I don't know how you win this game. It's got to be a perfect fight.
Yeah, but Enigma getting closer to that BKB, and then you are royally screwed.
You hope to get a roar out, but you're using it to play aggressive. But even roar is once when Refresher makes this twice. Man, that is gonna be tough. Although, one more creep wave and Puck gets 25.
All right, that is gonna be a massive change. Okay, he has it now.
Double Treant.
That's huge.
Let's see. Bottom lane, by the way. Taro also pushing it in. And backdoor, it doesn't matter. These Treants are too much.
Oh my god, it's two of them, dude.
Oh,
they can't kill them. They're 4,000 health. 4,650 health.
Bottom lane. All right, back to it. Dream Coil's going to come through. They get the kill and a boom. Clockwork's away from the fight. This Dream Coil, though, Darmago in some trouble. He's kind of low. Uragi gets the BKB off. The Chaotic Offering's going to be off the mark. They're looking for the Terrorize. That's going to land. Oh, no, actually. I believe he helped it at the last second. They get the golem out of the way, but they end up killing off Puppey, who does that buyback. Rocket Flares come in. Phase shift. Illusory Orb. Yules onto this Alchemist. They're going to buy back on Puppey finally, and now they're going to work on this mid-set of racks. Upheaval to give them that extra attack speed. Plus 10 per second. 70's the most it can be. Hearse Crown looking for the silence, trying to take out this Aegis, and they will.
They're going to have a Sprout.
Could be big, but they still have two black holes. BKB not purchased yet on the Enigma. They'll go after the Dark Willow, who needs to try and get out of this with the Yules, the Sun and the Puppey. Puppey unable to get the save. They'll get the Dark Willow. Does have buyback. Illusory Orb again. They've got the Sprout. He's going to be leashed up. The Lotus Orb's going to be out of Katara. They took out the tier 3 over mid. Guardian Greaves are popped. Now they'll look for the Rolling Thunder. Who can they find? This is an early Rolling Thunder with no target just yet. Rolling Thunder, though, there's the bash with the shield crash. BZM going to be hit up again, but no kill just yet. They're still looking for the racks, and they are going to secure them. They've got the Eidolons getting some extra hits. They've got this Roche's banner. There's the disruption onto the Alchemist, but they curse Crown.
We got a coil.
He's got the Lotus, the Bramble Maze, the coil, the damage. Oh, the damage! Oh my god, Yadomi is dead. The BKB, but he's bashed up on the shield crash. Boom's got to look for a target. He has nobody to go after. Meanwhile, the top melee racks were taken out by Uragi and the Treants, so it is getting a little bit dicey.
Na'Vi needs to play this game real slow. They need to keep summoning Treants like they are right now, kind of make the enemy respond to that, then fight 4v5. Like, there's no need to rush. Oh, look at mid lane now. Bong. Bong.
Another one.
Why is it 300 damage, dude? That is so ridiculous.
That's a lot. It is a lot.
A tower. At 4 shots the range wrecks.
Rat meta.
Man.
Also known as Ratma, if you watch the VHS series. I guess you did.
VHS series. Okay, I'll give it a look. Thanks for the recommendation.
A good horror movie selection. They're quite aggressive on Na'Vi, but they do have amplified damage in the bottle. That combined with a level 25 of the Dream Coil pierces spell a debuff immunity.
That's a lot of damage. They're all
With the
gonna
rapid
buyback
fire.
The buybacks here are going to be a big deal. Now the problem is, a straight up 5v5 fight is ridiculously difficult for them. Oh, the tree is walking up the tower.
They still have refresher shard. Like this is
boing, boing,
2,
boing,
3, and dead. Okay.
And range Rex, boing.
You know what I really think would be decent?
Dude, the range Rex.
The Wrath of Nature upgrade with the Axe, maybe for Yuragi. But you'd have to get an Axe Blessing.
Is it the Entangle one? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
also then you use that in combination with like the Dream Coil Rapid Fire. Uh-oh.
I mean, Waska is getting really itchy here. Like, they want to finish this game because they know they can't keep playing this war of attrition. There's like a cold war right now. And this little Treant guy is causing a lot of problems.
One man. One coconut.
One
double O coconut.
They're going to be knocking on the high ground potentially. Now here's the thing, they all have buybacks. So
yeah,
they can keep doing this. Oh, Mjolnir now in the bot lane. And this Treant can just take out the whole creep wave by itself too.
Well, he's got the Mjolnir armor too. And he just pushes it in, but the tier 3 gets taken pretty quick by the side of the Dire. You still have double Black Hole, now double BKB.
There's two Treants, They need to respond. No.
Oh, there goes. Oh my.
Gone.
Who's gonna get Megas first? Please tell me. Is it the team that's down 25,000? What is happening?
Dude, these Treants are...
They're not responding well to these coconuts, these Treants.
It's funny that as soon as they see one tree, everyone evacuate instantly. You know, usually the Prophet has like 20 trees and all of them do like 10 damage. This one, yeah, different ballpark. It's a big tree.
Oh, Primal Roar. That's going to be through onto the Enigma. Terrorize lands onto the Alchemist. Can they get the kill here on the Enigma? They have the hook shot on the Dark Will. They look for the damage on the Dream Coil. They get the kill here on a Sacred. He's going to buy back, but now they look over at BZM. BZM gets out with a phase shift for now. He's going to Waning Rift onto the Clockwork. They've got the Chaotic Offering down as well as the Upheaval. They're going to charge up the stun. They look for the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be on Yuragi. He's going to be stunned up. They go to the Black Hole. They're going to have a double. Can they stop this? Do they have a way? No, they don't. He does have buyback, however, and he's going to be forced to use it. Kuma came to try and run away. They've got the control on a puppy. They get the kill to the Shadow Demon. They look over at Boom. Boom. What do you have? Nothing. Everything's on cooldown. 4 staff back. That's going to be from Yuragi. They're trying to get the chase down. They look over at BZM, who's going to be used up. They got the hook shot to land. Bramble Maze around him. Console. They got the silence. BZM's dead. He's got buyback. So now they look over at Boom. They look over at Zayat's. Yule's up into the air, trying to keep the Dark Will alive. The Upheaval is there. They get the kill on Boom. He's got buyback too. So it's round number 2 for the side of Na'Vi, who are going to try and hold on here. There is no ratting happening at the moment, but you got to remember, Sacred, he had the refresher and now doesn't. So no Black Hole to worry about.
The PZM's refresher died in the courier at the enemy secret shop.
Ooh.
I feel like they're playing the game a little bit too rushed.
Megas.
Like,
BZM.
The enemy.
BZM. Where are you going? BZM.
Might be more than Mega soon. There's a big tree knocking on the mid-rack, so they have no towers left. It might be Mega soon.
Had to go all the way over to the enemy's secret shop to get the refresher. They'll go for the Rolling Thunder. Now he's going to try and TP back. They're going to try and go with the double Dream Coil to get this. The tier 4 is going to be exposed, though. It's going to be the last one. Alchemist just going to hit away. They've got the first Dream Coil. That's going to be on the Pangolier. They get the kill there. It's going to be on the Dark Mago. That's a lot of gold for Yuragi. Now they're going to look for more. Illusory Orb over. They're going to use this teleportation from this Nature's Prophet. They go to the Sprout. It's going to be around Sacred. They'll find the Dream Coil on the Alchemist as well as the Warlock. Is it going to be enough damage to get the kill here? Pango's going to buy back. He's going to boost and travel back into the creep wave. They go to the Primal Roar. It's going to be on the Clockwork. Fatal Bonds moving forward. BKB, Popeye Doom by Boom. Now, Sacred over Midnight Pulse. Yuragi's BKB. It's not going to last much longer. Now they're going to push out control, and he doesn't have buyback. It's going to be a problem. Zayat's still looking for the Terrorize and lands on the Clockwork. They have the damage coming up from the puck. They get that kill. BKB has been popped by Kataro. They're inside the Sprout front. Dark Mago, but they hit the Abyssal Blade onto the puck. He's going to be able to survive with the Waning Rift as well as the phase shift. He's trying to get out of this one with the Illusory Orb, but the Yule's up into the air. They've got the Bramble Mates around this Alchemist. They look over at Kataro. The Curse Crown's going to pop. The base is in a whole bunch of trouble, though. They need to get get the kills on these heroes who don't have buyback anymore. Alchemist, he does have buyback. If you could focus down Dark Mago and the rest, maybe Na'Vi have a chance, but they back out for now. The side of Waska, they are feeling the pressure. They don't have Rax mid. They don't have Rax top. They're about to get mega'd. And Na'Vi, except for coconuts, haven't been across the river in a half hour.
Yep, and this back to protection does absolutely nothing to it. It's very risky, but if he can find it in his heart, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh reference, to just TP into the trees, summon a tree, TP back out with the TP scroll, they might lose the game with it, but I think he can get away with it once. And then like every 10 minutes, you know, because you kind of forget. You know, like you do it right now, they definitely won't know. Then you don't do it for 10 minutes. You gotta establish those mind games, you know, the fear.
Roche up in 15 seconds.
It's gonna be a big one too for the Dire.
Oh God. But is it going to be for the Dire? They're moving forward on the side of Na'Vi. They don't have clockwork for 37 seconds. Alchemist! These roots coming in. The Hots are a problem. He stunned himself. The Bramble Maze is down. They've got Yadomi off to the side. He's got the Chaotic Offering. He's going to use that. He's also got the Wind Waker. They're going to find themselves the Silence onto the Dark Willow. Now they're going to Waning Rift on top of Yadomi, but now Alchemist is saved. They buy back on Puppey. They look over as the Alchemist is going to chase with a second and a half. He stuns himself again. Oh, this is close. This is close. BZM! Oh! His TP has to stop. He was trying to get away from this Alchemist and the rest, but the Bramble Maze comes down. Sacred looking for an opportunity to go in, Blink, BKB, and Black Hole. BZM, no, he does not have buyback. The only ones who have it is Warlock, Dark Willow, as well as this Alchemist. They've got the Dream Coat. It's going to be on a Sacred. He's got the BKB. They're not doing the damage yet. Force If over, looking at Uragi. They've got the Black Hole. They get the kill on Zayats. Dark Mago here with the Yadomi. They're trying to get the kill on the Nature's Prophet, but they get the kill on the Sacred. Now they look over Dark Mago. BZM, he's half health. So is Boom. Axe is thrown over onto the Alchemist. Puppey with the Fatal Bonds on him, and so is the rest of the side of Na'Vi. Disruption for a little bit of a save there. Dark Willow in trouble. Yule's up into the air. BZM is dead. Boom's looking like he's next. It's Godlike for Kitaro. Uragi trying to right-click him down with the Hurricane Punch. Oh, he goes down, but he's going to have buyback. Now they've got the Hex with the BKB again from Uragi. They buy back on the Alchemist. Uragi trying to get a kill here onto this Clockwork, but they go the other way. The hook shot. Oh, they knew. Uragi, you're dead, buddy. And they call GG. Waska take the game. Holy shit.
GG indeed. Well played by Waska. I'm not going to take anything away from them, but I do have to say, I feel Na'Vi really, they were rushing a little bit too much. Like they
wanted that Roche.
You know, he was doing such a good job with the Prophet. I feel like you just let him do his thing, split them up, 4-1. What a game by Waska though. Like they knew they were in trouble, and they really forced the mistakes out of Na'Vi. Like
they were rushing
sit back and do nothing. You know, they'll lose. If Waska just sits there and they're like, oh, what should we do? Maybe we should set up boards here, try to kill the Prophet. No, they just go for the GG, force out bad fights out of Na'Vi, who ultimately took the bait, and yeah, well played to them. Nice decision making.
Well played, but like you said, they were rushing. They weren't sure if they won that game. 2 sets of racks down, and they were the ones who were up 30,000 for about 10 minutes. And it is just... they were panicking. I think that they won, but it was a little bit of panic. That's for sure.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more than a little bit. It was, it was tough. But they stay alive. That is all that matters for them.
Yeah, they don't want to be in that 0-2, and now, well, they got the 1-1 coming. They got one more game left in them in this 0-1 bracket. Maybe they get to 1-1. It would be big for them to get here. But these fights were tooth and nail, so close every single time. I mean, especially that last fight. Alchemist had buyback. He doesn't have buyback. Who knows? Because they didn't really even need the back end of that with Dark Mago and the Basher and everything. They tried to TP away. They tried to find moments to leave, but they couldn't. There was too much control from the side of Waska.
Yeah, well, Na'Vi, you know, I think they were pretty crafty with the way they played, even though they were behind really far at some point. Like, to even make it, you know, to a situation like this where a single buyback decides the game, basically. Ooh. Yeah, I know here. It's all about the control.
And then Matthew, this Orchid's huge because they get that little bit of silence there on BZM too, like randomization.
Ooh.
And then Zayat's trying to do anything he can. Boom with everything on cooldown just wasn't doing anything either. And I feel like maybe that Ags with like the Drums of Slam damage could have been enough.
Definitely.
Watch this play too by Matthew. He force-staffs out with the jetpack, hook shots back in. If he's not allowed to go over that map wall, he doesn't live there. Maybe Uragi gets out. There's still the bash that comes in from the Pangolier, but there is no hook shot.
Yeah, there's a chance at least. But yeah, as you said, no chance given to them, destroyed in the end. Whew.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens when you give a Pango a good game. Because Dark Mago had an amazing one.
Man, that was...
Yeah, he played super well. Super well.
Yeah, that was really well from Dark Mago. I mean, I'm not going to take it away from Mago, but that is standout performance from Matthew as well, especially that last fight. We're going to throw to a quick break while everybody regroups, and we'll be back with Game 3 in just a moment. Stay tuned. All right, and welcome back, folks. It is Navi against Team Waska in a game number 3. Not do or die moment, but definitely a do or be in real trouble moment. Because if you lose, you're in the O2 bracket for elimination tomorrow. If you win, you get at least 2 more BO3s, potentially. So, we'll see. But it cut tight on that last game, and Waska made them have to play a 3rd game here for Navi when it looked like maybe they had a chance to take the 2-0.
Yeah, I really believe that Navi could have won this game. Honestly, I feel like, of course, I have the Omni vision. There wasn't really a way out for Waska out of the last game. The fact that they found one is really incredible. Because by right, if Navi just plays it really slow, 3-end after 3-end, one person at least has to go deal with it, right? Numbers advantage, then you go in, you try to force a fight. But instead, Navi kind of took the bait and took the 5v5 fights, which is exactly what Waska wanted.
Right.
You know, makes me wonder that if they played a little bit more patiently, perhaps, what would have happened?
It was patience, but it was also, I feel like you couldn't give a second life there.
Yeah, no chance.
They were between a rock and a hard place. Like, it is pretty crazy. Anyway, Pango Clockwork. This time Pango again for Waska, but Clockwork for Navi. I didn't think that Puppy did a bad job on that Shadow Demon at all, but it definitely felt as the game dragged longer and longer. He had a save or two, and that was kind of everything.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it's also a very tough game for Shadow Demon. Like, Puppy tried really hard to be in a good position, but it's so hard against Rolling Thunder coming through, the Clockwork coming through. Just way too many problems to deal with, unfortunately. You know how it's like as a support.
Enigma again. Yoragi doesn't look happy. That being said, Waska kind of look happy.
I'm winning a game like this. I think you should feel kind of happy. It was really well done. Because I actually don't think they, had any business winning that game. To that Treant is ridiculous.
And the Treant is kind of ridiculous. What is that on the pencil? No,
more pencils.
Is that a dog? Like, I don't know. Somebody in chat tell us what that is. I have no idea what that is. I'm trying to get a good look at it, but somebody in chat definitely knows.
Kind of looks like a dog. Like a plushie?
Or maybe a fox or something like that. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, we don't want to butcher anything, so...
What's the pick here for Navi? That's the question.
The pick for Navi, huh? Enigma Pangolier. Good question. Do they want to up the tempo? Or do they want to play slower?
Trow early. Wee, this is a Yoragi classic.
Yeah, but this early?
It is pretty early.
Classic or not, that is early.
It's the support drow pick, definitely.
I see players do it. I'm sure they can pull it off too.
What do you pick with it? I guess Clockwork gives you kind of a frontliner to lock in. Wee! I like this Rubik. There's 2 good heroes to fight up against. Or steal from.
Rubik is good. Against Enigma, I mean, we don't really have to talk about it. It's been around since forever.
5 seconds remaining.
First pick of the tournament? Really?
On who, on the Rubik? Yeah, he's not very popular right now.
I swear there are a lot of heroes that are popular that would make this hero popular, though. That's why I'm shocked. Now the question becomes, is it core Rubik?
10 seconds
That is a good question, because we have seen quite a lot of success with that. Not lately, but a while back. Do you like Core Rubik? Dating Rush, all that, or not the biggest fan?
I mean, it's super hit or miss, right?
It is, yep.
I still like it here.
You still like it?
I like it here in the game. I don't know whether I like it core or not yet. I think, truthfully, just the support's fine in this situation.
Just as a support, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
In my eyes, I think it should just support at the moment.
It's a strong laner. It's always fun to see, but I am inclined to agree with your statement. It's very risky. Although, Mind Control played it back in the ISF qualifiers. That was pretty hype.
Yeah. That was interesting. Definitely teams of different caliber.
Very different caliber. Yeah. Well, Marcy and Nigma and Pango. That means, well, it could be support Marcy. It probably is a 4 Marcy, but I'm personally not the biggest fan of a 4.
But now
Marcy.
It's definitely not a core Rubik.
Man, that draw pick is really early. I actually can't believe it.
10 seconds remaining.
And they didn't really answer it too well either, did they?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, Marcy Ange isn't bad, especially early game, but mid-late game, you can't really touch her.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say can't touch.
How are you going to get double?
I think Marcy running at you, and if you've got like a pike on Drow, you may not feel as confident. And if you don't have BKB, I mean, you're going to, but there are definitely ways to lock down the Marcy this time around, I think. Or at least kite her out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what do you do against the Drow? Because right now your draft is not amazing at dealing with her.
I think this is a blink BKB black hole game.
It has to
be. You want to kill just Drow. Yeah. Which always wants to force you back into just doing auras. But their lockdown is not amazing on Waska at all.
Yeah, it really isn't.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, I don't think it's that good at the moment. And they need...
5 seconds remaining.
They need another... Another lockdown hero here. And this Primal Beast I like. Again, it's just onslaught in, pulverize. It's... we've seen it put together well enough where it's... Cogs push into a pulverize.
10 seconds remaining.
The anti-hero also makes sense. It's good against Enigma Eidolons. It can stop Pangolier roll. I like Primal Beast here as well. The overall draft looks very solid. Whereas Waska looks a little bit more wishy-washy.
Right.
It's quite hard to say what they're planning to do. Of course, pressure early, but what's the backup plan?
I don't know if I like Morphling here either.
Morph is tough against Drow. It's one of the hardest combos in the game. You ideally want something that builds into armor.
Do they end up going Sven here? Because I hate that too.
I wouldn't like that, yeah.
Just thinking like, you have Warcry, you want the armor.
Is it just Dragon Knight time?
It could be. But even that is like, it's just tanky-ish. The support duo doesn't instill confidence in my eyes. Yeah, it's Dragon Knight time. That feels like it was... If you're Na'Vi and it's so obvious to us, I feel like you kind of saw that coming.
You must have, yeah. In which case, what is going to be their answer to that?
I don't know.
The heroes are pretty good against Dragon Knight, but we have seen Dragon Knights overcome similar hurdles. Like you just farm super fast. You're kind of like a fake alchemist, or a fake Sven, or a hybrid of both.
Right.
But yeah, you're innately more tanky than most heroes, just because you get armor innately. You got a nice stun. You can never go wrong with DK. It's kind of funny that DK now as a carry is the same as it was when it was a mid. It's like, yeah, we don't know what to pick. Let's pick DK.
That pose doesn't instill confidence in me.
Oh wow, yeah. He
that
looks like he
looked
lost.
Stressed.
Wow, yeah. That looked like the game's already over and they lost.
Teams can come in and prove wrong, and I'd love to see it there for sure. You know, you see someone kind of just like, head in their hands. I want the underdog to win. I'm an underdog fan, but that being said, I think this draft was really won by Na'Vi quite heavily.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
I am very worried because your lockdown right now is Dragon Tail, Dispose, Rolling Thunder, Black Hole, and maybe a Centaur Creep Enchanted. While, the side of Na'Vi, they've got Pulverize. They have Hookshot. Battery Assault's annoying. Cogs are kind of that lockdown. Telekinesis. Anything you throw that's going to be a stun may be stolen by the Rubik. Vortex. But if you can buff DK enough, maybe you can overcome it.
Now, of course, the game isn't over, but yeah, they're definitely on the back foot right from the draft. They can always win lanes, though, and then through winning lanes, they can build into counters.
Yeah.
So, there's a chance. Of course, there always is.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's see how the laning phase goes, though, because the Pangolier Storm matchup should be pretty Storm favored. Storm likes going for items that Pangolier doesn't like to deal with, like Orchid.
Although the last time we checked, Static Slide was 1 in 4.
Static Slide. Yeah, but it is the best one he has, pretty much.
The battle begins.
Any rune action? Not really.
I'm a little busy watching Yuragi taunt constantly. Is he going to do it again? Yep.
Of course. You have to.
I actually really like that Drought taunt. We'll see how this goes between BZM and Dark Mago. But like you said, it should be Storm favored top lane. Zayat and Boom could combine for something. Telekinesis, Fade Bullet into like an Onslaught Trample.
Yeah, the problem is they can't really threaten DK whatsoever, because every time there's a trample, you just Dragon Tail him and walk away. Like, literally 0 damage.
If you can run at him and maybe force it first, then you Telekinesis into a trample.
Yeah, it would have to happen through outplay. Like, if you just normally run at him, no chance.
How does Yuragi handle these Eidolons? That's a big question. They're trying to split. They won't do so. Sacred. How much damage is he going to eat here? Puppy, if you walk at somebody, you get a couple of those frost arrows, and you can run somebody down. It's first spell on Matthew for Dispose, but it's not in this bottom lane situation where maybe you could dispose somebody under tower. They're going to be playing pretty far forward.
Yeah, but the Eidolons together with the Dispose can really lay in the pain.
Right.
So, if you catch them out of position and throw them back, well, back into out of position. That's kind of weird. But
you're right, though, you got that.
Yeah, then you can easily get a kill down there. Ay, 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 ay.
Yeah, top lane, man. It's that first blood I was talking about, and even the damage on Kataro is just too much. Like, it is, he's got the innate dragon blood, but I do worry that a Fade Bolt, especially level 3 when it comes around again, if they can get it before he hits 3, Fade Bolt, Trample, Onslaught, you get there. Double in the trample, maybe. A second point, I mean. Uh-oh.
But yeah, it's a lot of damage. Well, they were only level 1 in the top lane, so now the Dragon Tail should be online. So
right, so is that quicker too?
Yeah, yep. That's gonna make killing anybody a lot more difficult.
Although Yodomi's still just level 1. Does he just die? Like, I get worried that his positioning may not be good enough if there's just an onslaught into a trample on top of him.
He's the one here that
very
can definitely
careful.
die out of position. I don't think DK can almost ever die no matter what happens. But yeah, the Eng is quite squish.
Alright, well, they got that one kill. They're up 1,000 net worth already. And for the time being, things are quiet elsewhere. There was a lot of damage done by BZM on a Dark Mago. But Dark Mago healed back up to full. He's got that bottle. BZM also working with the bottle. He's trying to go into the null talisman early on. But at the moment, it's 20 and 5 to 12 and 1. Now 13 and 1 for Dark Mago, and you can see why, or the damage just comes in pretty heavy onto the Pangolier.
Yeah.
Ooh, click the wave.
Tough matchup. Ooh, as I say
Yuragi's in trouble. He is low. He is dead. Puppy can't do anything about it. With all these creeps here, the battery assault's not doing enough. The body blocks from Matthew, and the dispose is off cooldown in a second. So they're gonna body block him again. Oh, Matthew, please, dude, chill the fuck out. Oh, they don't get the kill, but the body blocks were pretty. That's a little rough. It takes a little bit of the hype out of that, but that was really gorgeous.
Yeah, just a tiny little bit more, you know, like half a second more of that obnoxious one would have gotten a kill there. But yeah, Drow's not having the easiest time, and as I remember, they picked Drow into this matchup. So
Well, they picked Drow first.
Before the Enigma?
Yeah, it was second, wasn't it?
No, I think it was Enigma.
And then Drow. Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
They hadn't picked the Marcy yet, is what I mean.
Oh yeah.
They did show the Drow really early.
Yeah. Yep.
Rebound, dispose, and the Malefist. They've got the cogs around Yuragi, and the cogs are from Puppy. Yuragi able to just skirt out of here barely. Although I say that, and Matthew again has dispose if he had the mana, it just doesn't. Not a fun time for Yuragi.
Not at all. Yeah, you have to be really far away from that action. I mean, in theory, of course, your multi-shot is good against Eidolons, but you need to have at level 2. You need to, have a decent amount of farm for it to deal enough damage. It's a risky pick that early on. We'll see if it works out for them or not.
Right.
But top and mid lane are doing fantastically so. And of course, Storm Drow has been a god tier combo for many years.
Vortex into a gust, output the damage.
Yep, give all that
feel
bonus attack
good.
speed and agi to the Storm as well. It wasn't quite as ridiculous as a global damage Drow aura with the visage birds. Oh, and good old times. Oh, bad old times.
Storm's level 6, so maybe they can go for something. Arcane Rune, this might be it. Telekinesis, now he's going to be able to swipe the Arcane Rune. Even that's just worth it. Straight up.
Yeah, I was about to say you don't want to give it to the Storm, and then he somehow got it.
Standing right on the rune. Primal is going to be up here against DK solo for the moment because the Rubik of Zats has moved towards mid, and so has Yodomi. Things staying quiet there, while bottom lane again, these Eidolons going to run at Yuragi, make it feel pretty uncomfortable, and they'll finally disappear, but he got a new set.
But Draw's going to feel a lot better once she reaches the power to sort of just one-shot them with one multi-shot.
Yeah.
But
it's tough, though, to get there.
Yeah, once you're level 5, you're going to feel okay. But until then, it's pretty dangerous for you.
And the Rubik picking up this 7-minute Wisdom Rune, also stacking this Ancient Camp, trying to get a little bit more farm available on the map. EZM, he's moving over towards this Watcher and has this Arcane Rune, so you're going to want to be careful when they start to shift back on Waska. But he'll activate the Arcane Rune and start to farm the jungle instead, finding himself a neutral token. But now Dark Mago walks over, he's pulverized, and now he's gonna die after this onslaught lands, and Zayats gets the kill.
That's a fast 6 on the Primal Beast. I don't think he expected that on the Pango at all. But trample now too.
Yeah, Yadomi's in trouble. We'll try to take out this courier and will at least get a consolation prize there. But giving up your life, Zayats gets a double kill, and all of a sudden he's close to level 5. He gets a good influx of gold. He's looking for Arcane Boots early. And after getting the kill, they'll stack the camps again. Life is good. At least from the perspective of Zayats.
Yeah. Living the prosperity life. There's gonna be so much money once they clear all those stacks for him.
Yeah, he's got gold in the bank right now, hoping to cash in on that 401k when it gets there. But sometimes it just disappears, and it really does imitate life. Anyway, we're not talking about anything
they
in
went pretty
particular.
deep, yeah.
But Yuragi, he's now level 6. He's got this marksmanship. We haven't really seen a rotation from BZM towards a lane just yet. They got those kills inside the jungle, but maybe he moves over and gets Sacred. But it's going to be difficult. Does have level 6, does have that black hole. You have to be careful about who you go for, and right now he's just sticking to the jungle and not getting caught just yet. But a ball lightning towards the bounty rune, and all of a sudden he finds both Dark Mago and Matthew. Dangerous.
All right. What is that Mago gonna be doing down here? Just clearing a couple of camps.
Yeah, he stacked for himself.
Puppy almost
a couple
6.
camps.
That's gonna be a big one. What a Storm going for. Kaya doesn't want to go into the arcade because they already have a silence. Makes sense, you don't need to double down on that. Yuragi catching back up in the jungle too. Things are looking quite nice and comfy for the Radiant right now.
They are, but I'm a little surprised at the lack of moves. They're not 100% necessary, but I am a little bit shocked. They go after the Clockwork, and Puppy now inside the cogs. Blood Grenade trying to get these Eidolons close enough, but they won't get there in time to really put the hurt on a Puppy. Instead, they'll farm the creep wave. They took this tier 1 tower, and meanwhile, mid, Dark Mago slowed up. Ball Lightning, Water Rune swiped by Mago as well. And now looking for the Rolling Thunder, but the Vortex is there. They've got the Blood Grenade, the Telekinesis, and the kill onto the Pangolier. Yadomi and Matthew are a little bit too late. Matthew's going to die for their efforts. They bring over the Enigma, which I'm not sure he can get a good black hole off or anything really doing at all. Yadomi survives thanks to the fact that he's got Nature's Attendance, and Sacred looking for an opportunity to do something, but needs to kind of be careful. That's something on the brink of 6, and you don't want to give anything too good away after he gets to that point.
Even Eidolons would be godlike right now just to push that tower down. There's a shield rune 2 on BGM, so even in the black hole you might not be able to kill him actually with so much HP.
Right. Onslaught over to the DK in that Elder Dragon form, sticking on him. Ball Lightning with the Pulverize. They can wait on this Vortex.
He's gone.
And now he's starting to heal up again thanks to the Armlet toggle. Trying to survive.
Nice.
Toggling again. Rolling Thunder comes out with a Thunderbolt. He's moving quicker. This is a turn now coming out for Waska. They don't have everybody here for Na'Vi, and they'll feed away the Primal Beast. The toggles coming in from Kitaro are too much for Na'Vi to handle. And at the end of the day, they lose Primal, who is having a good game to start this one off.
Yeah, they did not see that one coming because the armlet was on the courier, which of course they couldn't see. That's what you call delivery just in time.
Seriously.
Can't get any better than that. You know, actually it can. The only way it can get better than that is if you intentionally do it. You know, you park the courier there,
sure,
wait to get ganked, then throw it in, and you're like, yeah.
They don't expect it.
Or you lose the courier and you die.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pango sitting mid. They were smoked up. They are trying to find something. Zats. There is an OBS here that they see. And an Invis room, but the Primal Beast. Pulverize, Black Hole. He hook shot. Maybe he could steal this. Yeah, he's got it.
Oh, he stole it.
He stole Black Hole. And now he's got it on a 2. The turnaround from Zayats, they've got the multi-shot in. That's going to be Matthew and Yadomi done. And down goes Sacred. Dark Mago going to shield crash and try and get away. And he will, but Zayats now has his hands on Black Hole. And I mean, he doesn't have to hold it. Truthfully, he already got the value.
I have
also
to
going to take out this Obs now, right?
By Sacred, like against Rubik, you always want to have one level in Midnight Pulse, just so that doesn't happen. Cause there was
the hook shot caused it.
Gets the hook shot
actually,
through.
the hook shot didn't go through.
Yeah,
hook shot gets stopped by the Black Hole, and then they get it. Yeah.
But the way it turned out, massive turnaround for Na'Vi. They're looking really, really happy in this game. 4K ahead. Well, 3 to 4K ahead. But the early game is looking amazing, and we all know their late game is much stronger as well. So they have to figure something out, and they have to do it quick. Otherwise, Waska is going to be staring down the barrel in the next round.
Yeah, O2 is really staring down at it, and truthfully, not even staring down, it's staring up. Staring up at everybody else.
Yeah. Staring at all these podium people.
Net worth-wise, though, DK's still at the top, going into the Blink Dagger in just a moment. So some good farm for Kitaro, especially after he didn't die top. That was very important to the timing here. BZM's got the Kaya. He's going into a Witchblade. Which one, you may ask? Which blade?
Witchblade? That blade!
Exactly. Wisdom Rune
I
for
love the fact that
Urazi?
we've killed this joke. Like,
no, it's still alive. Come on.
Is it?
For me.
I mean, I also like it, but every time I bring it up, I get cringed. So.
As long as you don't see a cringe in chat, you're fine. Chat, I'm watching.
Oh, there's
Don't do it.
in chat.
Don't do it. Ball lightning.
In and out.
All right.
That was a good bait.
Got everybody to show up mid.
Yeah. It's an easy way to trigger some responses. Like, hi, out.
I'm a little worried. They still have Black Hole on this Rubik, and it's an off cooldown. I don't actually. I don't.
It's not gonna check out, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it times right, right? Because
Yeah,
you only have it for 180 seconds. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah.
You need that level 2, or you need that level 15 tel. If only at the Black Grimoire.
Yeah, well, he would have, honestly, pretty good amount of experience at 4-0 and 4 in a Black Grimoire right now.
I'm gonna say Rubik's facet should be that he can steal another person's facet on the enemy team.
No, because then you got to choose between abilities or facets.
Why?
And his facet works. The spell amp, the might and magus is fine. Sorry, that's the innate. This facet of arcane accumulation is fine as well.
Of course it's fine, but it's not as interesting.
I think it is. The AoE bonus is pretty cool. You see some spells have some real AoE after a while. There's the Crimson Guard.
Damn support player.
Falling into Matthew, Vortex on the roll, and Onslaught in, they'll get the kill. The Rolling Thunder comes through. They do have some lockdown, but they do also have the Crimson Guard now activated. So Boom literally taking no damage, but they go after Yuragi. They've got the Dragon Tail out onto the Storm Spirit, who doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but they get the kill to Kitaro anyway. Pulverize on Boom, who's still working with 3/4 of his health. They'll take out Dark Mago. Yadomi, you can heal, but I don't know if you're okay.
He survived a lot longer than he should have, though. Courtesy of being Enchantress. But yeah, that is a pretty rough sign. Like we already said, the draft was pretty one-sided. It's going from
And they didn't
bad
have
to
the
worse.
laning phase they wanted.
They really need to crush the laning phase to stand any sort of chance here.
Yeah.
Do we have any timings come up? Okay, so we got Blink Dagger on Dragon Knight at least.
They had that though in that last fight.
Yeah, they did, but you know, maybe they can get a pick up with it. Trying to look for something here. But sometimes that something is not enough.
Sometimes it's not, and that's a big problem. Ziox has this Glimmer Cape. That'll help save some heroes. Drow starting to go towards a Silver Edge. Now has that Hurricane Pike for some distance.
Yeah, Drow is all of a sudden very big. But a big winner of the match so far, Primal Beast. Already got a Crimson Guard as well, so the damage reduction is going to be absolutely massive. I don't even know if they can bring him down. He's so tanky. Oh, we're still rolling Thunder. Oh, that's a big problem.
Yeah. My question is, does he have... Well...
Yeah, he has the facet. The Thunderbolt.
That's... Well, he's not in the Arcana anyway, so I thought he was going to be the rolling square. But no Arcana.
Oh, Dragon Knight. They know he's there. Completely under vision. Hookshot?
They still might get him on the wrap around here. They assume he... Yep. Hookshot. Oh. Okay. Anyway,
happens.
Tier 1's going to go down.
Yep.
That works out. They get that.
Wait, did something happen?
They get the Tier 1 tower.
Oh, that's good.
Drow really starting to pick up the pace in terms of farm. You've got Primal and Storm at the top. Primal's going into the Shivas. Storm's got this Kaya Sanj. Iragi. He's getting there. He's feeling confident on this Drow now.
Oh yeah. Once you have Pike on Drow, that's basically, the first hurdle.
Distance guaranteed.
Yeah, I have no mobility, I have nothing. Now I feel strong.
Right.
Now I deal that pure damage from far away with a multi-shot, huge range. If they ever get on top of you, no problem. I'm out of there.
Let's see. Puppy just farming bottom. He's actually pretty high level at the moment. Getting towards 11, and now he's 11. What's the experience difference? About 24%. So, Navi have that 81% win rate, or win prediction rate. Probability. That's the word I'm looking for. There you go. It's written on the graph.
Remember yesterday? We saw an 81% experience difference, I think it was.
51%. Right? It was 51% ahead. And it was like 18 levels ahead.
Which in itself is pretty ridiculous.
They're going to go for this Tormentor that's about to spawn. And then they're going to get the 21-minute Wisdom Room. But at the same time, Yadomi's stealing the other one if they don't TP here or find it. Or walk this way. Although I say that Yadomi not committing for it.
Yeah, just getting the tower top.
And now might actually be caught if the hook shot's there in time. Oh!
That... It was like inside of him, but it wasn't.
Yeah, sure. And another Tormentor here as Ats goes into the Glimmer Cape, just looking to survive it. Puppy's now got their shard. So both supports get the shards. That's always nice. Storm picked up their own shard. BZM's got his, going into the Orchid next. It's a 10,000 net worth lead for Na'Vi. And not much of an answer from Waska. They only have 2 kills to their name. This is rough.
Well, at least... Okay, let's look at the positives here. They have Pipe. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what else do they have? They have almost an axe. Well, 1,000 gold away, if they can wait for that long. That's good. And Dragon Knight has his BKB done. That is really good. So there is a chance for them to definitely take a fight. There's always a chance when you have Black Hole. Now the problem is... Exactly. That Rubik player is pretty good. And he's probably not going to be out of position. And he's probably going to steal a Black Hole. And you're in trouble. The good news though is, he doesn't have Blink Dagger yet. So, if you do it now, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Or you just get a free Roche and don't care about Black Hole anymore.
Pretty much.
I tried. Okay, I tried.
17 galvanized stacks, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. I remember that one item removed, or rather the effect removed because it was so broken. The mana region on Bloodstone. Well, it's just given.
Galvanize isn't that strong. I wouldn't say that. 17
I mean, it was
charges and
0.3
he's
per charge. How much is it for Galvanize? Is it 0.1?
0.2.
Oh wow, so it's a little bit weaker. A little bit weaker.
Although every time he gains a charge, he also gains 0.1 mana regen permanently.
Oh, so it is basically the old Bloodstone.
Semi, sort of, kind of.
Like exactly, except better.
Maybe.
All right, all right. 17 is North mana region, 20 per second. Almost got his Orchid done. They're not waiting for that though. They wanna close the game out ASAP. Primal Beast, 35 armor, is super tanky in the front lane.
Probably could do something along the lines of pressure pretty heavy. Especially if they get this Enigma out of the fight immediately. He's pretty tanky, but he's not going to be able to get the black hole off. And hook shot comes through, but that lands on that darn Cobalt Foreman. Telekinesis lifting up the Enchantress. Now they'll go and get the Pulverize. They'll take out Yadomi. And Boom is now dominating with a double kill, as they should be able to take this tier 2 tower top. Cobalt Foreman almost keeping Enchantress alive.
The Foreman. The Legends of the Foreman.
And he gets hit by that hook shot, sips out of his goblet.
Which one is your absolute favorite neutral creep?
Prowlers.
The Prowlers?
The Ancient Prowlers. Bring them back.
I kind of missed the
die so quickly.
Yeah, I'm
Dragon
talking
Tail.
about...
Zayats, he's got the Glimmer Cape. He's got 5 charges on the wand. And he'll start to walk away as the multi-shot flies through from Yuragi. He's got Midnight Pulse. That's the steal for now. Shield Crash was already used, so he can't steal Rolling Thunder. Does have the blink down.
Ooh, down Yuragi!
Might be waiting for the Enigma to go for the black hole to blink in and steal. No, he's going to actually grab himself sidekick. They get the kill on a Matthew. Now they've got the Vortex. The multi-shot flies through. The BKB is popped. The black hole's on 2. It's going to get Zayats. No, the hook shot is there.
Oh, he sold it.
Though, around Sacred. 2 right clicks come in from Yuragi. They get the kill there. That's going to be 2 dead. Now they'll look over at Yadomi. Enchanting Boom, but onslaughting on top of him. Under the tower, the multi-shot hits. They've got the Vortex. They'll get another kill. BZM's got that. And Waska again show up. Hands looking to grab something, but they have nothing. And Rubik, by the way, stole Black Hole again.
Yep. That is the bad news right now. Next fight is going to be a little difficult. Just a tiny bit. Not too much. No problem.
Just a casual 17,000 net worth lead.
I hope you're ready.
What?
When the black hole comes, I'll be like, the black hole!
Well, now you spoiled it. But anyway, they're going for the DK. They might use it.
Well, if I tell you, then you can be prepared for it, you know? I don't want to break your flow, you know? But I will.
BZM. Never went to that Witchblade, actually. Just like we said, Kaya Sanj and then Orchid. The more time you spend on this Primal, the more time you guys are susceptible to a Rubik Black Hole right now, and they are just kind of standing at the top of the steps. Hitaro's gonna die. There's the Black Hole. On to Enigma. They will get that kill, no buyback. Neither does Hitaro.
That was a little anticlimactic. I mean, let's be real, Enigma kind of deserves to get Black Hole.
Ooh. Wow, there's a nice gas. BZM anyway. There's no point in even getting a little bit stressed out about this BZM Storm. It's a full team wipe. GG is called. Man. And Na'Vi take the 2-1. The third game coming in quick fashion.
Yeah, that might be. I'm not sure on that. We'll have to check with our expert statsman B-Cop here.
I don't know.
This might be the most one-sided game.
Oh.
We've seen. Yeah.
I don't know about most one-sided, but that was definitely...
I mean, in this tournament so far.
Maybe. There's definitely that higher experience game. That game was just a longer dragged out and very much in favor of one team yesterday.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking you, because, you know, unlike me, you're smart and well informed and well dressed.
Wouldn't go that
and
far. I'm wearing a
all the
Hawaiian
good things.
shirt right now. I think that was a very strong performance, and it's up to the fans to say whether or not that was the most one-sided game. This it's probably the biggest fight of the exchange or of the game, because it's just showing how far ahead that, even though the net worth is close, that it felt that Na'Vi were. Especially, they'd gotten that kill in Kataro top, 3 heroes die here, and they're just not losing anything on Na'Vi. Like, the rest of these highlights, Waska don't get a kill. They don't. There's no more kills here for them.
Yeah, that's literally it. Ended the game with 2 kills. Didn't even kill the Aegis either, I think. Yeah, it was... Man, I don't even know what to say. It was just really the draft. Navi's draft in game 1 and 3 was absolutely amazing. And just had no chance at all.
Yeah.
Like, literally no chance. Unless you completely dominate lanes that are really hard to dominate to begin with. Because of the hero disadvantages. You know, like, you have no shot in this game.
Yeah, and 27 minutes in, or 26 and a half, I round up in this house.
Whoa.
That's going to be a victory.
Very impressive fist bump. Jesus.
Yeah. Throwing fist bumps at each other. But BZM 10-0-8. I'm going to say Zayats is my MVP. Although, I know we have the technology. Just go through the whole